Chapter 1. The Trial of Newcomers. Under the blazing sun, with no breeze, lies an endless expanse of primordial forest and majestic mountains. In this ancient wilderness, untouched by human feet, a contingent of knights progresses steadily. This assembly consists of over 500 individuals, the vast majority being seasoned knights, accompanied by a dozen or so figures adorned in the garb of mages. On the continent of Gloria, mages are a rarity, making the presence of 10 within this troop indicative of a particularly formidable mission. The heart of the formation stands a knight of remarkable distinction, whose allure extends beyond his flowing golden locks, handsome visage, and resplendent golden armor, to encompass an unparalleled confidence. Before his deep-set eyes, it seems as though no challenge remains insurmountable. Beside him rides a strikingly beautiful female knight. Though her gaze appears fixed upon the path ahead, it frequently drifts toward the knight beside her, radiating warmth like the sun. In a hushed tone, she inquires, "Afarak, why is Lord Cabana appointed as the commander of this mission instead of you? He is over 50 and merely an ordinary human knight. It baffles me that Lord Augustus would assign such a person to lead us, the holy knights, demanding our unconditional obedience to his commands." Though her voice is soft, the surrounding 10 knights and mages, all hailing from the Holy Church's sanctuary and equipped with formidable prowess, hear her words distinctly. Their sentiments echo her own. Leading the troop at the forefront, Cabana remains oblivious to these murmurs. His hair bears traces of gray, and his face is etched with the marks of time, yet his grip on the formidable spear remains steady and powerful. However, due to his advanced age, his combat prowess has stagnated at approximately level 12, with no further advancements in sight. The largest religious institution on the Gloria continent, the Holy Church attracts the mightiest of warriors, and only those knights with combat abilities exceeding level 14 are permitted to embark on such expeditions to hone their battle experience. Cabana squints slightly, his gaze sweeping the dense foliage flanking the path. He is acutely aware that the 20 or so members of the sanctuary behind him do not regard him with respect. Their individual strengths far surpass his own, making the challenge of leading such a contingent evident. Yet, this mission has been personally entrusted by Lord Augustus, the commander of the Holy Knights, leaving him no authority to refuse. Moreover, throughout his over 30 years of military service, he has completed tasks far more arduous than this. The mission at hand is not particularly complex. Their initial objective is to investigate reports of demonic activity within the Kinlaya Mountains, followed by a turn northward to eliminate a necromancer recently sighted in the Sunset Valley. For the Holy Church, these tasks, which might deter even the most seasoned adventurers, serve merely as a means to train newcomers. Listening to the female knight's grievances, Afarak smiles and responds. Cabana's military career spans over 30 years, and his wealth of experience is unmatched by our own. There is nothing amiss in his appointment as commander. Furthermore, I believe Lord Augustus has his reasons for this arrangement. The female knight scoffed, stating, "The task we are undertaking is hardly challenging. Investigating the activities of the demon race. We are bound to come up empty 9 times out of 10. As for the inexperienced necromancer, who has just begun summoning an undead legion, they pose no threat to us whatsoever." Afarak smiled slightly, refraining from contradicting her. Indeed, the knight possessed the strength to boast. The Breaker was an exceptionally rare talent among the paladins over the past decade. In her presence, any mage of lesser prowess would find themselves facing inevitable doom. Yet, whether it was fortune or misfortune, there was another radiant presence within the sanctuary, a golden lion known as Afarak. In the glow of the golden lion, Goln appeared dim and lackluster. However, she felt no jealousy, for she harbored a secret she shared with Afarak. Chapter 2. The Beast Blood Potion. The expedition traversed the boundless Kinliang Mountains for 4 days. After setting up camp, Cabana approached the tents of the paladins to discuss their next course of action. As the paladins observed Cabana marking the route on the magical map, they exchanged apprehensive glances. Even Afarak furrowed his brow. Cabana's indicated path was nearly a straight line leading directly to the Hollow Ring Mountain, where signs of demonic activity had been detected. Along the way lay not only primordial jungles, but also sheer cliffs, swamps, and the territory of ogres. Are we to abandon all our steeds? Afarak inquired. Cabana nodded, asserting, We shall not only abandon all our mounts here, but starting tomorrow, each of us must apply the beast blood potion until we capture Hollow Ring. Mountain, this is utterly impossible. Several female paladins exclaimed in disbelief. The beast blood potion, primarily composed of the blood of the Kara's wild boar, emitted a pungent odor, the stench of wild boar. Its principal function was to mask the aura of both combat energy and magic. A person coated in this potion would, even to the keenest hunter, merely be perceived as a beast. However, the repugnant smell of the potion lingered intolerably, making it a daunting prospect for the young women to endure. Isn't this merely a straightforward task to confirm the demonic activity? There's no need for the beast blood potion, is there? Even if demons do gather, with our strength, a direct assault would not be an issue, Afarak remarked, his brow furrowed. Though he did not possess the same aversion to filth as the young women, he preferred to avoid the use of the potion whenever possible. No one relished the thought of enduring a week of discomfort in the aftermath of completing a task. What is this attitude? Cabana, a paladin knight, erupted in anger. If you fear for your lives, then let us engage the demons at the Hollow Mountain alone, while you cowardly subordinates watch from a distance. Zarek, Afarak admonished the knight, then turned to Cabana, saying, while I believe your measures to be excessively cautious, I respect your orders. Tomorrow morning, all members of the sanctuary will apply the beast blood potion. Cabrino was somewhat taken aback. He cast a careful glance at Afarak, nodded silently, and stepped out of the tent. Even in the early hours of dawn, this foul-smelling brigade of knights commenced their arduous journey. Afarak, Galen, and 2 paladins each bore a female sorceress upon their backs. These frail sorceresses could hardly endure the stench of the beast blood potion, having only smeared a small amount. They were rendered nauseous and utterly exhausted, relying entirely on the paladins to carry them forward. Each paladin, skilled in martial prowess, effortlessly traversed the rugged terrain even while bearing a burden. Humans are remarkably adaptable beings after 3 days of being steeped in the noxious odor. Even the most delicate sorceress was able to move with ease. By the 4th day, the party had reached the foot of the circular mountain. Yet to enter, they would need to ascend nearly 1,000 meters of sheer cliffs. However, this posed no challenge for the paladins. Afarak and Galen were the first to scale the cliff, surveying the mountainous landscape. As they gazed upon the valley, where over a dozen towering structures stood, teeming with the comings and goings of demonic entities, Afarak and Galen exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. At the center of the circular mountain loomed a grand stone hall, its 10-meter-high entrance bustling with the ingress and egress of demons, indicating the presence of at least hundreds of them within. The astonishment of the 2 young paladins. Not only were 2 formidable demon warriors stationed at the hall's entrance, but a towering fire giant also roamed the square. Could it be that something of great significance lay within the hall? Otherwise, why would such high-ranking demons be present? Before long, the warriors began to ascend from the cliff one by one. Due to the beast blood potion, the demons within the circular mountain remained oblivious to the enemy concealed in their midst. Upon carefully assessing the situation within the valley, Cabrina swiftly resolved to have the paladins launch a direct assault on the Grand Hall while he led his warriors to eradicate the remaining lesser demons. Chapter 3. The Golden Lion's astonishing strike. As Afarak extended his hand, a paladin immediately presented him with a spear. The Golden Lion took a deep breath, and golden flames of battle aura ignited beneath him, swiftly enveloping his entire form, while the spear became engulfed in a roaring blaze of gold. The circular valley began to glow subtly, reminiscent of a new sun just rising. The wandering fire giant suddenly sensed something and turned its massive head, catching sight of the newly risen sun at the mountain's edge. Just as its colossal arms were raised, the blazing spear had silently flown forth, passing through its fiery body without a sound, and plunged into the rocky ground, leaving behind a charred crater. The fire giant paused momentarily, its towering frame over 5 meters tall, then crashing down with a thunderous thud. In its death throes, the giant's flailing hand struck a nearby demon warrior, instantly enveloping the unfortunate warrior in fierce flames, reducing it to a charred corpse in mere moments. Only then did the Golden Lion's dragon-like roar echo through the valley. The demons within the valley were momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the fallen giant. This was an elder-level fire elemental. Its strength was undoubtedly commensurate with its immense size. Although high-ranking demons appeared in the circular valley, their numbers were far too few. A handful of demon warriors were no match for the 20-plus paladins. Especially before the Golden Lion, the demon faction lacked any capable contender. Galen silently followed Afarok, this being her first mission alongside him and her initial glimpse of his prowess in battle. The Golden Lion's movements were unadorned, yet mesmerizing. The 4-meter spear flickered in and out of sight, darting with an elusive grace. Galen could only sense a faint trace of battle aura emanating from the spear, and it was only as the spear's tip neared the demon warrior's chest that she observed a spark of flame ignite at the tip, before the 4-meter spear pierced through the demon warrior's inch-thick steel armor as effortlessly as if it were rotten wood. Galen was taken aback by her own revelation. Judging solely by this spear technique, Afarog's mastery over battle aura was truly extraordinary, far surpassing her comprehension. At that moment, it felt as if something within Galen had shattered. Small-scale cooperative combat was a fundamental training for paladins. With over 20 paladins forming a square formation, the spellcasters were protected at the center, advancing steadily into the Grand Hall. Even if a formidable demon managed to evade the Golden Lion's spear, it would surely succumb to a concentrated assault from 5 high-level spellcasters. In the blink of an eye, the first floor of the Grand Hall was cleared. Before the paladins lay a staircase on each side leading to the upper levels. After conferring with Galen, Afarog decided that they would each lead a team of paladins to ascend the Grand Hall's upper levels via the left and right staircases. Afarog took only 8 paladins, entrusting the remaining 15 to Galen. To the surprise of the paladins, the typically competitive and proud Galen quietly accepted this suggestion. It appears that the higher-ranking demon warriors are stationed at the entrance, while within the Grand Hall, only a few of their kind can be seen. Afarok surged forth with unstoppable momentum, ascending to the pinnacle of the hall. Along the way, only a solitary hellfire statue proved somewhat formidable. The remainder of the demons were of ordinary caliber, akin to the laborers or the most destitute citizens of human society. In the blink of an eye, Afarok led his companions into an expansive chamber. The floor was adorned with an unfinished, colossal magical array. A temple mage, well-versed in magical formations, took a moment to discern its purpose, stating, "This is a portal to the demon realm. However, even upon completion, it seems it would only be capable of transporting a limited number of low-tier demons with feeble strength." Chapter 4. 9th level spell. All the Templars sensed that the dimness enveloping them was not confined merely to the chamber's space. Everything outside the windows had lost its color. An odd sensation swept through the hearts of each individual. Something must have transpired just moments ago. Yet the fleeting nature of that feeling was so ephemeral that even these Templar knights lost track of time. They were aware of what had occurred, but the timing eluded them, as if everything had manifested from nothingness. Afarok was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "This is time stop." The legendary 9th level magic, far surpassing even the capabilities of a Grand Archmage. The wielder of this spell, at the moment of its enactment, has ascended to the divine. Without uttering a word, Afarok radiated a golden light that pierced through the encroaching darkness of the world. In the incredulous gaze of the Templars, the Golden Lion took flight, soaring towards the direction of Galen and her cohort of Templars. Though the beautiful Galen was renowned as a breaker of spells, her formidable techniques could indeed be deemed the culmination of a mage's prowess, yet they were effective only against ordinary mages or even grand magicians. In the face of a sorcerer capable of invoking time stop, no amount of spellbreakers could hope to escape death. A faint gray ripple silently traversed the air, causing the Templars to feel a wave of weakness wash over them, their spirits weighed down by unease. Even Afarok, suspended in midair, felt his body sink slightly. A singular phrase passed through the minds of all the Templars: Death Mark, the terrifying 9th level spell. Any creature that beheld this mark faced the peril of being instantaneously slain by the immense, malevolent power it contained. The 8 Templars present merely brushed against the residual effects of the death mark and already felt overwhelming discomfort. What fate awaited Galen, who stood directly in its path? With a roar akin to a dragon's, the Golden Lion erupted forth in a brilliant surge of golden light, piercing through the walls and charging toward the opposite side of the Grand Hall. The tempest of battle aura unleashed by him caused several Templars to stagger backward. The Templar knights and mages exchanged horrified glances. Is this the power of the sanctum? The force that both warriors and mages pursue throughout their lifetimes? Before the paladins and mages could recover from their shock, a thunderous explosion erupted from afar, followed by a hail of flying stones. and an irresistible shockwave sent everyone tumbling in disarray. In this unexpected turmoil, the paladins truly lived up to their title of strength. The knights and warriors, boasting exceptional physical defenses, instantly shielded the spellcasters with their own flesh and blood. While the rain of stones may have severely injured them, for the fragile spellcasters, each small stone could prove fatal. As the dust settled, the once towering 5-story stone hall lay reduced to rubble. 8 paladins emerged from the debris, silently gazing at the grim scene before them. At the opposite end of the hall's former site, only Galen remained standing, visibly battered, her tattered garments and pale complexion revealing the extent of her injuries. The other 10 or so paladin warriors and mages lay lifeless on the ground, ensnared in eternal slumber. Confronted by the legendary death mark of magic, only the dispeller Galen survived, thanks to her formidable magical resistance. In the sky, 2 resplendent figures faced each other. On one side stood the invincible golden lion, Opharok, the god of war among the new generation of paladins of the Church of Light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. On the other side was a stunning woman clad in black robes, exuding an aura of dark infernal flames. Could it be that the legendary 9th-tier magic originated from this seemingly delicate and frail woman? Answers soon emerged. The woman in black deftly wove mysterious magical symbols with her snow-white hands, her 10 nails glowing with an eerie blue hue as they traced intricate patterns in the air, leaving the onlookers dizzy. A pale gray light flowed from her fingertips, aimed at the faltering Galen. The 8th-tier magic, Finger of Death, was not something anyone would dare to confront head-on, wagering their life against it. With a piercing cry, Opharok surged forth like a bolt of lightning, positioning himself before Galen just before the gray light could reach her. The light vanished into Opharok's chest, sinking silently as if cast into the depths of the ocean. Such formidable magical resistance, praised the woman in black. Her voice, as enchanting as her striking beauty, was a rare delight in this world. Opharok swiftly hurled Galen towards the surviving 8 paladins, ascending into the sky once more. Even when faced with an opponent capable of wielding the fabled 9th-tier magic, he remained composed. Your magical power is already dwindling. I should not take advantage of this. But in the face of the demon race, victory outweighs all else. Therefore, I apologize. The woman in black chuckled lightly. You truly speak with conviction. What a formidable man you are. For reasons unknown, Opharok suddenly felt his face grow warm. From afar, a booming voice echoed, Dirty demon woman. If you resist any further, they will perish because of you. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, where Cabana led a group of fewer than 300 warriors, slowly advancing in this direction. Beneath the glinting blades of the soldiers lay over 100 injured demons, most of whom were very young. These demons possessed little fighting strength, as the capable warrior demons had already fallen in pools of blood. Cabana's meticulously planned ambush had proven effective. The demons in the crater had been more than capable of putting up a fight, yet during the initial assault by the Sanctum, most of their elite warriors had succumbed. Chapter 5. The variable now. The sole variable was the woman in black, with her unimaginable and formidable magical prowess. Should the golden lion falter, even in exhaustion, she had the capacity to eliminate everyone present. Fortunately, it seemed the golden lion held the upper hand. However, the battle among such powerful beings was far beyond the comprehension of those on the ground. The outcome would only be revealed at the final moment. Disperse your magical power. Come down, and put on the magic suppression shackles. Otherwise, I will kill them immediately, Cabana shouted. Grabbing a rather exquisite young demon, he continued, This one is your brother, isn't he? I will count to 3, and if you do not comply with my demands, I will slay him. The members of the Sanctum exchanged bewildered glances, all feeling that Cabana had lost his mind. Everyone understood that demons were notoriously ruthless, and that this woman, possessing such terrifying strength, must be a significant figure among them. How could she possibly bind herself for the sake of these powerless demons? If angered, she might annihilate everyone along with the hostages. Suddenly, the woman in black turned her gaze towards Opharok and calmly inquired, Can you guarantee that they will depart unharmed? Opharok was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. He nodded and replied, If you submit, I swear by my soul that your kin shall depart safely. The woman smiled faintly, then unleashed a plume of black flame, infused with an incomprehensible and pure magical energy. Once her magical power was spent, the woman in black truly descended to the ground, surrendering herself for the sake of these utterly defenseless young demons. Crack! It was only when the magic suppression shackles were secured around the wrists of the woman in black that Galen dared to exhale. In that fleeting moment, he had broken into a cold sweat multiple times, his clothing thoroughly soaked. The Sanctum warriors, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed at Cabana with expressions of confusion. Once the demons had retreated into the deep mountains, under the urging of the Sanctum, Afarak finally asked Cabana why he was so certain that the woman in black would submit for the sake of these worthless demons. Cabana merely replied, with an air of indifference, that he had been battling demons for over 20 years and therefore understood their behavioral patterns. It appeared that the actions of the woman in black today were neither unprecedented nor would they be the last. However, this explanation starkly contrasted with everything known to the others. The young Sanctum warriors found themselves engulfed in uncertainty for the first time in their lives. After cleaning the battlefield of the Ringed Mountains, the troop turned northward, continuing their mission to eradicate the newly arisen necromancers. This contingent originally boasted 25 paladins and 500 elite warriors. However, as they set out once more, only 10 paladins and fewer than 300 warriors remained. This was the first time they camped after the Battle of the Ringed Mountains, and Afarak had a private audience with the woman clad in black. Why? Afarak had waited an entire day just to pose this question. The woman in black smiled enchanting, her unmatched beauty causing both the blue moon and the stars to pale in comparison. You are in a state of confusion, reborn angel. It is perhaps better for you not to know the answer to this question. For you, that answer could prove perilous. Why? The Golden Lion inquired. Very well. I shall reveal the answer. You should know that many adult demons would willingly sacrifice their lives to protect their offspring. She nodded. In the realm of these lowly beasts, such behavior is commonplace. Yet, why does it seem abnormal when it occurs among beings of higher intellect like us demons? The abnormality lies not with our kind, but within your hearts. The Golden Lion furrowed his brow, sensing a dangerous seed germinating deep within his soul. He struggled to articulate a rebuttal, but your kind is inherently brutal, enticing others to fall as a matter of nature. Moreover, you are a race that revels in infighting, valuing strength above all else. The woman in black interrupted him. Do you trust your ears more than your eyes? Indeed. We demons prioritize strength and esteem heroes based on power, but this does not contradict the instinct to protect our race's children. It is all about survival. However, Afarak suddenly felt his words dwindling and drying up. There is no denying that you are a brutal, bloodthirsty race that venerates darkness. And your magic leaves no room for mercy toward your adversaries. I have no qualms about killing, especially enemies. You may deem me cruel. But did you offer my kin a chance to surrender as you charged into the Ringed Mountains? Under the brilliant gaze of the woman in black, the once fearless Golden Lion found himself unable to meet her eyes. Chapter 6. A troubled heart. The troop continued their meandering journey northward. Each night, Afarak would engage in lengthy discussions with the captured woman in black, and with each departure, his confusion deepened. The once resplendent Golden Lion was withering day by day. They were merely half a day's journey from the Valley of the Setting Sun, and that night, as was his custom, the Golden Lion conversed with the woman in black. Just before he departed, she suddenly called out to him, "Tomorrow, you shall set forth to eliminate the necromancer, correct?" Indeed, the assault is scheduled for noon tomorrow, the time when the undead's power is weakest. The woman in black furrowed her brow slightly and said softly, "My soul senses an inexplicable unease. What if lurking in the valley is not a fledgling necromancer, but a formidable lich, such as Rodriguez? What then will you do?" Afarak smiled and remarked, "It certainly cannot be Rodriguez. He has just appeared in the north, and now Lord Augustus has personally gone to hunt him down. As for the other necromancers, they are hardly worth concerning ourselves with." With that, the Golden Lion made to depart. Wait. The woman in black gazed deeply at him. "If unforeseen circumstances arise tomorrow, and should you choose to trust me, please unlock these magical restraints for me." Afarak paused, taken aback. What would happen if he were to release her from the magical shackles? Despite the Golden Lion's unwavering confidence, he harbored no desire to confront this enigmatic sorceress of the demon race, capable of casting multiple ninth-tier spells. She suddenly chuckled. "I am a reincarnated angel. And you are of demon lineage. You too are no longer a pure angel. Why should you not trust me? If you do not believe in me, then why do you engage with me daily? What you truly doubt is yourself. You will indeed unlock these magical restraints for me." Silently, the Golden Lion departed. He suddenly recalled the day he had just broken through to the Holy Realm, a day filled with youthful exuberance as he sought out his mentor, Augustus. The commander of the Holy Knights, the Blood Angel Augustus, who struck fear across the continent, had not shown much joy at that moment. He merely sighed, "Afarak, For us reincarnated angels, great power is easily attained. Yet our greatest adversary is neither the demons nor Rodriguez. Our true enemy is ourselves. If one day you must confront yourself, you will realize that no matter how potent your power, it is ultimately futile. Now, the Golden Lion had long since delved deep into the realm of the holy. Though still young, he found that few could rival him across the continent. Was it finally time for him to confront his own self? Shortly after his departure, another slender figure stealthily entered the tent that imprisoned the woman in black. "Do you wish to kill me?" The reincarnated angel was indeed ensnared by the desires of the flesh. The woman in black calmly regarded Galen, seemingly oblivious to the gleaming blade of demon-slaying in her hand. Galen gritted her teeth. "I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I can sense that his heart is entirely consumed by you. What am I to do? Only by eliminating you can he possibly notice me again." The woman in black smiled gently. "You are both reincarnated angels, while I belong to the demon race. He seeks me out in his confusion, though my knowledge is limited. I understand that being ensnared by physical desires is the greatest obstacle for reincarnated angels. In truth, you were equally lost. Will killing me grant you what you desire? If you believe so, then do it." With that, she closed her eyes, offering her long, beautiful neck to Galen. A profound silence enveloped the tent. With a clatter, the demon-slaying blade fell to the ground. Galen, tears streaming down her face, fled the tent in anguish. In the early morning, Afarak once again entered the tent that held the woman in black. He gazed at the fallen blade, deep in thought. As the sun reached its zenith, the golden-armored Afarak boldly stepped into the valley of the setting sun. Within the valley, numerous undead creatures roamed, though the newly awakened necromancers were feeble, resulting in the absence of formidable undead beings. However, the deeper Afarak ventured into the valley, the more he felt an inexplicable unease, a tremor emanating from the very depths of his soul. Although he was reluctant to admit it, this tremor bore an unsettling resemblance to fear. In the depths of the valley, all traces of the undead had vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence. Not only Afarak, but also his fellow paladins fell into a quiet disquiet, each sensing the indescribable shudder. It became evident to all that what lay hidden at the valley's core was not merely an inexperienced necromancer, but an unimaginably powerful entity. Chapter 7. The return of Rodriguez. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option, for the paladins had already caught sight of the immense shadow looming before them. The valley of the setting sun swiftly darkened, the azure sky morphing into a heavy leaden gray, while the once high-hanging sun now emitted a faint, dim red light. The pervasive aura of death had enveloped the valley. Under its influence, the strength of those within the valley rapidly waned. Several ordinary soldiers collapsed, lifeless. With a commanding shout, Afarak ascended, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. A gentle golden radiance cascaded from above, enveloping the paladins and shielding them from the oppressive aura of death. Faced with this unprecedented foe, the Golden Lion could no longer afford to conserve even a trace of its power. As the colossal shadow in the depths of the valley gradually came into focus, a profound dread settled in the hearts of all. Before them lay an unprecedentedly massive skeletal dragon, towering at 10 meters and extending over 50 meters in length, dwarfing even a holy dragon. Such a creature, in life, must have wielded extraordinary power, and in death, it was no ordinary skeletal dragon. Its deep black bones, adorned with flickering magical symbols, spoke volumes of its mystery and might. Yet, Afarak's gaze was fixated not on the enormous skeletal dragon, but rather on the figure before it, the dark-robed necromancer. In the space surrounding the necromancer, there was neither energy nor magic, neither life nor the stench of death. It was a void, an abyss capable of consuming all. "Welcome to the Valley of the Setting Sun, young angels. Ah, and welcome to you, noble lady of the demon lineage. I had intended to catch mere minnows, yet I find myself ensnared by a young sea dragon." The necromancer's chilling voice resonated within the hearts of the young paladins, a sound that even Afarak could not banish from his soul. Before the paladins could recover from their astonishment, the necromancer's mental waves once again enveloped the entire Valley of the Setting Sun. "My name is Rodriguez. Rodriguez, the most formidable necromancer. A legendary figure who has stood alone against the entire Church of Light for 3 centuries, has become synonymous with death itself. Yet, having only recently emerged in the north, how could he have suddenly traversed vast distances to manifest in the Valley of the Setting Sun? Could it be that the valley was a scheme meticulously orchestrated by Rodriguez long ago? Upon hearing his name, the hearts of all sank into despair. They understood that today, any hope of survival had been irrevocably extinguished. Rodriguez approached slowly, revealing his true visage to the crowd. At first glance, it is indeed difficult to conceive that this skeletal figure draped in tattered black robes is the renowned necromancer who has left an indelible mark upon the continent. Rodriguez's gaze fell upon the woman clad in black, and he remarked, "Beautiful lady of the demon race, why do you persist in the pretense of wearing those magic-suppressing shackles? Such trifles can only confine mediocre sorcerers. How could they ever restrain one of your caliber?" The woman in black casually removed the magic-suppressing shackles and cast them to the ground, letting out a soft laugh. Though wearing them was merely for show, a fool has already managed to unlock them. As she spoke, her eyes, shimmering with a subtle mirth, glanced toward the sky, where Afarak was engaged in a fierce battle against a skeletal dragon. Galen, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, turned pale. A wave of vague yet poignant bitterness surged within her. The woman in black glided towards Rodriguez, her delicate hands weaving a tapestry of magical symbols. One shimmering magic shield after another appeared around her, each radiating with prismatic hues, heralding the commencement of this legendary magical duel. With a sweep of the Rodriguez staff, amidst the swirling mists, two towering 3-meter-tall mummified warriors heeded the call. They strode forward, bypassing the cloaked woman, and charged towards the sanctuaries behind her. The dark-clad woman hesitated momentarily before chanting the spell to halt time. She was suddenly at a loss as to which magic to employ in response. The now-undead Rodriguez was evidently immune to both the mark of death and the finger of death, and her soul-eating flower proved ineffective. Should she summon elemental lords or open a portal to the abyss? How could such summoned beings possibly contend with legendary mummified warriors? Chapter 8. The charge requires only courage in the thick, oppressive aura of death. All the sanctuaries felt drained, their combat prowess significantly diminished. Only the spellbreaker Galen, possessing formidable magical resistance and sharing the status of a reincarnated angel with Afarak, remained unscathed. The sanctuaries could not withstand the deathly presence, and the ordinary warriors collapsed one after another before they even had the chance to engage the mummified warriors. Cabina trembled, lowering his helmet's visor as he brandished his spear, charging directly at Rodriguez. Galen seized Cabina, nearly shouting, "Are you seeking death? The space around Rodriguez has transformed into a perilous void. With your strength, you will perish before you even approach him." Cabina glanced at Galen and calmly replied, "A charge requires only courage." With a fierce tug, he broke free from Galen's grasp and took great strides towards Rodriguez. As the distance between him and Rodriguez diminished, the aged knight's armor rapidly faded, soon transforming into a cloud of gray. An invisible wind swept past the knight, making his final charge, reducing him to a mere wisp of gray dust. Galen stood in stunned silence. She despised the rigid and unapproachable old knight, held his strength in contempt. Yet at that moment, something lodged in her throat. She looked around in confusion. One of the remaining 8 sanctuary comrades had already fallen in the face of the 2 terrifying mummified warriors. The greatly weakened sanctuaries had no strength left to retaliate. If only there were a stone of divine judgment, Galen thought despairingly. The stone could summon the attention of the celestial realm, invoking the main deity to descend with the light of judgment. It was nearly the only means to vanquish Rodriguez. However, the stone of divine judgment was exceedingly precious and rare. How could a unit merely training the sanctuary's newcomers hope to acquire one? The chance of survival rested solely in the legendary battles unfolding in the skies and on the ground. Suddenly, an unimaginable magical storm erupted. A colossal tornado, over a kilometer wide and entirely composed of chaotic magical energy, surged skyward. The frail form of the cloaked woman was thrown from the tempest. In that instant, she touched the spiritual realm of Rodriguez. Yet before her eyes lay a towering mountain range. The tempest vanished in an instant, and the unscathed Rodriguez re-emerged. With a mere flick of his staff, the multiple magical defenses enveloping the woman in black dissolved like remnants of snow beneath the blazing sun. This was the legendary magic disintegration, the ultimate annihilator of all protective spells. In the heavens above, Afarak found himself ensnared in a fierce battle. This enigmatic colossal skeletal dragon possessed power that far surpassed that of an ordinary bone dragon. He even harbored doubts that the fearsome Dracolic, a creature of legend, could rival the strength of the beast before him. Afarak remained acutely aware of the conflict unfolding below, yet he was unprepared for the swift defeat that befell the woman in black. As Rodriguez raised his staff once more, a sense of emptiness enveloped Afarak, and he charged towards her like a bolt of lightning. However, the skeletal dragon's breath was swifter. An invisible torrent of draconic breath caught up with Offerok mid-flight, striking him forcefully in the back. The burning golden lion crashed heavily onto the ground before the woman in black. He immediately struggled to rise, brandishing his battle spear to shield her behind him. The outcome of this confrontation was already glaringly evident. Yet, none noticed the despair in Galen's beautiful eyes and the unbearable anguish within her heart. I will ultimately triumph over you once. Galen gazed at the stunning woman in black, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 9. You saved me once, I repay you with a lifetime. A melodious chant shattered the brief silence that enveloped the battlefield. With my flesh and blood, I shall transform into the all-seeing eye. Offerok turned in astonishment to see Galen kneeling on the ground, fervently praying. Rays of holy light emanated from her being, piercing through the gloom of the valley. Galen, cease this at once. You cannot invoke the eye of divine judgment even at the cost of your very soul. Offerok bellowed. I beseech the omnipotent gods, descend with the light of judgment. Galen's voice grew increasingly faint. At this moment, what radiated from her was not merely holy light, but also surging sacred flames. Willing to relinquish her prolonged life and endure the agony of being consumed by holy fire, Galen sought to replace the stone of divine punishment with her burning soul, attempting to summon the judgmental light from the celestial realms. Yet, no one could decipher Galen's final whisper. You saved me once, I repay you with a lifetime. A milky white beam of light shot towards the heavens, but it ultimately failed to pierce through the darkness that enveloped the Sunset Valley. Unbeknownst to them, the sanguine sunlight once again poured down upon the valley, causing the wandering undead to halt their movements and collapse to the ground. The two mummy warriors stood rigid for a moment before exploding into a cloud of dust. Rodriguez let out a sigh. Addressing the battle-weary Offerok, you are no longer a pure angel, and she is not an ordinary demon. I believe you have given me sufficient reasons to spare your lives. He summoned the skeletal dragon from the heavens, preparing to depart. Offerok stared blankly at the place where Galen once stood. What was once a beautiful Galen now remained only an empty void, devoid of even a scrap of fabric. Rodriguez, if you do not kill me now one day, I shall personally bring about your destruction. The golden lion roared fiercely. The setting sun bathed the entire valley in crimson hues, and as a gentle breeze swept through, all the bodies transformed into mere dust. In the valley, only Offerok and the woman in black remained. Offerok gazed at the woman, momentarily at a loss for words. Where are you going? The woman in black smiled softly. I do not know. Then, come with me. The woman raised her delicate brows, a lingering smile illuminating her eyes. Oh, are you no longer lost? Offerok let out a hearty laugh, fully regaining the radiance of the golden lion. He strode ahead toward the valley's exit. Indeed, the distinction between angels and demons is not so significant. The woman in black smiled charmingly and followed Offerok out of the valley. Beneath the blood-red sunset, the two left elongated shadows in the valley. Is the separation between angels and demons truly insignificant? The woman mused silently, letting out a soft sigh. Very well, let him be. Suddenly, Offerok remarked, I have yet to ask your name. Elysis. The Y&D-related work, Necromancer the Temple of ODI. Nestled at the foot of the snowy mountains of Alaska, is one of the 19 grand temples dedicated to the supreme creator deity on the continent. The entire temple is constructed of ivory white marble, with 24 colossal marble columns that one could embrace, adorned with intricate carvings praising the creator deity and his followers. Atop the temple stands a statue of an angel, its wings radiating a soft, milky white magical glow that envelopes the entire structure. The temple took 16 years to complete, and on the day it was finished, the skies resonated with the long blasts of thousands of horns, petals fell like rain, and a white holy light descended from above. An angel with wings appeared through the sacred light, bestowing divine blessings upon the temple. Since then, the Temple of ODI has remained shrouded in holy light, making it the only temple, aside from the bright temple where the Pope resides, to have witnessed a divine miracle upon its completion. As the moon Modis reached its zenith, Glenn finally discerned the source of his inner turmoil. Yes, it was the Saintess Vina, who had just arrived at the temple that day. Her classically sculpted face, the elegant curve of her nose, and lips chiseled like stone radiated an aura of divinity. With every gesture, the silhouette of her form beneath her flowing white garment lingered vividly in Blenn's mind. That is an angel, Blenn murmured to himself. He felt a dryness in his mouth, yet water was nowhere to be found. Cursing softly, he rose and exited the temple. Saintess Vina had grown up beside the Pope, her origins shrouded in mystery. For 17 years, this was her first venture beyond the sacred temple of light. Beneath her neck, as pure as snow, the sacred white robe could not conceal the subtle tremors that emanated from her slightest movements. That tremor expanded in Bren's mind, igniting his nerves. For the first time, Bren found himself wishing he were a thief, for then he chuckled bitterly, realizing that no thief could contend with a 16th level light mage. Having trained within the church for over 40 years, he had barely reached the 13th level. Truly, the gods were biased. He glanced up at the moon, only to discover a hint of blood-red hue within its light. As astonishment washed over him, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The holy light of the temple vanished. Darkness was undoubtedly one of Bren's most detested entities. He stifled his panic, murmuring incantations while tracing intricate symbols with his fingers, preparing to cast the 3rd-level divine spell. Holy light. This spell not only banished evil, but also served as a temporary source of illumination. From behind, a black hand, etched with countless magical symbols, or rather, a skeletal hand, silently crept up to Bren's throat. With a gentle stroke of its index finger, Bren's holy light spell was thwarted. A fully armored warrior stood beside Bren's lifeless body, clad in deep black plate armor and wielding a long sword engulfed in black flames. Only the skeletal grip of the sword revealed its true nature. As it pointed its sword forward, legions of skeletal warriors emerged from the darkness, surging toward the temple. Occasionally, an undead knight riding a flaming skeletal steed burst forth from the shadows, crashing into the camps of the temple knights flanking the church. What is this? Guards, wake up. Amidst the commotion, the temple knights stirred from their slumber. The temple of Oedipus housed 400 well-trained knights, swiftly donning simple armor. A portion of them fought valiantly at the gate to stem the seemingly endless tide of skeletal soldiers, while the rest armed themselves with urgency. Some priests had already begun casting spells. Under the dim holy light of the great hall, Vena's ice-carved visage revealed no tremor. As she gazed imperiously at the necromancer before her, clad in a black robe, the necromancer's eye sockets burned with a pale flame. I am Rodriguez, the necromancer you have sought for 3 centuries. Rodriguez's voice resonated directly in Vena's mind. She was taken aback. With her power as a 16th level light mage, she was on the brink of demigod status. The fact that this necromancer could breach her mental defenses and communicate directly within her mind suggested his mental prowess was formidable enough to exert control over her. Moreover, the name, Rodriguez, the most powerful necromancer, would taint her thoughts with his malevolence. Let us unveil the true identity of the saintess. The voice of Rodriguez once again echoed in Wena's heart. The necromancer's eyes blazed with fiery intensity, and a frigid wave of mental energy surged into Wena's mind. Exploding within her, a muffled groan escaped her lips, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Following this, formidable evil evaded the gaze of our Heavenly Father. As another mental strike approached, a surge of overwhelming power erupted deep within Wena's soul. The temple resonated with hymns praising the divine, and streams of holy light burst forth from her being, dispelling Rodriguez's mental onslaught. A pair of immaculate wings, glimmering with hints of golden radiance, unfurled slowly from Wena's back. Under the influence of divine power, she began to ascend into the air, her eyes transformed entirely into a silvery sheen. In the name of the Holy Father, I shall obliterate the evil before me. Wena's voice, still melodious, now bore no trace of human emotion. As she chanted, hundreds of spheres of holy light rapidly coalesced around her. Rodriguez chuckled darkly. I thought you were merely an ordinary angel. Who would have imagined you to be a mid-tier light angel? It seems your supreme deity has not favored you. As the light angel's spell reached completion, the hymns in the temple soared in intensity, and holy light projectiles rained down upon Rodriguez. The necromancer raised his staff, and grayish-white flames erupted around him, forming a wall of fire. Countless holy projectiles violently struck the flame barrier, each explosion causing the fire to flicker and dim. In a matter of moments, the necromancer had withstood hundreds of holy projectiles, and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. In this brief respite, Rodriguez's spell was ready. As his fingers traced the final magical symbol, a resounding crack echoed, and his left hand disintegrated into bone dust. A colossal magical array materialized on the ground behind Wena, black flames shooting skyward. Above the array, an enormous skeletal dragon's head emerged from the void, fixating its gaze on the light angel as its vast form gradually stepped forth from the abyss. 2/3 of the temple hall was now occupied by this unprecedentedly gigantic skeletal dragon. Wayna, fully restored to her battle form as a light angel, should not have feared such a powerful undead creature. Yet this particular skeletal dragon exuded an inexplicable aura. Typical skeletal dragons were never this immense, at most. They would measure only 2/3 the size of the one before her, with bones pale or dark gray, often coated in dust and cobwebs from years of slumber. This dragon was deep black, with arcane symbols occasionally manifesting upon its bones. The unease within Wayna intensified. As a light angel, she should have been capable of confronting two skeletal dragons simultaneously. Why did she feel fear? No, it seemed she had never heard of summoned skeletal dragons before. I have warned you. The supreme deity has not blessed you. The necromancer's chilling voice resonated once more in Wayna's mind. The skeletal dragon, with its bony wings unfurled, raised its head to the heavens as a silent roar swiftly reverberated through the air. Outside the temple, the valiant knights and priests, fiercely battling the undead in an attempt to breach the sanctuary, appeared as if struck by a mighty force. Some of the weaker knights coughed up blood and gradually collapsed to the ground. A ripple of energy surged through Vina's protective barrier, pushing her back several steps. The dragon's roar alone was nearly unbearable, had it unleashed its breath. Before she could ponder further, Vina instinctively turned to flee. At that moment, the dragon's breath descended silently upon her. Her protective barrier quivered violently, flickering in and out of existence. Suddenly, a blinding light, nearly overwhelming in its intensity, accompanied by a tempestuous storm, swept through the temple, engulfing everything within. When tranquility was restored, Vina found herself embedded in the temple wall, her white robe tattered and torn, exposing her skin, which was as pale as ice and marred by bloodstains. As the storm subsided, her body slid to the ground, leaving a haunting crimson trail upon the wall. Ah, indeed, she is a celestial angel, enduring the dragon's breath from the demon atheist glow with but a few superficial wounds. Yet now, your divine power must be depleted. Vina spat out blood, struggling to pull together her tattered robe to cover her exposed form, laboriously uttering, "You must know that everything you have done today cannot escape the gaze of the Father. Even if your strength surpasses mine, you shall not stand against any of the supreme deities." Cough, cough. Furthermore, the light of judgment will soon descend, no matter where you hide. You cannot evade the fate of purification. It appears you are still unaware of my desires. As a necromancer, my power has reached the zenith of this realm. Regardless, the light of judgment will inevitably fall upon me. The divine will not permit the emergence of forces that threaten its supremacy. I have hidden for 300 years, and I no longer wish to evade. Now, my beloved celestial angel, grant me your soul. What? No, no. Vina suddenly shrieked, her voice hoarse, completely bereft of the sanctity characteristic of a celestial being. The necromancer began to chant incantations anew, the bones of his left arm crumbling to ashes. As the spell concluded, a figure slowly emerged from outside the temple. It was Bishop Brundon. His usually well-maintained visage now bore a pallid hue, the wound in his throat having bled dry, revealing the ghastly white of exposed flesh. Brundon's gaze fell upon Vina, his eyes fixating on her once pure, now bloodstained and bruised thighs. The desires of his former life were magnified 1,000-fold under the influence of the necromantic spell. A beastly roar erupted from the bishop's throat as he lunged at the celestial angel. Vina, regaining her composure, summoned the last vestiges of her divine power. Disregarding the red-robed cleric's desperate attempts to claw at her, she derisively challenged the necromancer. "Do you truly believe this will secure my soul?" Of course. It is not merely this. The right arm of Rodriguez shattered once more, releasing tendrils of dark mist that swiftly enveloped Vina's being. Wayna, in a state of sheer terror, realized that the divine power she had painstakingly gathered for self-detonation had been completely dispelled by the waves of deathly energy. Subsequently, these dark tendrils ensnared her very soul, preventing her ascension to the celestial realm. The curse of the undead, exacting a toll on my corporeal form, is not so easily broken. Thus, let our performance commence in this hallowed arena. Wayna and the bishop, their bodies entwined in a state of utter vulnerability, gradually ascended to the altar. The sacred light that had long illuminated the altar was now supplanted by a faint veil of darkness, transforming what was once the most sanctified place into a haven of wickedness, desire, and fear. The bishop, in a frenzied manner, ravaged the pristine form beneath him as viscous, murky yellow liquid dripped incessantly from his tongue. His violet-hued hands contorted Wyna's ample bosom into grotesque shapes. Wyna, biting down on her tongue, emitted a piercing scream that shattered the barrier of the necromancer, echoing through the blood-red night sky. Across various enigmatic sanctuaries on the continent, some consciousnesses began to stir from their deep slumber, gazing towards the direction of the temple. All inhabitants of Port awoke from their nightmares, some stepping outside their homes to find the night sky transformed into a dark crimson hue, with the once visible temple now shrouded in obscurity. Gradually, the entire realm seemed to slightly tremble. The necromancer chanted incantations fervently, as his bones shattered one after another. The flames in his eyes blazed brighter, fixated on the writhing bodies upon the altar. With a roar akin to thunder, the most malevolent seeds were sown throughout Wyna's being. In that moment, her spirit finally shattered. The half-dismembered form of the necromancer's visage ignited with a fierce glow, resulting in the explosion of his skull. From within, a transparent figure, ensnared by dark mist, emerged. The necromancer opened his mouth and expelled a pearl, around which layers of intricate magical formations floated. Beneath this artifact, the soul pearl. I shall see where you flee. Ha ha. The ethereal soul of the celestial being was instantly drawn into the pearl. The necromancer gazed at the imprisoned soul within the pearl, his low laughter resonating like thunder across the heavens. Subsequently, what remained of his skull shattered as a tendril of black mist entered the pearl. Amidst the white clouds above, wisps of pale azure flames erupted, as the blood-red clouds were consumed by the inferno, illuminating Port as if it were daylight. The townsfolk stood in the streets, awestruck by the celestial phenomena unfolding above them. The resounding sacred hymn echoed once more, as a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping the temple, which ignited in flames, the dark essences rapidly vanishing within the blaze. In the sacred year 682, the temple of Odysseus was desecrated by the undead. The most powerful necromancer, Rodriguez, faced the divine judgment of the furious deities, reduced to ashes. The temple, once hailed as the Temple of Radiance, was consumed by purifying fire, reduced to ruins. In the sacred year 682, Rog Otter Rivers had already spent 4 years at the Rhine Magic Academy, where, possessing a commendable talent, he would soon emerge as a fully-fledged magician in just 2 years' time. In this tumultuous era, the allure of wizards is undeniable, owing to their well-known destructive capabilities. Simultaneously, due to the equally acknowledged vulnerabilities of these practitioners, namely their frailty and the protracted incantation times, ensuring their protection during warfare has become a paramount concern. Nevertheless, even the most esteemed generals of the continent find it challenging to completely avert the casualties among wizards. Mastery of magic necessitates a rare talent, and becoming a proficient wizard requires a considerable investment of time. Consequently, the number of wizards on the continent remains remarkably scarce, which, in turn, elevates their status significantly. Furthermore, most high-ranking wizards are affluent individuals, as various gemstones, magical silver, and enchanted materials hold considerable value. Advanced magical artifacts often enable wizards to engage in battles across different tiers of power. It has been remarked that a wizard's magical prowess is directly proportional to their wealth. Lord Rivers, the father of Rog, is a minor noble within the Rhenish Confederation, possessing merely a small town and a few surrounding villages with a population of just a few thousand. Nevertheless, as a landholding noble, Rog is entitled to include Ada in his name, a symbol of the hereditary nobility within the Rhenish Confederation. The names of the nations across the continent are diverse and peculiar, with each country often bearing a unique designation. In recent years, with the rise of the Holy Church and the expansion of ecclesiastical authority, various nations have gradually embraced Gloria as the name for the continent, signifying a hymn of praise to the divine. Situated in the southeast corner of the continent, the Rhenish Confederation consists of over a dozen principalities united together, and in comparison to the 3 great powers of the continent, Darrow, Austro-Hungary, and Azrofik, it can only be deemed a second-rate state. However, it is better than some while falling short of others. King Louis XIV of the Confederation frequently boasts of his military might in front of the remaining 30 or so smaller nations, particularly in relation to the neighboring Principality of Ron and the city-state of Kduo. Yet, this king's interests in art, beauty, and the elixir of life far surpass his ambitions for territorial expansion. During his reign of over a decade, he has largely maintained peaceful relations with neighboring states. In accordance with the status of the Rhenish Confederation, The Rhenish Magic Academy stands as a second-tier institution on the continent, located in the northern part of the Confederation's capital, Ren City. Its teaching style is characterized by simplicity, which has directly contributed to the lack of any figures of great renown emerging from its over 300 years of history. Rogg's family has fallen into a state of decline, with only 4 servants remaining in their household, a rather embarrassing situation for a nobleman with a fief. Old Rivers, despite his irritable temperament, possesses little financial acumen, and their income continues to dwindle year by year. Nevertheless, this does not deter Rogg from indulging in all the vices befitting a nobleman: arrogance, vanity, lust, volatility, and a cunningness rare among his peers. At the tender age of 14, Rogg first experienced his manhood with a maid in his household, thereafter plunging his small estate into chaos. Consequently, Old Rivers had no choice but to send Rogg to this magical academy a year later, exhausting the last of their ancestral jewels to do so. Rogg does not anticipate any further financial support from the old gentleman. He requires funds for his daily amusements. Consequently, he sweet-talked his way into the good graces of a mid-level mage, Fess, by managing the magical laboratory and undertaking tasks that Fess found inconvenient to address. At this moment, Rogg was engrossed in the study of a peculiar orb that had mysteriously appeared before him in the laboratory. The orb was dull and pallid, marred by several cracks, giving it an unremarkable appearance. The only feature that distinguished it was the faint flicker of black and white light swirling within. Rogg gazed intently, meticulously assessing the value of the jewel, unaware that the jewel was scrutinizing him in return. Suddenly, it cracked open, and a tendril of dark energy surged towards Rogg's forehead, penetrating his mind. In an instant, Rogg's form seemed to transform into that of a mollusk, writhing uncontrollably. At times, bulges appeared in one area while depressions formed in another, with black blood occasionally erupting from his skin. Eventually, Rogg slowly opened his eyes, which glimmered with an eerie pallor as a low, sinister laugh echoed. The mental fortitude of this soul is quite commendable. Rogg cast his gaze upon the fragments of the magical orb strewn across the ground. Just as the white mist struggled to escape, yet found itself unable to venture far from the shattered pieces of the jewel, Rogg's eyes sparkled as white mist and fragments of the soul orb were drawn into his forehead. A haunting cry echoed faintly within the laboratory. Within Rogg's body, a tumultuous energy surged like boiling water, only settling after a considerable time. When he reopened his eyes, he had returned to an appearance akin to an ordinary person. The dark aura was none other than the soul of Rodriguez, who, leveraging the soul orb's power to isolate all spiritual forces, had successfully evaded the judgment light and eluded the celestial realm's pursuit. Nonetheless, the might of the judgment light was insurmountable. No artifact could rival the true power of a deity. Furthermore, the judgment light was unleashed by the supreme god of the celestial realm, intended to eradicate the excessively potent evils of the world. After the battle at the Temple of Oedipus, the soul orb had exhausted all its energy. The necromancer chose not to annihilate Rogg's soul, but instead opted for fusion, inheriting all aspects of Rogg's character. Due to the limited energy of the soul orb, most of which was utilized to bind Vina's soul, the necromancer, during the merging process, only integrated the essence of magical understanding while forsaking the vast compendium of specific spells. At this juncture, Vina's soul retained merely the core essence of energy, known as the source of the divine, with her entire consciousness having long since dissipated. This fragment of divine essence was also incorporated into the soul. The necromancer did not extinguish Rogg's soul. Rather, he amalgamated his spiritual awareness. I have been too deeply imprinted by this world, and all I can achieve is destruction. Perhaps, for this world, creation holds the utmost significance. When an apple leaps onto a chessboard and begins to wreak havoc, its impact on the entire game is far greater than that of a piece that merely exits the board. Rogg's talents were hardly extraordinary. After 4 years of half-hearted practice, he had only managed to attain the rank of a second-level mage, capable of casting elementary and first-level spells. According to the regulations of the Rhine Magic Academy, one must successfully execute 2 distinct second-level spells to graduate, which corresponds to reaching the rank of a 4th-level mage. However, the soul fusion of a necromancer bestows immense mental power, thereby enabling an unparalleled mastery of magic. After all, a mage's strength lies not solely in the magnitude of their magical energy. The comprehension and control of that energy may hold even greater significance. In Rogg's view, a mage's might also hinges on cunning and wealth. A first-level mage adorned with magical enhancement rings on all 10 fingers would undoubtedly prevail over a second-level mage unarmed. The necromancer concurred with this notion, for the disparity between first and second-level mages is akin to the intellectual gulf separating a fool from a simpleton. Given Rogg's current prowess, grasping the intricacies of mages beyond the fourth level proved somewhat challenging. The magical framework of the Gloria continent, developed over many years primarily for the needs of warfare, has established a rigorous system. Generally speaking, as a mage ascends 2 levels in magical prowess, the range of spells they can wield increases by 1 level. Thus, a 10th level mage can cast 5th level spells, while an 11th level mage requires the magical energy to unleash 2 5th level spells. Of course, there exist anomalies outside this system, such as the necromancer Rodriguez. The essence of the divine is the purest form of soul energy. Rogg, whose soul and body have been utterly transformed, aims to create his own familiar from this source. Familiars are typically the domain of high-level mages and are, by nature, summoned creatures. However, creation is the realm of the divine, a concept that necromancers often dismiss. Yet, the divine is not an entity that necromancers hold in reverence, as they are preoccupied with merging souls and altering bodies. After fully integrating the soul law pearl, Rogg's physical form had transformed beyond recognition. Nevertheless, for various reasons, Rogg's appearance remained unchanged. He still appeared short and stout, with a rather unremarkable face and cunning eyes. However, the soul law pearl bestowed upon him another enigmatic ability, spatial manipulation. Rogg expressed no objections, though even if he had, he would not have dared to voice them. Upon learning of the origins of the divine essence, he felt an overwhelming envy towards Bruin. He was certain he would not be the last, Rogg thought with a scowl. After 3 days and nights of a dreamlike existence, enduring several scoldings from Fess, the necromancer finally completed his task. Rogg awakened. From this moment forth, Rogg remained Rogg, and Rodriguez was still Rogg. The necromancer had finally deceived the celestial realm, placing the apple upon the chessboard. The flowers remained flowers, the trees remained trees, and the myriad hues of the world remained unchanged. What was different, however, was Rogg. Rogg could distinctly perceive the essence of divinity's origin, the silver eyes, the chiseled contours, the rippling fabric beneath the white robe, akin to fragments of a dream that occasionally flickered in his mind. Thus, a flame ignited within him. The necromancer's innate aversion to angels did not diminish Rogg's lascivious desires. Rather, it was gradually overshadowed by the latter. The obsession commonly found among nobles was strikingly pronounced in Rogg. While most aristocrats exhibited their obsession through an unwavering belief in their superiority over commoners, Rogg's aspirations were far simpler: to recreate a celestial angel as his pet using the essence of divinity. Never had he yearned for power as intensely as he did now. The notion of a celestial angel etched deeply in his consciousness, prompting him to ponder the grandeur of the divine realm above. Possessing a pet was a privilege reserved for 7th-level sorcerers. With Rogg's mental prowess, the necromancer had deliberately chosen to retain the knowledge of fusion magic circles, combined with the purity of the divine essence. When his magical power reached the level of a 3rd-tier sorcerer, he might barely succeed in summoning his own companion. Fess, a 9th-level sorcerer, resided in a rather secluded 2-story building deep within the academy, serving as his magical laboratory. Given Fess's capabilities, he would not typically receive such accommodations even if he were to ascend another 2 levels. However, his notable skills as an alchemist far outweighed his magical prowess. High-grade magical items were cherished by all. Of course, Rogg's appearance was far from appealing. Fess chose Rogg as his apprentice partly due to his exceptional flattery, but also because Rogg had proven himself worthy in the presence of Fess's many invaluable gems. Rogg was by no means an honorable gentleman who would leave coins on the ground. Rather, he understood the principle of sacrificing small gains for greater benefits. Additionally, there was a deeper reason in Fess's subconscious. As a commoner, he relished the experience of being served by a noble. After several escapades together, the bond between Fess and Rogg deepened swiftly, and they discovered much common ground. Nonetheless, Fess felt a sense of joy witnessing Rogg's sudden fervor in studying magic circles and diligently honing his magical abilities. "Master, what purpose do these crooked symbols in the magic circle serve?" Rogg inquired. "Like the incantations you have learned, these symbols are drawn to concentrate the corresponding magical energy of space. The function of a spell varies depending on the magical materials used to inscribe it. The efficacy of a magic circle is determined by the magnitude, type, in sequence of the energy it accumulates. Are there not countless combinations for arranging magic circles? Indeed. There are hundreds of documented magical materials and dozens of pure elemental magical energies, which include various divine powers. Moreover, by controlling the magnitude, flow, and timing of the energy through incantations, the number of combinations is virtually limitless. Current magic circles are the result of countless failures recorded by predecessors. What happens if a magic circle is drawn incorrectly and then activated? As soon as he posed the question, Rogue mentally chastised himself for being foolish. The explosions that periodically occurred in Fess's laboratory were a clear indication of the potential consequences. However, Rogue's fortune was indeed remarkable. As an alchemist, Fess possessed rather mediocre magical prowess, yet he was exceptionally well-versed in the knowledge of magic circles. Within the Rhine Magic Academy, 3/4 of the students hailed from noble families, and those of lower nobility, like Rogue, often faced disdain. Noble students, generally less diligent than their commoner counterparts, still benefited from a significant disparity in magical equipment that enabled them to hold their own against common students. Conversely, students from humble backgrounds had no choice but to enhance their magical ability through rigorous training due to financial constraints. Originally, Rogue lacked the means to purchase magical gear and was unwilling to endure the same arduous training as commoners, resulting in his mediocre strength. Even when he occasionally bullied commoners, it was merely the rural populace outside the academy. Days passed, and the weather gradually turned cooler. Those who once knew Rogue were astonished by his transformation. That short, pudgy, shameless fellow now spent his days either buried in the dusty tomes of the library or locked away in his room in deep meditation. As his magical power slowly increased, on a day when snowflakes began to fall, Rogue finally reached the level of a third-tier mage. During this period, Rogue made an unexpected discovery. After undergoing a complete transformation, his body possessed explosive strength and agility rivaling that of a beast. Rather than being merely human, he had become akin to a beastly necromancer's judgment. In the early stages of the soul fusion, Rogue could still converse with the necromancer within his consciousness. However, by now, their souls had become completely intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. Clearly, this judgment could only stem from a necromancer with profound understanding of the anatomical structures of both humans and beasts. Another unexpected revelation was his mental prowess. One afternoon, while grappling with the principles of the wind magic circle, those silver eyes burned into his nerves. I could really use a drink, Rogue mused, recalling the wine goblet on the table by the window. His yearning for those eyes led him to prepare for another plunge into the ocean of magic circles, only to discover that the goblet was quietly hovering before him. To his astonishment, the goblet then came crashing down on his head, spilling cheap wine all over him. After this incident, Rogue realized he could control moving objects with his mental energy. After months of ignorant, yet fearless practice, he finally managed to toss a cat that had snuck in to steal food out of the house. This ability, when compared to magic, seemed both troublesome and useless. However, the faint understanding of the world's essence left by the necromancer made Rogue feel that this ability was indeed quite valuable. It would be many years before Rogue comprehended that he had misjudged the necromancer, as his prescience stemmed from a cunning individual's innate instinct for conspiracy. Regardless, this momentous day had finally arrived. Rogue gazed with near ecstasy at the colorful magic circle he had drawn within his dwelling. This pet-summoning magic circle had undergone significant modifications to align with the essence of the divine. Typically, a mage's summoned pets consisted of small creatures like imps, crows, or black cats, primarily serving reconnaissance purposes. The summoned creatures held a direct and essential connection to the mage's soul, and the death of a pet would generally deal a devastating blow to the mage. In this regard, Fess had once asserted that Rogue would summon a creature that was either a wild boar or a mole. The significance of mage pets in combat is rather limited, even for formidable creatures like the black tiger. Rather than relying on pets for battle, it is far more advantageous to employ summoned beasts, which possess immense power and ensure greater safety. The incantation of Rogue was completed, and magical energy began to seep into the array, flowing from the outside in. One by one, the symbols of the array illuminated, their various radiances intertwining. As the entire array shone brightly, the roars of demons and the hymns of heaven intertwined within the formation, while Rogue, drenched in sweat and veins bulging, exerted himself to sustain the array's insatiable demand for his magical essence. At the center of the array, a mass of black mist slowly materialized, incessantly dripping a liquid reminiscent of mercury. As the silvery liquid accumulated, it reached the size of a human head, at which point the mist dissipated, leaving only this mercury-like substance swirling and shifting in the air. Rog recited another incantation, placing his hand above the substance. Gradually, a drop of golden liquid oozed from Rog's fingertips and fell into the mass. Suddenly, the substance writhed with frenzy, and clouds of black mist erupted from within, enveloping the entire array. Rogue sat helplessly to one side, his hopeful gaze fixed upon the magic array, his silver eyes occasionally shimmering in the light before him. He understood that this creature would be unlike anything the world had ever known. Regardless of its form, he wished for it to possess a pair of silver eyes. As the mist dispersed, Rogue silently beheld his new pet, a tattered skeleton. This skeleton bore no resemblance to a formidable magical creature, not even qualifying as a mere skeletal soldier. Its frame was diminutive, indicating that it had not been a tall individual in life. The bones were marred with mottled imperfections, and notably, the skull bore several prominent fractures. The ribcage counted fewer than 20 ribs, perhaps once serving as sustenance for some wild beast in desperate need. The only distinguishing feature was the slender bony structures protruding from its back, seemingly remnants of what might have been wings. Is this truly the being conjured by the essence of the divine? Rogue's chin seemed on the verge of detachment. And this skeleton appeared utterly unworthy of any association with the deities of the celestial realm. Could it be that those gods, basking in infinite glory above, were fundamentally no different from evil itself? The following morning, after 3 consecutive attempts at summoning a pet, depleting his magical energy, Rogue finally came to terms with the fact that his companion was a skeleton. A routine meditation replenished his magic, and as dusk approached, it was time for a drink. The Oak Grove Tavern, rather venerable in age, boasted a considerable size and was located merely 3 blocks from the Northern Magic Academy, serving as one of the posting sites for mercenary guild missions. Consequently, it attracted a throng of magic apprentices and mercenaries, not to mention the lively women and young ladies seeking affluent suitors. "Is that not Rogue?" exclaimed a familiar voice. "It has been ages. I hear you've had quite the transformation this past half-year, truly aspiring to become a grand sorcerer?" Rogue turned to find Eat, an old comrade from their raucous days of brawling and chasing girls. Eat, a robust figure, was 3 years his senior, serving as the captain of the city defense cavalry and, by all accounts, a mid-level knight. Despite having trained Eat from a young age to become a knight, his father had inexplicably sent him to the Magic Academy. Nevertheless, Eat displayed considerable talent, having entered the academy a year later than Rogue, yet achieving the rank of a 3rd-level mage 6 months earlier, and was now diligently striving towards becoming a 4th-level sorcerer. Rogue walked over and sat beside Eat, silently raising his goblet to drink. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. At the table were 3 individuals who were clearly young gentlemen of leisure, adorned with the finely crafted swords typical of nobility. 2 dancers were playfully frolicking with the crowd, laughter echoing through the air. Eat affectionately draped an arm over Rogue's shoulder, saying, "My brother, these days without you have been rather dull. No one else has your flair for mischief. What is troubling you? Is it a lady who has eluded your grasp? Leave it to me. Here, let us raise a glass." He called out to the bartender, "Bring us 2 more bottles of tequila." The atmosphere in the bar gradually reached a crescendo, punctuated by the occasional shrill scream from a woman and the raucous laughter of several loud voices. "Come, my dear Rogue, allow me to introduce you. This is Luns Blom, the 2nd son of Count Blom, and here is Kate, whose father is my own superior. And this is Franco, the nephew of Marquis Florent." Eat, slightly inebriated, continued his introductions. "I must say, that lady over there is quite striking, though she appears rather formidable," Luns remarked, his gaze fixed on a corner of the bar. The others quickly followed his line of sight. In that corner, a table hosted 4 men and 2 women, seemingly mercenaries, one of whom was clad in the garb of a mage. A girl, around 18 or 19, was dressed provocatively in dark, short armor that left her long, pale thighs exposed, a belt strapped to her thigh with 3 throwing knives. The chest plate, shrouded in the dim light of the bar, concealed its true color but was undoubtedly crafted with precision, accentuating the curves of her figure. The neckline plunged deeply, almost causing Lun's eyes to fall into the enticing cleavage. The massive 2-handed sword beside her served as a sobering reminder of her strength. The warrior woman possessed a striking beauty, her light brown wavy hair cascading around her shoulders. Next to her sat a young noble girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, adorned in a long gown that, aside from its exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious fabric, bore little embellishment. The only noticeable adornment was a pair of sapphire earrings. At that moment, A sudden hush fell over the bar as everyone turned towards the entrance. Captivating their attention first was a cascade of golden hair, shimmering like the brightest sun, rendering all in attendance momentarily spellbound. Beneath that golden mane rested a visage that could rival the sun god's, forever etched with a calm smile. He wore only a chainmail breastplate of gold, intricately decorated with magical silver patterns. At the center of the breastplate was a lion's head in gold, embellished with a cross and tulips. Beside Offerok stood a woman, as imposing as an iceberg, only slightly shorter than the towering golden lion. Her stunning features betrayed no emotion. Dressed in a rare black mage robe, she moved as if black flames danced around her, her swaying form an irresistible allure. Behind her were two guards, exuding a palpable aura of menace, evidence that they had traversed the chasms of life and death countless times. Offerok and his entourage ascended the staircase without hesitation. After a considerable duration, the bar gradually returned to its usual clamor. Yet, Rog's heart was restless. For some inexplicable reason, he seemed to perceive a pair of silver eyes reflected in the radiant visage of Offerok. Suddenly, a large goblet exploded beside Rog, dousing him unexpectedly with ale. However, Lunz fared worse, as the goblet's trajectory met his forehead. Turning around, Rog beheld a fierce female warrior advancing with a massive sword, followed closely by 4 male mercenaries, all poised for battle. Aet, the eldest among them and seasoned in combat, sprang into action, attempting to chant a spell, yet having indulged in too much drink. His incantation for a sour arrow became a jumbled mess, yielding no effect. By this time, the opposing side had already engaged Lunz and the others in a chaotic melee, swiftly leaving the 3 with bruised faces. The female warrior was particularly ruthless, launching a vicious kick aimed at Lunz. Sensing the imminent danger, Lunz turned sharply, receiving the blow on his backside, which propelled him out of the fray. Aet shouted vigorously, seizing a longsword from one of the nearby individuals, momentarily assuming the role of a knight as he plunged into the skirmish. A few mercenaries, recognizing their adversaries as nobility, displayed a noticeable restraint. Rog's mind remained clear. He quickly conjured a magic missile, sending 2 luminous orbs arcing toward a male warrior. The warrior casually attempted to deflect the orbs with his sword, but Rog's mental prowess caused the orbs to halt midair, leaving the warrior to misjudge the timing of his defense. The orbs then circled back, bursting upon the warrior's face. Although the magic missile was a rudimentary spell with limited potency, the warrior's skin seemed to yield far more easily than his chainmail armor. Consequently, the warrior fell, bloodied and swaying unsteadily. Observing this, another warrior swiftly executed a sword technique, charging toward Rog with the swiftness reminiscent of gliding on ice. Startled, Rog had no time to cast a spell. He grit his teeth and invoked his mental force once more, this time targeting the warrior's foot. The charging warrior was abruptly tripped, tumbling headlong toward Rog. In a flash, Rog grasped a table to shield himself, and the warrior's head crashed through its surface. While the warrior remained dazed, the battle-hardened Rog seized the opportunity, gripping the adversary's helmet and delivering a knee strike that resounded with a crack as the warrior's nasal bone shattered. The enhanced strength Rog possessed due to his body modifications was formidable. The mercenary mage, who had yet to engage in the fray, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Anger surged across his face as he traced a symbol with his fingers, enveloping himself in a blue translucent protective magic shield. This 4th-level spell could absorb magic energy equivalent to at least level 10, one of the most commonly employed defensive spells by mages. However, Rog, possessing a rather unconventional understanding of magic, scoffed at the necessity of such a shield against mere apprentices. As the mercenary mage prepared to cast a fire-based offensive spell, he rapidly recited the incantation while drawing intricate symbols with his hands. Rog recalled that a magic absorption shield could not defend against physical attacks, so he seized a cup of ale and hurled it at the mage. The mage, caught off guard, was drenched from head to toe. Following this, several dishes, a chair, and even a table soared through the air toward him. The mercenary mage, in a state of disarray, finally had his spell interrupted. Before he could muster his anger, a figure lunged at him. It was Rog. Everyone knew that maintaining distance from a mage was perilous, thus an uncommon melee between mages ensued. Leveraging his youth, vigor, and a body augmented like that of a beast, Rog swiftly gained the upper hand. The furious female warrior unleashed a flurry of sword techniques, and the wounded soldier remained formidable, while Eat and his companion struggled valiantly, their rigorous training proving invaluable. At that moment, a soft, slippery object flew silently through the air, striking the female warrior squarely in the chest with a resounding smack. She let out a sharp scream, realizing it was a fried egg, clearly having been bitten into. It was Rog's mischievous throw before engaging in close combat with the mage, unexpectedly yielding an advantage. As the startled warrior recoiled, Eat and his companions launched a desperate assault on the injured soldier, their rogue tactics fully unleashed. The soldier soon endured 2 more sword strikes. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor of a tavern, Afarak observed with keen interest the retreating figures of Rog and the others. That mage is quite intriguing, he mused. Alicious, do you not find his demeanor somewhat reminiscent of yours? The rotund figure remarked. That fat man is a disgrace to all nobility and mages. The icy woman delivered her verdict on Rog. Very well, replied Afarak. Richard, investigate this rotund fellow. One of Afarak's guards bowed and then gradually melted into the shadows. After the snow, the skies cleared, draping the entire city of Rhine in a silvery veil. Sunlight refracted through the icy treetops, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. As the city's filth and ugliness seemed to have been washed away, this winter arrived slightly earlier than usual in Rhine. Much to the delight of the nobility and affluent citizens, it was once again the season for ladies of high society to showcase their new winter gowns. In the southwestern district of Solrin, a forgotten corner of the city housing the impoverished, individuals engaged in various menial professions congregated, and it also served as a haven for criminals. Winter was a harsh reality for the inhabitants here, as dilapidated homes required repairs and provisions for warmth needed to be prepared. At the edge of Solrin, Rog stood before an old 2-story building, contentedly surveying his new abode. The location was excellent, though only a select few, like Rog, would appreciate it. Not far from the building lay a modest cemetery, surrounded by several towering oak trees. Even on sunny days, the area exuded a certain eeriness. Rog entered with a buoyant spirit, pushing open the door. The quaint little building appeared to have been unoccupied for some time, as the scant furniture was covered in a layer of dust and cobwebs. Half of the shutters were in a state of disrepair, and a wooden staircase led from the living room to the 2nd floor. The upper level comprised 3 rooms, 1 spacious and 2 smaller ones. Rog intended to convert the larger room into a study, while one of the smaller rooms would serve as a storage space and the other as a laboratory. Who knows what Rog might concoct in his experiments? At least for the time being. Due to its unique geographical location, this charming abode cost Rog merely 50 gold coins. Just a week prior, that amount represented his entire living and tuition expenses for the year. However, Rog now found himself with an impressive sum of 350 gold coins. He had acquired a rather fine staff from a mercenary mage, adorned with a quality aquamarine gem, which would be of considerable assistance to mages with an affinity for water magic. Given Rog's remarkable achievements, single-handedly overcoming 2 warriors and a mage, Lunz and the others unanimously agreed that the staff rightfully belonged to him. After spending a few days reflecting on the battle, Rog concluded that the staff held little significance for him at present and subsequently sold it for 400 gold coins. Rog had never possessed such a considerable sum of money. The annual tax revenue of the elderly Lord Rivers barely amounted to 300 gold coins, leaving little surplus for his son. Furthermore, a fallen noble is still a noble, and the necessary social obligations must be upheld. The weighty economic strain had rendered Lord Rivers increasingly irritable. It would take another week to arrange the interior of their new abode, and the new furnishings had cost Rog 20 gold coins. Now, Rog lay contentedly upon the bed in his study, where, in his discerning taste, he found no fault in having a bed amidst the books, surrounded by a pile of gold coins. One could scarcely fathom the longing a son of a fallen noble harbors for such wealth. After counting the coins countless times, fatigue eventually overtook him, and he slept soundly until the sun hung low in the sky the following day. Ah, what a delightful sound it was as Rog sprang from his bed, several coins clattering to the floor. Sleeping until he awoke naturally and counting coins until his hands ached. This was the essence of Rog's blissful existence. During this time, Rog had also mastered a new spell, the Fiery Finger. This 2nd-tier spell, which emitted a small jet of flame from his fingertip to inflict harm upon foes, had its limitations. Upon realizing that mental fortitude could be wielded as a snare, Rog fervently dedicated himself to practice. Yet, apart from slightly plumping up the neighborhood cat, he had achieved little over the course of a month. Rog finally grasped the wisdom that one does not become rotund in a single bite. As his fervor waned, he resumed his aimless escapades with Eat and the others. Rog had nearly forgotten about his skeleton. The saying goes that to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools, a principle that Rog comprehended well. The myriad scars left by the battle with the ancient oak had imparted this lesson to A.T. and his companions through their own visceral pain. Unanimously, they sought to procure high-quality gear, which naturally included items not entirely befitting a knightly persona or noble decorum. Rogue opted for a finely crafted elven crossbow, capable of holding 3 bolts at once, enhanced with simple runes to modestly increase magical penetration. This was far more practical than a mere platter. Without a hint of shame, Rogue remarked to AET, who wholeheartedly agreed, suggesting the addition of a tranquilizer to the arrows, a proposal that Rogue promptly embraced. The group of mischief makers had refrained from their usual escapades for a month. Aside from the considerable expenditure on equipment that drained their monthly funds, the primary reason for their restraint was the fear of encountering those mercenaries again. Any one of those individuals, when serious, could easily drive them all away. Though it was unlikely that they would brazenly kill a noble, a bout of painful punishment was inevitable. Moreover, mercenaries were often adept at inflicting torture. Whenever Lunds recalled the female warrior Chiwe's vicious kick, he would shudder uncontrollably, instinctively tightening his legs. In the Lord's Manor of Lille, the capital of the Duchy of Bavaria, situated 200 miles west of Rhine City, Offerock was eagerly poring over the reports from Rogue and his companions. Particularly captivated by Rogue's insights regarding the crossbow poison and the mechanisms within his lair. Elysis, a fusion of ice and black flame, delicately handled the report handed to her by Offerock as if it were something filthy. Her azure nails sparkled under the sunlight. Her disdain for these individuals grew, and she could not fathom why Offerock was so intrigued by such inept characters. A black flame ignited, swiftly reducing the reports to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash. Those crystalline fingers, engulfed in flames, remained entirely unscathed. The golden lion, unfazed, rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The view faced east, where the setting sun bathed everything in a blood-red hue. Offerock's gaze seemed to transcend hundreds of miles, resting upon Rhine City. The sunset deepened in crimson, painting the vast landscape in blood. Offerock's blood simmered, and his heart soared from the heights of his estate. Elysis appeared to be enshrouded in the inferno of darkness, gazing at the blood-stained land, while Offerock's presence surged with intensity. Her ice-like eyes gradually softened, a fleeting silver radiance shimmering like the cold light of a reaper's scythe. For the first time, the snow was melting under the spring sun. Rogue emerged from Faze's laboratory, silently observing the melting snow water drip from the rooftop. After a long night of discussion with Faze regarding various magical circles, the master and apprentice, sharing many common vices, conversed about a myriad of topics. After recounting countless legends of powerful sorcerers, Faze suddenly lamented, "To become a formidable mage, one cannot be without wealth." Rogue's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, each piece of gear belonging to those grand sorcerers is worth a fortune. It is indeed remarkable that the staff I seized from that wizard is worth several hundred gold coins. Consequently, our conversation naturally shifted to the topic of how wizards might amass wealth. Rogue, you have begun to accumulate a modest sum. However, it is still far from sufficient. You cannot even afford decent magical materials. After all this time spent with me, I have not bestowed upon you many gifts. This magical ring may still serve you well, and this piece of black crystal is of commendable quality. Nevertheless, you must rely on your own abilities to transform it into magical equipment. Should you have any uncertainties regarding the magical formations, feel free to consult me. The rest depends on your own diligence. The enhancement of your magical prowess is not an overnight endeavor. If you wish to grow powerful swiftly, you must focus on generating income. Wealth is essential for acquiring superior magical gear, and only with formidable strength can one accumulate further riches. Throughout the annals of history on this continent, those who have risen to prominence have invariably been immensely wealthy. As for the great archmages, each possesses at least 1 or 2 artifacts of extraordinary power. Founding figures and sovereigns cannot thrive without ample resources. Which war has not been a costly endeavor? Fest continued, his enthusiasm undiminished. The art of making money is no trivial matter. The first principle of wealth accumulation lies in discerning the prevailing trends, followed closely by the ability to connect with others. Understanding the grand currents of the world and aligning oneself with them ensures one's success. When it comes to recognizing people, one must acknowledge that human potential has its limits. No matter how brilliant one may be, omnipotence is unattainable. To gather the world's talents for one's own cause is a surefire path to prosperity. The final aspect pertains to the ability to let go. Self-awareness is invaluable. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. When faced with insurmountable challenges, one must possess the courage to concede. Losing once or twice, provided it does not result in irreparable harm, should not deter one from making a comeback. Rog, you possess many admirable qualities. Yet you lack a bit of perseverance and patience. This endeavor cannot be rushed. Take the time to study the comprehensive history of the continent. The paths tread by those who came before you will invariably offer insights. Remember, it is not about how swiftly you can traverse a single path compared to others, but rather about ensuring that you have chosen the right path to follow. Rog stood astonished, his heart ablaze with fervor. He never anticipated that the typically reserved and taciturn Fis could possess such profound insights. Suddenly, the world before him seemed to expand, illuminated by the gentle radiance of gold coins filling his heart. The magical ring bestowed upon Rog by Fis was a mere enhancement ring. While it was referred to as a magic amplification, its true purpose lay in aiding the spellcaster to wield greater precision over their incantations, thereby enabling the casting of spells with reduced magical energy. Ultimately, it generally allowed a mage to unleash an additional low-level spell. Rog strode purposefully towards his modest abode, feeling an unprecedented surge of ambition coursing through him. Under the cloak of night, everything around him seemed to radiate a golden luminescence. Coins, jewels, and enchanting maidens danced around him. Ah, behold this proud chest. Admire these long legs, truly a feast for the eyes, almost too splendid to be real. Yet, this face seems strangely familiar. It is undeniably striking, possessing a certain allure. Where have I seen it before? Suddenly, Rogue jolted from his reverie. His gaze fixated on the far end of the alley, where the fearsome warrior, Chi, approached with a palpable air of menace. I have been searching for you for 2 months. Her voice, squeezed from between clenched teeth, resonated ominously, akin to the tolling of a death knell. As he watched the formidable figure draw nearer, Rogue forced himself to remain composed. Flight would be futile. As for combat, a solitary confrontation between a lowly warrior and a novice mage could only yield one outcome. Though he could not discern the full extent of Chi's power, he surmised she was at least level 7 or 8, even if she were merely a level 3 warrior. Her full armor and armament suggested she could easily dispatch someone like him, who possessed only a singular magic ring. The only viable strategy was to lure her into his humble dwelling, where he could leverage the traps within to tilt the odds in his favor. Rog had made up his mind and began to survey his surroundings, preparing to make a discreet escape. Behind him lay a desolate ruin, where many impoverished individuals had constructed makeshift shelters. Proceeding through the narrow alley, a mere 500 meters ahead stood his modest abode. Alas, however, Chi-Wei obstructed his path. Rog stood resolutely at the alley's entrance, beginning to chant an incantation. Chi, with a scornful smile, fixed her gaze upon Rog, her colossal sword trailing behind her as she awaited the completion of his spell. A flash of crimson light emanated from Rog's hands, and 2 magical projectiles surged towards the warrior woman, striking her squarely in the chest. With 2 resounding thuds, a fleeting blue glow flickered across her armor. Yet she remained unscathed. Rog then loudly recited the incantation for the flame finger spell, unleashing a torrent of fire that was once again thwarted by the blue luminescence of her breastplate. It was evident that this was a piece of magical defensive armor, and even if it were of inferior quality, it posed no challenge to Rog's sorcery. Cold sweat trickled down Rog's forehead, the flesh of his face quivering in trepidation. Just as he was about to utter the 3rd incantation, the silhouette of the female warrior abruptly vanished. In the next instant, Chi-Wei materialized directly before him, their noses nearly touching. Rog felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen. Even with his robust physique, he could not withstand it. With a gasp, he expelled the entirety of his meals from that day. Chi-Wei followed up with a brutal strike of her sword hilt against Rog's back, toppling him to the ground, where she proceeded to kick him mercilessly, causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose. With a swift motion, Chi-Wei flipped Rog onto his back, her voice dripping with contempt. Aren't you all so fierce? Weren't you eager to confront me? Come on, let me see what you're truly capable of, and whether you can satisfy me. As she spoke, she placed her boot upon his groin, the leather adorned with silver ruthlessly trampling down. A sudden buzzing sound from behind alerted Chi-Wei to impending danger. A sharp pain surged through her backside as a crossbow bolt embedded itself deeply into her alabaster skin. The female warrior's short skirt armor left her vulnerable, and with Rog's upward shot, combined with her towering stature, the bolt had struck a most unfortunate location. Embarrassment and fury surged within Chi-Wei as she seized her massive sword, intent on cleaving this despicable, lecherous fool in half. However, as she turned, a jolt of agony shot through her wound, causing her to see stars. The pain quickly morphed into a dull ache, evidently enhanced by the poison smeared upon the arrow. Upon probing the injury, she found her hand slick with blood. The short bolt had fully penetrated her flesh. Chi-Wei took a deep breath, letting out a fierce cry. As a faint white aura enveloped her form before dissipating, Rog was struck with dread. This was fighting spirit. Whether he could preserve his life before the effects of the poison took hold remained uncertain, though Chi-Wei momentarily suppressed the poison with her fighting spirit. She could not afford to waste time extracting the bolt, especially with the vile fat man so close at hand. She resolved to end this quickly. Rog, now back on his feet, began chanting another spell, sending forth a thin stream of flames. Chi-Wei did not flinch or evade. Instead, she surged forward. Just as the flames approached, Rog's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and an invisible hand suddenly lifted Chi-Wei's breastplate along with her undergarments, igniting the ample, snow-white contours of her breasts. Chi-Wei was nearly driven to the brink of unconsciousness from rage, gritting her teeth and disregarding the pain in her chest and hips. She pressed on in pursuit. Rogue navigated through the winding paths and arrived at a small building, flinging open the door and slipping inside. Ah, now I am aware of your lair. Let us see how you escape. The warrior rushed forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the heavy door crashing down. Yet she was immediately beset by dizziness, and the pain from her injuries intensified. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Wei felt the cool night breeze sharpen her senses. At that moment, she heard a cacophony of overturned furniture from the second floor, reigniting the fury within her chest as she charged up the staircase. With a powerful leap, her right foot barely grazed the stairs when a sharp crack echoed. A step collapsed beneath her. Undeterred, Chi-Wei executed a deft kick with her left foot, propelling herself upward. Anticipating further ambush, she thrust her massive sword against the staircase, continuing her ascent. Suddenly, two crossbow bolts whizzed through the air. With a swift motion, the warrior deflected them, inadvertently snapping an almost invisible thread. In an instant, a lightning trap was triggered, and Chi-Wei, suspended in midair, could not evade its grasp. She was jolted with electricity, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the trap's power was minimal, and with her magical defensive gear, she quickly recovered from the disorientation. Hearing a triumphant and grating laugh from the second floor, Chi-Wei gritted her teeth and charged upward once more. Just as she rounded the corner, a thunderous noise erupted, causing her vision to explode with stars as she was flung backward, hitting the ground heavily. It turned out that a transparent energy barrier had been set here. The impact had caused the trap to flicker and lose its potency. Yet, Chi-Wei lay on the floor, momentarily unable to rise. She struggled to prop herself up with her great sword, descending the staircase. Who knows what other tricks this cursed little building holds. For now, I shall let this scoundrel go, but tomorrow, I will return to set this pigsty ablaze, she thought bitterly. A wisp of black mist floated by, and the skeletal figure of Feng Yue obstructed her path. Rog was also enduring a difficult plight. His magic had been exhausted, and he bore significant wounds. Summoning wind and moon was his final resort. He slumped on the second floor, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous battle below. This place remained relatively secure. At least if Chi-Wei attempted to ascend, 3 traps awaited her. Wind and moon appeared somewhat altered from before, now brandishing a rusted blade, and its ribs seemed intact. Chi-Wei steeled herself as she angled her great sword towards the neck of Wind and Moon. The latter raised the rusted knife to parry, allowing the female warrior to use the momentum to arc her sword gracefully, striking once more at the skeleton's neck. The skeleton was caught off guard. It raised its left arm in defense, but it was no match for the heavy sword. With a resounding crack, the bone of its arm was severed. Wind and Moon swayed and then fell lifelessly. Chi-Wei scoffed, realizing that this wretched creature possessed some necromantic magic, albeit of little consequence. As it could only summon a single skeleton, she stepped over the fallen skeleton and proceeded towards the doorway. For the first time, Chi-Wei felt an unsettling chill emanating from this small building. Rogue was left utterly astonished. With a sudden bang, Chi-Wei was engulfed in another wave of dizziness. And just before losing consciousness, she vaguely perceived the rotund figure brandishing an iron rod, grinning malevolently at her. Terrified, she screamed loudly, instinctively attempting to leap away. But her hands were bound behind her, rendering her immobile. In a moment of lost balance, she crashed heavily onto the table, a sharp pain radiating from her hips that nearly caused her to faint. Don't be so frightened, my beauty. The night is still young. The plump face, resembling that of a toad, loomed closer. Chi-Wei managed to regain a semblance of calm and surveyed her surroundings. The room was spacious, illuminated by a chandelier from which a dozen candles hung, casting a bright glow. The furniture, although new, was evidently crafted from inferior wood, yet attempting to exude an ostentatious grandeur, revealing much about the owner's taste. However, Chi-Wei's primary concern was her own predicament. She quickly realized her hands were securely bound behind her back, her body sprawled across a large experimental table. The rotund man held a pair of small pliers, gripping a blood-stained crossbow bolt, examining it closely before discarding it carelessly. He then reached out, gently tilting Chi-Wei's chin. "Ah, you truly are quite the sight. Why the fear now? Will you strike me? Must I be rough with you to elicit some pleasure?" He taunted. "Such a beautiful dame, and I must say, my aim was quite impeccable. I must be a genius archer." The female warrior spat defiantly, sinking her teeth into Rogue's hand with ferocity. He quickly withdrew his hand, seizing her hair and yanking it upwards with force. Pain etched across Chi-Wei's face as her upper body was pulled back, accentuating the curves of her chest. Rogue's hand slithered over Kiwi's body like a venomous serpent, sending shivers of revulsion through her. Though she struggled, his iron grip on her hair rendered resistance futile. Silent tears streamed from beneath her tightly shut eyelids. Towering half a head taller than Rogue, the warrior woman's formidable armor had been stripped away during her unconsciousness, revealing curves that defied nature's proportions. Her voluptuous hips tapered dramatically into a slender waist, while her long, sculpted legs bore testament to years of martial training. A feral hunger ignited in Rogue's eyes as he seized her hips with bruising force, fingers sinking into the yielding flesh. With one brutal motion, he sheathed himself in her warmth. The flickering candlelight danced to the rhythm of Kiwi's hoarse curses, while the rickety laboratory table creaked in protest beneath their combined weight. In that moment, demons waltzed in the flames of passion, and tormented spirits wailed their maddening chorus. Rogue trembled. An exhilarating sensation akin to a tidal wave intertwining with the pleasure of vengeance, causing every ounce of his flesh to quiver. The darkest recesses of his soul boiled over, relentlessly assaulting every nerve within him. The early spring night remained chillingly desolate. When the wind swept through, the yet-to-bloom blossoms had also withered. As the final notes faded, the crowd dispersed. Rogue hummed a cheerful tune, gazing at the pristine white lamb he had captured, as if the aches within his body were harmonizing with his song. Not long ago, this lamb had embodied the essence of a true lion, draping himself in his garments. Rogue resolved to seek out Eat and the others to present his prize. The only source of his discontent lay in Chi-Wei's gaze, utterly frigid, devoid of sorrow, rage, or emptiness. Merely coldly observing the rotund figure before her, Rogue felt akin to a frog ensnared by the stare of a serpent, a sensation he found most unsettling. He secured another rope around Chi-Wei, surreptitiously taking the liberty to touch her several times. Chi-Wei remained unresponsive, as though the contact were not with her own body. Her demeanor still and serpentine as she continued to watch the hefty man. Rogue hurriedly departed, seemingly desperate to escape the murderous gaze. The most effective solution would undoubtedly be to silence him permanently. However, Rogue lacked the audacity for such a drastic measure. Not to mention that it would be a tremendous loss to take down such a striking beauty. Aet, being the eldest and most experienced among them, was the first to regain his composure. "Fear not, everyone. The adversary remains unaware of our true identities. Yet, Rogue, it appears you can no longer remain in this modest abode." As the panic subsided, Lunz's mind began to race. They might very well come to set fire to the building. We can no longer afford to be passive. We must take the initiative. Time is of the essence. Let us devise a strategy. If they dare to ignite the structure, we shall ensure they regret their actions. I doubt these mercenaries possess any remarkable tricks. Franco, who had been reticent, revealed a rather sinister disposition. After a brief deliberation, they swiftly erased any traces of their presence and hastened their departure. On a narrow path, Rogue and a few individuals dressed in noble attire sauntered toward the small building, engaged in quiet conversation and boisterous laughter, clearly discussing topics of mutual interest. Upon reaching the entrance, one of Rogue's companions suddenly remarked, "Wait, something is amiss. Someone has entered here. There is an ambush." At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door splintered into fragments, and a blade of light sliced through the air towards Rogue, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him before the sword even arrived. The rotund man felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, frozen in place as the colossal sword approached. Suddenly, two long swords interposed themselves, blocking the enormous blade, which, utilizing the momentum, sprang back with astonishing lightness and swiftness, launching a relentless barrage of strikes toward Rock. The two swordsmen deftly wove a nearly impenetrable web of steel, successfully deflecting every attack, clearly not lacking in skill. As the tempestuous flurry of strikes waned, the shimmering sword light dissipated, revealing Chi-Wei, panting heavily. Her sword pointed menacingly at Rock. Her complexion was pale, clad haphazardly in leather armor, her eyes bloodshot, and faint bruises visible on her neck. From within the building, three figures burst forth, and Rock's companions surged to engage, revealing themselves to be the three warriors from the bar. However, the mage was nowhere in sight. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. "Bold traitor, how dare you assault the city guard in the royal capital?" With a clattering of armor, a small detachment of brightly clad swordsmen, led by a heavily armored knight, rushed forward, swiftly surrounding the small building. The adversaries fighting Chi-Wei tore away their cloaks, revealing soft armor emblazoned with the insignia of the city guard. Rob quickly retreated to the side, joined by A.T. and others, who cast sly smiles at the female warrior. The armored knight remained silent, pointing his lance forward, prompting the soldiers to charge en masse, their swords raised with lethal intent. The mercenaries, realizing they had fallen into a trap, exchanged brief glances and swiftly retreated toward the building, creating distance from the soldiers. Suddenly, from the second floor of the small building, a massive fireball soared down, exploding amidst the swordsmen. The searing heat mercilessly scorched the exposed skin of the soldiers. Following closely, a second fireball descended, incinerating several already wounded swordsmen, who fell, engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. The silhouette of a mercenary mage emerged from the window on the second floor, a chilling frost emanating from his hands, accompanied by a myriad of ice shards. Several swordsmen, unable to evade in time, were instantly encased in ice, and among them, the weakest shattered into fragments as the frost swept through. A tight formation was suddenly breached, and Chi-Wei and her companions seized the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. A towering warrior deftly tossed a rope towards the window, wrapping it around the mage. As the mage leapt from the window, the warrior yanked the rope with all his might, and it seemed the mage would float above the fray. Suddenly, a heavily armored knight bellowed, his entire form illuminated with a deep blue glow. In a flash, his lance flew through the air like a meteor, piercing through the mage's chest and pinning him firmly against the wall. Chi-Wei let out a mournful cry, instinctively turning to fight back. However, a nearby warrior grasped her tightly, hoisting her onto his shoulder and swiftly retreating. Another warrior chanted a brief incantation, casting a scroll that caused numerous creeping vines to erupt from the ground, their tendrils thrashing wildly in the air and ensnaring anything they touched. Several pursuing swordsmen were promptly ensnared. In the chaos, the mercenaries vanished into the depths of the slums. Rog gazed longingly in the direction from which the female warrior had vanished, fully aware that she would not relent easily. The heavily armored knight cast a cold glance at his severely injured subordinate, letting out a disdainful snort. Kate approached, whispering to her father, "What shall we do now?" After a prolonged silence, the knight sighed. The real trouble is yet to come. He beckoned a swordsman, quietly issuing instructions before the man departed. The knight then turned his attention back to Kate and her companions, admonishing them, "Do you truly believe you can act with such impunity? First, hone your skills before dreaming of power." With that, he strode away, leaving them behind. Before long, a small contingent of knights arrived at the gates of Rhine, affixing a wanted poster to the bulletin board. Wanted, the Sword and Blood Rose mercenary group. This group has conspired to rebel against the royal capital, resulting in the deaths and injuries of numerous city guards. Currently, the sister of the group's leader, Kiwi-Eye, along with 3 principal members, are at large. 30 ordinary mercenaries are also in hiding. A bounty of 500 gold coins will be rewarded for the capture or killing of any main member, while a reward of 30 gold coins is offered for each ordinary mercenary captured. The informant's reward will be halved. In the distant horizon lay an endless void of darkness. The sky perpetually wore a murky gray, reminiscent of the darkest dusk. The ashen clouds churned restlessly, indistinguishable as either cloud or mist. Here, there was no day or night, no sense of time. The forest had long since lost all vitality eons ago. Towering trees stood only as skeletal remains with thickened branches. Silken threads resembling spider webs hung from their limbs, though no spider could survive in this desolate realm. The ground was marred by swamps, gray muck occasionally bubbling with the emergence of an unknown creature's skeleton, only to be swallowed once again by the sludge. The wind carried a damp chill, frequently assaulting the senses with a foul stench. This was another world, a paradise for the undead and demons. Feng Yue had long since lost track of how long it had wandered through this forest. It could not recall where it had come from, only that a being named Rog had given it this name. The very sound of its name evoked a visceral urge to retch. Yet it could not fathom the source of this sensation. The act of retching felt strangely familiar, yet it could not remember how to do so. Of course, what could a skeleton possibly expel? Dim, mottled light filtered through the canopy, casting shadows on the ground and upon Feng Yue's form. It yearned to escape this forest, though the reason for its desire remained elusive. Perhaps it was instinct. Feng Yue could continuously sense a trickle of energy emanating from the entity known as Rog. It understood that it could not resist Rog's commands. This world was filled with mysteries beyond its comprehension. Yet, the energy brought a sense of comfort and empowerment, albeit in scant supply, akin to a helpless traveler in a desert awaiting the arrival of a single drop of water. Feng Yue was overwhelmingly thirsty, grasping a rusted long knife. It meandered aimlessly through the forest, having forgotten where it had found this blade. Cautiously, it avoided certain areas, instinctively sensing that those places held great and malevolent power. Feng Yue is astute, always devising clever strategies to vanquish skeletons akin to itself, for they exude an energy that incites its hunger. The day has slipped from memory when Feng Yue stumbled upon several bones of exquisite quality. After a wisp of mist, these bones replenished its 24 ribs. Feng Yue felt that its rib count should indeed total 24. This restoration drained the energy Feng Yue had painstakingly gathered. Had it not been for the timely influx of energy from Rog, Feng Yue doubted its ability to confront the very first zombie it encountered. The struggle endured for quite some time. The zombie's strength was beyond what Feng Yue could withstand. After sacrificing 3 ribs, Feng Yue finally realized that the zombie could not keep pace. Thus, a skeleton began to circle the zombie incessantly, occasionally darting in to slice off a piece of putrid flesh. Ultimately, the zombie fell, leaving Feng Yue with fewer than 20 ribs. In this otherworldly realm, other skeletons and zombies seemed to coexist without interference upon their encounters. Feng Yue, however, could not comprehend why it felt compelled to defeat any solitary creature it encountered. I am famished, thought the skeleton. Time is non-existent in this realm. And Feng Yue continues to wander aimlessly. It is unaware of how long it has been drifting or how much longer it must persist. The forest appears to stretch infinitely. Following the skirmish at the small building, Rog developed a keen interest in the skeleton that could feign death. In the stillness of the night, the second floor of the small building often found Rog and the skeleton staring at each other in silence. After countless attempts to communicate telepathically yielded no results, Rog ultimately lost interest. Rog did not discern the origin of the skeletal dagger, and despite extensive contemplation, he arrived at no conclusion, thus he chose to cease his inquiries. As the days grew warmer, Rog unknowingly celebrated his 20th birthday, marking the imminent conclusion of his time at the Magic Academy. In just a few days, the examination would commence. Over the past few months, he had diligently perused over 30 volumes of the continental history, alongside an array of adventure biographies, travelogues, and various notes. 3 months prior, Aid had successfully passed the Academy's examination and was now diligently striving to become a magic knight. For the role of a mere magician seemed a waste of his formidable physique. Meanwhile, Kate, under the old man's tutelage, had blossomed into a commendable 5th-level knight, although, from a faith perspective, both father and son could be deemed dark knights. As for Lunz and Franco, amidst their idleness, they had also made considerable advancements in swordsmanship. Remarkably, the majority of their expenditures, typically devoted to women, artworks, and fine wines, had been redirected towards enhancing their equipment, resulting in a significant elevation of their capabilities beyond their actual levels. Their motivations were not inherently ambitious but rather a response to the prevailing circumstances. Following the skirmish at the small building, encounters with individuals seeking vengeance occasionally erupted into brawls while they sought out women. Although the Sword and Blood Rose mercenary corps was not particularly large, lacking even the status of a third-rate group, the deceased leader, the deceased mage, was known for his generosity, and Chi Wei attracted numerous admirers. There were always mercenaries aware of the truth who sought retribution. As the weather heated up, so too did the hearts of the people. On the day of the examination, Rog casually cast 2 Firefinger spells in the examination hall, thereby passing and earning himself a mage's robe. In the afternoon, he registered at the Mage Guild in the city, officially becoming a low-level mage. If he was willing to be summoned when needed by the Rhine Alliance, he would receive a monthly stipend of 5 gold coins. However, having absorbed a wealth of historical knowledge, Rog now harbored grand aspirations. The sound of several goblets clinking together resonated heavily. It has been a while since we gathered properly. Damn it, with assassins lurking everywhere. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated. 8. With a physique more imposing than that of the quintessential knight, Kate raised his goblet and downed the contents in a single gulp. Kate, with an aura of righteousness and an invigorated visage, was equally flushed, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. As for Lunz and Franco, they were also considered handsome, yet among nobles, they were rather ordinary, as noblewomen tended to be quite appealing. Throughout the past half-year, the four had faced life and death together, forging a profound bond of camaraderie. Brothers, tomorrow I shall take up my post at Fort Farl. Alas, we may not gather often in the future. You must come to visit me whenever you can. Though travel expenses are your own responsibility, Kate lamented. Franco interjected. Fort Farl? That is near the magic domain forest, right? There are quite a number of thieves in the vicinity, and I've heard that recently. Small groups of scouts from the Ron Duchy have frequently traversed the magic domain forest to operate in that area. You must exercise caution. Kate took a swig of his drink and remarked, My old man insists that I go there to accumulate military merit, so he can leverage it for my benefit. Moreover, the commander of the knightly order stationed at Fort Farl shares a childhood bond with my father, which should provide some measure of protection. This time, he gifted me the black elven breastplate from his home. What a delight. Brothers, Thalberg is indeed a splendid place. Rog appeared invigorated. He placed his foot upon a chair, speaking animatedly. That location is adjacent to the demon domain forest and close to the front lines. There are plenty of adventurers. This time, Kate is there as a cavalry captain. Oh, a squad leader? No matter, isn't the regiment leader a relative of yours? We can truly flourish there. Just think. Those adventurers, monster hunters, and even the military all require what? Weapons. If we were to open a weapons shop, wouldn't we strike it rich? Others find it challenging to establish such a business due to numerous restrictions, but what limitations do we face? Moreover, consider how those entering the demon domain forest acquire their wealth. Right. They hunt monsters and sell the crystal cores or hides for profit. While we lack the strength to hunt monsters ourselves, we can certainly procure their spoils. Once these items fall into the hands of fays, they become exquisite materials. Transforming them into magical gear to sell to adventurers, we could profit without lifting a finger. Lunz also perked up. Thalberg hosts a population of 200,000. Surely there are many beauties. With Kate there, we need not live like subservients as we do in the royal capital. He holds a significant position. Since I have little to do, Rog, let us partner together. Your eyes light up at the mention of adventurers. Hasn't that young lady from last time captivated you enough? Eat chuckled, gazing at Lunz. Damn it. Why am I the only one so unfortunate? That flirtation was directed at me, leaving me unable to meet a woman for an entire month. Blast it, but she ultimately tasted my prowess. Lunz gritted his teeth. Is that young lady still under your care? Franco inquired. Of course, she's being well taken care of. I could hardly let her go easily. She nearly left me without heirs. So, how about the brothers come over to my place tonight? The others chuckled lewdly. After drinking for a while longer, apart from Kate, the rest, being unemployed drifters, decided to venture out. They agreed to journey to Thalberg together, opening a weapons shop and procuring items from adventurers. Kate departed first, while the others packed their belongings, planning to set off in a few days. As for Faze, he had already been dragged into Rog's schemes. But the contents of his laboratory were not easily relocated. As the moon reached its zenith, several scoundrels from the royal capital staggered out of the tavern, their robes stained with wine. Upon entering a dark, lengthy street, a group of masked adventurers suddenly emerged silently, surrounding them. You scoundrels, you deserve your fate. Today, I shall avenge Chiwei. The ruffians sighed in unison. They had heard such an opening line at least 7 or 8 times before. The masked individuals brandished their weapons and charged, while a mage began incanting a spell from the outskirts. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot like lightning into the mage's chest. Rog was now known as the Mage Slayer. The others drew their weapons from beneath their robes, showing no signs of inebriation. Moreover, they were fully armed beneath their cloaks. In perfect unison, they attacked the masked figure before them. The man was taken aback, rolling over and tumbling into the roadside ditch, narrowly escaping a fatal encounter. The scoundrels of the capital immediately broke free from their encirclement and fled into the night. Amidst the chaos, someone inadvertently scattered a small bag of yellow beans, causing the ambushers to be thrown into disarray, left helplessly watching their adversaries vanish into the darkness. Falberg, situated over 700 miles from the capital city of Rhine, is a significant urban center boasting a population of 200,000. Due to its strategically vital location, it serves as a second-line military stronghold on the western frontier of the Rhine Alliance, while also acting as a barrier to prevent the creatures of the demon domain from invading the fertile Pa plain. The terrain surrounding Falberg is predominantly flat, with the Pa River meandering through the city. Just over 100 miles to the south lies the demon domain forest, rendering Falberg a crucial supply hub for numerous adventurers and monster hunters. The expanse of the demon domain forest is nearly equivalent to the entire Rhine Alliance, stretching westward to the Pyrenees Mountains, southward to the sea, and encompassing the entire Red Rock Peninsula to the east, covering an area close to 1 million square kilometers. Due to the scarcity of large magical beasts near the forest's edge and the presence of several trade routes, it has also become a haven for thieves and bandits. The War God's Hammer Weapon Workshop has been operational for a month. The name, rich in dwarven character, was initially chosen to bask in the glory of the inherently skilled dwarven craftsman. Now, a dwarven artisan named Jean, along with his 4 apprentices, diligently works within the workshop. The weapon workshop occupies a quaint 3-story building located in the most bustling district of Falberg. The ground floor serves as a weapon retail space. The second floor is an adventurer's paradise, while the third floor, originally intended by FaZe as a laboratory, was ultimately repurposed as a VIP lounge for esteemed clients, showcasing some exquisite creations by FaZe. Not far from the War God's Hammer, there is a small building where Rog usually resides, which also houses FaZe's workshop and laboratory. The largest of the laboratories spans over 200 square meters, with an expansive and intricate magic array drawn upon the floor, its vibrant hues shimmering within the design. In the center of the array, blue-white magical flames burst forth, with several pieces of finely crafted steel knight armor, forged by Jean himself, glowing red-hot amidst the flames. FaZe carefully extracted one of the armor pieces using iron tongs, placing a magical symbol, cast from magical silver, in a designated spot. A flash of fire ensued. Firmly welding the symbol onto the armor piece, Rog promptly handed over a small vial of blue liquid, which contained the blood of an adult bipedal dragon. This creature is known for its ferocity, swiftness, and commendable magical resistance, making it a formidable opponent among mid-level magical beasts. Various parts of its body serve as valuable magical materials, and its blood enhances magical resistance to a minor degree. Magical silver, prized for its excellent malleability and remarkable capacity to absorb magical energy, is an indispensable material for crafting magical artifacts. However, due to its relative scarcity, it commands a high price, approximately 10 times that of gold by weight. As the blue dragon's blood dripped onto the prepared armor piece, it was absorbed swiftly, much like a sponge soaking up water, transforming the piece into a shimmering pale blue luminescence. Rog then took the armor piece and returned it to the magical flames. Once all the armor plates had been processed, FaZe began to chant an incantation towards the magical flames, and a pair of pale blue wind wings gradually took shape. Soaring towards the flames, the wind wings spiraled around the magical fire, gaining speed until, with a resounding boom, the flames surged like a tide. A flash of white light illuminated the ceiling as a barrier emerged, containing the eruption of the magical fire. The firestorm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind a few blue armor plates on the ground. After merging with this wind-based magic, the weight of each armor plate was reduced by 60 due to the constant support of the wind magic energy. At Rog's request, each plate was further enhanced with a touch of magical silver, and FaZe cast a simple illumination spell upon them once more. This time, the entire armor plate began to exhibit a translucent pale blue hue, with magical symbols formed from the silver radiating a brilliant azure light. This looks much more splendid. Jean, you arrived just in time. I've been seeking you. Let us craft these plates into a half-body knight's armor. Yes, the style of this year's most fashionable paladin armor. The chainmail connecting them must be made of gold. And let us add more golden embellishments to the edges of the armor. Go fetch that lad Franco. He has a keen eye for artistry, Rog exclaimed with great enthusiasm. However, the dwarf Jean was not impressed. That won't do. The chainmail should be wrapped with high-quality steel wire. The most crucial aspect of armor is protection. Protection. I refuse to tarnish my reputation. Then let us wrap a layer of gold wire around the steel. That should suffice, right? In any case, all the chainmail must be cloaked in gold. The most important thing about this armor is its value. With this layer of gold, you could have a decade's worth of ale. Tell Luns to pick a cloak that complements this armor, and it must be the finest. Jean, you must have this armor ready by the day after tomorrow. If I do not see the armor, you shall have no ale. By the way, we shall name this armor the Blue Crystal Battle Armor. But let us hold off on engraving the name until the client suggests one. Each letter will cost 10 gold coins. Jean grumbled as he carried the armor downstairs, ultimately choosing ale over conscience, muttering curses under his breath. Vampires, man-eating swine, misers, human-shaped old dragons. Rogue steadfastly insists on selling only high-quality, high-priced products. And his reasoning is profoundly sound. Those who can afford such equipment are indifferent to cost. As long as the items are exceptional, they do not concern themselves with minor fluctuations in price. Who constitutes our most esteemed clientele? Not merely wealthy adventurers with discerning tastes, but rather affluent young nobles with an excess of disposable income. Indeed, individuals akin to Luns do not resort to violence if we are not to profit from their wealth. From whom else shall we? Thus, we eschew the ordinary in favor of the extravagant. Furthermore, all of Rogue's armors place great emphasis on ornamental aesthetics and certain impractical embellishments. Take, for instance, this blue crystal battle armor. Exceptionally light, weighing no more than a heavy leather armor, it boasts commendable physical and magical defense properties, marking it as a fine piece among magical armors. However, the illumination spell, upon integration, merely endows this magical armor with a translucent crystalline effect, casting a softer and more alluring glow, yet offering no tangible utility. As for the decorations designed by Franco, aside from adding weight, they provide no aid in combat. Nevertheless, Rogue asserts, one glance at this armor and it is evident it is meant for paladins. Is it sold to genuine paladins? Certainly not. Which paladin would don such a piece? Our target market consists of the young aristocrats who aspire to be paladins. Do you expect them to truly venture into perilous dungeons? They are more inclined to wear it while hunting. Hence, style and taste become paramount, allowing them to present themselves as heroes before naive maidens. The Hammer of the War God does not aspire to become a major arms dealer, but rather aims to transform into an aristocratic brand akin to Purple Angel Jewelry or Shangri-La Springs. The audience fell silent upon hearing this. Thus, the moniker Vampire Rogue swiftly spread far and wide. The afternoon sun languidly bathed the gently flowing Paw River, bestowing a shimmering golden sheen upon its broad surface. A troop of vividly armored axe and spear knights leisurely patrolled along the riverbank, led by a knight clad in dark green breastplate, while the others donned the standard cavalry breastplates of the Falberg Knights. Since arriving in Falberg 2 months ago, this marked the third occasion Kate had led a reconnaissance squad into the field. The sun shone brightly, a few fishing boats drifted on the river, and the distant sounds of fishing songs occasionally reached their ears. The riverbanks were adorned with lush fields, and the distant demon realm forest appeared tranquil and serene. Kate felt invigorated. It was akin to a vacation, the only downside being the absence of any sign of the Thieves' Guild, which rendered the surroundings a picture of peace and prosperity. It had been 5 days since their last encounter. Waving his hand, he called out, "Brothers, let us regroup." The troop of axe and spear knights promptly turned around, meandering back to Falberg. The Falberg Knights numbered around 7,000, comprising 2,000 cavalry, 4,000 infantry, and 1,000 auxiliary troops. As a second-line legion, they had grown accustomed to peaceful days, and consequently, the combat effectiveness of Lord Wellington's knightly order was rather average. Rogue and his companions had long since acclimated to the life in Falberg, having familiarized themselves with the local taverns and entertainment venues. Their escapades frequently involved skirmishes with adventurers and mercenaries. Apart from Lord Treaster, they felt emboldened by their connection to Wellington, unafraid of offending anyone. In the realm of commerce, they had successfully sold several exquisite magical items, particularly a piece of azure crystal armor that had been purchased by the young son of a duke for a staggering 10,000 gold coins, thereby rapidly elevating the renown of the Warhammer. Observing the dwarves idly passing their days, Rogue had even coerced and enticed them into crafting some non-magical equipment for sale. The dwarves' craftsmanship was undeniably top-notch, and each batch of goods was swiftly snatched up. At this moment, Rogue found himself on the 3rd floor of the Warhammers, embroiled in a heated debate with a small band of adventurers. This group, consisting of 9 members, exemplified the quintessential adventuring party, featuring a warrior, ranger, archer, mage, priest, and rogue, each represented by 1 or 2 individuals. They had just returned from an expedition in the Demon Domain forest and were here to exchange their spoils for equipment. Rog's eyes gleamed at the sight of a bag weighing 2 pounds filled with magical silver, along with some even rarer metals and gemstones. Among them was a piece of ore, deep black with twinkling golden flecks, which Rog instantly recognized as a high-grade star gold ore. This unique metal differed from ordinary gold, possessing a mysterious correspondence with celestial powers, making it exceedingly rare and essential for crafting artifacts related to spatial magic. Although the cores and pelts of magical beasts were valuable, they paled in comparison to these metals. A fiery red feather, worn by a young sorceress in the party, caught Rog's attention. Through his mental perception, he discerned that this feather emanated a profoundly obscure yet vivid oscillation of fire magic. The adventurers had their eyes set on an exquisitely crafted magical bow, a shared characteristic of all products from the Warhammer, adorned with rose vines woven from platinum and purple gold. Accompanying this bow were 3 pale green anti-magic arrows, each with a white dragon coiling around them, crafted entirely from magical silver. Its 4 wings fanned out to form the arrow's fletching. The young female archer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched the bow, unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, the sorceress was entranced by a magical amplification bracelet. Under the masterful craftsmanship of the dwarf phase, the artistic sensibility of Franco, and the profound understanding of human nature exhibited by Lunz and Rog, this bracelet artfully fused sky stones with magical silver. The entire bracelet was a translucent deep blue, with points of starlight flickering in and out of visibility under the influence of magic. Wearing this bracelet felt akin to donning the night sky. The sorceress's eyes deepened to resemble the vastness of the cosmos. Of course, simpler inlay techniques could achieve similar magical amplification effects, yet the women, lost in their desire to shop, were beyond reason. Fortunately, despite the adventurers' commendable abilities, their discerning eye for valuable items was lacking. Rog, perspiring profusely, his flesh quivering, he had inexplicably acquired the ability to shake his ample flesh at will, bore a pained expression as he gradually negotiated the price downward. After acquiring an additional 2 sets of half armor, 4 longswords, and 30 armor-piercing arrows, this transaction was finally completed, and that red feather became Rog's trophy. To be fair, the items Rog sold were indeed of exquisite quality and worth their price. The primary source of profit lay in the low-cost acquisition of adventurers' spoils. For instance, the starry gold ore alone was an invaluable treasure, far beyond the mere valuation of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The bag of magical silver was worth around 10,000 gold coins, and the magical beasts were valued at no less than that. Moreover, there were other unidentified metals and that inexplicable red feather. Rog's intuition told him that the more enigmatic an item was, the greater its worth often proved to be. Rog finally grasped the meaning of the adage that a horse does not grow fat on night grass. After having successfully ushered out this group of unsuspecting patrons, a few individuals strolled into the VIP lounge, with Lunz bowing and scraping as he followed suit. Rog had just donned his professional smile, preparing to greet, when the foremost figure shed his hooded robe, revealing a cascade of golden hair that illuminated the entire room. His smile radiated like the sun emerging after a rainstorm, its brilliance almost blinding Rog. He extended a hand and said, "It is a pleasure to see you again. I am Offerock von William." Under the resplendent glow of the golden lion, nearly everyone else seemed to fade into obscurity, not solely due to his sun-godlike visage, illustrious lineage, and formidable prowess, but also because of an aura of regal majesty that captivated the heart like a gentle spring rain. The dark flame behind Offerock burned silently, a presence that even the light of the golden lion could not obscure. The face within the flames was strikingly beautiful yet aloof, evoking both awe and trepidation, lingering indelibly in the mind. A few debauched nobles furtively cast glances, only to hurriedly avert their eyes, as if scorched by that black flame. The dark mage's robe could not conceal his extraordinary allure, those long, graceful legs, full hips, slender waist, and the breathtaking curvature of his chest continually transformed onlookers into primal beasts. Rog, Lintz, Franco, and E.T. sat in a somewhat awkward manner, taken aback by the unexpected visit of the Golden Lion. They hurriedly invited Offerock to take a seat and summoned the finest refreshments. The Golden Lion sipped his tea, his movements exuding an effortless grace. His guard, Richard, opened a small pouch and poured dozens of colorful gemstones onto the table before everyone. With a smile, Afarak remarked. I have come to discuss the possibility of a partnership. A hush fell over the room. These gems are valued at approximately 50,000 gold coins, which shall serve as my earnest money. Rog finally managed to divert his gaze from the gemstone, steadied his emotions, and remarked, if you are unable to accomplish this task, it appears we lack the ability to succeed as well. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Lund sprang forward, covering Rog's mouth. Pay him no heed. Whatever you require, Lund, will face any peril without hesitation. His voice boomed with fervor, yet his eyes were fixed intently on Elysis. Afarak observed the group of noble scoundrels with keen interest, having never encountered anyone so brazenly captivated by Elysis. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. The eyes of Lund and the others began to glimmer with desire. Afarak could distinctly sense the ominous aura of hostility growing behind him. He continued, as long as you conquer that fortress, I shall persuade my father to grant you that land. You will thereafter be nobles with vested estates. Furthermore, I shall invest 100,000 gold coins into the war god's hammer, marking my entry into this venture. I expect to receive half of the profits. Haha. The group, visibly exhilarated, immediately gathered around to examine the map, though they were unable to decipher its contents for quite some time. Afarak maintained a smile throughout. While one of his guards subtly displayed his disdain, Eater suddenly looked up and inquired, we have neither soldiers nor resources. How do we intend to defeat a band of thieves? Ah, by the way, what is the number of these thieves? Do we possess any relevant intelligence? Rogue pondered for a moment before inquiring, surely these brigands and mercenaries cannot be of concern to the Golden Lion. If you were to confront them personally, your mere presence would surely instill fear within them. The Golden Lion smiled faintly and replied, this is merely a trivial test. Should you succeed, I hope the Duchy of Bavaria will gain a few more loyal and capable ministers. Franco's pupils instantly constricted at the mention of the Duchy of Bavaria. Indeed, the Duchy of Bavaria, he confirmed. The temperature in the air plummeted, and an unspoken tension surged beneath the surface. Lund, rarely serious, adopted a grave demeanor. The Duchy of Bavaria boasts a formidable army and an abundance of strong warriors. Even the subordinates of His Excellency Afarak could easily dispatch us. While we may not be particularly ambitious, we possess a modicum of self-awareness. Besides, my brothers and I seek only a comfortable existence, indulging in drink and the company of women. Surely you do not require our meager talents? Afarak cast a discerning glance at the group of noble miscreants and said, I greatly admire the brawl you engaged in at the Old Oak Tavern. It reveals your potential. Moreover, the rapid ascent of the war god's hammer is no mere coincidence. Governing a vast nation is akin to preparing a delicate dish, whether it be in the management of a realm or the operation of a minor weaponry. It is fundamentally about understanding the hearts of men. He paused for a moment before continuing, life is but a fleeting few decades, thus, one should savor fine wine. Wield exceptional swords, and even in matters of rivalry, pursue a renowned beauty. Countless ordinary women may abound, yet none can compare to the allure of a captivating smile. Now, with this modest test before us, an opportunity lies within reach. What say you? In an instant, the crowd was ablaze with fervor. Rog raised his head abruptly, locking his gaze with the golden lioness eyes. Despite the brilliance that pierced his vision, he did not flinch. I have done it, Rog articulated, word by word. To traverse the world with beauties is indeed a delight, Lund proclaimed, his presence towering. The room immediately filled with a sense of acidity. Aet sat heavily in his chair, striking a pose, yet before he could express his thoughts, the chair succumbed, splintering into pieces. Aet chuckled awkwardly, feeling too embarrassed to say anything further. Thus, I shall await good news. Afarak waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Elysis suddenly halted, her cold gaze fixating on several noble rogues. They instantly felt a chill coursing through their bodies, and in an instant, they began to shiver, realizing they could no longer move. Elysis let out a cold laugh. A flash of black flames enveloped them, lifting the noble rogues slowly into the air. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. I do not comprehend why Afarak holds you in such high regard. With your current abilities, you are hardly more formidable than a mere insect. In a few years, how much stronger could you possibly become? Moreover, how dare you clowns regard me with such disdain? Without uttering a spell, a giant hand suddenly appeared above each of their heads, forcefully slamming them to the ground. Elysis turned to depart, the black flames dancing as if mocking those who lay incapacitated. As their emotions gradually settled, they exchanged glances. Aet inquired, Rog, why did you agree so swiftly just now? Rog's face flushed with embarrassment. Offerok is a man of influence, one of the foremost nobles in the alliance, a lord in his own right. It is rare for him to take notice of us. Such opportunities for flattery are seldom. The others nodded in agreement. As for the potential treachery of Offerok, Rog and the others were unconcerned. Even if he were to betray them, the chances of the Duchy of Bavaria emerging victorious were considerably higher. After all, Offerok's mother is the sister of the Emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, one of the three great powers. Perhaps they might even achieve the status of founding heroes. Rog mused dreamily. The others found this notion highly agreeable. As for Kate, he would share in the fortune and might escape the clutches of this young man. A.T. spoke insidiously. The more people we take with us, the better. I propose we organize a mercenary company. This way, we can provide a credible explanation to the authorities. Franco suggested. After further deliberation, they began to disperse for their respective tasks. Days passed, and Rog and his companions reveled in recruiting soldiers. The war god's hammer had accrued over 20,000 gold coins in recent months, and with Offerok's additional 50,000, they could equip a cavalry unit of 100 men. Whether overtly or covertly, Rog amassed 30 skilled mercenaries within a month, and the mercenary company began to take shape. The naming of the company prompted a lively debate, ultimately passing with a vote of 4-1 in favor of dragons and beauties. The lone dissenting vote was Franco, the only one among them with true artistic taste, though he stood alone in his stance. However, what left Rog perplexed was the intelligence regarding the bandits occupying the small castle. Their numbers, leader, abilities, and equipment remained shrouded in mystery. Even the terrain in the vicinity remained rather obscure. This was not entirely their fault, considering that the group had only recently embarked on their journey and were utterly clueless about how to gather intelligence. After the two scouts dispatched earlier went missing without a trace, unease began to settle among them. Following several deliberations, they ultimately resolved to take their entire contingent for reconnaissance. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, and even the midday sun of midsummer was scarcely able to pierce through the extraordinarily dense foliage. In the realm of the enchanted forest, even its outskirts were perpetually shrouded in damp chill. 30-odd knights traversed the woods in solemn silence, most clad in exquisite half-plate armor and wielding gleaming poleaxes, while some bore longbows slung across their mounts. This band of knights constituted Rog's Dragon and Beauty mercenary corps, with over 200 miles still separating them from the fortress of Celis, which was besieged by thieves, or perhaps mercenaries. The seasoned Kate led the charge into the enchanted forest. After a grueling day of marching through the woods, the mercenaries found themselves less than 100 miles from their destination. Their journey had been relatively smooth, with no fierce beasts encountered, as they primarily maneuvered along the forest edge. Surrounding Celis Fortress were numerous hills, though mostly low and unremarkable. Due to its remote location and meager resources, coupled with the intentional neglect by Offerok, Celis Fortress had remained under occupation for half a year without intervention. Unfortunately, this had wrought suffering upon the common folk in the surrounding areas. However, this intelligence was outdated, and Rog and his companions would ultimately have to rely on the map provided by Offerok for their reconnaissance. In the afternoon, the mercenaries estimated they were now less than 70 miles from Celis Fortress, nearing the patrol range of the enemy cavalry scouts. At Kate's command, the mercenaries spread out, gradually advancing in a dispersed formation. For seasoned mercenaries dismounted and swiftly commenced their forward search. Among the group, positioned towards the rear, was a knight clad in black half-plate armor. This was Rog. This portly figure, lacking any semblance of a mage's demeanor, wielded a short battle axe. The axe embodied the opulent style characteristic of the war god's hammer, its elegant lines lending it an almost refined appearance. Intricate magical inscriptions adorned the blade, while the handle prominently featured a rare black crystal. The caustic Franco, upon first beholding Rog's appearance, remarked, "I find the notion of a battle axe-wielding mage rather amusing. Most mages, having devoted years to the study of arcane tomes and frequently exposed to various noxious substances, for many parts of magical beasts harbor some toxicity towards humans, often possess limited physical prowess. Clad in heavy armor, they face significant encumbrance. Moreover, it has been established that metal greatly hinders the accumulation of magical energy. Thus, even a stationary mage encased in full-plate armor faces a failure rate exceeding 50 in casting spells, an outcome that could be a matter of life and death in battle. For Rog, however, neither of these concerns presented any challenge. His mental fortitude was exceedingly vast, making the mastery of his meager magical powers a trivial endeavor. Moreover, whether it is due to the enhancements made to his body, Rog's mental fortitude experiences minimal depletion when traversing the metallic accumulation of magical energy. With his limited magical capacity, barely sufficient to cast third-tier spells, he can still unleash magic even when confined by a metallic sphere. Since entering the Forest of Demons, Rog has frequently found himself in a state of disorientation. To his eyes, everything around him often transforms into a series of flat images, while strange, dissonant cries echo incessantly in his ears. He gazes around in bewilderment, as though standing before a colossal landscape painting, repeatedly tempted to pierce this veil of illusion with his battle axe to uncover what lies beyond. He seems to perceive Kate approaching, vociferously speaking to him. Yet he feels akin to a fish submerged in water, observing the movements of lips above the surface without discerning the actual words being spoken. Kate has discerned that the patrol's location is merely 10 miles from the forest's edge, marked by clear hoofprints, a mix of old and new, indicative of a group of approximately 7 or 8 individuals. These traces suggest that similar-sized parties frequently traverse this narrow path, perhaps indicating that this woodland trail was originally forged by the patrols themselves. As dusk descends, the mercenaries settle in for a night's rest after setting their traps. At dawn, Kate assigns a new scout to keep watch by the forest's edge, while the others continue to recuperate. Lacking significant military knowledge, the group is uncertain of how to effectively ambush, yet a few of the hired mercenaries possess a modicum of familiarity with the task, resulting in a semblance of order in their arrangements. After a night of deliberation, Rog and his companions conclude that this patrol may not be as straightforward as it seems. Otherwise, 2 of their skilled members would not have gone missing. However, after much discussion, the only resolution they reach is to heighten their vigilance. Following a restorative night's sleep, Rog's energy is fully replenished. He gently caresses a green ring adorning his finger, softly chanting an incantation, causing a small, unassuming orb of light to gradually materialize and ascend into the sky. As he channels a fragment of his mental energy into the orb, a new perspective unfolds before him. The orb stabilizes at an altitude of around 10 meters. This eye of the wizard spell, while not particularly advanced, boasts a lengthy duration, making it a convenient reconnaissance tool. Yet, its drawbacks are equally prominent. Maintaining focus requires constant mental exertion, rendering it untenable during combat. Furthermore, the spell's fluctuations can be easily detected by other mages, often leading to the exposure of the wizard's position, which poses a fatal threat. A melodious chirping of birds resonates from the forest's edge, prompting the seated mercenaries to spring into action, taking their ambush positions. The horses of the mercenaries have long been stabled 5 miles away, for cavalry cannot effectively maneuver within the confines of the forest. As the sound of measured hoofbeats grows clearer, the palms of the noble scoundrels begin to perspire. This is not a mere skirmish. It is a serious confrontation. Rog remains still, continuously observing the surroundings through the eye of the wizard. Of course, this is contingent upon him comfortably situating himself within the boughs of a lush, sprawling tree. Rogden found himself at a loss, as his mental perception could only discern the general location of his adversary, while the ability to unveil the hidden true required a level 4 spell, which he was currently unable to cast. However, solutions often present themselves in unexpected ways. With a contemplative smile, he swiftly conferred with the nearest companion, 8, and deftly vanished into the depths of the forest, agile as a beast. The patrolling knights were leisurely digesting their breakfast. Though the scenery of the forest left much to be desired, they felt little concern for their safety, for a mid-level mage was covertly safeguarding them. The rough-hewn cavalrymen were oblivious to the real peril that lay ahead. They engaged in idle chatter about a young village maiden they had encountered during last month's patrol. Recalling her fair skin, sturdy yet graceful physique, her tantalizing screams, and the exquisite struggle she exhibited, particularly the seductive twist of her waist, which incited their lewd laughter. Death often arrives when least expected. Suddenly, from the depths of the trees, a flurry of arrows erupted like a swarm of locusts, with 20 short bows and 3 crossbows aimed directly at the 3 knights in the lead. The patrolling knights, displaying commendable agility, hastily deflected a portion of the incoming projectiles. Nevertheless, each of the 3 still sustained several wounds and fell from their mounts. The remaining knights, quick to react, plunged into the woods, denying the mercenaries a second volley. Casting aside their bows, the mercenaries drew their longswords, engaging in close combat. The knights were skilled in martial prowess, particularly one who wielded a massive sword with remarkable finesse. He maneuvered his steed adeptly around 2 large trees, charging into the midst of 3 mercenaries who had just unsheathed their swords. With a sweeping arc, he felled one mercenary, then swiftly lunged at another. The mercenary parried with his sword, producing a resounding clash, but was immediately gripped by terror. He raised his arm, using the knight's steel shield to protect his heart. The tip of the giant sword sparked against the shield, emitting a jarring sound that grated on the nerves. The curved surface of the shield forced the sword's point off course, sending the mercenary hurtling backward under the tremendous force, accompanied by the sickening sound of a bone fracturing. With a sinister grin, the knight wielding the massive sword drove it downward, inflicting a grievous wound upon the mercenary's unarmored thigh. The third mercenary, realizing the dire situation, darted behind a tree. The knight's keen eye caught the ornate armor of this particular foe, and he promptly abandoned the 2 injured mercenaries, urging his steed onward in pursuit. The mercenary was none other than Renz, who, in a desperate bid for survival, exhibited agility rivaling that of a thief as he weaved between the trees. Eluding the knight's grasp, the other 2 patrolling knights were not so fortunate. One was in hot pursuit of a mercenary when 2 axe-throwing spears suddenly swung down from above, startling him. In a moment of panic, he hunched down on his horse, squeezing its flank, and the steed leaped forward over 3 meters, narrowly escaping disaster. However, another axe spear approached silently from behind, effortlessly slicing through his leather armor and nearly cleaving him in 2. Kate lightly descended from the tree, her focus unwavering as she hastened towards the sounds of combat, neglecting to inspect the fallen body. Meanwhile, another patrolling knight found himself encircled by 8 and 5 mercenaries. The fierce tiger could not withstand the pack of wolves, and soon he was ambushed from behind by a mercenary who struck his thigh, leading to his downfall under a flurry of swords. The great sword knight, following Lons, circled twice before the distant sounds of 2 anguished cries prompted him to reconsider his course. He turned his steed around, preparing to flee. Suddenly, his horse reared up, a crossbow bolt embedded in its hindquarters, and the knight was unseated. Remaining composed in the face of danger, he rolled to his feet, only to find Kate brandishing a bloodied axe gun standing defiantly before him. Behind him, Ede appeared, wielding a heavy sword. Franco, armed with a crossbow, and Lons, who had been desperately fleeing moments ago, also revealed themselves. The knight's palms grew clammy with sweat, and he could not help but curse. Where the hell is that damned mage? The mage himself was not in a favorable position either. Upon discovering that someone was using the wizard's eye, he cast an invisibility spell and cautiously approached the battlefield. At that moment, the sounds of combat echoed in the distance, and fortuitously, he spotted a knight clad in striking armor lying in ambush among the trees, resembling a commander in appearance. The mage felt a surge of satisfaction with his luck as he unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck true, watching the knight collapse, crackling with small sparks of electricity. The mage swaggered forward, confident in the potency of his magic, especially since he had prepared a second lightning spell as a backup. However, the knight struggled to rise once more, and the second bolt of lightning arced through the air, hitting him again. Yet this time, he did not fall. Instead, he turned to face the mage, his helmet concealing only a skull, with pale flames flickering in the depths of his eye sockets, fixating intently on the mage. The mage stared in horror as the skeletal figure seemed to smirk at him. His mouth felt parched, and his palms grew sweaty. Years of combat instinctively prompted him to activate the protective talisman he bore, as a white beam of light rose from his feet and then vanished. Yet, an invisible magical force field enveloped the mage. The incantation was swiftly completed, and a summoning circle materialized on the ground, radiating light as a magical creature began to take shape. At that moment, Rog quietly approached from behind, swinging an axe towards the mage. Just as it seemed the mage was about to meet his demise, Rog felt as though his axe had struck a substantial block of butter, causing it to veer off course. As a novice who had only recently taken up the axe, he lacked control over his swing. The mage, taken aback, sidestepped, but the battle axe still carved a long gash across his shoulder. Rog then launched a kick, opting for a sweeping motion instead of his preferred upward strike. True to form, he found his foot meeting resistance akin to kicking a pile of cotton. Nevertheless, the force of his kick propelled the mage backward. Rogue wiped the cold sweat from his brow, turning with a sinister grin towards the wizard who was clumsily rising from the ground. With a swift swing of his axe, he struck downwards. Despite the protection of magical armor, the wizard stood no chance against the brute strength of Rogue. Soon, crimson began to stain his robes. After several spells were interrupted, the wizard, gritting his teeth, hurled a fistful of colorful gemstones at his adversary. This struck Rogue at his most vulnerable point, causing his assault to falter as he hesitated, contemplating whether to collect the sparkling treasures. Sensing an opportunity, the wizard attempted to flee, only to trip over a tree branch that had unexpectedly risen from the ground, sending him sprawling. Pain surged through his myriad wounds, and he nearly lost consciousness. Boom! A ferocious blaze erupted. The black crystal atop Rogue's axe emitted a faint hum, enveloping him in a translucent, dark shield. However, this barrier could not entirely withstand the onslaught of flames, and the aroma of roasting flesh permeated the forest. As for the wizard, already gravely injured, he could hardly withstand the force of the fireball and was reduced to mere charred remains. Rogue awakened slowly, the rough wooden ceiling coming into focus before his eyes. The gentle sway beneath him reveals that he is ensconced within a horse-drawn cart. A sudden jolt of the vehicle sends a sharp pain coursing through his injuries, prompting an involuntary groan to escape his lips. With a swift motion, the curtain covering the window is drawn back, and 8's large head peers inside. Rogue, are you awake? Where are we? How long have I been unconscious? Oh, this cursed cart. And this road. Are we really traversing a field ridge? Damn it. We could really use a priest. Next time, we must secure one, even if it means binding him. Why is Faye's medicine so ineffective? It's excruciating. If only he possessed half the skill in potion making that he does in crafting magical weaponry. How severe was the skirmish? Besides you, we sustained injuries to 4 other brothers, and they're not light. Who would have thought a patrol cavalry would be so formidable? 8 shakes his head and continues. We struck gold this time. It was indeed the frosted silver foxes, and they are an elite squad of snow foxes, numbering perhaps 300, merely tenfold our own ranks. Damn it, even their squad leader is quite capable, nearly a mid-level knight. Fortunately, the fellow isn't too bright. He actually challenged Kate to a duel. And lo and behold, Franco promptly shot him in the backside with an arrow. During the battle in the jungle, the patrol cavalry captain was captured in the shadows and endured several rounds of interrogation. Later, Lund stripped him of his trousers and covered his privates in honey, then located an ant nest. Minutes later, he extracted a confession. After the snow foxes seized the small fortress of Selris, they sealed off the Lord's residence and abducted over 100 able-bodied men, relentlessly digging for something within. However, the nature of this task seems to be highly confidential, as the patrol captain's position is not one that warrants access to such secrets. Lunds viciously poured ants onto the captain's already battered privates, prompting a wretched scream. I'll tell you. I've heard that the former lord once hosted a necromancer in his residence, and supposedly below lies the necromancer's laboratory. Water, quickly, douse me with water. After several rounds of questioning, and convinced no further information could be extracted, Lunds swiftly ended the knight's suffering with a dagger stroke. Due to numerous severe injuries, the soul mage, Rogue, became akin to a roasted pig, and the 30-plus men were insufficient for any meaningful combat. A few cowardly nobles conspired and hastily fled, reasoning that there remained 4 months until the appointed time, plenty of days ahead. This outing was not entirely fruitless, at the very least. It illuminated the stark gap in power relative to the Snow Fox's elite squad. As for the spoils, bah, what a so-called first-rate mercenary elite squad, penniless as a beggar, with only a handful of ragged trinkets to show for their efforts. Kate, tasked with cleaning the battlefield, cursed vehemently, devoid of any knightly decorum. As night fell, a group of ruffians reconvened at the most bustling establishment in Falberg, the Rhine Knight. This place is indeed the veritable den of indulgence in Falberg, boasting the finest offerings in both libations and women, claiming to provide the best of all Falberg. This place is certainly beyond the financial reach of ordinary citizens. However, the influx of merchants and nobles has fostered a thriving business here. The Knight of the Rhine is an imposing 3-story edifice, towering almost as high as a conventional 6-story building. In front lies a spacious plaza, which, by nightfall, is invariably filled with an array of opulent carriages. At the entrance stands a magical fountain nearly 5 meters in diameter, its cascading waters soaring skyward to heights of 5 or 6 meters before showering down. Amidst the mist, a swirling mass of violet magical flames burns ceaselessly, day and night. The fountain's basin is adorned with a large magical array, its prismatic flames illuminating the mist with an aura of romantic mystique. Merely maintaining such a magical array incurs staggering daily expenses. Through the grand entrance, standing at an impressive 4 meters, the lobby of the Knight of the Rhine radiates opulence, bathed in a soft golden hue from the magical illumination. Artifacts from across the globe are scattered throughout the hall. The second floor is partitioned into several compartments, each decorated in the artistic styles of the continent's major nations, serving as a significant hub for intrigue and debauchery. The third floor features a larger hall, where, every weekend, slave auctions are frequently held, alongside other grand events. Slavery exists to varying degrees across the Gloria continent, with slaves often originating from war captives, rebels, and other intelligent races such as dwarves, elves, orcs, and even draconians. Conflicts between humans and the intelligent races of the continent arise frequently, akin to the wars among human nations. Comparatively, wars between human nations occur more frequently. Generally, human nations are more receptive to the inclusion of other intelligent races as espoused by the Church of Light, which proclaims humanity as the favored children of the Creator. While acknowledging that other races are also among his progeny, most slaves are relegated to menial labor. However, the slaves auctioned at the Night of the Rhine are far from such lowly stock. Gold and his apprentices procured their slaves from this very establishment. As business flourished for the hammer of the war god, Rog and his companions became regular patrons here. A few dissolute nobles belong to the less fortunate category, especially when compared to those of high status or pure lineage. With newfound prosperity, they inevitably exhibit a touch of nouveau riche demeanor, particularly Rog. Even Franco cannot evade this trend, occasionally feigning nonchalance before outsiders as he laments, "Ah, I was out too late at the Night of the Rhine last night. I am still rather fatigued." He relishes the envy he perceives in others' eyes. At this moment, several dissolute nobles are lethargically gathered in a corner of the lobby. The second floor is exclusively accessible to the affluent or noble guests, leaving Rog and his companions somewhat out of place. I truly cannot fathom the fascination with those bone mages. It baffles me that anyone would risk sending 300 people for them. Damn it. Those wretched foxes may be impoverished, but their skills are undeniably formidable. Side-eyed. 300 individuals? What shall we do? Judging by the capabilities of our 30-odd subordinates, we would need at least 600 to contend effectively. Yet, given our current equipment, our funds can barely outfit 100, lamented Kate. Alas, Franco sighed. If this matter cannot be accomplished, the financial loss is trivial. However, failing to win the favor of the Duke of Bavaria would be a significant setback. Do not despair. We have vanquished one of their sorcerers, and a formidable one at that. Such individuals are rare in mercenary bands. Perhaps only one or two exist. At this juncture, it is they who should be wary of us. After all, losing 6 cavalrymen and a mage is no small matter. They may very well be in disarray at this very moment. He glanced around, seeking laughter, but found none. Thus, he transformed his solitary chuckle into a mere ha-ha. This cannot be the end. Kate suddenly interjected with fervor. My father has risked his life for many years, excelling in both military strategy and martial prowess. Yet, he has languished for over a decade in the position of deputy commander of the city defense, simply because he holds the title of Baron. Damn it. A level 15 high-ranking paladin. That glutton Chambers, merely because he is an earl and the nephew of the Minister of Military Affairs, has secured the command position. If he possessed even the prowess of an 8th-level knight, I would gladly serve him. We must seize this opportunity. To make a name for ourselves, we must take the risk. You are fortunate enough to inherit a barony. My father also served under your father for a decade without advancement. I have yet to inherit that barony. Alas, we brothers may appear to be noble, but in truth, we live in hardship. In the royal capital, even seeking the company of a courtesan could result in being robbed. Were it not for Rog's cleverness in unleashing the hammer of the god of war, we would still be staring blankly at this place. Would we even have had the chance to enter the Night of the Rhine? Franco interrupted the 2 chattering knights. Enough, brothers. Do not be discontented. When it came to seizing those common wenches, did you ever feel your status was low? Kate, enjoy your secret amusement. You and your father are fortunate not to be regarded as dark knights. Regardless of why Afarak has taken an interest in us, this opportunity is rare. If we succeed in this endeavor, we will undoubtedly curry favor with the Duke of Bavaria. Let us convene and discuss our next steps. Rog took a sip of wine and was struck by inspiration. First, he needed to recruit soldiers. Gathering as many as possible without the necessity of providing them with top-notch equipment, just better than those impoverished souls would suffice. The key was to ensure the quality of their weaponry. There was no need for an abundance of horses. Calculating this way, it seemed they could easily muster 300 men. Kate, eat. You two should train these rascals diligently over the next 2 months. Look at that mercenary squad. They're so destitute, they might manage to scrape together one more magician at best. This time, we'll bring Faisal along, with his gear. He should easily eliminate that magician. For the time being, we can just release some standard wares from the war god's hammer. The group felt invigorated. Feigning death to deceive. In an array of treacherous tactics. As dawn broke, they exchanged sly glances and chuckled, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. The Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps had recently become a notable topic in Falborg. Their recruitment of over 200 mercenaries had caused quite a stir. Although their name was somewhat vulgar, it attracted a fair number of seasoned veterans and ruffians. Primarily due to their shared interests in the beauty of women with a few noble scoundrels. Within the training grounds of the Thieves' Guild, Lunz was tirelessly honing his skills with 20 adept thieves, perspiring day and night. After being pursued by mercenaries in the capital, he had shed his lazy habits. Realizing that survival was paramount, this time, he discovered that he was a natural thief. Nothing suited his sinister disposition better than lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing of the noble scoundrel's escapades, Count Windington remained silent. The following day, 50 of his elite armored cavalry withdrew from military service to join the mercenary corps. Kate selected 100 individuals from the mercenary group, equipping them with war horses, steel chainmail, and poleaxes, transforming them into semi-lightly armored poleaxe cavalry. For the next 2 months, Kate trained alongside these knights in the training grounds. The remaining 200 mercenaries were led by Eid, who, after switching professions several times, had recently resolved to become a magic swordsman, making him perfectly suited to train the infantry. As for Franco, he casually remarked, "My life is art," and became engrossed in designing the mercenary corps flag and insignia. The others were deeply troubled until one day they unexpectedly found him practicing swordsmanship with a slender stiletto against a human-shaped target. The numerous puncture marks were concentrated in areas typically unprotected by armor: the eyes, wrists, thighs, and even the groin. The sight made everyone's skin crawl, particularly Kate, the knight, whose expression darkened considerably. Franco's ancestral sword technique, renowned for its footwork and agility, was already formidable. Paired with such treacherous and malicious tactics, its power was magnified. The group recalled the exquisite stiletto imbued with electrical paralysis effects that Faisal had crafted for him just days prior, sending shivers down their spines. As for poison, that was a trivial matter, as it was something everyone had to embrace. Rogue spends his days either in deep meditation or secluded within the confines of the laboratory, delving into the mysteries of magic. Occasionally, he dons a full suit of armor and mingles with the troops of Eid, practicing with his axe. Rogue summoned Faze, who found himself perplexed by the arcane intricacies of necromancy. In this realm, magic is meticulously categorized by its level. Though the distinctions among the various schools are not particularly pronounced, practitioners adept in a specific type of magic can often wield spells from other disciplines, with only a few exceptions for spells that starkly oppose their own. For instance, most intermediate magicians can summon a few skeletal minions if they so desire, albeit in limited numbers and of mediocre quality. Given the meager combat prowess of skeletons, a trained soldier can easily dispatch 2 or 3 of them, rendering their practical utility negligible unless summoned in vast numbers. Necromancers, however, are a different breed. They have pledged their allegiance to the deity of death, transforming themselves into undead beings, which significantly enhances their mastery of necromantic spells. As they become increasingly tainted by the essence of death, they often grow paranoid and malevolent. Only a select few, those who ascend to the ranks of powerful sorcerers before becoming necromancers, manage to retain clarity of mind. The various curses from the schools of necromancy and dark magic prove exceptionally effective in warfare, prompting rulers across the continent to tacitly accept the existence of such sorcerers, while those who have transitioned into undead forms are shunned by society. This stigma has been somewhat alleviated by the illustrious achievements of Rodriguez, after whom the Church of Light has relentlessly pursued necromancers, nearly extinguishing their presence on the continent over the past 2 decades. Yet, what sets Fengyue apart from ordinary skeletons is its intellect. Rogue himself could not fathom how he acquired this knowledge. The cursed necromancer had left him scant magical wisdom, particularly neglecting any insights into his treasure hoard. Whenever Rogue gazed at Fengyue, he felt as though it were observing him in return. the two often locking eyes for an extended period. With formidable enemies on the horizon, the few Inutuels among them had remarkably refrained from causing trouble and instead focused on rigorous training. Naturally, their insidious tactics and poisoned weapons remained concealed from view. On rare occasions, when conflicts did arise, they adhered to a chivalrous code, engaging in one-on-one duels. Although others were eager to join the fray, the presence of spectators necessitated the maintenance of their noble decorum. Even if they had become utterly disreputable, the fade must be upheld. In a parallel realm, the same desolate forest and the same somber sky prevailed. A towering skeleton wandered aimlessly through the woods where undead beings were exceedingly rare. After a day's wandering, it encountered two fellow skeletons. There was no exchange among them. They merely brushed past one another, unaware of when they might cross paths again. A wisp of pale mist emanated from the shattered skull, which Fengwei inhaled through the hollow where a nose once resided. Rising to its feet, Fengwei surveyed its surroundings and let out a silent roar towards the sky, moving with an agility unfitting for a skeleton as it plunged into the forest in search of its next target. The Dragon and Beauty mercenary company set forth. Embracing the crispness of early autumn, Luns and his band of thieves ventured ahead to scout the terrain and lay traps around Sealer's castle. Leading the mercenary contingent was Kate, commanding 150 knights, while Eat directed 200 swordsmen at the rear. At the heart of the procession were several heavy wagons, laden with supplies. Faye sat within one of the carriages, with Franco, his guard, also comfortably seated inside. Rog rode alongside Kate, masquerading as a cavalryman. The mercenary group's destination was the quaint town of Le Mans, situated 60 miles from Sellersburg. Le Mans, though modest in size, boasted a population of approximately 2,000. Since the arrival of Lord Snow Fox, the Alliance had received no further intelligence regarding this town. Several reconnaissance missions by Luns indicated that individuals affiliated with Snow Fox were frequently seen in the vicinity. As dawn broke, the townsfolk of Le Mans began to stir, preparing for the day ahead. The sun had yet to fully rise, yet the morning light illuminated the entire town. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking gradually filled the air, and wisps of smoke began to rise from chimneys. Scattered figures of industrious townspeople could be seen moving about the streets. This mountainous town, due to its remote location and meager resources, typically welcomed only a handful of merchant caravans each year. The inhabitants had grown accustomed to a self-sufficient lifestyle, living in tranquil harmony for decades. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill as the sun slowly ascended from the forested hills, casting a brilliant golden hue across the town. The trees swayed gently, appearing adorned with golden leaves, while the early birds joined in a melodious chorus. What a picturesque rural morning. Regrettably, Rog possessed none of the refinement to appreciate it. The stout man furrowed his brow as he surveyed the dilapidated houses lining the main avenue, which, despite being the widest street in the town, revealed only a few shops. The townspeople, clad in tattered garments, regarded the cavalry with curious, indifferent, and even hostile gazes. This town, with its 2,000 residents, comprised perhaps 300 to 400 households. Let me ponder observing their impoverished state. It seems that an average household could barely earn 2 gold coins annually. Calculating the potential tax revenue, that would amount to 5 silver coins, with 3.5 needing to be remitted. Over a year, could there be an income of 50 gold coins? Goodness, is this truly my territory? The stout man began to mutter to himself, his last remark escaping his lips in an exclamation. Franco shot an annoyed glance at Rog, as the man's avarice dampened his appreciation for the pastoral scenery. Kate remained silent, while 60 lightly armored axe cavalrymen trailed behind. The rest of the mercenaries nowhere in sight. The cavalry gradually reached the town's south-central square, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. A tall, vigorous elder, evidently the leader, approached them. He bowed respectfully and said, "Noble knights, I am Ian, the mayor of this humble town. May I inquire what brings you to our impoverished abode?" Rog boldly proclaimed, "We are the knights of the Duchy of Bavaria. I am Rog, this is Franco, and this is Kate. Henceforth, this town and its surrounding areas shall be our domain. You are the mayor, are you not? First, prepare us some food, and then provide a report on the town's population and income. After dining, you shall guide us on a tour of the town." Suddenly, a towering figure emerged, his skin a deep shade of brown, gripping a massive iron hammer. Kate furrowed her brow, cautiously advancing on horseback, a chill emanating from her presence. "What? It seems you harbor some thoughts, do you?" Kate's spear axe had also been modified by phase, becoming heavier in response to the knight's growing strength. The spear tip and axe blade, enhanced by magic, were exceedingly sharp and resilient. Kate gradually summoned her fighting spirit. Although she lacked the power to externalize it, her aura steadily intensified. Franco nudged Rog and whispered, "Pay attention. There isn't a single woman among the townsfolk, and they all bear arms." Rog scrutinized the scene, and indeed, the townspeople were armed, with farming tools barely qualifying as weapons. Observing the surrounding houses, Rog noted that behind the tightly shut windows, curious eyes were peering out. Rog sat with a grim countenance. Addressing Kate, "Let us resolve this expeditiously. Troubles may arise." Just then, Ian rushed in, grasping Kate's horse's reins. "My lord, Bam has offended the nobles, a transgression deserving of death. However, the Lord has already dealt him a severe reprimand. For the sake of our shared allegiance as subjects, let us spare his life." The old man had arranged a modest meal in the town hall, urging the lords not to find it lacking. The atmosphere in the town hall was exceedingly oppressive. The knights were silently consuming their frugal breakfast, while several young women moved about, delivering food and clearing away utensils. Occasionally, a shrill scream pierced the air, likely provoked by one of the knights' unwarranted advances. Rog and his two companions sat together at a table, engaged in hushed deliberations, their plates nearly emptied. Yet their focus evidently lay elsewhere than on the flavors before them. The old mayor, Ian, stood by with a forced smile, relieved that the direst of circumstances had been averted. The knights appeared disinterested in the local maidens. During the preparation of the meal, Rog and his companions relentlessly inquired about the Snow Fox Brigade. Shortly after their arrival in Selesburg, a band of thieves had descended upon Le Mans, pillaging the town and claiming several lives. It was at this critical moment that the Snow Fox Brigade had passed through, annihilating the bandits and saving the town. Subsequently, the brigade frequently visited the village to trade supplies at reasonable prices. Following the Snow Fox's arrival, the tax collector from the Alliance had ceased to make appearances, and the simple townsfolk naturally gravitated towards the brigade. However, the sentiments of the commoners were of little concern to Rog and the other nobles. Politics was an obligatory study for the great aristocrats, while those like Rog, the marginally fallen nobility, often refrained from squandering time on such matters. A sudden clatter of hooves approached, abruptly halting at the town hall's entrance. A weary axeman knight burst in, removing his helmet, and swiftly approached Rog's table, exclaiming loudly, "The Snow Fox has been discovered." With a sharp crack, Kate delivered a resounding slap to him, reprimanding him for his volume. The knight immediately fell silent. Whispering with Rog and the others, Rog and his companions repeatedly questioned the cavalryman, their voices hushed to a near whisper. Ian could barely discern fragmented words such as ambush, surprise attack, and the enchanted forest. The elderly mayor meticulously maintained his composure and smile, fearful of provoking any misunderstandings. At that moment, the assembly reached a consensus. A few aristocratic scoundrels exchanged sinister smiles. They signaled to the knights to mount their steeds and, like the wind, they surged out of the small town, leaving behind a chaotic town hall filled with overturned dishes and debris. Ian hastily summoned a sharp-witted youth, imparting a few urgent instructions in a low voice, to which the boy promptly complied. Shortly thereafter, the lad galloped off in pursuit of the cavalry's trail. Meanwhile, Ian busied himself comforting several young women with reddened eyes. Hart had been in a rather foul mood for the past year. The illustrious captain of the Snow Fox Brigade, an 11th-level swordsman, found himself relegated to this remote backwater for over half a year. He cursed vehemently as he roamed the castle grounds. Laborers struggled to transport bags of, or to the carts, which were neatly lined up in the small square of the castle, now half-filled. Hart had been tasked with excavating a necromancer's laboratory, but had yielded nothing of value. To his surprise, however, he stumbled upon a rich vein of refined iron ore, of exceptionally high quality, suitable for steel production. For the mineral-deficient Duchy of Ron, this iron ore was invaluable, yet regrettably located within the borders of the Duchy of Bavaria, allowing only clandestine extraction. A horse galloped across the castle square, and a knight dismounted, rushing to Hart with urgent tidings. Hart's expression, initially as cold as ice, gradually warmed into a broad smile, culminating in hearty laughter. With a resounding clap on the messenger's back, he declared, "After we deal with those rascals, I shall recommend you for the Ice and Snow Fox. From now on, you will ride with me. Ha ha. Gather around, lads. It's time for a hunt." Moments later, 100 cavalrymen and 200 light infantry assembled in the castle square, accompanied by a black-robed mage standing beside Hart. With a commanding shout, Hart ordered the gates to swing wide open, and the 300 Snow Fox mercenaries surged forth from the fortress, leaving only 50 swordsmen to guard the stronghold. Rog and his companions leisurely traversed the avenue leading to Sellersburg, much like a casual outing, with the cavalry formation widely spread apart. As they rounded a small hill, the forward cavalry abruptly halted, causing those behind to be obstructed, who then grumbled and pressed forward. Upon turning the corner, silence enveloped them. Ahead, in an expansive clearing, Hart, clad in heavy armor, stood with the Snow Fox mercenaries, awaiting Rog in an orderly formation. Rog and his companions inhaled sharply, taken aback. The Snow Foxes, true to their elite reputation, stood in impeccable formation, an air of solemnity enveloping them, devoid of any sounds of chatter or hoarse whinnies. Upon sighting Rog and his party, Hart let out a sinister grin, his tongue flicking across his lips as he slowly raised his lance. The infantry behind him split into two precise ranks, their armor clanking rhythmically as they commenced a deliberate encirclement. With each 10 paces, they would raise their blades and strike their shields, bellowing a fierce battle cry. Meanwhile, the cavalry remained eerily still. Hart's lance held aloft without the slightest tremor, emanating an overwhelming aura of impending doom. A mere few hundred men exuded a bloodthirsty spirit that felt as formidable as a 1,000-strong army. Rog and his companions were taken aback, initially intending to lure the enemy with 50 cavalry, launching a sudden assault to diminish their fervor. However, they could never have anticipated that their adversaries were such seasoned warriors. The steeds, stirred by the aura of impending combat, began to stamp nervously, while some of the cavalrymen turned pale with trepidation. After merely 6 months of formation and only 2 months of training, these fledgling riders starkly revealed their inadequacies when faced with battle-hardened veterans. Several dissolute nobles exchanged glances, realizing that they too shared the pallor of fear. Rog swiftly made a decisive move, chanting an incantation as a shroud of black mist enveloped the battlefield. When it dissipated, the ground was ensnared with a dense web that spanned several dozen meters. Kate raised her axe and spear high, issuing commands. Prepare, draw your bows, aim at the infantry to the left front, fire. Dozens of arrows soared through the air toward the infantry 200 meters away, as the Snow Fox soldiers raised their shields in unison. However, their equipment was rather inadequate. The light shields failed to cover their entire bodies, and the leather armor offered minimal protection against arrows. After the volley of arrows, if one could even call it a rain, 5 or 6 infantrymen lay sprawled on the ground. Kate lifted her axe and spear once more. Draw your bows, fire. Another wave of arrows fell, and yet again, 5 or 6 Snow Fox soldiers succumbed. The Snow Fox infantry began their charge, striving to close the distance. Hart, calm and composed, scrutinized the enemy formation. As a seasoned commander, he intended to wait until the opposing forces were in disarray before launching a final cavalry assault. Although Rog's magic would not impede his cavalry, it significantly hampered their speed. Fortunately, the spell's duration was brief, lasting only 5 or 6 minutes, and Hart possessed ample patience. Unconsciously, he extended his tongue to lick his lips, akin to a wolf that had caught the scent of blood. For the third time, Kate raised her axe and spear. All units prepare. The Snow Fox infantry had charged to within 100 meters. Upon hearing Kate's command, they immediately raised their shields above their heads and continued their charge, though their speed inevitably diminished. With a thunderous shout, Kate commanded, "All units, turn around, retreat." The mercenaries of the Dragon and Beauty, most of whom were seasoned veterans, executed a swift and orderly retreat, turning on their heels and racing back along their path. Hart, taken aback, realized that Rog and the others had already gained considerable ground. Furious, Hart trembled with rage, bellowing, "After them! Chase those wretched dogs!" The knights of the Snow Fox skillfully maneuvered around the frontal web formation, surpassing the infantry, and began to pursue with all their might. Hart relished the exhilarating sensation of the fierce wind against his face as he galloped forward. With each stride, his blood simmered, an unnamed fire searing through his nerves. His vision blurred into a crimson haze, and it seemed as though the fleeing jesters ahead had become impaled upon his spear. Blood dripped down the shaft, landing on his tongue. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly, "I am truly parched." Rog and his companions fled to the outskirts of the enchanted forest, slowing their pace. At Kate's command, they suddenly turned back. A half-mile behind, 5 Snow Fox knights deftly reined in their steeds, and the 5 war horses stood on their hind legs, pivoting in unison to create distance. In terms of equestrian skill, they far surpassed Rog and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Hart had caught up, decelerating from a distance. Another Snow Fox cavalryman galloped back, preparing to contact the infantry unit. Suddenly, a chilling shriek erupted from the forest, and an arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing through the messenger's chest, accompanied by a spray of crimson rain. Before embedding itself in the ground several dozen meters away, this unexpected arrow stunned everyone present. Moments later, with a resounding clash, over 100 cavalrymen burst forth from the enchanted forest, encircling Hart's rear. Deep within the woods, Fess struck Lunz on the head with a staff as if he were a lifeless pig, growling under his breath. With such an arrow, why didn't you save it for the sorcerer, you blockhead? If I am unable to defeat that sorcerer, I shall use you as a shield. That arrow had indeed been the culmination of Lunz's months of arduous training, but after its release, he had exhausted all his fighting spirit. At this moment, Lunz was rendered more useless than a mere trifle. Hart laughed maniacally, raising his lance high, pointing it towards Eat. The 100 Snow Fox cavalrymen turned abruptly, the thunderous sound of hooves resonating as they naturally formed a phalanx for a charge. As they quickened their pace, the elevated lances gradually leveled, resembling a forest being felled, directed toward the dragon and the mercenaries before them. Rogue felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. He had anticipated that Hart and his companions would launch an assault against the evidently weaker side, thereby luring the Snow Fox cavalry into the ambush hidden within the magic domain forest. To his surprise, Hart instead confronted the equally matched forces of Eat. In the eyes of Rogue and his companions, the strength of a team was essentially equivalent to the number of its members. Without a moment's hesitation, Rogue began to chant incantations, swiftly casting a magical shield and acceleration spell upon himself, while also utilizing a magical scroll to bestow the acceleration spell upon Kate and Franco. Eat, quickly regaining his composure from the shock, understood that retreat would lead only to doom. Engaging in combat, however, would leave the outcome uncertain. He raised his colossal sword, empowering himself with an acceleration spell, and let out a fierce roar as he charged forward, his knights following suit in a frenzied assault. The two iron tides collided with ferocity, resulting in chaos as men and steeds were thrown into disarray. Amidst the tumult, Hart's thunderous roar resonated like a clap of thunder. With each bellow, a faint aura of fighting spirit flickered, and a knight was unseated from his mount. Eat valiantly swung his sword, felling 2 Snow Fox cavalrymen. But amid the chaos, he was struck from behind. Fortunately, the armor crafted by the war goddess hammer absorbed the blow, leaving only a dent. Nevertheless, the force of the strike momentarily clouded his vision. As he gasped for breath, he suddenly spotted Hart charging towards him like a demonic apparition, the flickering aura of fighting spirit causing Hart's spear tip to quiver. Blood sprayed in all directions, the spear tip resembling the finger of death, locking onto Eat's heart. In a moment of despair, Eat summoned his resolve, bellowing defiantly as he charged forward. His great sword carved an arc through the air, striking fiercely against Hart's spear. Hart's eyes had turned a menacing crimson, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Eat's full force strike merely diverted the spear slightly, yet it still pierced into his thigh. A sickening sound echoed as Hart's spear penetrated a mere few inches. Hart paused, surprised. Typically, his spear could effortlessly pierce through the armor of a standard knight. It appeared that this young warrior's armor was indeed formidable, but that alone would not deter him. With a thunderous shout, Hart unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, and blood erupted from Eat's wound in a misty cloud. Hart thrust his spear once more, lifting Eat off the ground and flinging him backward. In a single charge, the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps suffered over 40 knight casualties, while the Snow Foxes had only lost 10. Consequently, the Dragon and Beauty no longer held a numerical advantage. Hart brought his bloodied spear to his lips, licking the fresh blood and casually biting off a piece of flesh stuck to it. Chewing as blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. His visage grew even more grotesque as he slowly raised his spear once again. Suddenly, a fireball soared from the forest, hurtling towards Hart's cavalry formation. One of the cavalrymen, resembling a knight, uttered a hasty incantation, conjuring a fireball in response. The 2 fireballs collided midair in a resounding explosion, turning a 10-meter radius into scorched earth. The Snow Fox mage, accompanied by 5 cavalrymen for protection, broke away from the main force and charged into the forest. Along the way, 2 more mages exchanged fireballs in a fierce clash. Hart paid no heed to the battle between the mages. With a commanding gesture of his lance, Hart led the cavalry forward, imbued with an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Charging once more toward the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps, Kate bellowed, charge. There is a path to survival. Turning back leads only to death. Brothers, follow me. With that rallying cry, he surged ahead, closely followed by the loyal knights of Duke Wellington, and then came the mercenaries recruited by the dragon and beauty. 100 indecisive horsemen, in search of survival, launched themselves into the fray once more. A brutal clash ensued, with bodies and blood flying in all directions. Hart, exhilarated, felt every pore of his being scream with enthusiasm. His lance danced like a venomous serpent, mercilessly shredding the flesh of his adversaries, tearing life from their very forms. With a vicious thrust, he drove his lance into the throat of a mounted axeman. The tremendous force propelled the lance clean through, causing the unfortunate knight to spout blood from his neck, his head hanging by a mere strip of flesh. Suddenly, Hart sensed a release of pressure. He had breached the enemy's formation. Fixating on the fleeing mercenaries of Dragon and Beauty, he paused momentarily before sweeping his lance and shouting, "Pursue!" Amidst the cacophony of neighing steeds, over 80 Snow Fox cavalrymen hurried in relentless pursuit. Rogue galloped through the demon domain forest, his mind almost a blank slate. The branches that confronted him struck heavily against his head and body, yet he seemed impervious to the pain. Instinctively recognizing the distant magical symbols that guided the disheartened soldiers trailing behind him toward their predetermined ambush site. From the onset, the operation had been a chaotic affair. The surrounding scenery morphed into a flat tableau, and all he could hear was a persistent buzzing sound, drowning out everything else. Rogue found himself running in a certain direction, completely oblivious to the reasons behind his flight or its purpose. Elsewhere in the Demon Domain forest, the battle between FaZe and the Snow Fox Mage was nearing its conclusion. The forest floor had been transformed into a barren expanse by their magic, and both had exhausted their arcane energies. Behind the Snow Fox Mage lay several fallen knights, a testament to FaZe's devastating chain lightning spell. The Snow Fox Mage, drained of his magical reserves, could barely maintain his protective shield, his entire body trembling. He felt disheartened. Despite being at least 2 levels above FaZe, his opponent had managed to match him blow for blow, even resulting in the demise of 5 knights. Fortunately, FaZe 2 had depleted his power. With a triumphant laugh that echoed through the woods, the Snow Fox Mage retrieved a fireball scroll from the depths of his pocket, dusted off his robes, rallied his spirit, and struck a dramatic pose, reciting the incantation with a rhythm that was both melodic and forceful. Ah! The anguished cry of the Snow Fox Mage resonated throughout the forest, followed by FaZe's sinister voice. If you wish to be a mage in your next life, learn to earn money first. The bewildered rotund figure could only flee in a frenzy, when suddenly a heavy blow struck his back, causing the world to spin wildly as he fell from his mount. It was only then that he regained his senses, struggling to push away the weight upon him, only to discover it was the lifeless body of a mercenary, a dragon and beauty at that. Its eyes were wide open, devoid of life, and a gaping wound the size of a bull marred its chest, blood splattering over Rogue in mere moments. In a panic, Rogue shoved the corpse aside, and upon raising his gaze, he found himself frozen in shock, confronted by a bearded, fearsome Snow Fox cavalryman who was leering coldly at him. The rotund figure stood rigid, paralyzed by fear. Rogue remained utterly paralyzed. Fear surged through his nerves like a tidal wave, each delicate fiber tightening, cracking, and fracturing. The menacing visage of the Snow Fox Knight loomed larger before Rogue's eyes. The dam had broken. I refused to die? The frantic scream erupted at last. Yet no sound escaped his lips. The knight's steed reared violently. The Snow Fox Knight, as if struck a grievous blow, spewed fine streams of blood from his 7 orifices, tumbling from his mount. With a look of astonishment, he staggered to his feet, unaware of the dark mist swirling behind him, within which a skeleton emerged. The long-handled scythe was raised high, glinting ominously. Another deluge of blood rained down upon him. Rogue sat dazed on the ground, allowing the crimson liquid to flow down his face. One by one, the silhouettes of Snow Fox Knights emerged from the forest. Rogue suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, which swiftly morphed into anguished wails. Grasping his battle axe, he frenziedly hacked at the corpse of the Snow Fox Knight. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze, fixating on the tumultuous battlefield ahead, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted, resembling a feral beast. Just as Rogue appeared to be in a berserk frenzy, a multitude of figures surged from the forest. The ambushed swordsmen, alerted by the sounds of combat, had finally arrived. The swordsmen's cohort encircled the battlefield, launching a relentless assault. The Snow Fox Knights, seasoned veterans of countless battles, remained composed despite the peril. Now, surrounded by desperation, they fought with reckless abandon. The entire forest echoed with the screams of the damned. Hart, like a beast driven mad, watched as Rog mercilessly slaughtered his subordinates, while he himself was ensnared by the relentless black-armored knight before him. In the chaos of the melee, Hart had long discarded his lance, opting instead for the colossal sword of a knight. Kate, wielding her axe-lance, found it suitable for the dense woodland combat, and she too was consumed by bloodlust. The two clashed, their weapons meeting in a fierce exchange, each strike sending shockwaves that left Hart's lips stained with blood, oblivious to his own plight. When faced with an insurmountable challenge, Kate swung her axe down upon Hart with the intent of achieving mutual destruction. Hart, infuriated beyond measure, though he bore the title of butcher, taking countless lives, was resolute in refusing to trade his own for another's. Rog awoke with a start, a chill running down his spine as he recognized the monstrous figure before him. Could it be? Was that not a reflection of himself? As the heavy crimson hue receded, the world was restored to its original colors, though there remained an unsettling abundance of red within that palette. Rog suddenly realized that his body was encrusted with blood, a thick layer of it. Countless warm droplets struggled to evade their impending desiccation. He felt as though the battle axe in his grasp weighed a ton, and gazing at the young, pallid face before him, he found himself unable to bring it down. A piercing scream echoed in his ears. The expression of astonishment eternally etched upon that visage, which soared lightly into the air before descending towards the distant thicket. The young knight's body crumpled, a dagger slipping from his feeble hand. A series of roars drew Rog's attention. The Snowfox cavalry had been decimated, yet Hart continued to charge with unyielding ferocity. On horseback, Kate and the foot soldier Franco were locked in a fierce struggle, while nearby, the dragon and the beautiful swordsman, despite their numbers, proved inadequate and skilled to intervene effectively. At that moment, Rog was besieged by pain and exhaustion, dozens of wounds adorning his body, their origins a mystery, leaving him too weary to continue the fight. Yet the rotund figure remained resolute, calling out loudly, "Target the horse first." Franco's spirit surged, his form became ethereal, and his slender sword seemed devoid of weight as he aimed it with uncanny precision at the steed's hindquarters. Hart's massive sword could hardly defend against so many vulnerabilities, and before long, Franco managed to pierce the horse's hind leg. These treacherous individuals, equipped with weapons laced with potent poison, rendered even the stoutest of steeds vulnerable. It collapsed lifelessly to the ground in an instant. Hart fell from his mount, his great sword propping him up as he swiftly regained his footing. Rog's chilling voice echoed ominously, "Loosen the arrows." A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down, instantly transforming Hart into a porcupine of quills. His hair stood on end as he let out a furious roar, yet he remained steadfast, drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it belonged to his foes or himself. His fierce gaze swept over the mercenaries of the dragon and the beautiful. Though they knew he was doomed, not a single soul dared to advance. Rog stepped forward, his plump face twitching slightly as he murmured, "You may go in peace." With a swift wave of his hand, Hart's consciousness began to wane, leaving him feeling inexplicably weightless as the forest and the crowd below shrank rapidly. Just as his awareness was on the verge of fading completely, he silently uttered, "I am unwilling to accept this fate." In this fierce battle, the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps had deployed 368 members, including 150 cavalry and 200 swordsmen. To this point, over 160 had perished and more than 30 sustained serious injuries. The entire cavalry unit of 112 from the Snow Fox Brigade had been annihilated. Yet, there was no time to rest, as 200 infantry from the Snow Fox Brigade were hastening towards them from 10 miles away. The Dragon and Beauty mercenaries were left with barely over 100 remaining soldiers, many of whom were wounded. In haste, the mercenaries tidied the battlefield and regrouped with the thieves led by Fess and Renz. Fess had exhausted his magical powers, while Renz remained utterly drained. AET sustained grievous injuries. A bullet had shattered his leg, exposing a bone, and half of his flesh had been obliterated by Hart's fighting spirit. After consuming several vials of healing potions, AET's leg injury ceased to bleed, and he fell into a deep slumber, due to the significant repulsion of magical power by fighting spirit. The effectiveness of the healing potions was limited. The undamaged thieves had been dispatched to scout the surroundings, and it seemed that the painstakingly set traps would go to waste, likely only to trouble the passing beasts. Fess called Rog over, having discovered a small velvet pouch soaked in blood from Hart's corpse. The pouch, once sky blue, held a few scattered gemstones, among which one large, transparent black gem stood out prominently. Additionally, there was a small, unremarkable piece of, or that appeared out of place among the jewels, as well as a tiny, intricately carved stone statue depicting a bound angel, so lifelike that one could almost sense the angel's suffering. After a brief pause, the dragon and beauty mercenaries hastily set off. A pyre of flames began to consume the bodies of their fallen comrades. The thieves prepared some simple traps on site, intending to surprise the approaching Snow Fox infantry upon seeing the flames. Rog led the team in a wide detour, taking several miles before they commenced their exit from the Demon Domain forest to avoid an encounter with the Snow Foxes. As the mercenaries finally emerged from the forest, their eyes struggled to adjust to the sunlight. Rog blinked vigorously a few times before regaining his composure, only to find a bitter taste in his mouth. On the crest of a nearby hill, a figure of a knight appeared, followed by a second, then a third. In the blink of an eye, the hill was teeming with knights. 3 banners were raised slowly, each adorned with the elegant silver fox, the brooding ice fox, and the winged wind fox. It seemed that fortune was not on the side of the dragon and beauty mercenaries that day. Under the 3 grand banners, 3 warhorses galloped forth to the front lines, each mounted by a knight of distinct bearing and extraordinary presence. Beneath the ice fox banner stood a tall white steed, upon which a knight clad in shimmering silver armor, intricately engraved with complex patterns, sat. The knight, tall and weathered, bore the marks of age, around 40 years old, with a face chiseled like stone, exuding an air of resolute determination. In hand, a silver lance gleamed, its shaft intricately etched with enigmatic runes, suggesting it was indeed a weapon of arcane prowess. The ice fox knight stood in solemn silence, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Beneath the banner of the wind fox, a sorcerer emerged, clad in a cerulean robe adorned with an array of mystical sigils. He wielded a staff, a quintessential accessory for any mage, its tip set with a verdant crystal of the wind element. The wind fox sorcerer, though not lacking in years, appeared to be in his 40s. His visage striking yet unervingly enhanced by layers of cosmetic embellishment, his vividly crimson lips elicited a shiver of discomfort. The mournful sound of a horn reverberated through the air, and under the command of 3 knights, the cavalry advanced steadily, cascading down the hillside like a torrent of steel. They came to a halt mere paces before Rog and his companions. The 3 knights, undeterred, pressed onward, positioning themselves mere dozens of meters in front of Rog. Clearly emboldened by their formidable skills, Rog offered a bitter smile. At a cursory glance, it appeared that the Silver Fox cavalry had mobilized no fewer than 15 to 1,600 men. However, one could not help but wonder how the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps could command such a formidable presence, deploying so many troops against them. Given the current state of the individuals involved, even a one-on-one confrontation would surely lead to their defeat, let alone facing 10 adversaries at once. With their horses weary and many of their ranks injured, escape was an implausible prospect. The Ice Fox Knight bellowed, "What have you done with heart? Where are the cavalry of the Snow Fox Brigade?" Rog and his companions exchanged glances, taking a moment to comprehend whom the Ice Fox was referring to. Kate retrieved Hart's severed head from her satchel and tossed it before the horse, asking, "Is this the individual you speak of?" "Oh, how revolting," came a sultry voice. With eyes closed, the sound bore a striking resemblance to a warbler emerging from the valley, yet emanating from the alluring red lips of the handsome middle-aged wind fox mage. It stirred a tumult within the stomachs of those present. "Eric, can you please hold your tongue for a moment?" the Silver Fox Knight bellowed, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Ah, ha ha. Since it is Lord Lawrence who has spoken, I shall indeed temper my words. However, do remember to call him Airy in the future." The Silver Fox Knight's face fluctuated between shades of pale and crimson, ultimately becoming increasingly flushed. Judging by his complexion, one could liken him to a red fox. The Ice Fox Knight, equally uncomfortable, feigned ignorance of the exchange and addressed Rog, saying, "If you are capable of slaying Hart, you are indeed a force to be reckoned with. What of his possessions? Hand over the statue of the infernal angel, and I shall grant you a reprieve today." Otherwise, his face darkened with menace as he thundered, "It matters not. You may be dispatched cleanly before seeking again." Rog and his companions trembled, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, as the urgency of self-preservation loomed large. Judging by the tone of the Ice Fox, it was evident that their adversaries, having ventured deep into foreign lands with such a formidable force, were disinclined to provoke unnecessary conflict. None among them were particularly valiant, and the thought of losing their lives over a statue of uncertain significance seemed utterly preposterous. The stout fellow, with a hint of apprehension, inquired, "Is this Purgatory Angel statue a stone carving of a bound angel?" If we surrender it, will you truly allow us to leave? The ice fox, displaying visible impatience, retorted. I, Oxray, one of the 4 divine foxes of the illustrious Ice and Snow Silver Fox Legion, have never been one to break my word. Hand over the item quickly. Should you delay any further, would you care to experience the taste of my kiss of the snowy mountain? Rog hastily turned to FaZe, who was already rummaging through his pockets. Meanwhile, the Wind Fox Mage, Airy, was incessantly whispering sweet nothings to the Silver Fox Knight, Lawrence, occasionally casting flirtatious glances that nearly transformed him into a blushing purple fox knight. The dragon and beauty mercenaries found themselves in awe, witnessing the grandeur of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Legion, a mercenary band of unparalleled stature, teeming with extraordinary individuals far beyond the capabilities of their own modest troop. Suddenly, distant thunder rumbled ominously, and the ground began to tremble subtly. The onlookers instinctively turned their gaze eastward. In an instant, they beheld what appeared to be a sun rising over the hills, a multitude of knights surging forth, their lances towering like a moving forest of death, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing in their ears. At the forefront rode a knight with flowing golden hair, radiating a palpable aura of golden fighting spirit that was nearly blinding. In his grasp was a 5-meter-long battle spear, its shaft shimmering with golden light, surrounded by arcane symbols of unfathomable meaning. Behind him, a cadre of knights charged forth, their steeds like dragons and their presence as fierce as tigers, their momentum soaring skyward. The Ice and Snow Silver Fox cavalry began to falter, their once cohesive formation disintegrating. Upon recognizing the figure, the Wind Fox Mage gasped in astonishment. Offerok, the Golden Lion, adorned with a smile that could evoke envy even in the sun god, gently replied, "Indeed, I am Offerok." Behind him stood Elysis, whose vibrant black flames could not be overshadowed even by the brilliance of the Golden Lion. Following her were a dozen holy knights, positioned resolutely behind Elysis. The Ice Fox Knights murmured apprehensively, the 12 Round Table Knights. Bringing up the rear were 500 knights clad in crimson cloaks and gilded armor, renowned as the Golden Lion Knights of the Duchy of Bavaria. The expressions of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox leaders shifted rapidly, caught in a dilemma. Rog and his companions, ever shrewd, had already concealed themselves behind the Golden Lion Knights, who did not dare to intervene. Offerok declared, "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed." A gentle smile graced his visage as his golden fighting spirit coalesced, its brilliance becoming increasingly radiant, until it reached an intensity that was nearly unbearable to behold. With the Golden Lion's spear pointed forward, the floating spell symbols began to whirl frantically, enveloping him in a golden conical shield. His steed thundered beneath him, galloping with an intensity that swept forth like a torrent toward the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights. The Ice Fox Knight let out a fierce roar as he charged forward. The silvery light clashed unabashedly with the golden flames. In an instant, the golden fire surged magnificently. And after a thunderous roar, the Ice Fox Knight was hurled high into the air, crashing heavily behind the Golden Lion, his weapon, the kiss of the Snow Mountain, shattering into fragments. Rog shook his head in dismay, lamenting that confronting the Golden Lion head-on had surely frozen the old fox's wits. The dragon and the beautiful mercenaries wholeheartedly agreed. Elysis ascended slowly, surrounded by swirling black flames. Dozens of black fireballs crackling with lightning continuously formed around her. Each one launched forth, exploding among the ranks of the Snow Fox cavalry. Several knights were engulfed in black flames, screaming as they fell to the ground. The 12 Round Table Knights stood resolutely, each radiating a soft white holy aura, and with a single thrust, they sent a Snow Fox Knight tumbling from his mount. Despite the Silver Fox leading his troops into a desperate charge, their formation remained as steadfast as rock, unwavering. Remarkably, the Golden Lion Knights, with merely 500 warriors, caused 3 times their number of enemies to flee in disarray. Rog perceives the opportunity and calls out, leading the dragon and beauty mercenaries to launch an assault on the isolated knights. The rotund figure guards the knights on either side, while behind them, the allure of the battlefield captivates. With axes cleaving and arrows soaring, several foes are swiftly felled, exuding an imposing aura of lethal intent. As the fierce battle rages, Offerok stands amidst the throng of soldiers, exhibiting an elegance that is ineffable. His golden war spear dances with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, casting shadows akin to golden flames that gracefully drift towards the Ice and Snow-clad Silver Fox cavalry. Regrettably, the Silver Fox cavalry cannot appreciate such beauty in the midst of chaos. Behind the Golden Lion is a 100-strong contingent of Golden Knights, undulating like a wave of gold across the silvery expanse of ice. Wherever this golden tide flows, the formation of the Silver Fox Cavalry is effortlessly cleaved apart. The remaining Golden Knights are organized into small squads of 10, with 3 squads forming a cohesive unit. The foremost squad continues to divide the enemy, extracting a dozen knights from the already disordered ranks, encircling them alongside the 2 following squads, resulting in the swift annihilation of these Silver Fox Knights. The process of division and encirclement proceeds with meticulous order. Amidst this golden wave, Rog and his companions appear remarkably conspicuous, akin to a vibrant piece of refuse adrift in a crystal-clear spring, setting aside the varied attire and colors of the dragon and beauty mercenaries. Their disorganized formation is overshadowed by their notable combat prowess. Not to mention, the 12 Round Table Knights embody a terrifying might comparable to that of the Paladins, while the Golden Lion Knights display extraordinary martial skill. Even the Silver Fox Cavalry, formidable in their own right, maintain their composure and demonstrate commendable knightly spirit in the face of adversity. Had it not been for Rog and his companions, this battle could have been regarded as a classic example of knightly warfare. However, the dragon and beauty mercenaries are distinct. A dozen timid souls encircle the injured, retreating to the periphery of the battlefield. Approximately 50 knights follow Rog, seizing opportunities to surround and ruthlessly dispatch 5 or 6 Silver Fox Knights. They surge forth, each displaying unparalleled valor. Those wielding spears advance while sword-bearers support from behind, weapons raining down upon both men and steeds alike, plunging into a genuine melee. Among them are former swordsmen, who, having only recently donned the guise of cavalry, revel in the fray, leaping from their mounts to engage the enemy knights. Rolling upon the ground, this mercenary, hailing from the streets before his military days, quickly resorts to his time-honored, rough-and-tumble skills. Rog displayed an air of command, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned general, unabashed by his unconventional tactics. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he consistently led his troops to locate small, isolated groups of Snow Fox cavalry, employing numerical superiority while deftly avoiding encounters with larger enemy forces. His remarkable insight and strategic acumen, coupled with his calm and audacious nature, marked him as a military genius of his era. In the aftermath of this battle, it became one of Rog's favored tales to recount over drinks, leaving listeners incredulous yet unable to refute his claims. Rog, emboldened by the heat of battle, led his team in relentless assaults. The rotund figure, unbeknownst to anyone, procured a crossbow, and when he encountered the Snow Fox cavalry, he raised it to fire. Within a span of 10 meters, he struck true with near-perfect accuracy, primarily targeting the steeds. Even if he occasionally missed, Feng Yue, wielding her scythe, would swiftly sever a horse's leg, achieving the same effect. As the silver-clad Ice and Snow Fox Knights tumbled from their mounts, mercenaries, akin to dragons and beauties, surged forth to seize the advantage, prevailing in every encounter, easily overcoming 10 foes with 1. Although the Wind Fox Mage, Aerie, was somewhat venerable, his prowess remained formidable. Regrettably, he faced the formidable sorceress, Elysis. Consumed by jealousy towards this enchanting woman, Aerie fixated on the ice and black flame, which as battle commenced, conjuring a series of tornadoes with a mere flick of his hand, summoning 2 towering storm giants, each over 5 meters tall, formed from a swirling azure tempest. In contrast, Elysis unleashed a barrage of ebony fireballs, their sheer number eclipsing his own, with over 20 black flames arcing towards Aerie in various trajectories. The initial black flame collided with one of Aerie's tornadoes, resulting in a violent explosion. The whirlwind, infused with flames, generated a harrowing shockwave that reverberated outward, leaving chaos in its wake. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Aerie, filled with trepidation, discovered several black fireballs looming before him. In a moment of desperation, he nimbly dismounted, landing heavily on the ground, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, while he evaded the initial onslaught, he could not escape the subsequent calamity. The black flames erupted around the Wind Fox Mage, giving rise to a diminutive mushroom cloud, with flames engulfing an area of several dozen square meters. In the aftermath, a charred expanse lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Astonishingly, the Wind Fox Mage had not perished. He merely succumbed to unconsciousness, his staff standing lonely amidst the scorched earth. The staff, which once bore a white cloth at its pinnacle, now bore only wisps of ash. Offerok smiled and shook his head. Let us not forget. We have merely captured a few young foxes. There remains an old fox yet, and even without his 8,000 mercenaries, he is not to be underestimated. Roger's left eye was swollen to an alarming degree, while Kate bore a split at the corner of her mouth. In stark contrast, Franco remained unscathed, reveling in his triumph as he pointed and mocked the duo. Rogers, as a sorcerer, why do you not wield your magic, relying solely on brute strength? Striking with fists and axes is hardly commendable. I have never encountered a sorcerer so enamored with physical combat. TSK. Do you truly intend to master both magic and martial prowess? Without the skeletal winds, I dare say you would have been reduced to mere shreds by now. And now you resort to using a crossbow. How utterly indicative of the adage strike the horse before its rider. But pray tell, how did your eye become so bruised? Surely, it was not from colliding with your own steed. Ah, and behold that sorceress, the one perpetually in the limelight beside Offerock. She soars through the air effortlessly. Rogue, filled with indignation, questioned, isn't summoning the wind and moon a form of magic? Franco retorted without mercy, indeed, it is magic. However, do you believe you can best the wind and moon now? Have you ever witnessed a mage defeated by their own familiar? Furthermore, your skeleton is rather peculiar. I have yet to hear of a skeleton wielding a scythe, let alone one that can launch a kick after a swing. Such a malevolent skeleton could only be summoned by you. Kate, noticing Franco's gaze upon her, promptly took the initiative. I understand that pummeling someone after they have fallen does not align with the chivalrous image of a knight. But what about you? Hiding behind and targeting the thighs of your opponents? Is that truly the conduct of a noble? Franco, unperturbed, replied, I do not stab at exposed flesh. Should I then aim for the armor? Am I to be intoxicated on brandy? Kate was momentarily at a loss for words. As they approached the hilltop, the banner ceased, and they straightened their postures, adopting a facade of gentlemanly decorum. In that fleeting moment, their appearance of humility and grace managed to deceive a few onlookers. Kate's countenance bore a serious expression, radiating a sacred aura. Franco, charming and dashing, with his flowing black hair, exuded an artistic essence. Even Rogue's plump face seemed to shimmer with a layer of brilliance. Unfortunately, the individuals atop the hill were all formidable, their prowess profound. Having overheard every word of their exchange, Offerlock wore a smile, while the 12 Round Table Knights displayed peculiar expressions. Elysius remained expressionless. Yet the black flames surrounding her surged to a height of over 10 feet, revealing countless distorted faces within the hellish blaze. After the tumult of battle, a brief calm ensued. The ice and snow silver fox displayed no reaction to their defeat, while the Duchy of Bavaria neither issued a statement nor took any further action, as if the war had never transpired. Politics, as always, remains a perplexing affair. Yet, amidst the most tumultuous waves, various bubbles emerge. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. Following this conflict, another mercenary group gradually came into public consciousness. The Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps became recognized primarily for slaying the Snow Fox Butcher, Hart. They were also active during the Lion and Fox War, though their specific deeds were obscured by the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Various rumors circulated in the streets, often dismissed by speakers and listeners alike. After all, compared to the protagonists of the Lion and Fox War, the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps merely played the roles of supporting foliage and jesters. Even the smallest leaves require sunlight and nourishment. A plant's nutrients naturally prioritize the most resplendent blossoms, leaving the foliage to scavenge from the roots and the depths of the soil. In the aftermath of the war, Rogue and his companions were granted the title of Baron of Selisburg. This accolade, initially a mere honorary title, effectively elevated the status of individuals like Rogue and ETT, who had no lands to inherit. For Lunds, Franco, and Kate, however, it held little significance. Within the territory of the Selisburg, there exist 2 modest towns and 14 villages, with a population scarcely exceeding 5,000. Once the domain of a fallen noble family, it saw the last remnant of their lineage perish here 3 decades ago. Consequently, under the laws of the Alliance, this land was ceded to the Duchy of Bavaria. Before the arrival of the Snow Foxes, the annual tax revenue from this barren land amounted to a mere handful of gold coins, insufficient to sustain the livelihood of even a common noble's offspring for a year. Thus, the small castle swiftly faded into obscurity and was gradually abandoned. However, the discovery of a high-quality iron mine was poised to transform everything. This iron mine, in essence, is still a source of iron, albeit of a significantly superior grade, allowing for the direct smelting of high-quality steel. Ordinary iron, or, on the other hand, must first yield iron before it can be converted into steel, often resulting in inferior quality that still requires the smith's relentless labor to purge impurities and forge fine steel. Despite the fact that high-quality iron ore commands prices several times that of its ordinary counterpart, the resulting superior weapons are surprisingly affordable. These few nobles may be considered debauched, yet they are far from wastrels. Rather, they possess an intrinsic sensitivity to wealth. It is no wonder, then, that they gravitate toward one another. Except for Franco. The others grew up accustomed to a lack of pocket money, yet, as nobles, they were familiar with extravagance. The vast chasm between their avarice and their meager gold coins could only be bridged by wit. The adage that wisdom can be gleaned from every corner proved true. And over the years, these debauched nobles absorbed various profitable methods through hearsay. At this moment, a group of these dissolute nobles crowded into a damp, low-ceilinged mine. Observing the laborers toil, a few laborers steadied iron picks while others swung heavy hammers, striking the picks with resounding clinks. After several blows, chunks of raw or tumbled down, which the waiting laborers swiftly gathered into cloth bags to transport out of the mine. As Rog gazed upon the glimmering black or cascading down, his heart swelled with delight. Suddenly, a piece of raw ore slipped from a laborer's bag and rolled to Rog's feet. A burly overseer raised his whip high and bellowed, "Damn it! How dare you slack off? If I don't beat you to death today, let me be turned into a skeleton by the necromancer." This provoked Rog's ire, as he was sensitive to such matters. With a commanding voice, he shouted, "Stop!" The overseer's arm, poised in the air, halted immediately, and he hurried over, bowing and scraping. "What can I do for you, my lord?" Rog cast a glance at the trembling laborer on the ground. The man appeared to be in his 40s, emaciated and hardly more robust than the wind. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, each line filled with black mineral dust. His vacant, murky eyes were brimming with terror. Clad in a tattered linen shirt that had long lost its original color, his exposed skin bore the marks of deep whiplashes. Rog remained noncommittal and waved his hand dismissively. The laborer, overflowing with gratitude, hoisted the oar and trudged toward the mine's exit. Rog bent down to pick up the raw ore, delicately rotating it between his fingers as if caressing the alabaster skin of a beloved. In that fleeting moment, his plump visage radiated an extraordinary tenderness and sanctity, leaving the overseer beside him utterly astonished. The hammer fell heavily upon the iron rod, causing the hands of an elderly laborer to tremble as fragments of stone erupted forth, a trickle of blood streaming down from his palm. The old laborer cast a wary glance at the menacing overseer, gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip on the iron rod. When the hammer struck again, excruciating pain contorted his features. Squinting in anticipation of the hammer's next descent, he was perplexed by the prolonged delay. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a pristine swath of cotton fabric before him. Raising his gaze, he encountered the gentle countenance of Rog. "Here, take this." The rotund man spoke softly. After a moment of hesitation, the old laborer accepted the cloth with trembling hands, and soon, the fabric was adorned with several crimson blossoms. Stained by his blood, Rog turned around, his smile vanishing, and sternly addressed the bewildered overseer beside him. "From now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not whip these laborers." After a pause, Rog scrutinized the overseer, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the Lord has taken a liking to me? What should I do? The overseer clenched his teeth, thinking that he had no choice but to stake everything on his future, if he just closed his eyes. Rog observed the overseer, who was grinding his teeth in distress, and, in a connoisseur's tone, remarked, "Your physique is somewhat lacking for a skeleton intended for a necromancer." As several nobles emerged from the mine, the sun was low in the west, and they had unwittingly spent the better part of the day underground. This iron mine was of such significance that each noble took it upon themselves to meticulously oversee every step of the process. The dimness, dampness, cacophony, and unpleasant odors paled in comparison to the allure of wealth. In the eyes of these dissolute nobles, the pitch black or glimmered with a golden hue. The nobles were perplexed by Rog's behavior that day, with Franco openly maligning him, suggesting that Rog had sustained a head injury during battle. The portly man remained silent. Yet within his mind echoed the wise voice of an elder, "Treat kindly every individual who contributes to your wealth." That old fellow, it seems, had indeed left behind some valuable wisdom, the portly man mused maliciously. In the legends of the continent, there exists a formidable figure named Deckerlech, who, despite his mediocre talents in youth, persevered with exceptional determination, dedicating 80 years to arduous training in the mountains, ultimately becoming one of the few sword saints on the continent by the age of 95. 3 years later, On his deathbed, Deckerlech imparted to his disciples, "In my life, I have known nothing but the sword." This was an era of obsession. The sun had just risen above the treetops when the portly man finished his breakfast and strolled into the labor camp, his first visit to such a place since assuming control of the Saris fortress a few days prior. After taking over the territory of the Snow Fox, he had also inherited over 100 laborers from her mining operations. Across the continent, various nations, to varying degrees and with varying degrees of secrecy, employed slaves. The highest tier of slaves included stunning elven women and distinguished warriors, followed by a range of skilled artisans. Laborers were the most despised among slaves, often lacking any skills, relegated to the most perilous, arduous, and filthy tasks. The hierarchy among slaves was simple and direct. It was determined by the degree of value they could generate for their masters. In the year 650 of the Sacred Era, laborers instigated the largest rebellion in the continent's history, with their numbers reaching 700,000, even overthrowing the king of a small principality. However, the uncontrollable laborers, in addition to slaughtering all the nobles, also eliminated every member of the clergy from the Holy Church within that principality. At that time, Pope Paul VII convened a coalition of 12 nations, totaling 100,000 soldiers, and dispatched 5,000 Templar knights, led by the youngest paladin of the church, Augustus, to quell these forsaken people. When sheep encounter lions armed to the teeth, numbers and willpower become meaningless, especially when faced with a pack of lions. In July of that year, Augustus led the Knights Templar to 6 glorious victories, sparing no prisoners in each battle. By the end of the month, he had exterminated 700,000 rebellious laborers, an event that has since been referred to as the Red July. From that point onward, Augustus acquired the moniker of the Blood Angel. As Rog stepped into the labor camp, his mind was still grappling with the information gleaned from the comprehensive history of the continent, when an overwhelming stench assailed him, nearly toppling him to the ground. The rotund figure surveyed his surroundings with a fierce glare. The camp was filled with low, dilapidated shanties, leading one to question whether even a beast's den could possess more dignity. Streams of foul-colored wastewater flowed throughout the encampment, the noxious odor emanating from this very source. Rog's countenance darkened with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the overseer responsible for distributing the rations. Who is in charge of preparing the sustenance for these laborers? Are you the one responsible for everything, from procuring the provisions to cooking the meals? Indeed, my lord, the overseer replied. Damn it, I spend 10 gold coins each month merely to have you serve this swill that even pigs would refuse. He demanded, his voice seething with indignation. Speak. How many of my gold coins have you embezzled? In a fit of rage, Rog delivered a swift kick, sending the overseer sprawling to the ground. Yet his fury was insatiable. He lunged forward to unleash further blows upon the wretched figure. A few onlooking overseers rushed forth to restrain Rog. The battered overseer rose, wiping the blood from his face, revealing a countenance marked by a brazen, defiant demeanor. My lord, your supervisor Neela has only provided me with 4 gold coins each month. If you seek answers, you must confront him first. He cast a menacing glance around, and the laborers caught in his gaze recoiled in trepidation. Feeding these swine, even half a gold coin a month, is already a testament to my charity. Rog was trembling with rage, his gaze fixed on the 2 overseers still gripping his arms. They hastily released him and stepped aside. The hefty man steadied himself and remarked, It seems you fellows share a close bond. Here I am, on my own turf, being assaulted, and you dare to intervene? Huh, how amusing. The overseer who had been struck ignored Rog's menacing tone and replied, Sir, I am Gutta, the son of the mayor of this town, Ian. These men are from our locality. As you may know, there are scarce souls around Sellisburg. If you drive us away, you shall find it impossible to recruit others for your labor. Would you truly fetch workers from Lille or Falberg for such menial tasks? Moreover, why sully your hands with these wretched swine? Leave it to us. Let us arrange this. Henceforth, you shall pay merely 6 gold coins a month for these pigs. Each overseer clearly bowed to Gutta's authority. After a moment of silence, Rog sighed, Very well. However, the yield from the mine is currently insufficient. If you feed them such fare, how will they possess the strength to work? Gutta laughed heartily. Rest assured, I will manage this place. I guarantee they will labor like Randy boars. It was my expertise that sustained the Snow Fox during its time here. Just as Gutta's laughter faded, a guttural groan emerged, followed by his face turning a deep crimson as he clutched his groin and slowly collapsed. Behind him stood Rog, wearing a sinister grin. The hefty man reveled in his own agility, pleased with the effectiveness of his strike. The harrowing battle he had recently endured had greatly honed his skills. Now, dealing with someone as inept in both combat and magic as Godhood was child's play. The other overseers sensed the shifting tide and appeared ready to swarm. Rog let out a cold snort. If you lot are tired of living, feel free to challenge me. What is the harm in a noble slaying a few in his own domain? If you strike me, a noble, your entire family could face exile. Immediately regretting his words, Rog scolded himself. Was there a place more desolate than this? The overseers exchanged glances and indeed advanced toward him. Unfazed, the hefty man stepped upon Godhood's ankle, channeling his inner strength as he heard a sickening crack, reducing the bone to splinters. Godhood's shriek, akin to a slaughtered pig, sent shockwaves through the overseers. Rog then seized Godhood, forcing his face against the cauldron still ablaze with fire. A wisp of smoke rose as Godhood let out a couple of cries before losing consciousness. Rog discarded Godhood before the overseers, whose face was now charred and grotesquely disfigured. Having experienced the brutality of days prior, Rog was indifferent to such scenes. The overseers, however, appeared pale and trembled uncontrollably. Rog pointed at the most visibly shaken little fellow, causing him to collapse in fear. You, from tomorrow on, shall be the leader here. I shall still grant you 10 gold coins each month, and you will ensure these laborers are fed like oxen. As for this worthless wretch, Roger contemptuously kicked the old tower before the overseers, coldly uttering, "Damn it, do you think the laborers are merely swine? Tomorrow, you shall toil alongside them. Brand him for me." One of the overseers cautiously interjected, "My lord, he is the son of Mayor Ian. Such actions may incite discontent among the townsfolk." Roger chuckled sinisterly, his gaze fixated on him, causing the overseer to break into a cold sweat, continuously nodding and bowing. "Do as I command. If any of you are displeased, feel free to take his place. Have you conspired to give me a warning? You wish to make exorbitant demands before negotiating, do you? Damn it. If you provoke my ire further, you will all find yourselves in the labor camp tomorrow." With that, Roger flung the words aside and stormed out of the labor camp, consumed by bitterness. "Ian, you old fool, I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter, and now your son dares to impede my profits. We shall see about this." As night descended upon Salisbury, the stars twinkled in the chilling wind, and the late autumn mountain nights grew increasingly desolate. Occasionally, one could hear the faint chirps of nameless autumn insects, which only deepened the somber atmosphere. The mountain dwellers had long since curled up in their warm beds, rolling about dreamily while imagining those still on the road, suddenly feeling their own beds to be extraordinarily cozy. The men and women of the countryside began their primal amusements, their vigorous activities testing the quality of their bedding, disturbing countless insects' nests, and unsettling the mice that ventured out for a stroll. In the shadows, a figure experienced a peculiar dream, one wherein a bitter winter was swimming. Naturally, he awakened swiftly, jolted by the cold. Glancing down, he found himself drenched, as if he had just emerged from the water. Raising his head, he beheld a sinister, diminutive man holding an empty bucket. Instantly, he regained a measure of clarity, noticing the room contained several chairs occupied by young nobles, while mercenaries loomed nearby, their faces exuding a treacherous and brutal demeanor, each seemingly harboring ill intentions towards him. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow as a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. "Our esteemed overseer," Lunds remarked with a sardonic tone, "you truly do justice to the meager wages we provide you, laboring so late into the night. Who would be cheerful after being yanked from their warm bed at such an hour? What was your name again, overseer?" "Ah, Mr. Toffler. Your name has a certain ring to it. Perhaps you possess a hint of noble blood." Franco chimed in. "May I be so bold as to inquire what urgent matters compel you to venture out at this late hour? Of course, you may choose to delay your explanation, which would render our evening considerably less stifling. The intricacies of interrogation are vast and profound. Whipping and burning are but the basest of methods. The true art lies in psychological torment. The Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps boasts a diverse background, comprising thugs, bandits, rogues, and seasoned mercenaries. In tumultuous times, the line between mercenary and bandit is often blurred. Many who enter the city as mercenaries become bandits upon their departure. In the realm of dragons and beauties, there exists no shortage of skilled torturers. Though they may not be masters of the craft, their proficiency is more than sufficient to handle ordinary individuals. Upon hearing that Rog intended to extract confessions from the captive that night, the mercenaries eagerly volunteered. The noble scoundrels meticulously selected 6 individuals to participate in the evening's grim affair. These chosen few were indeed remarkable, even before laying a hand on the captive. Their mere arrangement caused beads of sweat to roll down Toffler's forehead. I speak only the truth. Let me go? What do you intend to do? Franco stepped forward, his handsome visage appearing grotesque in Toffler's eyes. You are quite cooperative. Otherwise, all our preparations would be in vain. The night is still young. Toffler, in a state of desperation, implored, wait, just a moment. I will tell you everything. Silence. The mercenaries within the room bellowed. If you're to speak, it must be after a round of torment. Then you will exhibit some semblance of manhood. He chuckled darkly. Rog peeled a banana and tossed it into his mouth. The nobleman exchanged glances, and Lunds remarked ominously, do you take us for children? Do you think you can simply dismiss us? Speak. How many members of the Snow Fox remain in Le Mans? Toffler trembled. What? What Snow Fox? It seemed that this night would not unfold peacefully. Indeed, at the brink of life and death, the foreman's instinct for survival and intellect sharpened, bordering on brilliance. He quickly discerned what piqued the noble's interest and began to recount the names associated with the Snow Fox, embellishing the sordid tales of that prominent figure with insidious detail, deceitful, avaricious, indulgent in vice, and engaged in all manner of nefarious activities. Beside him, the scribe, enraptured, scribbled fervently. The assembled scoundrels listened, nodding in agreement, their spirits lifted. Upon witnessing the scene, Rog shook his head, pondering the origins of such unrest. Indeed, it was the oppressive actions of the officials that had incited the people's rebellion. The populace had no choice but to rise against tyranny. Ah, old friend, it seems your poison still lingers. The gentle winter sun bathed the crowd gathered in the town square in warmth. The venerable Mayor Ian was delivering a passionate speech. A simple amplification spell allowed the frail elder to project his voice clearly to every ear present. Rarely had Ian donned the robes of a wizard. The last time he wore them was 30 years prior when he was a fervent adventurer. Gentlemen, I have served as the mayor of Le Mans for 20 years. Throughout these years, the tranquility of our town has remained unbroken. We have labored diligently, building warm homes with our own hands, cherishing our wives, and nurturing our children. We have battled floods, droughts, and monstrous beasts. The scars we bear are testament to these struggles, symbols of our pride as men. We have never flinched in the face of threats against our wives and children, for we are the guardians of our ancestral land. We are the proud children of the mountains. A round of applause erupted. Ian paused briefly before continuing. Yet now, this peace is on the verge of being shattered. A few despicable and ruthless nobles have proclaimed themselves the rightful lords of this land. This land belongs to us. It belongs to the sons of the great mountains. These nobles not only seek to seize our land, but also to snatch the last crumbs of bread from our hands and the final apples from our children. Ian's voice rose defiantly. These nobles demand that each family pay an annual tax of 5 gold coins. As the crowd fell silent, Ian pressed on. When I first arrived in this town, young Bam could hardly climb a tree. The towering blacksmith, wrapped in bandages, lay half reclined on a stretcher, sheepishly chuckling. But these nobles, upon their arrival, injured him. They shamelessly harassed the most beautiful maidens in our town. Our wives and daughters have suffered unspeakable indignities. A few young women began to weep. Moreover, look at what they have done to my son, Gudda. Gudda was brought forth, supported by 2 robust youths. The townsfolk gazed in silence at his bandaged ankle, tattered clothes, and the decaying visage marked by the brand of a laborer. How can these nobles so casually transform commoners into mere laborers? A young maiden cried out. Rushing forward, she was Gudda's beloved. Gudda, what have they done to you? Ian raised his arms high. Our survival hangs by a thread. Our wives and daughters teeter on the brink of desecration. I, Ian, a level 10 mage, shall confront these nobles. This matter will not rest until death claims us. Turning his voice softer, he addressed the crowd. My children, you must go to the capital to seek justice, to appeal to the church. Just as the night must yield to dawn, so too shall justice triumph over evil. May the gods bless you. The atmosphere in the square reached its zenith. A sudden clamor of galloping hooves erupted as 150 fierce dragon and beauty knights surged into the square, encircling the crowd with an imposing presence. Though the mountain folk were known for their ferocity, the sight of the fully armed knights instilled a paralyzing fear, rendering the previously boisterous square eerily silent. The knights parted to the sides, allowing the disgraced nobles to ride forth on their towering steeds in an orderly procession. In a fit of hysteria, Gudda cried out. It is him, that demon. Once a robust figure, He now resembled a cornered rat, his fear driving him to desperately lash out at the perceived threat. Trembling, he extended a shaky hand to point at the nobles. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, their gaze landing on Rog, clad in black armor, confidently wielding his battle axe from atop his horse. A young man among the townsfolk stepped forward and raised his voice. What crime has Godhood committed that you fiends would subject him to such torment? Is it permissible for nobles to reduce men to mere laborers at will? And what of the 5 gold coins tax imposed upon each household? Do you intend to leave us no avenue for survival? You must provide us with an explanation today. A resounding chorus of agreement surged forth, echoing the demand for accountability. Rog gazed at Ian in the center of the square, their unspoken glances nearly igniting sparks between them. Rogue smiled faintly, disregarding Ian, and turned to gaze at the enthusiastic young man, calmly inquiring, "What was it you mentioned regarding your taxes?" 5 gold coins. The youth became animated once more. A sharp reprimand from Roger interrupted the young man's complaints. Toffler. Instantly, Toffler emerged from among the townsfolk, kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Now, enlighten me. Did I not instruct you to inform Ian of the tax levied upon this town?" Toffler quaked even more violently, remaining prostrate, not daring to lift his gaze. With a sharp reprimand, Rog unleashed a magical missile, 3 projectiles striking the ground in close proximity to Toffler's scalp, forming a perfect equilateral triangle around his head. Ian, witnessing Rog's remarkable precision and magical control, was taken aback and filled with trepidation. Observing Toffler's demeanor only heightened the chill in his heart. "Toffler, the next magical missile will not miss its mark," Rog declared calmly. Toffler raised his head, his face ashen, casting a fleeting glance at Ian before lowering himself once more. "Tell me, what is the tax you intend to collect?" "Why, yes," stammered Toffler, his teeth chattering. "This year it's 1 silver coin per household." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, erupting into a cacophony of questions, accusations, and skepticism. Ian felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale as snow. "And what did you tell Mayor Ian?" Rog pressed relentlessly. 3 silver coins. Toffler cried, "My lord, I was wrong. I should not have coveted the coins. I swear I will never dare again." Ian felt as if a storm of thunderclaps had erupted in his mind. Trembling with rage, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a word. The townsfolk murmured among themselves, bewildered, casting glances at Ian that were laced with doubt and disdain. Franco and Lunds exchanged glances, silently admiring Toffler's performance. Suddenly, Ian charged forward, raising his staff to strike Toffler on the ground. "You scoundrel. I will end you. I understand now. You are in collusion." At that moment, a young woman surged forth, addressing the crowd with a loud voice. "Do not believe those wretched nobles. They are demons. This Toffler is one of them. He deceived my father." Kate rode forward, her presence radiating a pearly aura of righteous energy, brandishing her weapon to block Ian's staff. Recognizing her, some townsfolk exclaimed, "Holy aura. She is a holy knight." Kate felt a surge of joy, surprised that even in this remote place there were those who could discern her worth. However, as her focus wavered, the aura vanished without a trace. Holy knights are devoted to their faith, embodying integrity and goodness, valuing honor above life itself, and they are staunch believers in the supreme deity. In essence, holy knights are synonymous with the embodiment of justice. Upon revealing her true nature, someone called out, "Let us heed the knight's words." The townsfolk fell silent. Ian and his daughter displayed signs of unease. While holy knights are traditionally just, this individual was clearly allied with Rog, raising concerns. From behind, Rog remarked languidly, "What a life of integrity. Yet who is it that dallies with the snow fox?" Ian shuddered, but chose to feign ignorance. The crowd surrounded the mayor's modest dwelling, pressing in tightly. Several townsfolk were elected to accompany Kate into the house for a search, with Ian following grimly behind. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Ian's bedroom, the search concluded without yielding any results, leaving Ian to scoff derisively. "Wait." With the remarkable skills of a thief, Lunds approached a wall, feeling around until a soft click revealed a hidden door. Ian sneered, "That is my magical laboratory. What do you think you will find? If you cannot uncover any evidence, do not blame me for being unkind." As his words echoed, Ian was suddenly struck by an eerie silence within the room. He forcefully pushed aside the 2 townsfolk in front of him and was instantly frozen in astonishment. Beyond the hidden entrance lay heaps of gold coins, dazzling jewels, verdant emeralds, and glimmering magical armor scattered throughout the chamber. The simple mountain folk, having never witnessed such opulence, stared in wide-eyed disbelief. In their impoverished village, Even 100 years of relentless toil would not accumulate such wealth. Ian's fortune was undoubtedly of dubious origin. As the villagers recalled the 5 gold coins they owed in taxes, realization dawned upon them. Ian felt a sudden chill engulf him, causing the staff in his hand to clatter to the ground. He understood that everything had come to an end. The mayor's daughter rushed forward, embracing Ian as she wept. "Father, tell them it's not yours. Tell them someone is framing you." The old mayor, now composed, tenderly stroked his daughter's hair, saying, "Phyra, my child, it no longer matters whether these treasures are mine. From this moment on, I can no longer care for you. Remember, do not seek revenge for me. These people are not ones you can confront. Live as an ordinary person and find joy in your life." The girl sobbed even more intensely. The old mayor surveyed the nobles one by one, observing their stoic faces, each radiating righteousness, and he could not help but sigh, lamenting the passing of time. "Oh, how old I have become. Truly the younger generation pushes the older aside." With a heavy heart, the old mayor stepped out of the small buildings, met by the disdainful gazes of the townsfolk, while the nobles silently parted to allow him passage. As he emerged from the dim interior into the glaring sunlight, Ian was momentarily blinded. The biting cold wind made him acutely aware of his inadequate attire. Indeed, winter had arrived in Le Mans earlier than expected this year. The old mayor's figure appeared so frail and solitary. The townsfolk, recalling their 20 years of companionship, felt a pang of sorrow. Phyra collapsed to the ground, her eyes blurred with tears as she gazed at her father's retreating back, silently sobbing, her beautiful form trembling. Her pleading eyes turned towards the nobles. Yet the once lecherous aristocrats walked past her, their gazes unclouded and indifferent. "Spatial loss?" Rog muttered to himself, repeating the phrase as if it stirred something deep within him. Yet he could not grasp that sensation, leaving him somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Ian paused, his staff raised, and began to chant an incantation. In an instant, the ground around him shimmered with a yellow hue, a thin layer of grease spreading across the surface. Subsequently, a shield against physical harm materialized. Rog chuckled softly, realizing Ian was yet another magician who fancied himself a warrior. It was no wonder, for which magician would don full armor? The stout fellow scrutinized Ian's third spell, ultimately deciding to remain motionless. 2 deep black magical circles materialized upon the ground, from which emerged 2 towering skeletal warriors clad in half armor. Their immense broadswords carved deep furrows into the earth as they advanced. The appearance of these skeletal knights incited sheer terror among the townsfolk, who pressed back in a frantic throng. Meanwhile, the degenerate nobles in the crowd furrowed their brows, gripping their weapons tightly. Rog performed a series of simple gestures, softly intoning a chant. A swirl of black mist enveloped the air, and the side known as Fengwei materialized before him. In the brief span of days since their last encounter, the scythe had grown increasingly sharp, its hue deepening to a pitch black. The blade now possessing a fold that resembled a curved lightning bolt, glinting menacingly at the edge. With swift movements of both hands, Rog shouted fervently, casting an acceleration spell upon Fengwei in an instant. Ian was taken aback, utterly unprepared to discover that Rog was indeed a sorcerer, and one capable of casting spells with such remarkable speed. Observing that the 2 skeletal warriors could hold their ground for a moment, Ian hurriedly began to recite his next incantation, his hands weaving intricate magical symbols as the arcane energy at his fingertips left brilliant trails in the air. Fengwei, already renowned for its swiftness, became a force to be reckoned with after receiving the acceleration spell, darting around the 2 skeletal warriors with fervor, occasionally lunging in to deliver a strike, whether it landed or not, swiftly retreating after each attack. The scythe transformed into a wisp of dark mist, emitting a soul-chilling howl with each movement. Faced with 2 skeletal warriors of superior rank, Fengwei held its ground with unwavering confidence. Seizing this opportunity, Rog cast magical armor and an acceleration spell upon himself. At that moment, Ian completed his incantation, a small yellow-green orb of light emanating from his hands, soaring towards Rog. Franco's expression shifted dramatically as he cried out, "Rog, dodge. It's a disintegration spell." Rog was taken aback, realizing that Ian had already reached the level of a 10th-tier mage. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. The yellow-green orb veered in midair, tracking him relentlessly. Rog sprinted with all his might, his form almost ephemeral as he dashed towards the townsfolk. The townspeople erupted into chaos, wailing and scattering in all directions. Rog plunged into the throng, swiftly seizing a yellow dog and hurling it towards the orb. The yellow-green orb silently entered the dog's body, and in the blink of an eye, the dog was engulfed in a yellow-green hue. The dog, suspended in midair, ceased barking abruptly before crashing heavily to the ground, bursting into a cloud of yellow-green dust. A gentle breeze swept through, erasing any trace of the unfortunate dog's existence in this world. Rog was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a watery abyss. Just a moment's hesitation could have led to his disintegration, rendering him beyond the reach of resurrection. While the portly fellow narrowly escaped death, Fonway reveled in unparalleled glory. The long-handled scythe emitted a piercing wail that grew ever more acute, ultimately resembling the mournful cries of phantoms at midnight. Amidst the swirling black mist, it relentlessly targeted the lower limbs of two towering skeletal warriors, severing 4 small leg bones in the blink of an eye, causing the skeletal warriors to collapse with a resounding crash, left only to writhe in their final throes. Rogue, shaken yet resolute, cast a resentful glare at Ian, who had now donned a magical defensive shield. In haste, Rogue recited an incantation, unleashing magical orbs that soared languidly towards Ian. The rotund figure continued his chant without pause, releasing another trio of crimson projectiles, this time slightly swifter than the last, followed by yet another set of 3. 9 magical missiles traced varied trajectories towards Ian, leaving him utterly astonished, for he had never witnessed a sorcerer conjuring spells in such a manner. At that moment, a fiery arrow streaked forth like lightning, merging with the 9 magical orbs to deliver a resounding blow against Ian's shield. The shield quaked violently, shimmering with electric light before shattering completely. Bah! Rogue spat viciously, equally exhausted. The plump figure, having narrowly escaped death, paid no heed to his appearance. Even I cannot contend with Fonway, and you dare challenge me with your summon beasts? Damn it! You think you can withstand the tides of time? I shall ensure your predecessors meet their demise upon the shore. Ian stirred from his stupor, the pain in the back of his head throbbing mercilessly. After a considerable time, he gradually discerned his surroundings. The room was devoid of windows, cold and damp, with walls constructed from unadorned granite stones scattered with patches of moss. Water droplets incessantly dripped from the ceiling. Various implements of torture filled the chamber, their surfaces stained with blood that had long since turned black, suggesting a history steeped in dread, yet the anguished cries of the tormented seemed to echo in his ears. On the opposite wall, 2 torches flickered, their wavering flames causing a painful sting in his eyes as they cast grotesque shadows across the room. The entire interior danced in the flickering light, appearing exceedingly sinister. The former mayor was bound in an X shape against the wall by iron rings, struggling to recite an incantation, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sudden lash. Rogue paced restlessly within the confines of the room, casting a brooding gaze upon Ian. The portly figure gestured for the mercenaries to vacate, positioning himself before Ian. Wisely, Ian relinquished any intent to cast a spell. The art of magic required the potency of incantations, coupled with intricate gestures to form magical symbols, all harmonized by the unique mental vibrations of the caster to succeed. For someone like Ian, with incapacitated hands, only a handful of rudimentary spells remained at his disposal. Yet, it was evident that Rogue would not permit him to complete even those incantations. Rogue glowered at Ian, a lingering dread from the disintegration spell cast earlier still haunting him. The 5th-level disintegration spell, while not particularly practical due to its low success rate, hovering around 50, was a gamble that, for Rogue, felt akin to wagering one's life. Had he not preemptively cast a hastening spell and possessed agility surpassing that of a warrior, he might very well have been reduced to ashes, alongside that yellow dog. Where are we? Ian's aged voice bore the weight of fatigue. This is the dungeon of Sealess Castle, Mr. Ian. Why don't you just kill me? Because I have many more questions for you, Mr. Ian. A sardonic laugh escaped Ian. Lord Rogue, do you truly believe that a man as frail as I would acquiesce to your demands? Observing Rogue's self-assured demeanor, Ian's laughter gradually faded. Mr. Ian, as an adventurer, you are rather past your prime. As a mage, you are excessively conventional. As a mayor, you have children. Thus, I suspect you may find it difficult to comprehend that sometimes death is not the most intolerable or dire outcome. Perhaps you fear not death itself. Yet the repercussions of dying may be beyond your acceptance. Just as it stands now, you could choose to end your life, and I would not impede you. With that, Rogue opened a small iron window set into the wall, and the anguished cries of Gouda echoed forth. You fiend, a creature destined for hell. You dare not spare my son. Gouda's desperate struggles caused the iron rings to clank violently. Mr. Ian, if you sincerely wished for me to spare your son, you should not have cast the disintegration spell today. Moreover, the longer you delay, the more suffering Mr. Gouda endures. You see, I am not an entirely merciless individual. Let us proceed swiftly. I am keen to uncover the true intentions of the Snow Fox in occupying Seala's castle. The Snow Fox came here to unearth the relics of a necromancer, seeking something rumored to be a statue of an angel. I am aware of this. Rogue interjected impatiently. What purpose does the statue serve? The statue, it is said, conceals a secret regarding a fallen angel, with lore entwined in a significant scandal involving the church. That is all I know. Make them cease. Ian paused, his expression shifting dramatically as he struggled. I know nothing of this so-called spatial law. I do not know. After a prolonged silence, the portly figure finally spoke. What secret could possibly be of greater importance to you than your own son? It would be wise to speak candidly. Do you genuinely believe you can endure until the end? That statue and such things do not pique my interest. The reason I have captured you is due to your collusion with the Snow Fox in an attempt to frame us. We are a vengeful lot. Since you cannot extinguish our existence, you are left with no choice but to perish. Another reason lies within the laws of this realm. As a fellow mage, I implore you one last time, it would be wise to heed my words. Ian's lips quivered, his teeth clenched tightly against his lip, blood trickling down. With his eyes firmly shut, 2 streams of murky tears flowed silently down his cheeks. He refused to utter another word, even in death. A sardonic voice floated in through the window. Of course, such a trivial matter. For someone of my stature, it would be a mere trifle. Ha! Come, my dear. Let me have a go. The sensation is quite delightful. Truly magnificent. Then, a young woman's cries echoed in response. Philadelphia. Ian's eyes flew open with a feral intensity. Roaring like a beast, you vile creatures. The divine will surely punish you. You shall descend into hell, eternally scorched by the flames of your own misdeeds. Rog maintained an expression of composure and remarked, You are aware that I will eventually uncover the secrets of the laws of space. While this may be a mystery to you, it could very well transform into common knowledge in the future. Are you still unwilling to speak? If you do. Although your fate remains sealed, at least your son and daughter may be spared. From the adjacent room, the sound of fabric tearing echoed, accompanied by Fyra's cries and Lun's lewd laughter. Rog quietly observed Ian as the flickering flames intensified, casting an increasingly desolate and eerie ambience within the room. The voice of Lun's echoed once more. Rog, that old fellow still refuses to speak. Does he? Perhaps it is for the best. His daughter is truly alluring and, amusingly enough, still a maiden. If you do not take action, it shall indeed benefit me. Filra's piercing wails nearly shattered Rog's eardrums, followed by Lun's labored breaths akin to that of a bull. The door swung open, and Franco entered, his brow furrowed. This Lun's lacks any sense of aesthetics, he remarked. I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Is it truly necessary to create such a commotion for the sake of spatial laws? Rog spoke softly. I am determined to succeed. Franco shook his head and sighed. No matter the circumstance, I shall assist you, but do ensure that matters do not spiral out of control. He turned his gaze towards Ian, observing him for a moment before whispering, Old chap, it would be prudent to speak now, lest we are compelled to resort to our final gambit. Time flowed inexorably, with only anguish and debauchery remaining as eternal themes. As Lun's let out a triumphant roar, the surroundings fell into silence, and the anguished cries from the ancient tower seemed to have ceased without notice. The 3 individuals in the cell found themselves momentarily frozen in a stalemate. Rog sighed deeply and suddenly exclaimed, Old man, do you truly wish to witness your children commit the heinous crime of incest, to burn eternally in the fires of hell after your demise? Ian, struck as if by lightning, felt his thinning white hair fall away, his frail voice resonating with an emptiness that was profoundly disheartening. Lord, forgive your servant for having to make a pact with the devil. He raised his head, his eyes clouded and devoid of spirit. Having succumbed to blindness, I shall impart to you all that I know regarding the laws of space. Once and Kate entered, the miscreant standing in silence. In the year 200 of the sacred era, Pope Paddock received a divine revelation and hastened to the summit of the Dibius Mountains, where he witnessed a meteor descending from the heavens, a figure seemingly engulfed in flames. As the meteor struck the earth, flames erupted skyward, instantly vaporizing the millennia-old ice and snow atop the peak. Within a radius of several miles, everything was annihilated, leaving behind a deep, dark crater. The surrounding rocks had melted, forming a glass-like crystalline expanse. Despite being dozens of miles away from the meteor's landing site, the shockwave of spatial energy caused Paddock to stagger. He was filled with dread. For even as the Pope, wielding light magic at the 16th level, he found himself unsteady from merely the residual energy. How immense must the meteor's power be? As the afternoon waned into dusk, the aged pope finally descended to the crater's depths. Though the sacred church 5 centuries ago lacked the vast influence it holds today, it still boasted millions of followers, and the pope had established his own papal realm. His life, while not lavish, was certainly no less than that of a small kingdom's ruler. Such toil was unfamiliar to him. Now, his once regal red robe lay tattered, his high crown askew, and his hands and face marred with scratches. Ultimately, his steps faltered, and he tumbled forward, arriving at his destination. At the bottom of the crater floated an exquisitely ornate disk, surrounded by tangible golden light bands that danced around it. The center of the disk bore cryptic inscriptions, encircled by a band of purple gold adorned with intricately detailed patterns, resembling a magical array. Waves of invisible energy emanated from the disk's center, causing the very fabric of space around it to subtly distort. The figure engulfed in flames had now reduced to mere bones, the essence of its original form lost. Suddenly, ripples coursed through the surrounding space, revealing the silhouettes of several angels concealed within the dazzling golden light. Paddock recalled the divine oracle, gritting his teeth as he reached for the disk. As his hand penetrated the spatial disturbances surrounding the disk, it began to visibly age and wither. By the time he grasped the disk, his entire arm had become skeletal. The aged pope clutched the disk tightly and departed with the angels. In the interrogation chamber, silence enveloped the scene. Rog asked, "What of that disk?" "Indeed, it is the wheel of space, which bears the laws of the cosmos." According to Paddock's notes, the mysterious inscriptions at the center of the wheel are the very laws of space. Yet, no one has ever deciphered these laws, nor do we comprehend their purpose in this world. "What about the angels?" Kate inquired. "As far as I know, at least some angels still reside within the Holy Church, offering veneration and protection. It is only now that certain noble scoundrels grasp why the Holy Church has rapidly risen in prominence over the years, frequently displaying miraculous signs. What troubles these scoundrels is the realization that if angels dwell within the Holy Church, then the supreme deity they worship must also be real. However, given the actions of these scoundrels, it is evident from any perspective that they fail to adhere to divine doctrine, leading to the grim conclusion that they are left with but one path: descent into hell." At this thought, the faces of several scoundrels turned pale. After the battle of life and death, Kate's strength surged remarkably, as he mastered the art of fighting spirit, specifically the divine fighting spirit. Only upon reaching a certain level do warriors exhibit external manifestations of fighting spirit, with its hue determined by their specific attributes. This baffled the scoundrels, for Kate's essence could not be more distant from anything divine. His father's azure ice fighting spirit, classified as neutral, was acceptable, but the fact that his son had cultivated a divine fighting spirit was a jest of monumental proportions. One could only surmise that even deities occasionally doze. Nevertheless, there was an advantage to this. The scoundrels resolved that in their future endeavors, Kate would be indispensable. To the populace, it seemed inevitable that the divine knight would stand for justice. Rog had long been aware of the angels residing within the Holy Church. Ian continued, on his deathbed, the late Pope Paddock left behind 2 pages concerning the laws of space. During his funeral, the necromancer Rodriguez arrived, mounted upon an unprecedented colossal bone dragon, and engaged in a fierce battle with 4 archangels present at the scene. In that clash, 3 archangels were injured and 1 perished, and half a page of Paddock's notes on the laws of space was seized. Rodriguez truly deserves the title of the most powerful necromancer. Following this battle, the Holy Church relentlessly pursued Rodriguez for over 4 centuries. The priest knights sent forth understood that without the light angels to oversee them, encountering Rodriguez would merely lead to their demise, so they could only feign efforts. Until 3 years ago, when Rodriguez himself arrived at the Temple of Oedipus, only to be utterly annihilated by the judgmental light from the heavens. During that incident, both Saint Vina and Cardinal Bryn became martyrs. No one comprehended his motive for such actions, as it bore the semblance of suicide. Rogue's heart was filled with a cold derision. Humph. Does the mere presence of the light angel truly matter? This decrepit old man possesses such a background, yet where is the bone dragon he promised me? Damn be it. Gradually, a series of words emerged from the depths of Rogue's soul. In the abyss of Qi Ming, the fires of karma burn eternally. All beings are his ants, confined to the mundane realm. Above the transient existence, deities and immortals reside. Beyond the 6 paths, the realms are boundless. Rog contemplated that this must be the content of the half-page note snatched by Rodriguez. It appeared to speak of a world divided into realms such as the celestial, the demonic, and the mortal. Utterly trivial, was it not? One could hardly fathom why that old man, willing to risk life and limb, would covet such information. It seemed the only course of action was to seize the remaining notes from the sacred church, or perhaps even capture the wheel of space for further study. Perhaps then enlightenment would dawn. The mere thought of plundering the sacred church filled Robb with dread as he envisioned an army of relentless holy knights and an overwhelming congregation of priests, all fixated on him with cold, mocking gazes. Above, a dozen angels hovered, and to his bewilderment, Vina, a third-tier light angel, had merely attained the status of a saint. Robb, with his penchant for self-importance, naturally assumed that the powerful aspired to high office. It was evident, nay certain, that within the sacred church lurked angels of even greater rank. A shiver ran down Robb's spine. After a brief period of vexation, the portly man erupted into laughter, his thoughts echoing, "That old man's mission is of no concern to me. I shall live my life indulging in boastful tales, fine wine, and beautiful women. What could be more delightful? I shan't waste my mental energy on such trivialities. It would be wise to tread carefully around the sacred church, for one never knows when one might need their assistance. Which treacherous minister once remarked, 'If we cannot best you, let us join forces instead.' Indeed, how it resonates with me." After further inquiries yielded no new information, the assembled nobles decided to conclude their questioning for the time being. Yet, a new query arose in Robb's mind, prompting him to ask, "These secrets should be the most sacred confidences of the sacred church. How did you come to possess such knowledge?" Ian, with a wry smile, confessed, "At this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. I am the 24th cardinal of the sacred church, and in pursuit of the whereabouts of the statue of the infernal angel. I voluntarily relinquished my divine powers 25 years ago to live as an ordinary magician in this place. Alas, I did not foresee that after over 20 years of toil, the snow fox would seize the prize first. I had devised an alternative plan. Success was within reach, yet fate had other designs, it seems." Robb, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "That statue, my friend, is not worth your concern. After all, Afarak was a knight of the church, so in the end, it is the church that prevails. However, it seems you have toiled in vain for the past 20 years. Haha, we initially thought we had merely captured a humble mayor, only to discover he was a cardinal. How unfortunate, how unfortunate, haha." In truth, the few noble scoundrels were acutely aware that they had entangled themselves in a predicament far beyond their expectations. Ian, being a cardinal, held significant stature. Although he had concealed his identity for over 2 decades, the church would surely have records of him. Given the brazen manner in which they had handled the situation, it was impossible to keep it hidden. They could not possibly eliminate all the inhabitants of Le Mans. The group was troubled, fully aware that having forged such a deep enmity with Ian, there was no path left for retreat. Robb wore a smile on his face, yet his heart was heavy with gloom. Although the Lich's centuries of life experience had imparted nothing to the rotund fellow, it had taught him to consider matters from various perspectives: the positive, the negative, the opposing, the improbable, and the unconventional, contemplating both the reasonable and the absurd. The merits and demerits of this approach were glaringly evident. The advantages lay in a comprehensive view and meticulous consideration, while the drawbacks were equally pronounced. Having too many thoughts did not guarantee correct conclusions, and in overthinking, one might forget the most pressing concerns. Yet, this lawless individual often arrived at whimsical solutions through such convoluted reasoning. The assembled company recognized the futility of their frustration. After signaling to a mercenary behind him, the nobles filed out of the interrogation room. Although they were notorious for their misdeeds, they were not bloodthirsty killers. When it came to murder, delegating the task to others was preferable. The heavy iron doors slammed shut behind them, and a muffled grunt escaped through the crack, reaching the ears of the scoundrels. "Damn it, in this wretched place, to capture someone and even snag a cardinal. Our luck is truly abysmal," Kate lamented, his face dark with discontent. Franco sighed in agreement. "It appears there is no turning back now. The matter cannot remain concealed. We must devise alternative strategies. The Ian family must be eradicated entirely. This way, even if higher authorities investigate, we can at least ensure there are no witnesses left to testify against us." Robb paused momentarily before continuing. "With this achievement as our foundation, we must secure an ally within the Holy Church who will advocate for us. Conveniently, there is a cardinal in Riel City, if I recall correctly, named Burke. It seems prudent for us to invest effort in cultivating a relationship with him. We need not fear his greed or lust. Rather, we must be wary of his indifference. Even if he truly lacks interests, we shall create some for him. We must cater to his preferences. It is rumored that the current pope's health is failing. No cardinal would welcome a sudden rival. Franco was well versed in such matters. The group regarded Rog as if he were a marvel, and he felt a flush of embarrassment. Nervously retrieving a tome titled A Comprehensive History of the Continent, Chronicles of the Holy Church from his pocket, chuckling, I happened to read this book recently. One must apply knowledge practically. The others rolled their eyes, and Lunson considered a moment before attempting to mock Rog, thinking he should be reading a biography of treacherous ministers. But then reflected that he was hardly more virtuous himself, and let it be. Lunson mused, we cannot let the children of that old rogue Ian go unpunished. Silencing them is imperative. The challenge lies in executing it flawlessly. I alone secretly captured that villain, and aside from our trusted few, no one is aware. However, the ancient tower poses a complication. Kate replied coldly, this is easily remedied. We shall claim that we apprehended a spy of the Snow Fox, and we can disguise Ian's corpse to appear as if alive, transporting it along with the ancient tower to the royal capital. We shall hire a small band of mercenaries, about 10, to escort them. We will accompany them with dozens of men, disguised as bandits, to ambush them en route. Not a single witness shall remain. We can dispose of Ian and the ancient tower by casting them into a deep ravine, making it seem as though they were abducted. After all, there will be no evidence left to contradict our tale. As for the last fella, quite a looker indeed. Let the lads have their fun with her for a couple more days. Then ensure those in the know get their share of the spoils too, that way they'll be thoroughly implicated. With generous rewards on top, their mouths will stay shut. The others could only marvel at Kate's cunning, realizing he'd been hiding depths they never suspected. Now that the plan was settled, the scoundrels felt considerably more at ease. They soon entered the cell where Fella and Gudda were held captive. Gudda's towering frame was chained to the wall, unconscious and stripped bare. His muscular build bore traces of softness, and though smeared with blood, there were no glaring wounds, testament to the dragon and maiden mercenary's skill in interrogation. Fella, meanwhile, was bound like a dog to a four-legged bench, its height unusually elevated, clearly designed for torment. Her wrists were yanked upward by a chain from the ceiling, forcing her torso into an arch, while her ankles were clamped in irons, half suspended from the bench's legs. A coarse rope cinched around her waist pressed her against the wood, leaving every curve on shameless display, a signature Ren-style setup. The torturers present were tidying up and tending to Gudda's wounds. After all, only the sturdy could endure prolonged suffering. Their lecherous gazes kept drifting over Fella's exposed form. Ignoring Gudda's pleas, the villains crowded around Fella, groping her pale skin. Rog's hand delved between her thighs, fingers expertly pinching her most sensitive spot, drawing a sharp cry from her. The men chuckled darkly. After a few more cruel caresses, the fat one loosened his ropes, freed himself, and after a few rough thrusts against her, buried himself to the hilt. Fella shrieked again. Renz, having had the first taste, now amused himself by tormenting Gudda. The burly man could only beg for mercy, forced to watch his sister's violation under Ren's threats. Before long, even he grew aroused. Noticing, Ren sneered, you damned beast. Even I blush at your depravity. Though I'll admit, that thing of yours does resemble a donkey-s. Gudda nodded eagerly, eyes glued to the spectacle. Agreeing without shame, Rogue waved his hand, unleashing several blades of wind that severed the iron chains of the ancient tower. Coldly, he proclaimed, you seemed quite enthusiastic. Now I present you with a chance for survival. Eliminate this wretched woman, and I shall spare your life. His words were whispered with a chilling intensity. Yet they went unheard by Phyra. The ancient tower clenched his teeth, approached Phyra from behind, and after a moment of hesitation, the primal desire for survival and lust overpowered the remnants of his conscience. He grasped her slender waist and thrust himself within her, eliciting a moan of pleasure. Rogue felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Yet, his relief was fleeting. As an elderly voice echoed in his mind, one must never act too decisively in matters. One must never act too decisively. The frown returned to his brow. The misdeed had already been committed, and the aftermath could not be taken lightly. Within a few days, over a dozen obscure wandering warriors were hired, led by Franco, to escort Ian and Gudda eastward to Lille. The entourage marched by day and rested by night, and by the third day they had covered more than 100 miles. Just as they were about to exit the mountainous terrain, Kate, accompanied by 50 followers, blocked their path. What followed transpired with remarkable ease. The wandering warriors, already outmatched by Kate's prowess, were caught off guard by Franco's sudden attack from behind. Within mere minutes, they were utterly defeated. After surveying the aftermath, Rogue found himself burdened with even greater worries. The tax collection from the populace had become unfeasible, not due to the residents' refusal to pay, but rather because there was little to collect. Consequently, Rogue declared a reprieve on this year's taxes. Nevertheless, this journey was not without its rewards. At least the 50 robust mountain dwellers following him constituted a silver lining. These individuals had been hunters in the mountains since childhood, agile and skilled with both blade and bow, making them ideal candidates for mercenaries. With his silver tongue and some tangible benefits for their families, essentially ensuring they were well-fed and warmly clothed, Rogue secured their unwavering loyalty. The production of iron ore was gradually returning to normalcy, which offered Rogue a sigh of relief. However, the roads leading out of Salisbury were in such disrepair that little product could be transported. Constructing new roads was no small feat and would take at least half a year, if not more, to complete. For the time being, only the finest ore could be slowly transported out. The mined ore continued to accumulate within Salisbury, but fortunately this abandoned castle provided ample space, and there was little concern about theft of the iron ore. An apprentice of dwarven gold had arrived from Falberg to oversee the mining operations. With the natural acuity that dwarves possess regarding ores, he had guided the miners for merely 2 days and already yielded impressive results. In addition to a few exceedingly rare pieces of fine iron core, he had unearthed a splendid flame gemstone. Encouraged by this success, the dwarf was filled with zeal, spending nearly every waking hour in the mines, save for sleep. According to him, this mine was a treasure bestowed upon dwarves by the heavens. The mere touch of the ear brought him boundless joy. Renovating the castle posed a significant challenge. Not only was it an expensive endeavor, but finding skilled craftsmen in such a desolate area was no easy task. Rogue, filled with agitation, roamed the castle, feeling a modicum of happiness only when he observed the laborers growing stronger and more vigorous in their tasks. The laborers regarded the rotund man with profound respect and gratitude. Wherever Rogue went, everyone exerted themselves to the utmost. Some laborers even rushed forward to kiss his boots. This was more gratifying than any flattery could convey. The rotund man felt elated, as if he were floating on clouds, secretly musing, "Goodness, this is quite absurd. If only a throng of beautiful maidens would rush towards me. That would be something. Surely, I do not require such trivial flattery. Yet, it seems their admiration is genuine. Perhaps I truly possess a touch of wisdom and valor." It is indeed surprising that these laborers possess a modicum of insight. As time progressed, Rogue found himself feeling a void on the days he did not encounter them. A letter arrived from A.T., who was recuperating in the city of Lille. His recovery was painfully slow, leaving him devoid of the energy to indulge in his usual escapades with women. Meanwhile, Fess was occupied with transporting the hammer of the war god to Lille. The capital of the Duchy of Bavaria, Lille boasts a population of 1 million, making it the second largest city of the Alliance. With its convenient transportation and abundant local resources, coupled with the duchy's rich history and formidable military strength, this city can be rightfully deemed extraordinarily prosperous. One can hardly miss the sight of wealthy individuals traversing the streets, with nobles as plentiful as dogs. For the hammer of the war god, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, this setting could not be more ideal. Offerock provided a magnificent 4-story building on the bustling 5th Avenue of Lille, along with a generous sum of 100,000 gold coins for the hammer's use. Fulfilling a prior promise, in the winter of the year 685 of the Holy Calendar, several disgraced nobles were officially granted titles. Kate was elevated to the rank of a second-tier knight and assigned to serve in the Duchy of Bavaria's military, reportedly destined for the Lionheart Cavalry. Taking up the position of lieutenant colonel in the cavalry regiment, Rogue and his companions were all bestowed the title of third-tier knights, marking their formal entry into the ranks of nobility. Rogue was appointed as the acting lord of Sellersburg, Franco became the Grand Chancellor, and Lunz was appointed as the treasurer. The Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps was incorporated into the duchy as the 3rd Cavalry Regiment's 5th Independent Battalion, with Rogue becoming the major battalion commander and the others assuming the role of major deputies. Judging solely from this appointment letter, it appears that the duchy has a keen eye for talent, a rarity in the realm of governance. It seems that Offerock has exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. The 3rd Cavalry Regiment of the Duchy of Bavaria essentially functions as a reserve force, with the main contingent being a regular knightly squadron, while the other 3 independent battalions consist of incorporated mercenary groups that have achieved significant deeds, each comprising approximately 1,000 individuals. In combat, the 3rd Cavalry Regiment's role is often relegated to mop-up operations or serving as cannon fodder, although such realities are not publicly acknowledged. This time, the independent battalion granted Rog a quota of 500 men, an extraordinary honor for the Dragon and Beauty mercenaries, which currently number just over 100. It is worth noting that for every soldier within this quota, the duchy allocates 30 gold coins for outfitting, as well as an annual stipend of 10 gold coins, sufficient to equip a knight. However, due to the financial backing of the Hammer of the War God, the Dragon and Beauty mercenaries are outfitted so exquisitely that they rival the elite battalions of the duchy's 1st Cavalry Regiment, the Lionheart Cavalry. The bishop who arrived initially startled several of the nobles, only to later learn that he was sent by Cardinal Burke to confer titles upon them. The rationale was that these disgraced nobles had made remarkable contributions to spreading the glory of the divine. Naturally, the nobles understood that such claims of spreading glory were mere pretense, unless the glory in question was that of the Grim Reaper. It appears they are being rewarded for the significant achievement of presenting the statue of the infernal angel. The bishop, named Nat Hart, is 45 years old, possessing a kind demeanor and an aura of sanctity. It is said that he is one of Cardinal Burke's trusted confidants. In his early years, Gernard Hart was a renowned holy knight, wielding a counterfeit divine sword known as the Judgment Day. It is said that among the continent's knights, hundreds claimed to possess the authentic Judgment Day. However, during a harrowing encounter while pursuing the necromancer Rodriguez, he narrowly escaped death and subsequently renounced his martial pursuits for a life dedicated to spreading the glory of the Lord. Upon witnessing the dilapidated state of Selrisburg, the bishop felt a sense of displeasure, though his countenance betrayed little. He sat in the Lord's hall, engaging in casual conversation with the rogues. The astute rogues, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned his discontent. One of them, a rotund individual, seized the moment when the messenger stepped out to relieve himself and presented an exquisite golden box. Upon seeing the box's value, Gernard Hart's face lit up with delight. However, when he opened it, he gasped in astonishment. Inside lay a tulip crafted from pure gold, its petals so thin they were nearly translucent, and a small amount of fire element within imbued it with a striking crimson hue. Above the tulip, a delicate mass of water element coiled, causing dewdrops to perpetually roll upon the petals. Following this was a sprinkling of holy water for a blessing. This holy water was no ordinary substance. As it cascaded over the gathered assembly, they felt invigorated and revitalized. Yet, the rogue experienced a different fate. Each time the holy water fell upon him, it felt akin to being seared by flames, causing him to grimace in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet he could not utter a sound, forced to endure the agony in silence. The rotund individual, in his heart, cursed the inventor of the holy water and all the sensitive parts of his ancestral lineage. The bishop, witnessing the rogue's baptism, could not help but be moved to tears. Reflecting on the rarity of such genuine devotion amidst his extensive experience in the ministry, with a heart full of compassion, he poured a bit more of the holy water upon the rogue, acknowledging the sincerity of his faith. Rogue had not dreamt for a considerable time. With his extraordinary mental fortitude and the unwavering resolve bestowed upon him by the necromancer, the emergence of dreams seemed utterly implausible. Yet, in this moment, Rogue found himself in a daze, uncertain of his whereabouts. Surrounding him was a veil of gray mist, and as he attempted to wave his hand, the fog felt almost tangible, leaving a slick, chilling residue upon his skin. The light around him was oppressive and dim, revealing only objects within a 10-meter radius. In the distance stood a solitary dead tree, its branches contorted in a bizarre manner, exuding an uncanny aura. There was not a hint of vitality in this desolate place. Rog does not shy away from the sin of death, yet such a pure and intense aura of demise fills him with profound discomfort. Where is this? Rog calls out loudly, but not a single sound reaches his ears. This is the realm of death, a paradise for the departed, the ultimate purgatory for all living beings. A cold, malevolent, and piercing voice penetrates Rog's mental defenses, echoing within his mind. Who are you? Rog bellows, but the voice vanishes without a trace. Rogue yearned to cry out, yet no sound escaped his lips. He wished to flee, but found himself paralyzed. All that remained were fear, despair, and a sense of impending doom. In the distance, an immense force drew Rogue upward, swiftly propelling him through the mist, breaking free into the void. Rog gazed upon the peculiar forest, the ashen river, and the stark hills that swiftly swept beneath him, his heart nearly leaping from his throat as he experienced flight for the first time. Yet, he remained immobilized, compelled only to maintain a shield of mental energy around himself, preventing his vital essence from leaking away. This strange world incessantly siphoned the life force of its inhabitants. The sky was shrouded in gray, with clouds heavy as lead and winds sharp as blades, creating an oppressive atmosphere that threatened to drive one to madness. Peering through the clouds revealed an endless expanse of gray, from which a faint glimmer of light emerged, its origin unknown. A colossal bone bird soared through the air, hurtling directly toward Rog. His heartstrings tightened with dread, yet he found himself powerless to act. His features contorted, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. With a swift whoosh, the bone bird passed through Rog's form as if he were but a mere specter. The creature traced an arc through the sky, plummeting towards a small hillock. Scattered across the hill were countless skeletal remains, among which stood a solitary skeleton, proud and defiant, its deep black scythe occasionally flashing with a chilling gleam. It was Fengyue. Rogue plunged downwards, and Fengyue turned his head as if gazing intently at him. The stout man's mind erupted in a deafening roar, leaving him disoriented. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he had become one with Fengyue, yet remained immobilized, his robust mental energy being drained away like a relentless tide. A fierce gale suddenly erupted from Fengyue's stance, sweeping up all the bones within a radius of several dozen meters, sending them soaring through the air. The flames in Fengyue's eye sockets shifted from pale to a deep crimson, as a streak of black swiftly enveloped him from head to toe. In an instant, a white skeleton was transformed into a deep black, its once mottled scars vanishing without a trace under the influence of that dark hue. Fengyue threw back his head and let out a silent howl, his previously drooping skeletal wings unfurling like blossoms in spring, gradually spreading wide and rising. The dark essence flowed down his hand, staining the scythe, as the dyed handle began to writhe as if it were a living creature, resembling an ancient vine frantically growing along its length. From the broad scythe blade emerged several sharp metallic spikes. After a moment of undulation, the blade itself acquired several bends, with tiny bolts of lightning darting across its surface. An invisible barrier of force emanated from Fengyue, extending approximately 10 meters around him. Any creatures within this realm would be subjected to a barrage of negative emotional impacts. Naturally, this barrier was utterly ineffectual in this necromancer's paradise. After a lengthy pause, Fengyue lifted his gaze towards the other side of the mountain. Rogue, nearly drained of his mental energy, distinctly sensed an ancient, malevolent, icy, and arrogant presence over there. Waves of excitement, fear, and anticipation surged through Fengyue's mind, striking Rogue's nerves. He was at a loss as to how to comprehend the reality before him. Previously, he could only issue various commands to Fengyue through his consciousness, unable to perceive any awareness from him. Yet now, he could sense the intense emotional fluctuations emanating from Fengyue, albeit without any clear consciousness. Suddenly, Fengyue leapt high from the summit, gliding through the air for several meters as if riding the wind and waves, before descending into the gray mist. Within the fog, Rogue strained his eyesight, barely able to see 5 meters ahead. Fengyue moved with astonishing swiftness, racing towards the mountains. Along the way, Fengyue adeptly weaved between heights and depths, occasionally sidestepping a sudden, gnarled tree, leaving Rogue drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Rogue struggled to calm his mind. Since his vision was obscured, he decided to employ his mental energy to scan the surroundings. The awareness of the hefty figure gradually sank into a tranquil abyss, akin to submerging into a serene lake, though his sight remained limited to a mere 5 meters. Beyond this narrow scope, the outlines of various objects began to shift from indistinct to distinctly visible. A surge of joy welled within Rogue. But as soon as he dispersed his mental focus, he was once again confined to a 5-meter view. He hastily concentrated his mind once more, and the objects beyond re-emerged in clarity. Gradually, Rogue became increasingly adept at this tranquil state of mind, allowing waves of mental energy to emanate, as if imbued with life, perceiving entities from the grand to the minute, from near to far. Suddenly, Rogue's mental touch encountered a sinister, frigid energy, an overwhelming surge of malevolence, and an insatiable thirst for flesh that nearly left him breathless. At that moment, Fengyue immediately turned to face the source, grounding herself before swiftly charging forward. She approached the zombie warrior, raising her long-handled scythe high above her head before bringing it down with force. The zombie warrior lifted its twin short scythes in an attempt to parry. Yet, Fengyue's scythe unexpectedly accelerated midair, evading the defense and delivering a decisive blow. The zombie warrior, despite the surprise, instinctively recoiled, demonstrating remarkable agility. Although Fengyue's scythe struck true, it failed to penetrate its resilient flesh. merely carving a wound over a foot long and an inch and a half deep into its chest, revealing a patch of ashen, desiccated meat. Starkly contrasting with the typical putrid, pus-filled injuries of ordinary zombies. The zombie warrior, seemingly unaffected by the wound, maintained its swift movements. Fengwei, a seasoned combatant against zombies, immediately employed her tried-and-true tactics, circling the zombie warrior with deftness. Her long-handled scythe appeared and disappeared, intermittently breaching the zombie warrior's defenses and leaving shallow, elongated gashes. As the adage goes, many ants can kill an elephant. With each successive wound, the zombie warrior's movements inevitably began to slow. However, constrained by the inherent limitations of skeletal strength, Fengwei found herself engaged in a battle of attrition against the zombie warrior. Rog attempted once more to explore the zombie warrior with his mental prowess, sensing a thin veil of magical energy enveloping its entire being. Well-versed in low-level spells, Rog recognized this as the effect of magical armor, astonished that this zombie warrior possessed such protective magic inherently, a stark deviation from the records he had studied. Concentrating his mind, Rog elevated the frequency of his mental energy, detecting once again the frigid essence within the zombie warrior. Now that he was closer, this energy stood out like a beacon in the night. A thought struck Rog, and he cautiously endeavored to envelop that energy with his mental force. Then, with a powerful shout, he unleashed a full torrent of his mental energy toward it. The zombie warrior immediately trembled, the protective energy of its magical armor receding like a retreating tide. It began to shake violently, struggling desperately as waves of pain, fear, and even sorrow surged towards Rog. At that moment, the stout figure's resolve was as unyielding as steel, impervious to the emotional onslaught, relentlessly squeezing the energy. Wind and Moon, ever astute, seized the opportunity. Under the frenzied dance of the Grim Reaper's scythe, a web woven from a dozen dark lines silently enveloped the zombie warrior's form. In an instant, it became motionless, and moments later, a resounding explosion shattered it into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The energy erupted as well, transforming into myriad glimmering motes that dispersed into the air. Wind and Moon rejoiced, drawing in the drifting motes of luminous energy, merging them with the essence nestled deep within his skull. The sensation of fulfillment and joy washed over him, akin to a parched traveler in the desert savoring a refreshing spring, revitalizing every fiber of his being. Rog too benefited from this luminous bounty, experiencing a modest enhancement. The atmosphere grew solemn. Wind and Moon and Rog ceased their indulgence, patiently awaiting what would come next. Countless brushes with death had honed their instincts to an extraordinary acuity. Surrounding Wind and Moon's golden aura, several cold, pale energy clusters flickered to life one by one. Some bright, some dim. Among them, 7 or 8 energy clusters bore resemblance to that of the recently vanquished zombie warrior, while in the distance, one larger energy cluster shimmered with a cool, pale blue light, its intensity nearly equivalent to that of 3 zombie warriors. A chill ran through Rog as he surveyed the battlefield. Within his line of sight, various levels of zombies were laboriously clawing their way from the earth. In that moment, Wind and Moon and Rog shared a silent understanding. The malevolent presence beyond the mountain would have to be postponed. It seemed the horde of zombies surrounding them was formidable enough, and retreat appeared to be the wisest course. Of course, Wind and Moon's mind was not so convoluted. He grasped Rog's intent and charged in the opposite direction of the largest energy cluster, effortlessly dispatching several low-tier zombies that were emerging from the soil along the way. Just as they neared the edge of the encirclement, a zombie warrior blocked their path. Wind and Moon and Rog resorted to their previous strategy. Rog unleashed a concentrated assault on the energy core of the zombie warrior, rendering it immobile, while Wind and Moon struck with a blade that crackled with energy, effortlessly cleaving through the protective magical armor of the zombie warrior. Although he did not sever it in two, he penetrated more than a foot deep. The energy orbs of the zombie warriors began to disperse once more, yet Fengwei had lost all desire to absorb them. With a swift strike, she felled 2 lowly zombies that obstructed her path and continued on her way. Rogue distinctly sensed the approaching pale blue energy orb, brimming with fury and resentment. However, the zombie found it exceedingly challenging to compete in speed with the skeleton. Wind Moon moved with such swiftness that it hardly resembled a mere skeleton. The most formidable zombie at that moment, Rogue remained unaware whether it was a zombie lord or a millennium zombie king, had no chance of catching up. With the assurance of safety, Rogue concentrated all his mental energy and unleashed a powerful impact upon the pale blue orb, causing it to shatter and scatter like fireflies in a tempest. Reminiscent of a flickering candle in a storm, Rogue himself did not emerge unscathed. He felt dizzy and disoriented for quite some time before regaining his composure. Rogue burst into laughter, but before he could finish, he saw Fengwei plummeting straight towards a precipice, leaping downwards. The rapid descent engulfed him in a tide of fear. Drowning Rogue. Ah! A cry of despair escaped him as he sat up, drenched in sweat. He gasped for air, momentarily unable to discern whether he was trapped in a dream or caught in a surreal reality. "My lord Rogue, what troubles you?" A charming maid entered. Her eyes still heavy with sleep, her robe loosely draped. "Did you have a nightmare? Would you like some company?" Her eyes sparkled with allure. "Ah ha ha ha." Rogue laughed maniacally, as a flash of lightning illuminated his face, resembling a demon reincarnated. Following a thunderclap, torrential rain began to pour. Shortly after the decree was issued, the city of Lyre sent out a summons, prompting Rogue and his companions to embark towards the royal capital for their assignments. The territory had begun to take shape. Everything was gradually falling into place. The iron ore extracted could potentially satisfy nearly half of the demands, while the remainder would yield little profit. Besides maintaining the castle, all resources were allocated to road construction. The winter in the mountainous region remained exceedingly cold. A heavy snowfall a few days prior had adorned the entire area in a blanket of silver. The afternoon sun shone upon the crystalline tree branches, refracting into a spectrum of colors reminiscent of a palace of glass. 100 mercenaries, both dragons and beauties, leisurely marched along the mountain path. 7 months ago, they had been mere remnants of a defeated army or local ruffians. However, through trials of life and death, those who remained had transformed into seasoned veterans, capable of killing without a flicker of hesitation. The remnants of their former banditry lingered, a subtle aura of lethality emanated from each of them. Rogue, who had fallen ill, actually due to exhaustion of mental strength, remained puzzled whether that night had been a dream or reality. 3 days had passed, and his mental energy had only partially recovered. Yet, he had grasped the secrets of mental impact. At that moment, he sat comfortably in a warm carriage, enjoying the privileges of a patient, though the uneven road frequently jolted him awake from his slumber. Finally, they arrived at Lyre City. The mercenaries and Kate split up to report to the military headquarters. As an independent cavalry squad, Rogue and his men had secured a small camp within the grounds of the 3rd Night Brigade, registering at the military office, collecting seals, receiving military pay, obtaining equipment, crafting a banner, and so forth. An array of trivial tasks left the nobleman lamenting. After Rogue took to the field, for days past, the banner depicted an elegant fairy dragon alongside a stunning bard, truly a vision of beauty. However, Franco grew increasingly familiar with the image and finally recognized it as the emblem of Lyre City's most notorious den of iniquity, featuring the most celebrated courtesan of the night. Once this banner was raised, it would likely provoke immediate impeachment from the Noble Oversight Council, with even Offerock unable to shield them. With a heavy sigh, Franco, already burdened, had no choice but to accept the responsibility of the banner. The others chuckled mischievously, their expressions suggesting that this outcome had been inevitable. Rogue, plagued by illness, exhibited little sense of duty as a captain, sequestering himself in his chamber to hone his mental and magical prowess while poring over various tomes on necromancy. Most spells within the realm of necromancy pertain to curses and the summoning of creatures. Necromancers may simulate a soul-like energy core using their own magical power, resulting in undead beings that, while generally lacking in combat strength, require minimal magical expenditure and can follow simple combat commands. Alternatively, one may collect the souls of the living to bind them to the undead. The strength of these undead beings correlates closely with the souls of the living, endowing them with a degree of intelligence. Should the soul belong to a formidable individual, the resulting undead creature would be exceptionally powerful. At last, Rogue comprehended that the swirling energies he sensed in his dreams were indeed the souls of the undead. He could not discern whether they were conjured from magical essence or derived from the living. The divine source that constitutes the essence of wind and moon is, in fact, the purest and most potent soul energy. Wind and moon, by their very nature, are anomalies that ought not to exist. Yet existence itself is deemed rational. A certain ancient philosopher once proclaimed, "What exists must be reasonable." Yet, some argue that even if something is unreasonable, if it exists, does that not render it reasonable? What, then, constitutes reason? What is the essence of logic? The portly individual found himself overwhelmed with confusion as he wrestled with abstract thought within his confines. A soldier in plain clothes burst into his room. Rogue recognized him as a knightly guard in service to Kate. noting the bruises adorning his face and the panic in his demeanor. "My lord Rogue, we are in grave trouble," he exclaimed. "Speak slowly," Rogue commanded. "Lord Kate, along with over a dozen of our Lionheart knights, has secretly ventured to the abyss of the arcane gambling den." At this, the young knight's face flushed slightly, though obscured by his bruises. The redness was not particularly pronounced. For reasons unknown, a dozen members of the 2nd Night Brigade were also present at the gambling establishment. Upon recognizing us as members of the Lionheart Brigade, they approached us with provocations, and we dealt with them accordingly. Unexpectedly, that group summoned over 100 individuals. Now, Lord Kate is trapped inside, and he has sent me to break through and seek your assistance. Rogue promptly cast aside the tome titled The Worldview of the Necromancer, leaped to his feet, and bellowed, "Gather the men. Call upon the brothers to arm themselves. Grab clubs, and leave the swords behind. And remember, no military uniforms." The Dragon and Beauty mercenaries, having been trained relentlessly over the past month, were quick to respond to the call of battle. Just as Rogue counted to 15 in the training yard, his entire contingent assembled without a single soul missing. Thus, they hurriedly made their way toward the casino. As the mercenaries, or rather, the knights now, arrived at the entrance of the casino, they encountered 2 burly men with fierce expressions stationed at the door, permitting only those who were exiting. The noble scoundrels, seasoned from countless battles, could easily sense something amiss. At Rogue's command, 20 Dragon and Beauty knights surged forward, overwhelming the sentinels 10 to 1, swiftly dispatching them and storming into the grand hall. The hall, spacious yet currently in disarray, was filled with a throng of men, easily numbering around 160 or 70. Clad in brown tunics, it was evident that these men were wearing the undergarments of knightly armor. They were all gathered around a small door at the edge of the hall, shouting and cursing, while within, there was an eerie silence, save for Kate, who stood resolutely at the entrance, wielding a wooden spear. As several men lunged forward, Kate sidestepped, allowing 5 to rush inside before blocking the doorway once more. With a flurry of movements, the wooden spear struck deftly, incapacitating the remaining 3 assailants. The commotion within was lively for a brief moment before settling into silence. Moments later, 5 naked men were unceremoniously hurled out, their lower regions marked with bruises of an unfortunate hue. As Rogue and his companions surged into the hall, the burly men stirred momentarily, and a figure who appeared to be their leader stepped forth with a commanding voice. "I am Parsis, the captain of the 2nd Night Brigade. Which of you brothers has come here? This matter concerns only the 2nd Night Brigade and the 1st Night Brigade. Those wishing to meddle should think twice." At that moment, the knight who had accompanied Rogue whispered, "This Parsis is an 8th-level knight. You must exercise caution, my lord. I fear reinforcements from the 2nd Night Brigade may arrive shortly. We must resolve this swiftly." Rogue inquired softly, "Has the 2nd Night Brigade engaged in battle in recent years?" The Lionheart Knight replied, "It seems they have never set foot on the battlefield." Rogue, feeling a sense of relief, bellowed, "We are the independent squad of the 3rd Night Brigade. Release our comrade at once, and we can coexist peacefully." The members of Parsis exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, as the principal Night Brigade. They had never regarded these ragtag forces with any measure of respect. Rogue's face transformed from pale to green, then from green to a deep shade of black, as he was met with laughter. Just as he was about to shout for a fierce blow, Franco darted like a wisp of smoke to stand before Parsis, wielding a 3-foot staff that lunged towards his eyes like a venomous serpent. Parsis, taken aback by the sudden violence, hastily leaned back to evade, the staff narrowly grazing his eyelids. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Franco executed a silent and swift low kick aimed at his groin. Parsis managed to roll away just in time. Yet, Franco was not so easily deterred. Having gained the upper hand, his strikes became relentless, persistently targeting Parsis's vulnerable areas. In the face of imminent danger, Parsis rolled on the ground with remarkable agility, eluding Franco's advances for the moment. Legend has it that the mystical martial arts of the Far Eastern continent are unique, with a particular style known as the Earth Hall technique, which Parsis might have mastered. The Dragon and Beauty mercenaries, fierce and cunning, although unarmed, employed myriad street-fighting techniques and survival tactics on the battlefield. The traditional knightly skills proved less effective amidst the chaos. The 2nd Night Brigade, indeed well-trained, formed a tight charging formation, penetrating the ranks of the Dragon and Beauty mercenaries, swiftly knocking several down and maneuvering with ease. Just as they were gaining momentum, a small, translucent black sphere flew through the air and detonated softly, releasing a wave of psychic disturbance. the third-level fear spell cast by Rog. The hulking warriors immediately lost their nerve and scattered like startled birds. Two resolute individuals, however, remained unaffected and were promptly subdued by the Knights of Dragon and Beauty. Upon realizing Rog was a mage, the remaining members of the 2nd Brigade, sensing an opportunity, rushed towards him. Rog, with a huff, effortlessly lifted a massive gaming table weighing several hundred pounds and hurled it towards them, trapping the men beneath it and inevitably cracking a few ribs with a resounding crunch. The casino fell into an eerie silence, with cold sweat dripping from everyone's brows. The transformed physique of the hefty man endowed him with immense strength, allowing him to leap as if weightless despite donning over 80 pounds of armor. Yet, his martial skills were rather mediocre, and his lack of interest in honing them meant that against a skilled opponent, he would fare no better than a domestic cow confronted by a cheetah. Lunz concealed himself behind a pillar, revealing a delicate crossbow, unleashing a flurry of 3-inch darts, which this time were coated in a tranquilizer. One by one, the Knights of the 2nd Brigade inexplicably fell to the ground. Seeing an opening, Kate led the knights within the room to surge forth, and the tide had turned against the 2nd Brigade. In a matter of moments, the Dragon and Beauty mercenaries employed their previously unseen and unheard of underhanded tactics to overcome the numerical superiority of the 2nd Brigade, leaving the hulking warriors sprawled across the ground, with only Pazzi still struggling to hold his ground. Franco, with his flowing black hair, relentlessly jabbed at Pazzi's with his wooden staff, while Pazzi's rolled and crawled, occasionally uttering cries of distress, completely oblivious to the fact that he was merely circling around Franco. In the depths of the abyss of the demon realm, the reputation of the Dragon and Beauty's independent unit within the 3rd Knight Brigade soared. The day's events were diligently compiled into various reports by observant individuals and discreetly delivered to the desks of several prominent figures. The expressions of the report readers varied widely. Some were gritting their teeth, others struggled to suppress their laughter, while a few exhibited profound disgust. The individuals involved, however, remained blissfully unaware. The parties concerned shared a remarkable tacit understanding in maintaining their silence. The military discipline in the Duchy of Bavaria was stringent, with severe consequences for soldiers who engaged in brawls, 1 month of solitary confinement and 20 lashes. Given the scale of the brawl, especially occurring within a casino, the ringleaders would likely face dire repercussions. The individual known as Parses had evidently taken full advantage of the situation, biding his time for future retribution. After Kate's explanation, Rog and his companions felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, given the gravity of their transgression, they might find themselves outlaws once again before receiving even 2 days' pay. In the following days, the group navigated their anxiety, yet they remained industrious. Some busied themselves with acquiring land and establishing residences, contemplating a prolonged stay in the city. The 100 Dragon and Beauty Knights, along with 50 mountaineers, were confined by Franco in the military camp, reportedly with the principal aim of ensuring their survival amidst street skirmishes. This preparation was undoubtedly a precaution against provocations from the 2nd Knight Brigade in the future. It is often said that good news seldom leaves the confines of home, while bad news travels far and wide. Meanwhile, in the camp of the 3rd Knight Brigade, the gazes of other detachments, even those of the regular knights from the 1st Brigade, towards the Dragon and Beauty Knights had shifted significantly, imbued with admiration, envy, disdain, and jealousy, among other sentiments. Perhaps due to a childhood marked by poverty, Rog held a particular fondness for having a cozy abode of his own. He nostalgically recalled his first small house in Falberg. Despite its numerous intricacies and chaotic state, it was, after all, his first home. He vividly remembered that extraordinary night, the unparalleled madness following a narrow escape, the intoxicating moans, his strong, straight legs, and the profound exhaustion that followed an exhilarating release, all etched deeply in his memory. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for Chi-Wei, an inexplicable emotion stirring within him. Chi-Wei was spirited, statuesque, strikingly beautiful, and exceptionally skilled, all at a young age. Even in this era of rigid hierarchy, strength commanded respect. Though she hailed from a common background, she surpassed him, a scion of a fallen noble family, by leaps and bounds. Rog understood that barring unforeseen circumstances, the prospect of winning over such a woman was a mere fantasy. Perhaps this was why that day lingered so vividly in his mind. He mused with self-deprecation. For him, or rather for any man, Chi-Wei's martial prowess was of little consequence. What he truly desired was her body and visage. While she was undeniably beautiful, she could not quite compare to the ethereal allure of Elysis. and there were many common women with equally captivating appearances. However, when all her attributes were combined, few could rival Qi Wei. Much like the divine weaponry of the god of war, which, in practical terms, was indeed exquisite yet could hardly be deemed legendary. It was merely the embellishments and the hype that elevated it to extraordinary status. And there was also the thrill of conquest. Rog recognized that Qi Wei likely regarded him with disdain, viewing herself as superior. But what of it? Was it not he who had the privilege to gaze upon her, to touch her, and to experience her fully? He thought with a fierce determination. It is precisely the contrast between one's identity and reality that brings such exhilaration. The delight does not stem from the conquest of a woman like Qi Wei, but rather from the triumph over someone who, by virtue of one's own status, should have remained unattainable. To be able to seduce a renowned woman is, perhaps, a dream shared by every man. In this day and age, there is no room for excessive verbosity. I desire only your presence, not your heart. The rotund fellow mused indignantly. Engaging with a woman of renown does not signify the end. One must also devise means for others to become aware of this accomplishment. It has evolved into a symbol of status. Witness, such an extraordinary woman has succumbed to my charms. Thus, I must possess qualities that set me apart. As for the nature of these qualities, my dear boy, that is for you to ponder. Regarding how to make others aware, there is much to be learned. One cannot simply proclaim, XXX is my woman. It must be subtle and indirect, allowing others to engage their minds to uncover the truth themselves. The company one keeps also plays a significant role. Boasting to a laborer would either render one a fool or invite scorn for being deranged. Yet, as the rotund man contemplated, the affair with Qi Wei was indeed rather disreputable. Even nobles who wield their power to intimidate must maintain a modicum of decorum. If one can confront directly, then do so. If not, then engage in a group effort, but it must be done with honor. When it comes to enticing women, nobles are particularly meticulous, seeking to win both heart and mind. Engaging in deceitful tactics such as traps or drugs is, apart from a few morally bankrupt companions, simply unspeakable. This left Rog feeling somewhat discontented, akin to a peacock strutting in obscurity. As for the powerful, they too are not exempt from convention. While the status of a mage is already highly esteemed, the Mage Guild still establishes a hierarchy, with clear distinctions in attire and adornments among the various ranks. Rog had long understood that magical prowess does not equate to combat capability. If a novice mage like himself is aware of this, there is no reason to believe that the grandmasters are not. The distinction between ranks is, in essence, negligible. Yet, every year, mages flock to undergo rank assessments, akin to a river's ceaseless flow. The assessment fees are rather steep, and this singular source of income renders the Mage Guild as affluent as a nation. Naturally, as a paragon of sagacity, the services provided by the Mage Guild are of exceptional quality. Take, for instance, the design of high-level mages' robes, which are crafted with meticulous attention by true masters, reflecting styles from various regions. Their simplicity exudes elegance, embodying a classic design that remains timeless, tailored by skilled seamstresses, far surpassing the mass-produced garments found in the mainland. Thus, every high-level mage, generally defined as those of level 12 and above, who steps forth appears poised and refined, exuding an air of wisdom. In no time, Rog stepped through the snow into his modest courtyard. The residence is not expansive, comprising a two-story building with a courtyard of approximately 500 square meters. The building houses 7 rooms, 4 upstairs and 3 on the ground floor, including the living room. Compared to the larger structure in Falberg, this modest abode is limited in size, but boasts a far superior location. This Binshi Avenue marks the boundary between affluent and common districts, implying a touch of nobility. The real estate in Riel City is exorbitant, far exceeding that of the semi-border regions like Falberg. The expenditure of 2,000 gold coins on this endeavor caused considerable discomfort to the rotund gentleman for quite some time. However, the investment proved worthwhile, as the original owner of the quaint abode was a fallen noble, whose life was devoted to the appreciation of art and history, and who possessed considerable expertise in the restoration of gardens. This modest courtyard has been meticulously cultivated, exuding an air of serene elegance and showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. An ancient tree casts its shade over much of the yard during the summer months, while in winter, its frosty branches create a picturesque scene. A winding pathway, paved with gravel, connects the entrance gate to the front door of the house. A trellis in the foyer is entwined with withered vines, patiently awaiting the arrival of spring. In winter, the lawn lies parched, adorned with two black-painted carriage lamps that, when lit at night, emit a gentle golden glow, enveloping returning wanderers in a comforting warmth. Rog wandered around the small courtyard, feeling immensely satisfied. Upon entering the room, Wong ignited the fireplace and moved an ancient rocking chair, boasting a history of 50 years, to languidly settle beside the hearth. He picked up a tome titled On the Nature of Necromancy and began to read. Necromancy, in essence, is the arcane art of communing with souls. In this regard, it bears a striking resemblance to many spells from the School of Light. Undead beings solely rely on various forms of negative energy for their existence. While their intelligence and instinct stem from either a mage-simulated soul or the direct infusion of a living soul, the myriad of bizarre undead creatures represents the amalgamation of diverse flesh, bones, and an assortment of souls. The advantage of a simulated soul lies in its stability. After centuries of refinement, the incantations for necromantic spells have become remarkably sophisticated. When a mage wishes to summon a skeleton warrior will indeed materialize. In contrast, utilizing a living soul yields uncertain results, often resulting in complete failure, or, more frequently, summoning inexplicable entities. For instance, invoking the soul of a malevolent warrior may lead to the emergence of a blade-wielding specter or a skeletal general. However, once a particularly effective undead creature is formed, necromancers may acquire the opportunity to learn how to simulate this soul state. If successful, a new form of necromantic summoning emerges. An example of this is the ghoul, a lesser undead creature birthed through such means. Ghouls are colossal in stature, their bodies oozing with toxic ichor, moving sluggishly, and subsisting primarily on the deathly energies absorbed from corpses. Yet, they fall significantly short of the capacity to directly siphon soul energy, requiring them to wholly consume a corpse to gradually absorb its essence. Ghouls possess the ability to expel corrosive gastric fluids and exhibit commendable physical and magical defenses, making them a formidable choice for guarding crucial pathways. Roge was utterly captivated. The author of this tome had even illustrated a depiction of a ghoul. As Roge gazed intently, he sensed a swirling black mist emanating from the pages. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the air, accompanied by an indescribable stench that assaulted his senses. From the fog emerged a colossal beast, a ghoul towering over 3 meters, its greenish-yellow hue fixated menacingly upon him. Rog inhaled sharply, confronted by the sudden appearance of the ghoul. Without his axe, armor, or any equipment, how could he possibly fight this battle? Survival was paramount. The rotund figure had no time to ponder why he encountered such a creature while reading, yet the phrase describing the ghoul's sluggish movements echoed in his mind. With a swift turn, Rog prepared to flee, but a familiar force enveloped him, pulling him through the black mist and into the void. Once again, he found himself in that familiar gray expanse. As Rog flailed in vain, attempting to intimidate and threaten, Fengwei relentlessly drew him inside. Once more, Rog's mental energy spilled forth like water from a shattered basin. Let it be, he mused, resigned after all. The mage and his pet are two sides of the same coin, intertwined in honor and disgrace. Despite his struggles over the past 2 years, during which he diligently honed his skills, Rog had made considerable progress in both mental and magical energies. Particularly since the last dream, his mental acuity had significantly improved. Even after Fengyue's consumption, a portion of his mental energy remained. As if a pot of ink were poured over him, a new wave of darkness rapidly spread from Fengyue's head downwards. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, Fengyue's bones stretched, adding over 3 inches to its height. The scythe, never leaving its grasp, writhed and grew as if it possessed life of its own. White, putrid matter occasionally emerged, quickly transforming into a hardened black layer, forming a new coat for the scythe. A wave of joy radiated from Fengyue, resonating in Rog's mind. He could only smile wryly. Which text had ever claimed that undead beings experience joy, anger, or sorrow? If this is a dream, let me awaken swiftly. He groaned. A swirl of black mist emanated from Fengyue, and several nearby zombies slowly rose to their feet. Rog then noticed the ground beside Fengyue littered with a dozen corpses, one of which was a zombie warrior, its wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Waves of death energy surged from Fengyue, obliterating the already lifeless zombies into fragments. Decaying flesh scattering in all directions. Pale, infernal flames erupted from beneath Fengyue's feet, swiftly expanding into a 10-meter-wide circle of fire. incinerating the zombies within until naught remained but a few shimmering particles suspended in the air. These particles gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a minuscule object. Rog's mental energy delicately reached out to touch it. The tiny entity immediately began to writhe, expanding until it transformed into an exceedingly thin, vast membrane that floated over and enveloped Fengyue, gradually dissolving into it. Fengyue's scythe ceased its growth. Now, it was thicker and longer, measuring over 4 meters, its form fearsome. Dark red sparks of energy flickered from the blade's tip to the handle, shooting forth and melting a small pit into the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Fengyue let out a silent cry of joy. To Rog's perception, this sound was akin to a songbird emerging from the valley or a gentle breeze caressing a stringed instrument. An exquisite melody. Yet the reverberation of this mental energy was overwhelming, akin to thunder, causing Rog's vision to explode with dazzling stars. The scythe of Fengyue, with its crescent blade, pointed sharply towards the horizon, fixating on a distant black peak that emerged faintly from the gray expanse. Once again, Rog sensed the presence of that ancient entity. As his mental prowess intensified, the rotund figure felt increasingly aware of the unfathomable strength of that existence. Yet Fengyue had already taken flight, his skeletal wings unfurled, gliding through the air as if riding the very winds, effortlessly soaring several dozen feet ahead. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the spot where he had previously retreated in defeat. The zombies began to emerge from the earth, one by one. Leading the charge were 3 zombie warriors. As the battle commenced, Rog concentrated all his might, channeling his mental energy toward the core of these 3 warriors, unleashing 3 powerful psychic shocks. The bursts of energy flared brightly, akin to candles flickering in a tempest, teetering on the brink of extinction. Fengyue's colossal scythe, crackling with violet lightning, carved a perfect arc, cleaving the first 2 zombie warriors in half. The third, being weaker, had its energy core shattered by Rog's assault, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A swirling mass of dark energy, accompanied by haunting wails that could shatter one's soul, danced wildly around Fengyue, while various dismembered zombie limbs scattered in all directions. A glance revealed an endless tide of zombies clawing their way up from the soil, pressing and jostling, slowly converging like an ocean of the undead. Yet Fengyue remained resolute, advancing against the tide, each step taken resulting in the downfall of a dozen zombies. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the black peak in the sky, locked onto the ancient presence that lingered atop it. Rogue unleashed waves of spiritual oscillations with fervor. Like a tempest, each surge of mental energy dispersed dozens of radiant sparks, yet in the shadows, countless flickering flames ignited anew. Humanity's steadfastness often arises from desire. What then? Does the wind and moon pursue with such tenacity? In this era, even skeletons have succumbed to madness. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a pained exclamation, Rogue, along with his rocking chair, toppled heavily to the ground. Despite his rugged exterior, the impact to his head left him momentarily dazed. Struggling to rise, he fought off the swirling stars and birds flitting around his consciousness. The dreamlike realm lingered vividly in his memory. Uncertain of how long the struggle had persisted, Rogue found himself utterly exhausted, the golden orb within the skull of wind and moon dimming significantly. Yet, the onslaught of zombies seemed inexhaustible. Suddenly, a new energy cluster began to form atop a distant black peak. In Rogue's realm of mental perception, this orb shimmered with a dark hue, tinged with crimson, growing at a breathtaking pace. As it coalesced into a massive sphere of black and red, an overwhelming wave of psychic energy surged forth like a raging tide. The souls of the weaker zombies flickered out as if extinguished by a tempest, leaving only wind and moon and a handful of zombie lords standing amidst the plains that had once teemed with thousands of the undead. As their mental energies collided, Rogue felt as though struck by lightning. An overwhelming torrent of hatred, destruction, and slaughter emanated from that psychic shockwave, nearly overwhelming him with madness. In the blink of an eye, the soul energy locked onto wind and moon, hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. Rogue lamented, urging wind and moon not to recklessly charge into certain doom, though the nature of the approaching entity remained obscured. The sheer intensity of that soul energy was far beyond the capabilities of either wind and moon or Rogue to contend with. Wind and moon scythe whirled, sending a crimson arc of energy shooting outward, forcing several zombie lords back. Glaring at the oncoming energy, wind and moon silently roared, sending forth a small golden sphere of psychic energy, trailing a delicate, beautiful flame. Just as it seemed poised to strike the massive soul energy, Rogue prepared to cheer. But the orb was engulfed in a dark red lightning flash, disintegrating into nothingness. Both Wind and Moon and Rogue were momentarily stunned. "Run, you foolish skeleton," Rogue bellowed telepathically, his frustration boiling over. Yet, Wind and Moon leapt skyward, charging towards the energy. "Heavens!" Rogue groaned. In the air, Wind and Moon's skeletal wings unfurled gently, now adorned with an almost imperceptible membrane, translucent and delicate. With a graceful spiral, Wind and Moon altered course and took flight, vanishing into the distance. The corpulent individual, however, was not so fortunate. He was cast out into the air, tumbling downward. Below, the zombie lords had gathered in a huddle, gazing skyward, each drooling in anticipation. With a piercing scream, Roger desperately attempted to leap towards the heavens, only to find his head engaging in an intimate encounter with the floor. Rogue muttered as he rose, cursing the damned Fonue. Yet, he dared not confront Fonue with his grievances. After 2 encounters with otherworldly realms, Rogue had come to realize that this was far more than mere dreams. Having witnessed Fonue's combat prowess firsthand, he understood that he was no match for Fonue. Moreover, this ruthless skeleton had audacity enough to cast him down from the heavens. Was that not a betrayal? Did it still acknowledge him as its master? With a heavy heart, he sighed, swallowing his discontent. There would be many more instances in the future where he would rely on Fonue in battle. Having offended it now could lead to a treacherous strike from behind. The relationship between a mage and their familiar could indeed be quite vexing. Feeling despondent, Rogue glanced out the window at the twilight sky, then departed to seek Fess and Franco, to deliberate on the grand strategy for the hammer of the war god. In the frigid night, the lights began to twinkle and snowflakes danced through the air. Meanwhile, the Holiday Inn was ablaze with light and warmth. On the 3rd floor, in a serene private chamber, several nobles gathered for the first time in a month alongside Fess. Aet appeared noticeably plumper, though his movements remained somewhat unsteady. Being injured by the aura of combat was no trifling matter, especially considering that 1/3 of his thigh had been laid bare. Following their brief reunion, spirits ran high amongst the group. After discussing the whims of love and the allure of gold, they turned their attention earnestly to the grand plans for the hammer of the war god. "Aside from you, who else is there?" Aet spared no courtesy towards Rogue. "Humph, for you, the more gold consumed, the more beautiful it becomes." Franco's caustic remark pierced the air. Rogers, filled with fury, glared at Franco, eager for a confrontation. Franco, unimpressed, scoffed and picked up an exquisite silver fork. The hefty man rolled his eyes and resumed his seat, engaging in a scuffle with Franco, who brandished a weapon in such a confined space, would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. Fess, with his mouth stuffed with lobster meat, mumbled indistinctly, urging, "Enough of the commotion. It is imperative that you find me several assistants. Surely, I cannot manage everything alone. While I excel at conjuring magical arrays, I am uncertain about the aesthetics of the armor and weapons, and whether they align with the tastes of those individuals." Lunds chimed in. "Creating visually appealing items indeed proves quite beneficial. From our sales, it is evident that the finely crafted pieces yield at least double the profit and consistently sell first. Conversely, those of average quality, despite their comparable craftsmanship, generate significantly lesser returns. Since our inception, excluding the acquisition of adventurers' spoils, our exquisite items have garnered over 20,000 gold coins, while the ordinary ones have only amassed 4,000. Kate interjected, "Though the profit margins on standard equipment may be slender, the volume is substantial and should not be overlooked. I propose we establish a new shop dedicated to this line of business. If we could penetrate the military sector, it would be a veritable gold mine. At the very least, we could secure Lord Winnington of Falborg as a regular procurer of our goods." Rogdeo proposed, "Let us seek out an additional group of artisans, with Jean overseeing their guidance and training to forge a range of ordinary weapons and armor. This way, we may also consume some of our finest iron ore. Selling it raw seems a bit of a loss. We can place this workshop in any suitable location within the city. As for the hammer of the war god, we must enlist the expertise of true artistic masters to design its form, preferably accompanied by individuals well-versed in the etiquette of the upper echelons of society, for they possess insight into what trends may captivate the nobility." Edeke added, "By the way, while I was volunteering at the church to tend to the wounded, a young girl mentioned that her grandfather is an extraordinary sculptor. What was his name again? Something like Mist and Illusion?" Franco's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice trembling. "Could it be Master Mist Illusion? He resides in Lille?" I heard that in his youth, he incurred the wrath of a prominent noble from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And to evade disaster, he vowed never to create art again, which led the noble to spare him. Afterward, he vanished from sight. I never would have imagined he was hiding here. I possess a piece of his work at home. His creations embody a style that is ethereal and elusive. Exquisitely beautiful yet difficult to grasp in essence, hence the title Mist Illusion. Upon hearing this, Rog perked up and inquired, "Is this fog phantom truly that formidable?" Franco cast an irritable glance at Rog and replied, "He is a genuine master who can coexist with time. However, it is said that he possesses a peculiar temperament, is exceedingly stubborn, and harbors a profound disdain for the nobility. Convincing him to craft items for the aristocrats will be a futile endeavor." "Humph, what is there to fear? We certainly have our methods to deal with such a stubborn old coot." Rog smirked ominously. "Even if he is as tough as adamantine, we shall make him bloom." "And what of Ian?" "In the end, he was completely compliant, wasn't he?" Lunds interjected, "That young girl, I wonder if she is truly his granddaughter. If so, that would simplify matters." "Lunds, I must warn you, do not entertain any thoughts regarding that young lady. Over this past month, she has become quite a burden on my leg." Eight grumbled discontentedly. Lunds chuckled, "Very well, I shall certainly leave her be." Furrowing his brow, Rog cautioned, "This city of air is unlike any other. We must exercise restraint. If matters were to come to light, Afarak might not be able to shield us. Moreover, we remain unclear as to why he is so attentive to our needs. It is prudent to proceed with caution. If we aspire to achieve something significant, we cannot afford to capsize over trifles. Furthermore, while such deeds may be conducted in secrecy, to bring them to light would be rather disreputable. Should the vigilant take notice, it would complicate our future endeavors. We must either act with the thoroughness of Ian or refrain from action altogether. There are myriad ways to deal with such an old curmudgeon. It is not strictly necessary to resort to violence that claims lives. Our immediate priority is to unearth the old man's background and discern his interests so that we may cater to them. If all else fails, we could frame him for a crime, leaving him unable to argue his way out, and thus compelled to acquiesce to our demands. If necessary, we may have to turn our attention to his granddaughter. Ultimately, our goal must be to make him an ally, and preferably, to ensure he is wholly devoted to our cause." The group began to strategize. After much trial and error, the once reckless ruffians had become considerably more composed. Their sharpness dulled. The schemes they devised were meticulous and merciless, leaving no room for error. Compared to 2 years prior, the disparity between their finesse and clumsiness was no longer a matter to be trifled with. Several maidens passed by outside, feeling an unsettling chill that made them shiver involuntarily. The afternoon sun lazily cascaded over the streets and alleys of air, gradually awakening the city that had lain dormant through the harsh winter. The sun is the most impartial of all, whether noble or commoner, all bask in its benevolent light. Isabella joyfully navigated the streets of the impoverished district, akin to a dancing note. The humble shanties, uneven dirt paths, frozen puddles of murky water, pervasive unpleasant odors, and the cacophony of mothers scolding children, neighbors quarreling, and the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs did nothing to dampen her spirits. Having grown up in this place, she cherished everything about it and loved all its inhabitants. God commanded to love the people of this world, and she wholeheartedly followed his teachings. Volunteering for 3 half-days each week at the church constitutes her most cherished moments, though devoid of any monetary compensation. Basking in the divine radiance while aiding other suffering souls serves as the most gratifying reward. The young girl delights in sunshine. Her spirits soar on any clear day. 17-year-old Isabella stands tall at a height of 170 meters, appearing far more mature than her actual age, though her delicate, porcelain-like visage occasionally betrays a hint of youthful innocence, revealing her true years. Isabella's complexion is almost ethereal in its fairness. Yet the vivacious girl always manages to imbue that translucent whiteness with a blush of vitality. Her features are finely crafted, with large, restless eyes that constantly dart about, complemented by a smile that perpetually adorns her lips, endearing her to those around her. The pastors at the church treat her with great kindness. One young cleric even clandestinely imparted a few rudimentary light spells to her, enabling Isabella to, albeit with difficulty, perform the most elementary healing magic. Mr. Eater is indeed a remarkable individual. He towers over her, being a head taller, and many men fall short of his stature, though his attire is rather casual. It is impeccably clean. His rugged face becomes increasingly handsome upon closer scrutiny. Contemplating this, the young girl's heart races, her cheeks warming slightly. meandering along. Her mind is consumed with thoughts of Mr. Eater. He seems youthful, yet possesses a wealth of adventurous experiences. Throughout the past month, he has shared tales without repetition. In contrast, the clumsy bear of a man from the neighboring street, who incessantly clings to her, can only recount his mundane encounters with the horses he tends or trivial matters from the home of Mr. Jibmail. However, the wound on Mr. Eater's leg is truly terrifying. During her 4 months at the church, she has never encountered such a ghastly injury. Upon first sight, the bone was visible through the gaping wound, yet Mr. Eater has never uttered a complaint. Lost in her reverie, the girl inadvertently kicked over 2 wicker baskets, startling several hens and nearly colliding with an elderly lady. She soon arrived at a diminutive courtyard, if indeed a 5 or 6 square meter space could be deemed a courtyard. Within this modest enclosure stood an ancient tree, its gnarled trunk bearing witness to a lifetime of struggles akin to those endured by many who have grown beneath its shade. The yard was bordered by a fence, composed merely of ordinary wooden slats, yet inexplicably, it instilled a profound sense of tranquility within her. The pristine snow lay swept clean, untouched by the surrounding chaos and filth, separated by that humble fence. In the courtyard sat a frail old man, methodically chopping wood. Beside him, a small red clay stove simmered with a pot of tea. The exquisite little teapot, rustic yet elegant, exuded wisps of steam from its spout. The piece of wood he was chopping resembled more of a decayed tree stump than actual firewood, frozen solid during the winter months. In the hands of the elderly man rested a rusted axe, which he raised slowly and allowed to descend with ease, effortlessly cleaving a piece of firewood measuring a foot in length and 3 fingers in width, as though slicing through tofu. "Grandfather," exclaimed the girl, like a joyful little bird, as she fluttered into the old man's embrace. "Grandfather, I have found a job. I earn a full gold coin each month. You will no longer have to subsist on stale black bread every day, and there will be money to buy your medicine." The old man affectionately stroked the girl's hair and chuckled. "Silly child, at my age, what need do I have for medicine? It is you who has suffered far too much. By the way, when did the church become so generous as to offer a job that pays a gold coin a month?" Isabella's voice diminished to a mere whisper as she replied, "Yes. I am to manage a gentleman's garden." The old man's tone grew stern at once. "Is he a nobleman?" Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she hesitantly murmured, I think so." With a sudden crash, the old man shattered the nearby teapot with a single blow of his axe. Shaking with fury, "Have you forgotten how your parents perished? Who has cast us into this wretched existence of hunger and cold?" As the old man struggled to catch his breath, the girl turned pale with fright, rushing to support him, her tears flowing unabated. As the old man calmed slightly, he forcefully shrugged off her hand and retreated into the house, slamming the door shut with a heavy thud. The girl cried out, "But grandfather, your illness cannot be delayed any longer. Moreover, Mr. Eater is a good man." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately choking in her throat. Weary, she sank to the ground, sobbing, when a pristine silk handkerchief was presented before her eyes. Isabella instinctively took it to wipe her tears, only to suddenly realize that this was an extravagant item she could never afford. Now sullied, what would she do? In a flurry of panic, she looked up to see a kindly, plump face, whose warm smile seemed capable of melting even the coldest of snow. Startled, Isabella jumped to her feet, stammering, "I'm so sorry for dirtying your belongings. It was unintentional." Rog's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. "It's all right, I'll give it to you. Over the past month, without you, Eat would have suffered greatly." The girl, her face alight with surprise, exclaimed, "Do you know Mr. Eat?" She hesitated slightly and whispered, "Grandfather is quite upset at the moment." "Rogdeo, it matters not. I merely wish to meet the esteemed elder. However, regarding Eat, you should first pay him a visit to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. It will prove beneficial for your work." "But what about grandfather?" "Ah, fret not. I shall take it upon myself to explain the situation to him. Rest assured. By the way, whatever medication your grandfather requires, Eat will provide it. Consider the cost of the medicine as part of your bonus. Yet, those medications are rather expensive. Therefore, you must exert yourself diligently." The hefty man chuckled heartily, his tail wagging with glee. "I shall certainly do so." The girl nodded vigorously, then joyfully departed. Rog glanced at the sun, now tilting towards the west, and noticed the old man sulking in the house. With a hearty laugh, he kicked open the door and strode inside. Instantly, the old man's thunderous voice erupted. "Who are you?" Entering without so much as a knock. "Ah, it appears we have a noble lord in our midst. My humble rural abode is not fit to host your esteemed presence." I would not wish to tarnish your shoes, for I could not afford such reparations. Rog surveyed the small room with a jovial expression. The space was exceedingly cramped, accommodating only a bunk bed, a table, and 2 chairs, leaving little room to breathe. A small door appeared to lead to a kitchen. The rotund man dragged a chair over and sat opposite the elderly gentleman, nonchalantly seizing the teapot before him to pour himself a cup, savoring the brew. The old man's complexion shifted from red to purple. Had he not recognized Rog as a noble, he would have certainly hurled something at him in indignation. The rotund fellow squinted, scrutinizing the old man from head to toe, and then back again, as if he were a lecherous wolf surveying a vulnerable lamb, displaying an intensity of examination that was quite excessive. An extraordinary silence enveloped the room, broken only by the old man's wheezing breaths, reminiscent of a bellows. Mistress of illusions. The rotund man's soft utterance struck the old man like thunder, causing him to leap up, and the teapot fell from his grasp. The room fell silent once more. What are you afraid of? The rotund man asked with a hint of sarcasm. Humph, this detestable old man has blocked every avenue, Rog thought indignantly. I shall not grant you your wishes. The rotund man's gaze shifted, and he picked up the small teapot for further inspection. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. Ah, whatever illusions and phantoms they speak of are merely empty boasts. Just by observing this teapot, one can discern that years spent in the market have muddied the eyes of the mistress of illusions. It seems my visit was in vain. I would be better off seeking the counsel of a few authoritative figures in the art domain at the Duchess Art Academy. The old man, incensed, barked. You insufferable lad, what do you know of taste? Put down that teapot. Do not force me to expel you. Rog, of course, dismissed such threats. The charge of assaulting a noble could swing either way, and he chose not to press that point. The rotund man rolled his eyes, gazing skyward, disdainfully scoffing. Even if I know nothing, I understand that art requires divine craftsmanship and exquisite ingenuity. Can masters of art find inspiration amidst filth and stench, rather than in serene and beautiful surroundings? What can they create here? A depiction of a matron chastising a child? The old man trembled with rage, retorting, art seeks the essence of nature and emphasizes spirit. Every stroke must align with nature, adhere to the principles of heaven, neither excessive nor deficient, but perfectly measured. When the blade falls, its spirit becomes manifest. All things in this world are of nature. Wisdom can be found even in muck. And the cries of infants can awaken profound thoughts. How could you, who only comprehend gold and jewels, ever grasp this? Oh, Rog's interest was piqued, and he humbly replied, I have never heard such a perspective. I wish to learn more. In his fury, the old man sought to instill in the lad a profound respect for the expansive and intricate nature of art, revealing realms beyond the superficiality of those who sought fame. He lectured passionately, gesticulating fervently, until darkness enveloped the sky, yet his fervor seemed insatiable. It was unclear how many pots of tea had been consumed to soothe his throat. The rotund man eventually rose, bidding farewell with a casual until we meet again. With a huff, he murmured, after all this time, I scarcely comprehend what you've said. If you truly possess profound knowledge, why do you fail to elucidate it to me? Merely being aware yet incapable of imparting wisdom, what does that make you? O so-called master. Enraged, the old man was about to argue, but Roge turned on his heel and departed. The following morning, the rotund fellow reappeared in the misty courtyard. Just as Isabella emerged with reddened eyes, Roge immediately inquired, what has transpired? Did he bully you? The girl nearly shed tears once more as she softly replied, Grandfather refuses to take his medicine, declaring he would rather die than consume noble's fare. He scolded me harshly. Fuming, the chubby man retorted, you go about your business. I shall deal with that old, elderly gentleman. The girl nodded and exited. In their efforts against the misty phantom, the nobles expended considerable scheming. Franco, with the highest artistic talent, was the first to be dismissed. The rationale was that his artistic taste could never surpass that of the elusive figure. The old man, with his eccentric temperament, would hardly regard him favorably. As for Lunds, Eat was adamantly opposed, and of course, the burly Eat was unsuitable for direct confrontation. Seeing the nobles attempting to entice his granddaughter, would the old man not wish to have them minced for dinner? Only Kate and Roge appeared virtuous, and only Roge possessed the adaptability to argue cleverly, speaking off the cuff, and avoiding the mundane. As the previous day, Roge kicked open the door. The old man was poised to unleash a tirade, but upon seeing him, his spirits lifted, and he prepared to lecture. Unexpectedly, Roge took the initiative. I had originally respected you for your years, but it seems you possess the temperament of a child. Isabella works diligently to earn money for medicine. What is wrong with that? You toss aside the medicine with such bravado. What a display. Why only direct your ire at a young girl? What do you know? I would rather die than touch the filthy offerings of those nobles. Rog scoffed, inquiring how the possessions of the nobility could be deemed filthy, and where exactly their impurity lay. These nobles are all devoid of virtue, yourself included, he exclaimed, reminiscing about the past. A floodgate of nostalgia that could no longer be contained. The exchange of banter between the elder and the youth continued unabated, and before they knew it, another day had slipped by. Day after day, Rog would arrive punctually each morning, engaging in verbal sparring with Wu Huan. The tranquility of the little courtyard had long since dissipated, replaced by their boisterous quarrels, and on occasion, even playful scuffles. Wu Huan had completely forgotten to inquire why Rog returned daily for these disputes. In fact, he found himself somewhat reluctant to see the chubby fellow depart each day. At night, he would toss and turn, pondering how to convince that young man to concede, thereby venting years of pent-up frustration. During the day, Rog would argue, but he was not idle at night. With his formidable mental acuity, he sought only a moment of meditation, emerging invigorated. Thus, he immersed himself in relentless study, delving into the annals of history, exploring the realms of gods, demons, immortals, and philosophers from across the ages and corners of the earth. He hoped to enlighten that old man, making him realize that after years of isolation from the world, Wu Huan was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. As for the neighbors, they had long since grown accustomed to the duo's bickering, tuning it out as background noise. Each time Rog visited, he greeted everyone warmly, always bringing sweets to share with the children, and lending a helping hand to the local matrons. On one occasion, he even delivered fresh loaves of bread to every household, the steam rising from the warm white loaves. Gradually, the townsfolk began to perceive Rog's round face as increasingly benevolent. The elderly residents remarked that in their lifetimes, they had never encountered a noble willing to come to their humble abode or genuinely care for the plight of these unfortunate children. One day, the ever-intoxicated old Peter, upon seeing Rog enter Wu Huan's courtyard, declared loudly in the street while clutching a bottle of inferior wine, "This Mr. Rog is truly a good man. I, old Peter, have lived for 70 years and sailed to countless countries in my youth. Do not think me drunk. My eyes never deceive when it comes to judging character." With public sentiment firmly established, life became increasingly difficult for Wu Huan, who found himself at odds with Rog. The neighbors began whispering among themselves, and soon discreetly approached Isabella, urging her to counsel her grandfather. The girl felt both embarrassed and anxious, yet found herself powerless to intervene. Eventually, as the neighbors listened to the content of the daily quarrels, they would engage Wu Huan in debate once Rog had departed. The matrons, armed with their own trivial grievances, proved far more adept at argumentation than Rog. Poor Master Wu Huan spent his days debating Rog and his evenings clashing with the neighbors. The discontent in his granddaughter's gaze grew more pronounced, and the concoction he brewed became increasingly bitter with each passing day. Regarding his granddaughter's daily work at the Ite family, Wu Huan could only grunt in discontent, no longer daring to voice his displeasure. In conclusion, it is evident that nobility can encompass both good and ill. Yet Rog chose not to dwell too deeply on this notion. Shifting the conversation, he pointed out that if there exist both virtuous and vile nobles, then not all noble possessions can be deemed tainted. Armed with this foundational argument, Wu Huan quickly found himself bested. Yet Rog did not relent. Henceforth, he believed that regardless of the source, any effort that was justly earned was commendable. In this matter, he triumphed once more, compelling Wu Huan to consume his medicine diligently each day. Observing the gradual erosion of his own stance, Wu Huan felt a pang of anxiety. However, Rog was relentless, swiftly honing in on Wu Huan's pledge to abstain from serving the nobility. With remarkable ease, Rog made Wu Huan aware of his narrow-mindedness, revealing that such a limited perspective was unworthy of a master. On a certain day, the two sat across from each other in a quaint courtyard, chopping firewood and savoring tea, seemingly at leisure, while countless toiling souls envied their tranquility. Wu Huan wielded his axe with grace, cleaving neat sticks of firewood as if slicing through tofu. Rog, not one to be outdone, possessed strength akin to that of an ox. Bolstered by the power of a bull, his fingers moved like cascading petals, tearing through logs with the ease of ripping apart a cooked chicken, effortlessly extracting long strips of timber. As they engaged in this fervent contest, the question loomed: what precisely was this divine essence, and was it worthy of an oath? Rogue furiously tore at the wood, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he declared, "Let us not dwell on whether deities exist in this world, even if they do. What of it?" Deep down, Rogue was acutely aware of the existence of gods, for angels do not simply materialize from thin air. The portly man continued, "Have the myriad injustices and tragedies of this world been insufficient? If gods exist, why do they not intervene? Should it be that they are unable to do so, it merely indicates their limitations. Even gods are not omnipotent. At best, they are merely far more powerful than us. Yet fundamentally, they are no different." However, Wu Huan disagreed, asserting, "The reason deities are deemed gods is that they stand atop all creation, surveying all beings. What gods perceive may not be within our grasp. What they hear may not reach our ears. This earthly realm is but a creation of the primordial deity. It has taken me a lifetime to grasp even a fragment of the divine principles, which the mysterious Eastern continent refers to as the Tao. The oaths made in the name of such exalted beings possess unparalleled power, worthy of being upheld with one's very life." Rogue secretly pondered this matter. Among the scant knowledge imparted to him by Rodriguez was a description of this path, referred to merely as the foundation of heaven and earth, the source of all things. The origin above the gods. Such vague phrases render comprehension elusive. It seems this old fellow himself was shrouded in ambiguity during his lifetime. With the formidable strength of that ancient being, traversing the myriad perils to explore the enigmatic Eastern continent was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, his impatience led him to assault the Odysseus temple prematurely, resulting in the wrath of the judgment light. Reflecting upon Rodriguez, it had been a year since he had felt his presence. He seemed to have vanished entirely. The rotund man contemplated silently. Yet his lips were never still. Even if the divine indeed possesses supreme power, it is merely a reflection of our own limitations, preventing us from perceiving the world beyond the divine. It is akin to a creature endowed only with the sense of touch, crawling through existence, constrained to a mere understanding of length and breadth. To impart the concept of height to it would be quite the challenge. Much like an ant failing to grasp the essence of your creations. To expect this antiquated sage to comprehend the world beyond the divine, I do not understand. Do you comprehend? The old man retorted angrily. I beg your pardon, but it seems I have come to grasp the principles governing this world better than you. Rogue proclaimed unabashedly. After half a month of relentless toil, the ethereal mirage could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, All right. Indeed, this realm now belongs to the youth. I have lived a lifetime, dedicating 30 years to the study of the natural way, and all I have mastered is but the art of chopping wood. If your woodcutting skills surpass mine, I shall relinquish my life to you without hesitation. You need not go to such lengths daily to compete with an old man. Should you falter, grant me the tranquility I so desire. Rogue's forehead glistened with sweat as he gritted his teeth and declared, I swear by the name of the supreme deity, we have a deal. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he mused. What do I care for the name of the supreme deity? I may not surpass you in chopping wood, but I possess other means. You, old fool, are rife with vulnerabilities. It seems you have been feigning ignorance for the past fortnight. How intriguing. Let us see how this unfolds. Rogue grasped a slender twig, observing it closely as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The twig, neither straight nor uniform, bore intricate with grain patterns, yet astonishingly. Not a single crack marred its surface, appearing as if shaped by nature itself. He picked up a rusted axe and approached a wooden stump, delivering a gentle strike. However, it merely produced a resounding thud, leaving no mark upon the stump. Taking a deep breath, Rogue gestured fervently, reciting incantations as various ethereal auras flickered around him, imbuing him with the strength of an ox, the agility of a cat, along with a spell of swiftness. He swung the axe once more, emulating the ethereal technique of mist mirage, descending slowly. This time, the rusted axe penetrated the wood, gradually disappearing as if the stump had ceased to exist. Yet, the stout man gritted his teeth, veins protruding, as wood shavings flew in all directions with each strike. If Mist Mirage's technique was a dance devoid of any earthly essence, Rogue's approach was akin to a forest aflame. Having finally secured a piece of firewood, Rogue intended to examine it closely, but as his fingers made contact, the slender twig erupted with a resounding pop, transforming into a shower of wood shavings that filled the air. Rogue was at a loss for tears. After more than 10 days of arduous effort, he found himself thwarted at the final hurdle, having been toyed with by Misty Illusion from beginning to end. Yet, what Misty Illusion did not anticipate was that Rogue had one final card to play, known as Obsession. Rog did not swing his axe any longer. He merely embraced the wooden stump in the courtyard, lost in profound contemplation, oblivious to his surroundings, deaf to all sounds. As darkness enveloped the sky, Isabella approached, calling for Rog, yet he remained as motionless as a stone statue. With no other recourse, the girl placed the meal beside him. In the blink of an eye, he had become a solid block of ice, the bowl of soup cracking from the cold. Night descended, and heavy snowflakes fell from the heavens, transforming the still figure of Rog into a snowman. At dawn, Isabella gasped as she emerged with a soft cloth, meticulously wiping away the snow that clung to Rog's body. Turning to leave, a crystalline tear slipped from her eye. Misty Phantom remained silent. Once the girl departed, Misty Phantom murmured softly to himself, his voice seemingly aged by decades. Grandfather is no deity. How could he foresee such a fate? Alas, his fiery temper may have brought you trouble. As night fell, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the narrow alley, golden beams of aura cascading into the small courtyard as Afarak entered this nearly overcrowded space. Misty Phantom was taken aback, never imagining that a seemingly ordinary lower noble would draw the attention of the Grand Duke's only son. Yet, what was done, and all that remained was to leave it to fate. Afarak furrowed his brow and quietly took a seat opposite Rog, remaining there through the night. At dawn, Afarak rose and instructed the construction of a small shelter for Rog, leaving 2 Golden Lion Knights to guard his safety before departing with the assembly of noble miscreants. Day turned to night, and Rog remained like a statue, neither eating nor moving. Another dreary night arrived, thick leaden clouds obscuring the moonlight. Isabella, noticing the impending snowfall, ventured outside with a quilt, intending to cover Rog. As she opened the door, a gust of icy wind nearly froze her in place. Gritting her teeth, she stepped outside, only to be struck dumb by terror as her lips parted in shock, the quilt slipping from her grasp. In the courtyard, a dense fog swirled, and a skeleton emerged silently from the mist. Its deep black hue was only illuminated by the flickering violet lightning that danced around it. Under the glow of the purple flames, the courtyard appeared as an eerie realm, with the skeleton resembling a demon from the abyss. Isabella was paralyzed by fear, unable to move. In an instant, 2 Golden Lion Knights fell to the ground. The next moment, a massive scythe appeared out of thin air, resting quietly against her snow-white neck, its blade nearly half her height. The force of the blade drew a delicate crimson line upon her neck, a single drop of blood trickling down. The girl, overcome with terror, was rendered numb. The skeleton glanced at the fallen quilt, and the scythe vanished, only to reappear in the skeleton's grasp. With a wave of its hand, the wooden stump that Rog clutched tightly levitated into the air. The skeleton unfurled its bony wings, crackling with electric energy, and with one hand, raised the enormous scythe upright. In an instant, the purple lightning illuminated the entire courtyard. The scythe remained motionless, yet a swift arc sliced through the air, cleaving the wooden stump in two, which tumbled to the ground. The fracture was serpentine, devoid of any visible grain disruption. Ebon mist surged forth as the skeleton advanced, vanishing into the fog. Before its departure, the skeletal figure cast a glance at the girl, who felt as though she comprehended the unspoken message behind that gaze. The events of this night should remain unspoken. At dawn, Rog stirred slightly. In the blink of an eye, he brushed off the dust clinging to him and gently gathered the two halves of the wooden stump, reuniting them as one. Rogue gently knocked on the door, inviting Misty to step outside, and softly requested him to chop wood once more. Looking weary, Misty took a wooden stump, and with a swift motion of the axe, a slender twig fell to the ground. Within Rogue's mental realm, a faint azure glow enveloped Misty, casting a shimmering aura around the stump, the axe, and himself. Rogue smiled faintly and softly remarked, "What exists is but an illusion. That which is eternal shall ultimately perish. The myriad hues of the world are merely reflections of a blinded heart. One day, in the celestial realm and on earth, amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, existence will be shaped solely by my heart." Rog extended his hand, and, with a mere gesture, a wooden stump gently levitated into the air. A flick of his finger sent the stump blossoming like spring flowers, each minuscule wood fiber separating and dancing in the atmosphere. Finally, with a sweep of his robe, the myriad wood fibers vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As the distant chimes resounded, heralding the arrival of a new year. It would soon be the sacred year of 686 in the divine calendar. What exists is but an illusion. What is eternal shall ultimately be destroyed. The world's myriad hues are merely reflections of the blinded human heart. In the second volume, The Fall of the Moon, A cacophony of deafening cannon fire erupted, causing the entire city of Lille to tremble subtly. Countless fireworks burst in the night sky, akin to the gods opening the gates of heaven, showering the world with endless splendor. The flickering candlelight resembled the stars descending to the mundane realm, illuminating the joyful and ordinary faces of the citizens. At this moment, 1,000,000 inhabitants of Lille emerged from their homes, expressing gratitude for the divine blessings of the past year and praying for the safety of their families in the new year. On the open terrace of the elves in the dark night, it was filled with noblemen and wealthy patrons, ladies and maidens adorned in luxurious furs and satin, their opulence shimmering like a portrait of earthly riches. Among the throng were Rog and other aristocrats, now transformed from their former selves, basking in the limelight before the Offerrock, wielding the hammer of the war god as their source of wealth. Despite the exorbitant cost of a seat in the renowned Ariel Garden of Babylon during New Year's Eve, valued at 100 gold coins, a few possessed the means to sit there. The high-ranking nobles reveled in the Duke's palace alongside Duke Reinhard von William, while Babylon became the prime venue for lesser nobles and affluent merchants to showcase their status. Flames blossomed in the night sky, seemingly endless in their splendor. Amidst them, magical flames coalesced into 7-colored tulips, soaring towards the heavens and leaving a dazzling trail against the dark canvas, lingering for an eternity. The ever-changing spectacle cast fleeting shadows upon Rog's face, yet his eyes remained clear like a serene pool, untouched by the vibrant chaos surrounding him. Rog smiled to himself. Though none were there to hear, this splendid array of colors is merely a manifestation of the blinded human heart. On the opposite side of Lille, atop the highest tower of the Duke's palace, the brilliant fireworks could not overshadow the golden radiance overflowing from all around. Offerrock unleashed his full power, golden flames billowing around him as though tangible. Beneath him lay an enormous magical array, where the exquisite figure of Elisis stood at its center, black flames rising continuously, only to be absorbed by the magical formation. Rog was equally filled with anticipation, as the grand bell of the Duke's palace tolled. Its resonant chime eclipsed even the thunderous roar of artillery. Amidst the jubilant cheers of 1,000,000 mortals, the year of the sacred calendar 686 had finally arrived. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a magnificent, shimmering hymn resonated throughout the cosmos. It sounds so profound it seemed as if a choir of 1,000,000 holy maidens were singing in unison. All beings of the mortal realm stood in reverent silence. As every sound vanished, at that moment, the only thing that lingered in the universe was the purifying hymn. All eyes were fixed, and every soul awaited, anticipating the sudden arrival of a miracle. Above the Duke's palace, clouds gathered with frenzied intensity, swirling and undulating, growing thicker and lower. An invisible pressure descended upon all, compelling the multitude to kneel in awe. Rogue's once clear eyes turned murky as the crowd fell to their knees. At this moment, amidst the vast city, only Offerrock stood tall like a mountain. Elisis gently grasped Offerrock, her spring-like jade fingers now weighed down like a mountain. Offerrock, in despair, knelt, a solitary tear cascading into the dust. The clouds ceased their tumultuous roll, gradually brightening until, ultimately, the pure white holy light illuminated the entire city of Riel as if it were midday. Above the clouds, a towering gate, 100 meters high, became increasingly distinct. With a thunderous roar, akin to 1,000 thunderclaps occurring simultaneously, the celestial gate finally swung open. From the radiant light emerged a colossal figure, an angel with 6 wings, wielding a giant vessel that radiated an unapproachable golden brilliance. The angel tilted the vessel, and billowing smoke rose as a stream of holy water flowed directly into the Duke's residence. Subsequently, a white line of water appeared, swiftly spreading across the entirety of Riel. The multitude felt the holy water traversing their souls without hindrance, filling them with unrestrained joy. As the water line reached Rogue, it split in two, merging behind him and continuing to surge forth. Elisis curled up like an infant, the black flame reduced to a mere thin layer. Surrounding the black flame was a sphere of light formed from golden energy, flickering amidst the waves of holy water. Offerrock's hair fell wildly, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. From the giant vessel of the 6-winged angel, dozens of luminous orbs finally burst forth, scattering and descending into the mortal realm. In an instant, the 6-winged angel turned and re-entered the celestial gate, clouds dissipating and light fading. A century later, miracles finally returned to the Gloria continent. The city of Riel witnessed divine wonders anew as the 6-winged angel bestowed holy water upon the Duke of Bavaria's residence, blessing it in an unimaginable manner that rapidly spread across every corner of the continent. Countless individuals, conscious of the significance, began to take action. At midnight, the magnificent and resplendent palace of the Rhine city remained brightly lit. King Louis IX, in rare good spirits, celebrated New Year's Eve with his ministers, reveling in the grand scene of the city's populace rejoicing together. The splendor of this royal city contrasted with that of Riel. 7 grand magical circles projected beams of 7-colored light into the sky, converging above the palace to form a colossal, multicolored winged unicorn, the emblem of the Bourbon dynasty. Standing atop the highest tower of the palace, Louis IX gazed out, witnessing a realm aglow with lights, a true earthly paradise. Observing the peace and prosperity of the royal city and hearing the flattering words of his courtiers, Louis IX felt as though he were in the clouds, exceedingly pleased. Now over 50, he contemplated his legacy in the annals of history. The youthful handsomeness he once possessed had long faded. Years of indulgence had left him with darkened bags under his eyes and sagging jowls. The sculpted muscles of his youth had vanished, replaced by layers of excess flesh. The fierce magical flames warmed the palace to an almost scorching degree, while 2 small fountains added a touch of humidity to the air. Realistic nude oil paintings adorned the walls of the palace, many of which were the creations of Louis himself. On the scarlet carpet, a dozen naked bodies of varying hues writhed together, beads of sweat rolling down their satin-smooth skin. The concubines, eager to win favor, put on an extravagant performance. Those who usually feigned affection now found themselves genuinely engaged in their roles. Within the depths of the palace, where intrigue thrived, this debauchery was no exception. 2 favored yet aloof women were currently restrained by 3 or 4 concubines, who shamelessly toyed with them. Louis IX watched in rapture. Oblivious to the tears on the faces of the 2 women, those tears were quickly wiped away, and the others grew bolder in their ministrations. As Louis IX's excitement peaked, he shed his garments and joined the revelry with the concubines. The secret elixir from Damba proved extraordinary, invigorating Louis IX with youthful energy, while the concubines, like nightingales, filled the air with their delicate cries, lamenting that their king showed no mercy, determined to push them to the brink of exhaustion. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a female attendant rushed in, clutching an urgent document sealed in crimson, as if it were dripping blood. Kneeling, she urgently proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Grand Sorcerer of Lessa has an urgent military report." Impatiently, Louis waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is so urgent? Tell Lessa to wait until tomorrow. I am utterly exhausted today." Yet the attendant did not leave, insisting, "The master of Lessa insists you review it immediately." He also said, "Even if your Majesty is asleep, you must be awakened. If your Majesty does not read it, he will come in personally." Startled, Louis recalled that the 90-year-old sorcerer had been his mentor since childhood, possessing remarkable powers. At the age of 45, he had mastered the art of spatial locking, establishing mysterious connections with various otherworldly realms, summoning demons from those spaces, and serving as the kingdom's grand sorcerer. Old Lessa was fiercely loyal, with a fiery temperament, and Louis had always approached him with a hint of trepidation. Hastily, Louis opened the document, and, as he read, his expression shifted dramatically. His hand trembled, causing the document to fall to the floor. In his agitation, he accidentally knocked over a golden chalice held by a nearby maiden, spilling deep red wine and staining the document. Trembling, Louis raised his hand and struck the maiden, leaving a mark on her alabaster cheek. He shouted in a frenzy, "Who allowed you to be so careless? What use are you to me? Do you wish to rebel against me? Very well, I shall permit it. Guards, take her away and execute her." Louis sank into despair, his surroundings warping and blurring. The once enchanting faces that surrounded him now appeared grotesque, each seemingly harboring conspiracies against the Bourbon dynasty. "Ah," the old king lamented, ultimately succumbing to tears. "Why was it not in Rhineland? Why not in the palace? I am the messenger of the divine, and the Bourbon lineage should endure eternally." The flames flickered, casting the trembling silhouette of the old king upon the wall, resembling a demon in a wild dance. After a considerable time, the old king regained a semblance of calm. He hastily donned his garments and rushed out of the royal chamber. Upon encountering the tall and serene Grand Sorcerer of Lessa, Louis IX felt a measure of reassurance settle within him. "My esteemed Majesty, several elder statesmen are awaiting your presence in the small council chamber." The Grand Sorcerer spoke with a tranquil voice, as if nothing had transpired. As he entered the small council chamber, Louis IX beheld the disheveled figures of Chancellor Duke Russell, Minister of War Marshal Rochelieu, and Deputy Minister of War Count Chandler, all awaiting his arrival. This sight invigorated the old king. He took his seat upon the throne and instructed the esteemed ministers to sit as well, then inquired, "What are your thoughts on the miraculous events in the city of Lille? In these times of national peril, I encourage you to speak candidly." The Duke of Russell remarked, "The recent miracle emerged unexpectedly, without any prior indication from the Church of Light. As far as I am aware, there may be reincarnated angels among the ranks of this church, which renders the occurrence of this miracle somewhat implausible. Following this miracle, the influence of the church will undoubtedly expand rapidly, and our stance on this matter is of paramount importance. In my humble opinion, Your Majesty could seize this miraculous event as an opportunity to align with the church, providing ample offerings. Should any future complications arise, it would be prudent to ensure the church remains uninvolved. Furthermore, the Duke of Bavaria has long rendered great service to the nation and has recently been blessed by angels. Thus, any aggressive action now could incite public outrage and jeopardize the very foundations of the state. Additionally, the Duchess is the sister of the Emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a ruler known for his militaristic ambitions and grandiose desires. Should he perceive an attack on the Duke of Bavaria, it is likely he would find justification to intervene. Therefore, I believe it is essential to devise a comprehensive strategy, prioritizing the preservation of the Bourbon dynasty's legacy. Taking action at this juncture would be exceedingly imprudent. After a period of contemplative silence, Marshal Rogiglio opened his eyes and spoke slowly. In recent years, the alliance has been devoid of conflict, and our most formidable troops are concentrated in the hands of the Duke of Bavaria. The Order of the Golden Lion is renowned for its martial prowess, and each of the 12 knights of the Round Table possesses skills akin to those of holy knights. To speak candidly, should we engage in battle, it appears that the odds would be heavily against us. King Louis IX's complexion turned pale as he lamented. Is it truly the case that the 500-year legacy of the Bourbon dynasty is destined to vanish within my reign? Marshal Rogiglio, maintaining his composed demeanor, remarked, "Not necessarily. The pressing matter at hand is to first convene those talented individuals loyal to His Majesty. The sword saint of the starry sky, Procis, is fearless and has shared a bond of life and death with this old minister. Even if this time he stands against the divine, I assure you he will come forth to serve. At that juncture, I shall train the elite troops for His Majesty while enlisting Procis to keep a watchful eye on the Bavarian father and son. Simultaneously, we shall gradually mobilize the forces of the Duchy of Bavaria for external campaigns, systematically diminishing their military power. By employing this dual strategy, victory is assured." After a moment of contemplation, Duke Russell remarked, "It is likely that the Grand Duke of Bavaria is also aware of this miraculous prophecy. The immediate priority is to ensure that he does not react hastily. Any actions that may diminish his authority could potentially provoke an adverse response. It is my humble opinion, Your Majesty, that you must demonstrate sincerity and convey that you do not take the prophetic signs to heart. Rather, you should regard them as an auspicious omen for the Rhine Confederation." Russell paused momentarily and resolutely declared, "Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent to bestow Princess Flora in marriage to Offarock." With a resounding clatter, the golden goblet slipped from Louis IX's grasp and shattered upon the ground. The aged king's voice trembled as tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. "What? Do you mean to suggest that I would sacrifice Flora? No. This is utterly inconceivable, absolutely impossible." Suddenly, Louis IX lifted his head, regaining the regal authority befitting an emperor, and commanded, "Draft a decree for me. Tomorrow, I shall lead the army myself and march into Bavaria. I shall not return without victory." With a thud, Russell fell to his knees, clasping Louis IX's sleeve tightly. "My king, you must not do this." Marshal Rogiglio knelt upon the ground, his voice heavy with gravity. "Your Majesty, what the Chancellor proposes may indeed be the only solution at this juncture. We must not compel the Duke of Bavaria to turn against us before he has even formed an opinion. Moreover, if we act with prudence, we may yet seize victory. To initiate hostilities now would likely cause our alliance to fragment instantaneously." Louis IX, pausing in his steps, allowed tears of sorrow to cascade down his aged visage. "In my lifetime, the person I have wronged the most is none other than Meltes. Yet now, you would have me sacrifice the only daughter she left behind." As the years passed, Flora blossomed into unparalleled beauty, exhibiting remarkable talents. She mastered various martial arts and magic with remarkable ease, excelling in them almost immediately. At the age of 10, the Grand Sorcerer Yarrow, upon traversing the lands and visiting the Rhine Alliance, was invited to the royal palace by Louis IX. During the banquet, he encountered Flora, and was instantly captivated by her innate gifts, making an exception to dedicate a month to instruct her in the arcane arts before continuing his travels. Flora's mother had passed away, leaving her vulnerable to bullying within the palace. Although Louis IX adored his daughter, granting her every wish, Flora never disclosed any grievances to him. Over time, the inhabitants of the harem grew increasingly aware of this, intensifying their cruelty towards her. By the age of 14, Flora had begun to radiate extraordinary grace, standing out amidst the 3,000 beauties of the harem like a serene autumn pool or an ethereal ice mountain, breathtakingly pure. Yet, within the toxic mire of the palace, such purity could not endure. The last vestiges of innocence were destined to be swept away by storm and rain. At 18, the fourth prince, born of Louis IX's most favored concubine and a princess of the Kaisai Empire, was a strong contender for the throne. One day, he happened upon the sister of the so-called beauty of the cold palace and found himself utterly entranced, his heart stirred with an insatiable desire. That very night, he stealthily led his confidants into Flora's quarters. Flora's piercing cries for help pierced the air, yet the palace attendants, fearing the fourth prince's authority, feigned ignorance. Some, with malicious intent, even chuckled, speculating on the prince's latest whims. As if unwilling to witness this tragic scene, a pillar of fire erupted skyward, illuminating the entire palace. A fierce wind surged forth, scattering the flames. The palace was engulfed as even a single spark could ignite a conflagration. The wicked-hearted attendants, in their frantic escape, found themselves pursued by the remnants of the inferno. Those who were touched by the flames swiftly transformed into living torches, consumed by the ravenous fire, which devoured flesh and slowly seared their very nerves, extracting every ounce of vitality until they erupted into a conflagration that turned them to ashes, leaving only their souls to wail in despair. Centered on Flora's dwelling, an expanse of 50 meters was ultimately filled with roaring flames, forming an immense column of fire that soared to great heights. Upon hearing the news, Louis IX gazed in astonishment at this fiery hell and commanded his men to extinguish the inferno. Yet how could water quell the flames, which were fueled by the countless grievances of the damned? The favored concubine had already collapsed to the ground, exclaiming incessantly, "You wretched vixen destined for hell! How could you seduce my son? He's your own brother. How could you wield such a malicious hand?" The surrounding attendants echoed her sentiments. Louis IX's expression darkened. Though he was well aware of his son's true nature, he felt an undeniable wavering within him. When the palace sorcerers arrived, they too were taken aback by the raging inferno. All manner of ice arrows, water dragons, and ice spikes were employed, yet they evaporated instantaneously, proving utterly ineffective. Suddenly, the flames parted as if blown by a tempest, and out stepped Flora. Her once unparalleled beauty remained, yet a hint of unfamiliar mirth adorned her features. Clad in a disheveled nightgown with several claw marks upon her arms, she emerged from the fire. The flames surged upward in a frenzied dance before extinguishing entirely, leaving behind a devastated expanse of scorched earth, 100 meters in diameter, where only ashes remained. Even the stone pillars had melted into a glassy mass, and it was a mystery how Flora had survived. A chilling wind swept through, carrying heart-wrenching wails that pierced the souls of those present, causing them to blanch in horror. Silence enveloped the scene, a vivid tableau of hell laid bare before their eyes. Flora gracefully approached Louis IX, and upon seeing his daughter in such disarray, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. A smile blossomed at the corners of Flora's lips, her extraordinary grace rendering the onlookers unable to meet her gaze. How peculiar this fire ignited, yet I am fortunate to have found refuge and survived. How delightful it is to be alive. Her voice, akin to celestial music, stirred the blood of every male present. Flora glanced at the favored concubine standing aside and sauntered over. "Aunt Catherine, please do not be so sorrowful. The Lord will bless you with another handsome and intelligent brother for me." Flora nestled into the concubine's embrace, her delicate hand gently caressing the trembling chest, and leaning close to whisper words that no angelic maiden should utter. "Aunt, I am no longer the little girl you could bully. It was my fourth brother whom I burned to death. Do you now feel regret for having driven my mother to despair? But do not forget, my mentor is Yarrow. Though you have lost a son, you still have parents and many siblings." With that, her 5 delicate fingers tightened, sinking deeply into the quivering flesh. The concubine longed to scream in agony, yet no sound escaped her lips. Flora smiled sweetly and murmured, "I am but a very obedient little girl." In the aftermath of the catastrophe, though many mysteries lingered unresolved, Louis IX chose not to delve deeper, his anger towards the fourth prince only intensifying. In the inner palace, incestuous relations were not deemed significant. However, the fourth prince's actions against Flora had struck at the most vulnerable part of Louis IX's heart. He spoke tenderly, "Flora, my child, you have been frightened. Tonight, you shall sleep in my palace, and tomorrow, I shall arrange for a new palace to be built for you." Yet Flora shook her head, responding, "No, I have decided to study magic with my mentor Yarrow, who is coming to fetch me now." As soon as the words fell, a colossal hexagram magic circle illuminated the ruins. A surging wave of magical energy rushed forth, startling the court's sorcerers, who recoiled in disarray. A flash of lightning surged through the air, revealing a figure gradually becoming discernible above the magic circle, a weary old sorcerer who had teleported through the skies. Without uttering an incantation or performing a spell, the old wizard summoned a wing of wind to himself, gently descending from the heavens, floating like an ethereal being, exuding the elegance of a master. However, his landing was amiss. Amidst the ruins lay countless minuscule ashes. Although the air currents from the wind wings were gentle, they bore the might of an avalanche to the fine dust. Suddenly, a dark gray whirlwind erupted from the ground, enveloping the old sorcerer. Coughing amidst the dust, the old mage emerged from the haze, only to encounter the bemused expression of Flora, which left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Maintaining a facade of composure, he pretended not to notice Flora and bowed to King Louis IX, saying, "I am the old man Yarrow, Your Majesty." Recognizing the situation, Louis IX deemed it a great fortune for his beloved daughter to receive guidance from the esteemed Yarrow and refrained from hindering further. He simply inquired, "Master Yarrow, having traveled such a distance, will you not stay a few days longer, so that I may learn from you more extensively?" However, Flora insisted on departing immediately. Yarrow, feeling helpless, entrusted Louis with a ring, stating that should any matters arise, turning the ring would enable contact with him. A beam of azure light shot skyward as Yarrow employed his flight spell, carrying Flora away into the distance. King Louis IX, his eyes brimming with tears, collapsed onto the ground. In midair, the old and the young continued their discourse. "Flora, how could you have so carelessly used the 2 magical rings I gave you? They are divine artifacts," he exclaimed. "I intend to ensure his soul endures for eternity, yet he cannot escape anywhere, forever enduring the torment of fiery agony. Only divine artifacts possess such power to eternally imprison a soul." A chill coursed through Yarrow, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. "Ah, master." Flora's voice suddenly turned sweet and syrupy. "Even if they are divine artifacts, you casually bestowed upon me 2 pieces. Surely you must have more to spare?" "Ah," Yarrow stammered, at a loss for words. "What is it? If it exists, it exists. If it does not, it does not." A prominent member of the 10 great sorcerers cannot possibly deceive a mere young girl. The day after Flora's departure, Louis IX dismissed the favored concubine, relegating her to the cold palace, and a month later, ordered her execution, implicating 300 palace attendants. The Kret Empire, enraged, dispatched an army of 80,000 to confront the Rhine Alliance. At that time, the Kret Empire's strength far surpassed that of the Rhine Alliance. Louis IX sent Duke Bavaria to lead 30,000 troops to resist, accompanied by the great sorcerer Lessa. The 2 armies clashed at the border. On the eve of the decisive battle, the great sorcerer Lessa single-handedly confronted the opposing 3 national guardians, ultimately sealing them all into another realm, achieving a resounding victory. During the battle, Master Yarrow suddenly appeared on the battlefield, unleashing several 100-meter-wide clouds of fire. Beneath those clouds, neither man nor beast survived, causing chaos among the Kret forces. The Duke of Bavaria personally led 5,000 valiant knights, advancing with unstoppable momentum, penetrating the heart of the enemy's forces and severing the commander's head. From that point onward, the Crimson Army faced a catastrophic defeat. Subsequently, the Duke of Bavaria pursued relentlessly, expanding their territory by 100 miles and plundering 3 cities, leading to the capitulation of the Crimson Empire, which henceforth fell into the realm of third-rate nations. Your Majesty, the Duke of Bavaria is acutely aware of your affection for Princess Flora. If it were any other princess, he might harbor suspicions about your sincerity. This is the first point. Princess Flora possesses exceptional intelligence and is backed by the Grand Sorcerer Yarrow, allowing her to maneuver effortlessly in dealings with the Bavarian father and son, which is the second point. Should fortune favor our dynasty and the Duke of Bavaria refrain from rebellion, The character and talent of Offerok would indeed make him a worthy match for Princess Flora. Which is the third point. If he ultimately decides to rebel, Your Majesty could pardon the princess in victory, while in defeat. Even then, it could ensure a lingering bloodline for the Bourbon dynasty, perhaps even offering a chance for resurgence in the future. Duke Russell earnestly advised. In the city of Lille, Duke Reinhard of Bavaria sat in silent contemplation opposite Offerok and his son, sharing an entire night in stillness. As dawn approached, the elder Reinhard finally rose slowly and declared, "My 30 years of loyalty shall not be undone by this miracle. Regardless of the circumstances, even if your Majesty proves unkind, I cannot act unjustly. Henceforth, let the word rebellion never be uttered again. I hope your Majesty will remember my lifelong loyalty and refrain from harm." Offerok also stood silently, his once radiant visage now appearing rather dim. The father and son stood side by side before the tall windows. The horizon faintly glimmered with the first light of dawn. The city, having reveled through the night, now lay in the deepest slumber, tranquil and serene. The morning chill served as the perfect companion for those in deep repose. For those unable to sleep, watching the frost-kissed, withered leaves dance in the wind brought a chilling sensation that pierced to the core, despite being unable to feel the breeze itself. The dark red sun gradually emerged from the clouds, spilling crimson hues that painted the skies and infused every blade of grass and tree in the city of Lille. According to the customs of the Rhine Alliance, if the first day of the new year dawned clear, it foretold a year of favorable weather. Yet, at this moment, countless individuals across distant lands, gazing upon the same morning sun, detected a whiff of sanguine scent in the first rays of the new year. Before dawn broke, Rog quietly slipped from the opulent, almost extravagant bed of the nocturnal elf. As he hastily donned his attire, he could not resist the temptation to caress the slumbering figure beside him. The woman stirred slightly, grunted, and turned over to continue her slumber. Rogue gently closed the door, circling quietly in front of his brother's rooms. He heard nothing but the thunderous snores or the murmurs of dreams, and with a wry smile, he slipped away alone. The rotund fellow muttered a few words before casting a spell of swiftness upon himself, stepping lightly towards the exit. A guard stood at the doorway, his eyes barely open. Rogue stealthily approached, breathing softly against the back of the guard's neck. The guard immediately turned, but finding no one there, he grumbled in dissatisfaction, adjusted his collar, and resumed his watch. As for Rogue, he had already exited through the grand door, striding away with purpose. Rogue traverses the streets and alleys like a wraith. A series of vivid scenes confronts him, akin to exquisite canvases drifting into view, only to swiftly elude him as he approaches, replaced by yet another mesmerizing tableau. This is not the first time Rogue has encountered this world composed of flat images, yet on that occasion, he unveiled a corner of the curtain and glimpsed the hidden beauty that lies behind all things. As the curtain lifted slightly, Rogue resembled an infant newly born. He beheld flowers, yet did not recognize them as such. He touched water, unaware that it was water. His eyes were entranced, overwhelmed by a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled both his vision and his heart. However, once that door has been opened, it shall never close forever. Rogue's mood was neither upbeat nor despondent. His mental faculties were fully engaged as he diligently searched the world around him. Like the retreat of the tide, various creatures, fish, turtles, shrimp, and crabs, emerged from their submerged hiding places. A few diminutive thieves stealthily navigated their surroundings, their bulging bundles a testament to the age-old adage that the early bird catches the worm. Meanwhile, several groups were engaged in hushed discussions within a chamber-like setting. Rogue harbored no interest in their deliberations. It was of no concern to him, and he maintained a detached perspective. Furthermore, the energy of the souls detected through his mental probing rendered the surrounding environment as little more than a vague outline. Ragna's plump figure meandered leisurely along the bustling street. Yet as he ambled, he inexplicably vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared from another location, resuming his languid stroll. Rog lifted his foot, allowing a swiftly rushing mouse to pass beneath, only to bring it down upon a flower-patterned cat that was hot on its heels. Before the unfortunate feline could voice any protest, its owner had already vanished from sight. The poor cat lingered for a moment, then recalled the even more unfortunate mouse, and bravely resumed its pursuit. In a dimly lit alley, Rog idly kicked a pebble, which struck the ground with a sound and ricocheted off the wall. Satisfied with his footwork, he exited the alley. Suddenly, that very wall stirred, revealing a colossal eye that blinked open, fixated on Rog's retreating figure. its gaze slowly rotating. The eye widened in surprise, its pupil nearly dislodging from its socket. Then, with a forceful blink, it swiftly vanished from the wall's surface. Rog murmured to himself, his hand already probing into the wall. The surface rippled as if his hand had penetrated the surface of water, though this water stood upright. Rog groped for a moment and gently remarked, "My dear, it is futile to hide." "Ha! Have I not caught you?" As he spoke, he retrieved a peculiar figure draped in a dark cloak, standing about 3 feet tall, emaciated, with slender limbs and an oddly large head, crowned with a pair of oversized eyes. The moment this strange little creature was pulled from the wall, it opened its mouth wide, intending to shout. Although its mouth was agape, no sound emerged, for it was already harboring a pitiful mouse inside, with only a tiny tail protruding. The mouse struggled desperately, tormenting the little figure, whose face was etched with terror. Finally, with a sudden tilt of its head, the creature swallowed the mouse whole, just as it gasped for breath. Rogue raised his hand, causing the little being to promptly shut its mouth in fear. A calico cat dashed over, circling the two figures twice, meowed pitifully twice, and then, dejected, sauntered away. Rog carefully observed the diminutive figure before him, as beads of sweat cascaded down its face. The sweeter his laughter became, the more the little being broke out in a cold sweat. Rog caught a fleeting glimpse of a purple hue in the creature's eyes, which made his smile widen even further. "What a clever little thing you are. Pray tell, what are you? Surely, you cannot be human." Rog's eyes sparkled with a brilliant silver hue. This shimmering silver appeared as two slender lines that pierced into the creature's eyes, ultimately ensnaring a fragment of purple, which was then forcibly extracted. To his astonishment, he had encountered the demon race. Rog scrutinized the large purple eyes, murmuring to himself, "It seems things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Now, my dear, do enlighten me on what you observe daily from your hiding place across the grand estate." The little demon creature wore a look of utter confusion. Rog chuckled heartily, finding amusement in its pretense of ignorance. Such a ruse was not easily pulled off. Yet, if you are not truly foolish, you ought to realize that it is far wiser to speak candidly in my presence. By the way, do not tell me you are incapable of human language. The little demon's expression gradually shifted to one of determination as its mouth suddenly gaped wide, a plump rat silencing its anguished cries from within. Its delicate legs were crumpled in Rog's grasp. With a gentle caress on another leg, the little creature finally succumbed, chattering away at an astonishing speed. Rog listened intently, growing increasingly impatient, until he finally sighed. "It appears you are truly unfortunate, knowing so little." The small creature's face turned pale with fear as it chattered incessantly. Rog chuckled, amused that it dared to threaten him. "The general of the demon clan is indeed formidable. Is it necessary for you to mention that? I am certainly not obliged to be an enemy of the demon race. Perhaps the general and I could even become friends in the future. But alas, the time for such a meeting is not yet ripe. I still lack the strength. Thus, I wish to indulge in fine wine for a few more years and embrace several more beauties. I wonder how the beauties of the demon race compare." The small creature continued its fervent chatter. "Rogue," with a chuckle, "you mentioned introducing me to the most beautiful princess of your lineage?" "Certainly. How did you know that I have a preference for the youthful?" "Ah, what has come over me today? To converse so freely with you, truly. We are fated to meet." The little creature nodded enthusiastically. Rog's smile gradually faded as he remarked, "It is getting late. Since fate has brought us together, it is only fitting that I find you a suitable haven." The hefty fellow clapped his hands and gazed towards the distant Grand Manor, casually adding, "Offerock, you must take care of yourself." With that, he hummed a little tune and departed. The early bird catches the worm, but what of the early worm? Naturally, it becomes sustenance for the bird. Among so many early risers, who is the worm and who the bird? The war god S-Hammer would not overlook such a splendid opportunity. On the second day of the new year, the brand new war god S-Hammer opened its doors on 5th Avenue. Upon first arriving, Misty was quite dissatisfied with the 3-story building, especially as he gazed upon the antiquated, sturdy walls, the elongated, towering windows, and the deep brown shutters, which ignited his ire. However, time did not permit him to alter the architectural style, so Misty spent 2 sleepless nights renovating the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The war god S-Hammer was transformed into 3 distinctly different styles across its 3 levels. The grandeur of the 1st floor hall was nothing short of breathtaking. The entire wall facing the entrance was adorned with gilded palm leaf patterns, while magnificent crystal chandeliers cascaded from the high ceiling, bathing the hall in a magical glow. Scattered throughout the hall were 6 or 7 pieces of armor and weaponry, their magical auras embellishing the space like a fairyland. Surrounding the hall were several chairs and tables. The chairs square-shaped and extraordinarily spacious, crafted from redwood sourced from the southernmost islands, finished with a glossy black lacquer that made them feel almost as heavy as iron. The seats were covered in brocade, embroidered with coconut trees, a rarity not found in the distinctly seasonal city of Riel. In this hall, every item was evidently of considerable value. Even the fruit and pastries were exquisitely presented. The second floor was designated for the reception of truly formidable nobles or affluent individuals, serving also as a venue for acquiring spoils from adventurers. Apart from being a hub for purchasing adventurous artifacts, the second floor contained 3 rooms, each showcasing weapons, armor, and various magical ornaments, with no more than 2 magical items displayed in each room. Additionally, this level accepted custom orders for magical equipment tailored to client specifications. The style of the second floor starkly contrasted with that of the first, embodying true elegance, adhering to the etiquette and aesthetic standards of the upper echelons of society. Every small ornament here bore a history, each with a tale to tell. The oil paintings on the walls were masterpieces by renowned artists, interspersed with a couple of modern works by imitators of classic styles. This second floor emphasized history and the passage of time, echoing the words of a notable philosopher from a bygone era, who stated that the only flaw of modern art is its lack of antiquity. The third floor, however, was reserved for the reception of dignitaries or notable figures. It featured only a small hall, meticulously arranged by Misty himself. A gentle stream meandered through the room, nurturing the unusual flora on either side. The floor was covered in lush grass akin to the thickest carpet, leading along a winding path of pebbles to a singular small table, accompanied by a few chairs. The furniture in this establishment has been meticulously crafted by Wu Huan himself, sculpted from raw timber with precision, each piece unique. The materials range from the commonly found old elm stumps to the rare and exquisite agarwood. On a small table rests a tea set, hand-fired by Wu Huan. Though crafted in haste, it falls short of his own standards. Currently, the table in this chamber bears only a single ring. This ring encases 3 moderately powerful spells. The wearer of this ring can invoke the second-tier spell, Demon Mask. At will, this spell not only mitigates damage but also renders the wearer immune to low-tier magic projectiles. This ensures that the mage remains undisturbed by the swift castings of lesser spells from adversaries. Additionally, it grants access to 2 4th-tier spells, Advanced Invisibility and Lesser Piercing. The former allows the mage to cast spells while cloaked in invisibility, while the latter enables the mage to dispel up to 3 protective spells from an opponent. Although this ring does not house any high-tier spells, its practicality in magical duels is unparalleled. Moreover, the alchemical skill required to bind 3 low-tier spells into a single magical ring is extraordinarily complex. Even Faisi invested immense effort before finally mastering this feat. The grand opening of the new establishment radiates an air of festivity. Nobles such as Rog and other rascals, clad in splendid attire, joyfully greet the arriving guests in the hall. The Hammer of the War God is situated in the most bustling district, its opulence visible from a distance at the entrance. 2 impeccably dressed middle-aged attendants, clearly seasoned servants from noble households, exude an extraordinary demeanor. Within the hall, several young and charming ladies, dressed in simple yet elegant attire, guide the opulently dressed guests as they navigate the room. According to Lun's original vision, these girls were meant to wear their tops low and bottoms high, adorned with heavy makeup and smiles that spoke before words. However, after being chastised by Franco, Wu Huan, and all 3 masters of etiquette, Lun's grudgingly abandoned his idea. It is evident that the Hammer of the War God is not a venue for the common folk. Yet, for those aristocrats and wealthy merchants with inflated egos, the more affluent the setting, the greater their desire to make a grand entrance. Before long, the entrance of the Hammer of the War God was filled with an array of lavish carriages. 2 distinguished guests, one stout and the other lean, ascended to the second floor amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, accompanied by their equally haughty attendants. Rog and his companions personally escorted them upstairs, their daggers honed and ready for a decisive strike. Descending the stairs, the 2 esteemed guests basked in the flattery of Rog and his entourage. Behind the stout guest, for attendants bore a large wooden chest, its ancient design evident. The corners, adorned with bronze fittings, had been polished to a gleaming shine, and the red lacquer was worn and mottled, indicating its considerable age. The condition of the chest suggests that its contents are equally noteworthy. As for the lean guest, A butler-like figure struggled to carry a small, elongated glass box. This box, too, is an antiquity, remarkably intact and exuding a lustrous sheen. A circle of pale blue luminescence emanated from the box as if it possessed a life of its own, resembling a flickering flame of azure hue. The two individuals, one stout and the other slender, appeared to be old acquaintances. The stout one, named Stanich, was of considerable girth and imposing presence, recognized as one of the foremost grain merchants in the principality. The slender figure was Marquis Abiyadi, elegantly attired and exuding an air of grandeur, hailing from a venerable lineage with astonishing ancestral holdings. Numerous members of his family held significant positions within the principality or the alliance, wielding considerable influence. Rog followed closely behind Stanich, murmuring, "Indeed, your lordship possesses an extraordinary demeanor. This treasure can only be adorned by someone of your stature and presence, lest it appear commonplace. To speak candidly, this item has lingered in my humble shop for quite some time. Yet the patrons who visited either lacked discernment or were not inclined to appreciate its worth. Those who could truly appreciate it, alas, seldom possessed the means. Furthermore, the hammer of the war god is traditionally crafted for individuals of genuine status and artistic flair. Those who are impoverished may have the vision, but their standing falls drastically short. Considering the esteemed position of Lord Stanich, how could he possibly be compared to mere destitute artists?" Although this flattery was somewhat blatant, it struck a chord with Stanich. The corpulent gentleman had tasted little success and had not been steeped in the arts. Now, having amassed wealth past his 40th year, he found pleasure in the trappings of elegance and cherished lineage. The little fat man, freshly prosperous, adeptly understood the psychology of such nouveau riches, making him feel right at home. While there exist those truly common folk who, once successful, remain unpretentious and unabashedly themselves, such genuine heroes are, after all, a rarity. The little fat man then leaned in, speaking conspiratorially, "My shop has just completed research on a magical ring, an amalgamation of priestly restoration spells and the enchantment of bull's might." The interest of the rotund gentleman was piqued as he responded, "A ring that combines divine and arcane magic? Such a concept is unheard of. Yet, does the magical enhancement not seem somewhat lacking? What purpose does it serve?" With a mysterious demeanor, the little fat man replied, "This ring is designed for conquest, but not against foes. Rather, it is for winning over women. The restoration spell allows one's vigor to gradually return, and this, you naturally understand its implications. As for bull's might, I need not elaborate. Your expertise in magic will allow you to activate this ring effortlessly. In no time, discreetly and without arousing suspicion, you shall find yourself commanding admiration amidst the flowers." The corpulent gentleman, grasping the insinuation, was both astonished and elated. He clapped the little fat man on the back with such force that he nearly toppled over. "Excellent! Excellent! I knew that your establishment held treasures of great worth. Ha ha! Splendid indeed! Truly splendid!" His exuberant exclamations drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Accompanying Marquis Abiyadi was Franco, whose striking features and rare black hair cascaded elegantly over his shoulders. Every gesture he made exuded grace and sophistication. The conversation between the elder and the younger revolved around genuine art, traversing the great schools and renowned masters throughout history, all subject to their discerning critiques. Franco, with his keen insights, maintained a calm demeanor while subtly weaving compliments into the dialogue, creating a palpable undercurrent of flattery. The Marquis felt an invigorating sense of contentment, lamenting only that Franco had not been born a decade earlier, for otherwise, he would possess a true confidant. Once the corpulent and lean dignitaries were finally sent on their way, the crowd swiftly encircled Rog and his companions, inundating them with inquiries. Earlier, they had made every effort to glean information from the maidens, yet those young girls could scarcely uncover anything of substance. Franco, unfazed and deliberate, responded, "Such matters are not readily divulged. Primarily, it is the rarity of the materials that makes production exceedingly challenging. If anyone possesses a tale of exquisite gold or a singular supreme fire diamond, our humble shop is more than willing to craft bespoke items for esteemed patrons, though the price shall be negotiated separately." Upon hearing the mention of a tale of exquisite gold, a lively discussion ensued among the crowd. But when the term supreme fire diamond was uttered, silence enveloped them. This exquisite gold, a rare material, is often found in the company of various ores, its scarcity rendering it invaluable for magical purposes, surpassing even mithril in efficacy. and is deemed essential for high-quality magical equipment, priced at 100-fold that of gold by weight. The supreme fire diamond, characterized by its vibrant red hue, is imbued with the essence of fire magic. Although fire diamonds are not commonly used in magical gear, the finest ones, with their fiery glow that flickers in the dark, radiate an enchanting aura at night, thus making them exquisite jewels. A few disreputable nobles and unscrupulous merchants were skillfully charming these distinguished guests. The grand opening of the Hammer of the War God achieving such an effect was no mere coincidence. These rascals had spent over a year cunningly acquiring precious materials from adventurers, which were now displayed as magical equipment, nearly depleting the once substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins belonging to Afarak. With the influence of Franco and the exquisite taste of mist, accompanied by a lavish display of gold coins, the Hammer of the War God firmly established itself as a premier establishment for the elite. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance as two battered attendants were unceremoniously thrown inside. The patrons quickly turned their attention to the doorway, where 7 or 8 ostentatiously dressed ruffians swaggered in, clearly embodying the essence of thugs. As they entered, the leader, grinning wickedly, addressed the crowd. "We are the men of the Dragon Lord. We've come to rectify the wrongs of those who deceive you with counterfeit goods. We intend to uphold justice." Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Lord, the hall fell into a hushed silence. However, as most in attendance held esteemed positions, they were not inclined to flee, instead adopting an air of spectatorship. Some of the ruffians brandished the weapons on display, carelessly swinging them about. Others sat down to devour fruits, while a few chased after the ladies within the hall. At that moment, Kate, who had been silently observing from a corner, rose to her feet and shouted, "Who dares to run amok in this place? Has your master failed to instill discipline in you?" As she spoke, she strode forward, seized one of the ruffians, and delivered a resounding slap. The thugs, as if severed from their strings, tumbled out the door, scattering teeth and blood in their wake. The leader of the ruffians managed to deflect one blow but was ultimately sent flying. Just as he was about to exit, a powerful hand reached in and effortlessly caught him, gently placing him back on the ground. A gravelly voice resonated. "These misguided youths lack supervision. Yet it would be unwise for you to resort to violence, my good sir. The tides of fate have begun to stir, and the inevitable has come, albeit earlier than expected this year." Accompanying this statement, a robust man stepped through the grand entrance. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a dark complexion, and the passage of time had etched numerous lines upon his face, one prominently marked by a cross-shaped scar. Clad casually in a short garment, he bore a curved dagger at his waist. He stood resolutely in the center of the hall and declared, "I am the Flying Dragon." With those 5 succinct words, an undeniable aura emanated from him. Behind him trailed 3 or 5 astute and capable subordinates, followed by the burly men who had just been cast aside. The ruffians and thugs formed a fan-shaped arrangement behind the Flying Dragon, creating a formidable presence. Kate's pupils gradually constricted, her body fluctuating between relaxation and tension. Yet, before long, she succumbed to the intensity of the Flying Dragon's gaze and retreated a step. With a clang, an air of menace suddenly enveloped the venue. The disreputable nobles, clad in their regalia, streamed forth from the back hall, their attire radiating a spectrum of magical auras, unmistakably the craftsmanship of the legendary Warhammer, opulent and elegantly antiquated. The Flying Dragon, having intimidated Kate merely with his gaze, remained utterly unfazed upon encountering the assembled ruffians. In his gravelly voice, he spoke with unhurried calmness. "This grand welcome is a bit beyond what I, the Flying Dragon, can accept." Perhaps the children did not articulate clearly. "I have come here to discuss business." Rogue turned to Lunz and inquired, "What is this fellow up to? He appears rather formidable." Lunz replied in a hushed tone, "This dragon is reputedly one of the few masters in the underworld of Air City, commanding the largest number of subordinates. Even the Thieves' Guild is reluctant to engage in any conflict with him. It is said that in his youth, he single-handedly slayed an adult bipedal dragon, thus taking on the title of Dragon Boss." Lunz squinted slightly and continued, "It is difficult to discern his profession, but he likely belongs to the warrior class. Observing that his left arm is even more robust than his right, it seems he wields his dagger with his left hand." After a brief pause, Lunz added, "Truly a master. I cannot even find an opportunity to draw my bell." Rog muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Do you really need to seek out a gap for that contraption you just fashioned not long ago?" Lunz chuckled softly and under the cover of his sleeve, a meticulously crafted steel cylinder, over a foot in length, slid into his hand. This cylinder was exquisitely designed, complete with a small handle and a trigger. The muzzle revealed a dense array of arrowheads. Upon counting, there were as many as 12, their tips dull and dark blue, clearly infused with a potent venom. Lodgado remarked, "This item should not be employed until the critical moment. Any mishap could lead to grave consequences. I suggest you utilize the hand crossbow for now." The two engaged in hushed deliberations, while Franco had already approached the front, exclaiming, "Might I inquire what business the esteemed dragon wishes to discuss?" The dragon replied nonchalantly, "The essence of this venture is rather straightforward. I come to offer you all security, allowing you to pursue your profits with peace of mind. As for the earnings, a portion shall be allocated to ensure my children have sustenance, and for that, I would be eternally grateful." The nobles exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether he had come to collect protection fees. Such a grandiose display was unexpected for such a purpose. Franco, following the dragon's lead, inquired, "But how does the esteemed dragon intend to divide the spoils?" "Quite simply, an 80-20 split," the dragon proclaimed. Franco responded with a chilling tone, "Esteemed dragon, might I suggest that your 2/5 seem rather excessive?" The dragon erupted into a hearty laugh, causing a tempest to swirl within the hall, as I, the dragon, personally intervened. "How could I settle for merely 2/5? The true division shall be 80 for me and 20 for you." Franco's voice turned increasingly cold. "Esteemed dragon, do you comprehend who funded the hammer of the war god? To take such a stance against the great nobles, are you fully aware of the ramifications?" With a thunderous roar, the dragon's voice resonated, shattering various glass vessels throughout the hall. Those of lesser prowess were left disoriented, their vision clouded with golden stars. Many young maidens fell to the ground, frightened into tears, while the overwhelming aura caused some to lose control of their bladders. Once establishing his dominance, the dragon rasped, "I care not who established this establishment. The 80% is mine by right. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, as long as I, the dragon, exist, this establishment shall never reopen." At an unknown moment, Kate approached, wielding a long spear that had been on display in the hall. Crafted from superior steel and gleaming with a bluish hue, the spear's tip, 3 inches in length, was coated in a layer of dark iron, rendering it indestructible and renowned for its ability to pierce armor. With the spear in hand, Kate exuded an altered aura, advancing slowly while his fighting spirit surged, enveloping him in a soft, milky luminescence. This glow intensified until it formed a halo around his entire being. The radiant energy extended along the spear's shaft, culminating in a dazzling brilliance at its tip, which transformed from deep black to a pearlescent hue, with luminous trails swirling about. Kate declared, "Franco, why continue this idle chatter? These individuals are evidently here to sow discord under some malevolent directive. Humph, this battle for survival is not solely determined by one's strength. Allow me to witness the prowess of the esteemed dragon firsthand." The dragon, taken aback, remarked, "I did not anticipate that you had mastered the sacred fighting spirit. Moreover, your strength is indeed formidable. At your age, I was nowhere near your caliber. Ah, that spear is remarkable, truly exceptional. It is a weapon that matches its wielder's brilliance." One individual behind the flying dragon, unable to contain his impatience, let out a snort as fiery red energy ignited around him. Stepping forward, he declared, "Allow me to engage with this knight, sir." This man was on par with Kate in strength and appeared to be a seasoned warrior. Instantly, the two stood in a tense standoff. Rog assessed the situation on the battlefield. It appeared that the 3 subordinates of the dragon were nearly equal in skill to his own team. Franco and Lunds seemed capable of handling one each. The only uncertainty lay with the dragon himself, whose strength was yet to be revealed. However, if he were to engage, he could likely hold his ground for a while, allowing Faze, concealed in the shadows, to strike with treachery, which should lead to victory. Of course, if Fengwei were included, victory would be virtually assured. Yet such circumstances were hardly suitable for summoning Fengwei. Moreover, Fengyue's increasing arrogance posed the question of whether it would even consent to appear upon being called. Nevertheless, even without Fengwei, the odds still appeared to be in their favor. Rog felt a slight headache on the very first day. Dealing with a few ruffians was proving to be quite the hassle. Furthermore, once the fighting commenced, the ornate decorations within the hall would likely suffer collateral damage. The thought of the expenses incurred in acquiring those items made Rog's flesh quiver slightly. As he pondered, the identity of the dragon's influential backer remained a mystery. Should a real confrontation arise, a single misstep could leave him without any means of retreat. The most prudent strategy at this juncture seemed to be to conquer without battle. It appeared that Ait, despite his rough exterior, possessed a certain cunning and had already anticipated this step, revealing a considerable degree of strategy. While Rog was lost in his thoughts, Franco and Lunds had already engaged their respective opponents, leaving only the dragon standing leisurely in the arena. Just as the tension in the hall reached its peak, a commotion erupted at the entrance, followed by the thud of several burly men, the dragon's guards, being thrown inside. A tall figure, clad in imposing armor, strode in next. In his right hand, he wielded a massive two-handed sword, exquisitely crafted and ornately decorated, in his left. Magical auras flickered and faded as he inscribed various incantations. His demeanor suggested a desire for all to recognize him as a magical swordsman. It was none other than Ait who had arrived. Rogue observed the subtle shift in the dragon's demeanor and discreetly signaled to Fess and Lens. In an instant, a small orb of gray-black light darted through the hall and entered the body of the man confronting Lens. A fleeting expression of struggle crossed the man's face, soon replaced by a fierce crimson glow in his eyes as his sword pivoted menacingly towards the dragon, ensnared by Fess's 5th-level magical mind control spell. Seizing the opportunity, Lens drew forth a cylindrical object concealed within his robe sleeve, aiming it directly at the dragon. As Rog emerged from behind the throng, with his battle axe held low, he let out 3 resounding guffaws that echoed into the sky. Despite the perilous circumstances, the formidable leader of the flying dragons remained undaunted. He paid no heed to the surrounding blades and crossbows, instead casting a languid smile at Rog, akin to a serpent fixated on a frog. Waves of invisible murderous intent surged towards Rog like a tempest, for it was this very tactic that had previously repelled Kate. Rogton felt as though he were adrift in a seemingly tranquil ocean, yet beneath the surface lay tumultuous currents. His heart raced, his mouth parched, and the urge to flee surged within him. A sense of foreboding enveloped his thoughts. He focused intently, and gradually, the haze clouding his vision dissipated, revealing clarity anew. A slender thread of silver emerged within his pupils. Before Rogton, the world shimmered with a faint silvery hue, causing the scenery and figures to appear distorted and warped. The silver thread fluctuated in size, writhing like a serpent, until the world before him finally stabilized. With a mischievous grin, Rog seized the fleeting moment of distraction from Flying Dragon, his narrowed eyes gleaming with a sudden brilliance that transformed into a lustrous silver hue. Yet, this silvery sheen quickly faded, unnoticed by others. In that brief instant, Flying Dragon appeared almost transparent, revealing his essence entirely. Beneath the dark crimson aura of murderous intent, a layer of red radiance suddenly emerged, emanating from his fighting spirit. This luminescence flowed gently, almost tangible, indicating that, in terms of power, Flying Dragon undoubtedly surpassed Kate, being at least a level 13 warrior. Once the fighting spirit's glow ignited, Rog could no longer discern Flying Dragon's true nature. However, in that fleeting glance, he had already detected a small cluster of vibrant red light swirling around the lower abdomen of Flying Dragon, akin to freshly spilled blood from the depths of a heart. Rogue, amidst the Cold War, pondered the countless lives the fiery dragon had claimed to acquire such a chilling aura and fierce spirit. His mind raced, sifting through information until he finally realized that this formidable energy was not the flame aura but rather the bloodthirsty aura. The vibrant crimson glow suggested that this small orb of energy lay dormant, indicating that the fiery dragon could temporarily enhance his aura during battle. What manner of individual could achieve such a feat? The answer became clear: a barbaric warrior. Their berserker techniques could instantaneously amplify their strength by half. With this newfound understanding of the fiery dragon's hidden prowess, Rogue felt a sense of reassurance. If the wind and moon were not suitable to be displayed publicly, then the fiery dragon's bloodthirsty aura was equally unsightly. This aura was not honed through cultivation but was instead a product of relentless slaughter. Thus, among the countless slain on the battlefield, it was common for ferocious generals to possess a bloodthirsty aura. However, the fiery dragon, being a mere commoner, would not have encountered military life, suggesting that his bloodthirsty aura was merely a testament to the bloodstains on his hands. If he were to cross paths with the extremist faction within the Church of Light, the members of the Doomsday Tribunal would likely cleanse him without discernment. At that moment, the portly man caught sight of the individual controlled by Fess, noticing the flickering red hue in his eyes. A thought sparked within him, and he remarked to the fiery dragon, "Your strategic depth is impressive," intending to prolong the effect of the mental control technique. Do you truly believe that, under such circumstances, A reversal is possible? The fiery dragon remained non-committal, responding coolly, I perceive that you are no ordinary person either. Once the battle commences, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, regardless of whether time is prolonged or not, the mental control technique cannot endure indefinitely. If you wish, you might as well let that sword pierce through and test it. However, I, the fiery dragon, am one who believes in repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Rogue chuckled coldly and remarked, Mr. Flying Dragon has taken countless lives. Of that I am well aware. I also know that you have yet to reveal your ultimate technique. However, I must confess that my temperament is rather akin to yours. My dear fellow. As he uttered these words, the controlled man pivoted his longsword not towards Flying Dragon, but rather towards his own throat. Caught off guard by Rogue's subtle barbs, Flying Dragon was momentarily disconcerted and, unable to seize the sword in time, delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling away and causing the sword to retreat from his neck. The man landed between the dragon and the beautiful knight, rose to his feet without uttering a word, and once more directed the sword towards his throat. Flying Dragon's complexion paled, and with a thunderous shout, he rushed forward to save him, but it was already too late. In a fateful moment, the sword was intercepted by a magnificent axe, gleaming with golden light. The jovial visage of the rotund man emerged from behind the other, who cheerfully exclaimed, My dear Flying Dragon, must we resort to violence? Flying Dragon's face shifted between shades of green and white. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I shall spare you today. Release him, and we shall take our leave. Yet, to his dismay, no one moved. After a moment of hesitation, he bellowed, Today, I, Flying Dragon, concede defeat. Release him, and from this day forth, I vow that none of my associates shall trouble the hammer of war again. Rogue smiled knowingly, understanding that such a fierce individual need not be pressed too hard. And with a gentle push, he nudged the man back towards Flying Dragon. Rogue's expression turned cold as he addressed, My Lord Phylong, although we are youthful, we have emerged from the crucible of life and death on the battlefield. Should any of my brothers inadvertently collide with a tree while traversing the night, I shall have to shed a little blood and prepare a hearty broth of dragon skin to nourish them. Even if there are 300 to 500 little dragons in this city, I shall simmer them down one by one until none remain. With that, Rogue let out a soft snort, and a surge of mental energy surged towards a man beside Phylong. Phylong and his companions felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, sending chills deep into their bones, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. The man, caught off guard, was the first to suffer. Blood streamed from his nose, and he collapsed to the ground. Phylong, taken aback, ordered his men to lift the fallen comrade and hastily depart. Phylong, unfortunately, was in a stroke of ill fortune. He was originally one of the most notorious ruffians in the city, yet he found himself up against Rogue and his band, who were, at their core, unrepentant brigands. When a scholar meets a soldier, reason fails. Similarly, when a rogue encounters a bandit, the circumstances are rather akin. As Rogue witnessed Phylong and his companions depart, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Franco silently approached, and together they gazed out at the dimming sky, where leaden clouds began to gather, both feeling a weight in their hearts, as if an unseen tension lodged within them. They instinctively sensed that the events of the day would not conclude so easily. Once Phylong and his entourage left, the tavern became lively again. Aet, with his commanding presence as a dashing magical swordsman, adorned in his impressive armor, would have made even the legendary dragon-slaying heroes of your seem insignificant beside him. Countless noble ladies surrounded Aet, engaging him in animated conversation, their cherry lips parting to inquire about his lineage, their curiosity rivaling that of the kingdom's secret agents, who had already gleaned every detail of the Aet family tree. Although the Aet family lacked any extraordinary distinction, this young man, having been knighted at such a tender age and possessing both stature and wealth, stood out among the attendees, most of whom were either minor nobility or nameless affluent merchants. Thus, Aet became the preferred choice for many a noble daughter-s suitor. Before long, he found himself inundated with invitations to banquets, extending well into the fortnight ahead. Meanwhile, Kate also enjoyed her moment in the spotlight. Although she had not participated in the recent battle, her spear had garnered much admiration. Many aging knights, despite their years, proclaimed their discerning taste, having already set their sights on her weapon. One nobleman, feeling challenged, commanded his steward to present a set of family heirloom magical armor for her to test the spear against. This so-called superior magical armor was merely finely crafted steel reinforced with a touch of magic, as magical equipment was exceedingly rare. Thus, this armor commanded a hefty price, worth several hundred gold coins. As Kate summoned her energy, the tip of her spear glimmered with a milky sheen. With a fierce shout, she lunged forward, and the sound of the strike echoed like the splintering of rotting wood, devoid of any metallic friction. Upon inspection, the armor had been pierced cleanly through. The rotund man, keenly observant, quickly rushed over and seized the broken armor, offering an apologetic smile to the gathered crowd. My sincerest apologies, dear friends. This spear was misplaced. It should have been on the second floor. It is the incompetence of my subordinates that led to this blunder. As they carelessly placed this battle spear where it should not have been. Turning abruptly to a nearby girl, he scolded, "You useless wretch. I told you these two spears looked alike. How could you let this happen? I invest so much in you, and yet this is the result." The girl, delicate and graceful as a water lily, stood there, tears brimming in her eyes, repeatedly apologizing while internally lamenting, "There is only this one spear in the entire establishment, meant for display on the first floor. When did you conjure a new one?" Though she felt aggrieved, she dared not voice her thoughts, knowing that her cleverness might yield benefits later. At that moment, the assembled nobles grew restless. An elder nobleman, of considerable rank, stepped forward to voice his discontent, asserting, "As nobles, how can we so readily retract our words, even if it were a mistake? Since the gentlemen and ladies present have witnessed the event and inquired about the price, we must take responsibility. This embodies the integrity of the noble class." The crowd murmured in agreement, and Rog appeared visibly abashed, repeatedly offering his apologies and declaring that the spear would be sold at its marked price. The esteemed socialites were immediately impressed by the young man's notable abilities and his capacity for remorse, which significantly enhanced their regard for him. Observing the grandeur of the war god's hammer, it was evident that the corpulent gentleman was quite affluent, prompting several suitors to consider the prospect of courting him. The elderly nobleman cleared his throat with satisfaction and remarked, "In my youth, I enjoyed a 20-year knighthood. Though my years have advanced, my skills remain intact. This spear befits my stature. With it, I can once again serve my country and vanquish foes. Ha ha ha." However, the other distinguished guests were quick to object. A flamboyantly clad young knight interjected, "Count Schneider, your age seems to exceed mere a bit. This spear appears rather weighty, should you carry it for 3 miles. You may find yourself utterly fatigued, jeopardizing your mission before it even commences. The notion of slaying enemies for the nation seems rather far-fetched." The old nobleman, enraged, retorted, "Gil, are you attempting to undermine my reputation? You would do well to remember the great battle against the Ron Duchy, had it not been for my—" The exchange continued, with the elder and younger sparring verbally, while the onlookers relished the lively banter. As the argument threatened to spiral out of control, the corpulent gentleman proposed an impromptu auction, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. Bids surged, starting from 3,000 gold coins and escalating rapidly. Ultimately, the old count triumphed with a staggering offer of 6,000 gold coins, silencing the crowd to the point where one could hear a pin drop, save for Gil's cheers. It took a moment for the assembled elite to regain their composure, and when Kate and Rog effortlessly lifted the spear as if it were a mere stick, the interest in courting reignited. Winter nights arrived swiftly, and as the enveloping black sky reclaimed the heavens, the earthly revelry reached a crescendo. Warm lights illuminated Fifth Avenue's shops. As noble ladies draped in luxurious furs descended gracefully from opulent carriages, accompanied by portly gentlemen striding imperiously through the doors where elegantly poised attendants awaited to serve them. The diverse jewels adorning the ladies shimmered enchantingly under the magical glow of the lights. As the ladies exchanged polite greetings while assessing one another's status and the worth of their adornments, 3 carriages came to a halt before the war god's hammer. These 3 vehicles, unadorned and caked in mud, stood in stark contrast to the opulent carriages surrounding them. Before the carriages even came to a complete stop, the drivers nimbly dismounted without expending an ounce of unnecessary effort. The driver of the central carriage respectfully opened the door, revealing a hand clad in black leather gloves that gracefully lifted the curtain. The occupant gazed upon the imposing oak doors and the lavish interior of the hall, smiling with satisfaction as they mused to themselves. "So this is the war god's hammer? This visit is indeed worthwhile." At that moment, from the other 2 carriages emerged 4 imposing figures, each draped in black velvet cloaks. The 3 carriages unceremoniously halted at the entrance of the hammer of the war god, obstructing the path of those who followed. Among them, a grand, deep black carriage adorned with golden edges was ensnared in the blockage. The driver, clad in an elegant uniform that bespoke quality, leaped down and vociferously exclaimed, "Which scoundrel has parked in the middle of the road? If my lord's affairs are delayed because of you, can your delicate shoulders bear the burden of the consequences? Another driver approached the entrance of the hammer of the war god, whereupon the attendants promptly greeted him. These seasoned attendants understood that such noble pretensions often required some lackeys to lead the way. Although this driver appeared unremarkable in his attire, his demeanor revealed an extraordinary presence. He could very well belong to a prominent family and thus warranted respect. Franco suddenly gasped in astonishment. How could it be you? When did you become a driver? The driver lifted his head, offering a wry smile. It was none other than the captain of the 2nd Night Brigade, Parsis, who had once engaged in a fierce brawl with a few ruffians at a gambling den. Parsis disregarded Franco and stepped aside to bow in deference to the group of cloaked figures entering the hall. The foremost among them elegantly unfastened his cloak, prompting Parsis to advance and take it from him. The man stood tall, possessing a handsome visage, around 30 years of age, with deep brown, slightly curly hair cascading casually. His high nose and profound green eyes were striking, and his facial features bore resolute sharpness, complemented by the coveted pallor of aristocracy. He was clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, with a modest 2-colored gold tulip brooch adorning his collar, devoid of any further embellishments. Upon their entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of all present, as the noble scions regarded them with solemnity. The leader's gaze swept across the assembly of noble ruffians, ultimately resting upon Rock, who felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him exposed in a snow-covered field for all to behold. The onlookers' expressions soured as they desperately resisted this overwhelming sensation. Only Kate and Rog, by channeling their inner energies, managed to dispel the weight of that gaze. Then, the leader smiled, much like the arrival of spring melting away the harshness of winter, dissipating the tense atmosphere. He subsequently removed his gloves, revealing elongated, pale fingers, with a uniquely designed ring adorning his left pinky, a magnificent emerald shimmering vividly. He extended his hand toward the assembly of noble miscreants, smiling as he introduced himself. Indeed, you are all remarkable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am David, the commander of the Silver Wolf Knights of the 2nd Night Brigade of the Duchy of Bavaria. The individuals accompanying me are my esteemed colleagues. He exchanged handshakes with each noble in turn, until he reached Rog, who found himself ensnared in a firm grip that he was unable to break, as David maintained a steady, smiling gaze upon him. Rog felt a chill run down his spine and, awkwardly, managed a forced smile. David's amusement only intensified, and in a voice audible solely to Rog, he remarked, indeed, a young hero possessing remarkable abilities. Cold sweat cascaded down Rog's forehead as he struggled against the impulse to either flee or employ his mental prowess to probe further. The intuitively perceptive rotund man instinctively sensed an intangible force emanating from the other, probing him with relentless scrutiny. Observing his companions, who appeared utterly oblivious, Rog sighed, relinquishing any thoughts of resistance. Perhaps he could allow the wind and moon to intervene on his behalf? The thought surged uncontrollably within him. The space behind the individual subtly warped, awaiting the moment when the rotund man would resolve his determination, at which point the wind and moon would be unleashed. David, after much effort, finally released Rog's hand, allowing him a breath of relief. Unbeknownst to him, David casually adjusted the ring on his little finger, unleashing a chill that cascaded over Rog, severing his connection to the otherworldly realm and restoring the spatial distortion to its original state. Rog's heart raced wildly, yearning for a hysterical outburst, followed by a desperate flight from this individual. The stout man reached into his bosom and grasped a crystal of ice, fervently absorbing the frigid energy it contained, thereby restraining himself from any reckless actions. Rog struggled under the maddening, intangible pressure as if ensnared in a realm devoid of light, sound, and any semblance of existence. On the surface, he appeared calm, albeit with a pallid complexion. Suddenly, a force swept through the void, piercing the oppressive weight, and a refreshing energy emanated from another realm, expelling the invisible force from Rog's mind and restoring tranquility to the turmoil within his spiritual world. With a renewed focus, Rog turned his attention away from the external chaos and elevated his consciousness into the realm of the mind, beginning to gather the scattered fragments of his psychic energy. Immersed in this ethereal domain, Rog suddenly noticed that surrounding his mass of crimson-hued energy were 3 or 4 tendrils of yellow-green mist, clinging tightly and writhing incessantly. They tugged and tore at him, occasionally extracting small portions of the crimson energy, enveloping them and gradually eroding them away. With each morsel of crimson energy consumed, Rog experienced waves of dizziness, while the yellow-green mist grew ever more formidable. Rog gasped in astonishment at the malevolent and insidious yellow-green energy which could inflict harm unseen. It appeared that diligent study was imperative moving forward. He recalled the mental tremors he had experienced, and with a flicker of thought, his purplish-red psychic energy surged forth, then swiftly contracted. In this rhythmic expansion and contraction, the yellow-green energy was temporarily repelled. Subsequently, four golden stars erupted from the violet aura, striking fiercely at the yellow-green mist, resulting in a multitude of minute explosions. At last, the yellow-green mist was completely dispelled. Finally, Rog awakened, greeted by the astonished gaze of David. To Rog's surprise, David began to applaud and exclaimed, "What an impressive skill! You have indeed shattered my thorn hell. No wonder my incompetent subordinate, Parses, met such a dismal defeat. Alas, I fear I have provided some amusement for you all. I am one who revels in pleasure, having long concealed myself in the capital, neglecting the management of my subordinates. After 2 years, the name of the Songlong Night Brigade truly deserves to be changed to the Shaggy Dog Night Brigade." Rog could only manage a bitter smile. For David's insidiousness inflicted harm unnoticed, and after the failure, he brazenly confessed to his actions. He even dared to openly declare the incompetence of his subordinates and his own failure in governance. To those who listened, he appeared remarkably candid and magnanimous. Were it not for this treachery, his demeanor would indeed be quite captivating. At this moment, he found himself at a loss to accuse him of anything further. With this miraculous turn of events, the epicenter of the turmoil was undoubtedly the Bavarian ducal court. How was it that within just a day, all factions had converged upon his doorstep? He had intended to remain aloof, to navigate the chaos for personal gain, yet now, not only was that strategy thwarted, but his very life was also in jeopardy. Rogue's thoughts were muddled, and his heart was heavy with frustration, prompting him to let out a long sigh. At that moment, a sound akin to metal scraping suddenly pierced the air, startling Rogue. It turned out that this fellow was aware that as long as the grandfather took action, he could easily discern that these worthless trinkets were merely superficial, leading him to sigh in vain. Alas, it was too late. The rotund man hastily turned to see a towering figure, a muscular black giant resembling an iron tower, clad in a gray uniform like the others behind David. His muscles strained the fabric tightly, threatening to tear. The giant wielded a long blade, its elegant lines radiating a soft crimson glow, while waves of scorching air billowed from the blade's surface, revealing it as the flame longsword produced by the hammer of war. The giant sneered, declaring, "Beautiful as it may be, it is but a fragile ornament, meant to deceive these foolish nobles." This remark cast aspersions upon more than 90% of those present, leaving only David, Rogue, and a few others with any semblance of composure. Oblivious to the ire he had incited, the giant drew forth a plain steel sword, its edge noticeably dulled. With a thunderous roar akin to a thunderclap, he unleashed his azure energy, swinging the sword toward the flame longsword. With a clang, the tip of the flame longsword fell to the ground, its escaping heat igniting the carpet beneath. Yet the sword had merely inflicted a minor gash. The giant, having severed the flame longsword, could not contain his glee, throwing his head back in laughter. "With this mere broken sword, I can cleave your so-called famous blade. Today, I shall teach you younglings a lesson. Should you wish to wield such rubbish to intimidate others, you must first avoid me, the mad lion Farrell." Farrell was not yet satisfied, exclaiming, "Let me make it clear to you ignorant wretches, what I wield is no renowned treasure." With that, he pinched the sword's tip between his fingers and, with a resounding snap, broke off a segment. The remaining nobles, still present in the hall, could not help but murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward the defeated aristocrats laden with skepticism. Rog and the others exchanged silent glances, recognizing the formidable prowess of Farrell, whose martial skills were so extraordinary that he could shatter a steel sword with his bare hands. It was evident to all that he achieved this feat by infusing the sword with his fighting spirit in a mere contest of blades. Flame flow would undoubtedly surpass that steel sword by countless magnitudes. Franco gently waved his sleeve, releasing a chill that extinguished the flames upon the carpet, his brow furrowed in silence. Kate suddenly sighed, remarking, "I am no match for him." In a life-and-death struggle, the group would not find themselves as troubled. Farrell's volatile temperament and simplistic mind rendered him manageable, despite his exceptional skills. Historically, these ruffians had repeatedly triumphed over the strong by leveraging their numerical advantage, employing their insidious and despicable mantra. Chiwei, Snowfox Hart, Ian, and others had all fallen victim to this treacherous creed. Although Rog had glimpsed the fundamental principles governing the world and subsequently enhanced his abilities, there are limits to human strength, and he would never relinquish that wretched maxim. The challenge at hand lay in confronting Farrell, a veritable bull, with genuine steel and unwavering resolve. Should he fail to subdue this brute, the future of the god of war's hammer would be rendered futile. Rogue gritted his teeth and bent down to pick up the flame stream that had fallen to the ground. In a hushed tone, he uttered an incantation, causing a radiant halo to rise from beneath his feet and vanish above his head, an embodiment of the familiar might of the wild bull. Slowly, Rogue's consciousness delved into the realm of the mind, attuning himself to the incessant influx of magical energy that swirled around him, intricately weaving into a tapestry of shimmering points of light, which then entered his being, igniting his nerves and fortifying his muscles. His strength burgeoned, expanding from modest beginnings to extraordinary heights. Immersed in this enchanting world of magic, Rogue pursued each scintilla of energy, seeking to unravel the patterns of their union. Meanwhile, Farrell continued to boast loudly, prompting even David to express his discontent with a derisive snort. Instantly, Farrell fell silent, rendered speechless. Rogue's mental prowess expanded once more, as fleeting images of the misty axe and the scythe of wind and moon flashed through his mind like lightning. His consciousness immediately extended into the fiery currents, resonating with the dormant infernal power contained within in a pursuit of union. Rogue pointed his blade towards Farrell and remarked with a hint of disdain, "To take one's own life with a blade reveals little." He continued, "Let us test once more to see if the hammer of the war god is indeed as ineffective as rumored." Farrell scrutinized Rogue from left to right, spat in contempt, and retorted, "So, you are a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. That only solidifies the impossibility of you being a match for my grandfather. Were it not for the captain's decree against harming others, I would have cleaved you and your weapon in two with a single stroke." Roger's face flushed crimson. Though he had indeed gained some weight, it was merely a slight increase in waist size. How could one speak of being rotund? The corpulent figure remained silent, merely pointing a broken blade toward Farrell, taking a deep breath as the red glow of the flame stream flickered in tandem with his inhalation. Farrell let out a thunderous roar, channeling all his fighting spirit, encasing himself in a layer of combat aura more than 2 inches thick, while his steel sword emanated a blinding azure light. With another fierce shout, he swung his sword towards the flame stream. Rogue's eyes glimmered with a silvery hue, as the fiery stream surged forward with astonishing speed, appearing to those of lesser skill merely as a fleeting crimson streak. The blades glided past each other in utter silence. Fear gripped Farrell, yet upon noticing that his steel sword remained unscathed, a wave of arrogance washed over him, prompting a raucous laughter as he proclaimed, "Little chubby brat, today you encounter your grandfather, and shall learn what it means to face a master." In that fleeting moment, Rogue had already executed 4 swift strikes upon Farrell's sword. The sound of applause erupted, emanating from David, seated nearby. Each clap resonated like a stinging slap upon Farrell's face. Gradually rising from his seat, David remarked with a serene demeanor, "Truly magnificent. This journey of 400 miles has proven immensely worthwhile. I never anticipated witnessing such exceptional martial prowess and sorcery." Farrell's face flushed with rage, ready to charge in desperation. He bent his knees and poised to unleash his power, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Enraged, Farrell shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to tug at your grandfather's trousers?" Turning to confront the source of his ire, he discovered David, smiling as he adjusted his belt, the gem on his ring gleaming with an increasingly chilling radiance. Rogue looked on with growing despair, unable to fathom David's true capabilities. It seemed that this man possessed a remarkable ability to command those beneath him. Why was he so unfortunate as to have entangled himself with such a formidable figure? From behind David emerged a middle-aged man with a sullen expression, who declared, "There is no need for you to intervene. I can handle this matter myself." Time appeared to come to a standstill as the steel sword hung motionless in the air. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the sword's tip, swiftly encompassing the entire blade. A brilliant yet gentle golden light burst forth from the sword, thick and viscous, akin to a heavy liquid. The light expanded dramatically, transforming the steel sword into a radiant golden sphere, which then shattered into fragments, leaving behind a singular, stunningly beautiful winter jasmine. An unseen breeze swept through, causing the golden petals to fall gracefully, dissolving into countless specks of light in the air. In the blink of an eye, the flower had completely withered, leaving only a solitary pistil, which was none other than the finely crafted steel sword. The onlookers were awestruck by the display of exquisite swordsmanship, and after a moment's silence, they erupted in applause. The nobleman present, however, were grim expressions, recognizing they had encountered a master today. Rog remained still, his eyes closed, his face ashen. Franco stepped forward and proclaimed, "Lord David, with your esteemed position and exceptional martial prowess, we certainly cannot hope to compare. However, I must express my ignorance regarding any offense I may have caused you, prompting you to take issue with our humble weapon shop." "Oh, is that so?" David replied, feigning surprise. "In truth, I am not here to cause you trouble. I merely heard that the war god's hammer possesses unique qualities, and that you, the young proprietors, are exceptionally gifted. I was simply delighted and came to have a look." At this revelation, who would believe him? David chuckled softly and continued, "Very well. It seems you do not believe me. To be frank, I have come to propose purchasing half the rights to this war god's hammer. After acquiring it, I would leave management in your capable hands. As for the price, let us say 500,000 gold coins. How does that sound?" The noblemen were inwardly tormented, and even Rog was sweating profusely as beads rolled down his plump face. The war god's hammer was, after all, considered part of Offerock's estate. How could he dare sell someone else's property? With formidable figures on both sides, what could they do? Just as the crowd wrestled with their thoughts, a fiery stream suddenly shot up from the ground, landing in the hands of a strikingly handsome man with flowing golden hair and an ever-charming, composed smile. Offerock had arrived. Offerock declared loudly, "I must apologize, but the war god's hammer has already been purchased by my younger brother. It is only fitting that I, as the owner, accept this sword from you, Lord David." The fiery stream transformed entirely into a brilliant golden hue in Offerock's grasp. Elysis remained draped in a black gown, her face veiled with a delicate sheer fabric. While the veil concealed her breathtaking beauty, it could not mask the allure that emanated from her. The once all-consuming black flames have seemingly vanished. Behind Elysis followed 4 knights clad in the attire of the Temple Knights, specifically 4 among the 12 Round Table Knights. Upon the entrance of Offerock, David's eyes sparkled with intensity, and upon seeing Elysis, his gaze ignited with fervor. However, the arrival of the 4 Temple Knights cast a shadow over his countenance. A middle-aged man behind David scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "The witch is merely conjuring illusions." With a graceful step, Elysis emanated a burst of golden light from beneath her feet, clashing fiercely with the surging aura from the ground. A tempest of wind erupted, causing her flowing black gown to billow, revealing her long, snow-white legs and thighs that glimmered like ice under the sudden spring sunlight. Every man who caught a glimpse was overwhelmed, their blood surging and throats parched, as the exquisite lines of her form etched themselves into their minds. Furious, Elysis remained silent, her hands gracefully lifted and crossed before her chest, her 10 fingers blooming like a lily. Countless golden specks of light emerged within this floral formation, swiftly coalescing into a diminutive whirlwind. Suddenly, golden wind blades manifested around the middle-aged man, merging with the stars from the lily to form a towering golden tornado, ensnaring him within its grasp. Alarmed, he unleashed his full aura, colliding with the golden vortex, unleashing a tempest that sent those lacking sufficient power in the hall reeling, with some sustaining grievous injuries. In an instant, chaos erupted in the hall, filled with wails and cries, interspersed with the piercing shrieks of ladies present. Eventually, the tumult subsided, revealing the middle-aged man drenched in blood. While his wounds were numerous, they were not particularly deep. His cloak lay in tatters, leaving him nearly exposed. A lady caught sight of him and gasped, for the man's member was fully visible, swaying freely. In terms of size, it far surpassed his martial prowess. The noble women hastily covered their faces, yet skillfully stole glances through the slits of their fans. With a thunderous roar, Farrell bellowed, "Who dares to mock us? Allow me, the Lion of Farrell, to impart some manners." Drawing forth a long sword, he prepared to charge forward. The blade shimmered like a pool of autumn water, exuding an icy chill, clearly his weapon of choice. Since the moment Elysis was insulted, the smile had vanished from Offerock's face, and Farrell's words lacked decorum, dragging even the Duke of Bavaria and the Austro-Hungarian royal family into his tirade. Rog and his companions were struck by the visage of Offerock, which bore the chill of frost. The golden lion, with its mane of shimmering gold, stirred without the slightest breeze, raising a hand to point at Farrell. At the tip of his finger ignited a flame of golden brilliance as he murmured, "Shatter." In an instant, Farrell's sword radiated a resplendent golden light, growing ever brighter until, with a thunderous sound, it transformed into a cascade of golden sand. He spat blood, fell backward, and succumbed to unconsciousness. David fixed his gaze upon Offerock, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. The golden lion truly lives up to its reputation. My failure to discipline my subordinates has regrettably led to your intervention. How fares your esteemed father, Lord Reinhard, of late? I need not inquire further. With such a divine manifestation, it is evident that your father is favored by destiny, is it not? David softly intoned the names of the Golden Cross war spear twice, chuckling heartily as his demeanor regained its customary charm and elegance. It is said that your excellency, Offerok, is presently the most promising candidate for ascension to the rank of paladin within the Holy See. The Golden Cross war spear remains undefeated to this day. Furthermore, this Miss Alicia, possessing extraordinary grace and formidable prowess as a grand sorceress, accompanied by the 12 round table knights of the Holy See, such a formidable assembly is beyond the capacity of our humble knightly order to contend with. I shall take my leave. As he passed by Alicia, David executed a perfectly courteous bow, one that could very well be included in etiquette manuals. His already melodious voice took on a slightly magnetic quality. During my year in Lille, I intend to properly educate my inept knights. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Miss Alicia to dine with me in the future? Alicia's delicate brows furrowed without reservation as she coldly replied, I fear that opportunity may never arise. David laughed heartily. No matter. My time in Lille is long, and opportunities will surely present themselves. As he walked past Offerok, David remarked casually, in 2 months, my brother, Andre, will also arrive in Lille. He has long wished to seek your counsel. Offerok's pupils constricted, but he chose to remain silent. Seeing that David and his party were about to depart, Rog hurriedly caught up to bid farewell. Although the others behind David regarded him with predatory eyes, he felt reassured by the presence of Offerok, certain that no one would dare to act against them. Rog whispered a few words beside David, causing him to stumble momentarily. Rogers inquired, might we reconsider the matter of the shop? There exists another branch of the establishment, specializing in military-grade weaponry. Although these items lack magical properties, their substantial volume ensures that the revenue is undoubtedly comparable to that of the War God's hammer. Would you be interested in such an opportunity? If the War God's hammer is non-negotiable, I could attempt to persuade Lord Offerok to relinquish a portion of his rights. I, too, am willing to forfeit some of my entitlements. However, it seems that the control must ultimately remain with Lord Offerok. David scrutinized Rogers, finding nothing but an obsequious grin, utterly devoid of any semblance of strength. With a deep sigh, he lowered his voice and remarked, I truly fail to comprehend how you have discerned the essence of power. The divine must indeed be blind, or perhaps the might of strong individuals has become devalued in this world. Alas, take heed of your own actions. Such avarice will not elevate your understanding of power's true nature. Suddenly, David whispered conspiratorially, let us strike a bargain, if I provide sufficient funds. Would you dare to sell Lord Offerok to me? Rog chuckled, life is more precious than money. This simply cannot be. However, if the price is right, I do possess some information regarding Alicia's whereabouts, preferences, and frequented locales. Just moments ago, these two were mortal foes, yet now they exchanged knowing smiles. David climbed into the carriage, and one of his attendants remarked, my lord, Alicia's origins are shrouded in mystery. During these tumultuous times, she is not to be trifled with. The implication was subtle, yet David grasped it immediately, responding with a sly grin. Women are merely playthings. Alicia is simply the most exquisite of these toys, and I shall not allow her to jeopardize my grand designs. Suddenly, another spoke up, these young fellows are both avaricious and lustful. Perhaps we should consider enticing them to our side, which may prove beneficial for our greater objectives. After a moment of silence, David's expression darkened ominously. He erupted in fury. What utter foolishness! If it were so simple to buy their allegiance, do you think the hammer of the war god would have reached its current magnitude? Furthermore, consider the intricate web of influence woven over nearly a century in the Duchy of Bavaria. With numerous pressing matters at hand, these fellows are hardly of significance. They are more likely mere pawns in someone else's game. We cannot afford to alarm the snakes in the grass. How short-sighted can one be? To focus solely on trifles whilst ignoring the grander scheme? His subordinates fell silent, cowed into submission, with a disdainful snort at their subservient demeanor. David felt a surge of frustration and mused, Rog is indeed a talent, were it not for his insatiable greed and lust. I would have seen to his end without hesitation. As David and his entourage departed, the hammer of the war god buzzed back to life. The captivating tales from the inaugural day had enriched the noble elite who remained, providing them with ample fodder for conversation over tea and meals. Offerok, Alicia, and Rog ascended to the 3rd floor, settling into a small hall adorned by the ethereal Wu Huan. Afarak surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, "What a masterful ambience! It is serene and natural, devoid of earthly trivialities. It appears the master has indeed deepened his understanding over the years." Wu Huan served tea to the guests, sighing, "Ah, I have grown old. I can no longer compare to your youthful vigor." Alicia's gaze fell upon a ring floating in midair, instantly piquing her interest. With a delicate gesture, she summoned the ring, which glided effortlessly onto her slender finger. As she examined it closely, reveling in the enchantments entwined within, her fascination only deepened. Alicia cast a fierce glare at Renz, who was drenched in cold sweat, uncertain of when she might decide to discipline him. Yet, he found himself inexplicably elated by her attention, thinking, "Her gaze upon me is far preferable to her previous indifference. Perhaps there is a spark of affection after all." Lacking vitality, Renz appeared grotesque, drooling in a most unbecoming manner. The other scoundrels, despite their thick skins, swiftly turned away, pretending not to recognize him. However, given the limited company in the hall, their feigned ignorance was rather contrived. Rog, exasperated, quietly gathered his mental fortitude and discreetly tore a splinter from the chair. As the ethereal energy surged, the wooden splinter, akin to a steel needle, plunged mercilessly into Lunz's posterior. A sharp yelp escaped his lips as he sprang to his feet, frantically clawing at his rear, extracting the offending shard. While nursing his aching backside, he grumbled indignantly, "What a wretched chair. It's not even cleaned properly. And it's riddled with splinters. I've long maintained that a few grand, red-lacquered, gold-embellished mahogany loungers would be far more fitting." His complaints echoed through the air. And from a distance, Wu Huan let out a fierce snort, startling Lunz. Wu Huan, now the deity of wealth for the god of war, was not to be trifled with, especially by Lunz. Moreover, Ait, who was incessantly fawning over Wu Huan's granddaughter, would undoubtedly retaliate if Lunz offended Wu Huan, wielding his absurdly large sword with comedic flair. Speaking of Ait, his sword was a quintessential early creation of the god of war, ostentatious yet lacking substance, essential for projecting his imposing image as a master of both martial and magical arts. "Humph," Elias scoffed, causing Lunz to jump once more, immediately adopting a defensive stance. "If I recall correctly, doesn't Afarak possess half the shares in the god of war? This implies that half of this ring belongs to Afarak, right? As for the other half, let us consider it the advance on the first month's dividends, though he might incur a slight loss, given his vast wealth." It was of little concern. "Afarak, what say you?" Under the penetrating gaze of Elias, Afarak smiled and replied, "Indeed, it should be so." Rog and his companions were left in astonishment. Afarak sipped his tea, pausing in silence for a moment, and then remarked, "You are likely aware of the recent miraculous events. The nature of these occurrences, whether they herald fortune or misfortune, remains uncertain. Before long, the city of Air may well become a hotbed of turmoil. Each of you has been appointed by me to serve in the principality, and it is difficult to guarantee that you will not be ensnared in the ensuing chaos. This David, for instance, is no ordinary individual. He is the esteemed son of Marshal Rockilio, the Minister of Allied Affairs." Afarak paused again, observing that the disreputable individuals were wholly engrossed in their studies, and continued, "In these turbulent times, the foremost means of preserving one's life is to adopt a guise of incompetence. This way, one will not be perceived as a threat and thus less likely to attract harm. Secondly, one must be adaptable and resourceful. This, I need not elaborate upon. And thirdly, there is the matter of strength. In the presence of formidable power, all petty tricks become futile. This so-called strength manifests in myriad forms: potent magic, astonishing martial skills, astute governance, and strategic acumen. These all exemplify strength. Furthermore, sheer numbers, wealth, and authority also constitute a form of strength. The choices you make are entirely yours to ponder. In a few days, I shall request my father to grant you a special license for the management of military equipment. Be sure to utilize it wisely. That is all I have to say. Consider your actions carefully. Do you have any further inquiries?" Rogue pondered for a moment and inquired, "What manner of individual is the Ender that David once mentioned?" Afarak sighed and replied, "Ender is the youngest son of Marshal Roggilio, a prodigy from a young age. At the tender age of 8, he caught the eye of the sword Saint Prosus, who took him as a disciple. He devoted himself to arduous training for 15 years and has only recently emerged as a master. I do not regard Ender with much concern. Rather, it is Prosus, the formidable figure behind him, that truly poses a headache." With that, Afarak drained his cup of tea and took his leave. Elise showed no intention of removing her ring. Although the night had deepened, Rogue felt no inclination to sleep. He stoked the fireplace, wrapped himself in a blanket, and sat quietly by the window, observing the slumbering city of Riel. It had been 8 years since he left home to attend the Rhine Magic Academy. Memories of those years flickered before him, especially the tumultuous changes since merging with the necromancer. Names such as Afarak, Elise, Rodriguez, David, and Rogelio, once distant echoes, now intertwined with his own existence. The mysterious allure of the night, the enigmatic otherworld, miraculous angels, and the lurking demons were all elements previously foreign to his world. Life had become far more vibrant, yet increasingly beyond his control. As the great powers converged, he felt akin to an ant, vulnerable to being crushed beneath a colossal foot. Yet how could an ant possibly discern when or where such a foot might descend? Perhaps in its frantic flight, it might inadvertently scurry right into the path of the very foot it sought to escape. Chive and Fyra, one among the living, the other deceased, surely harbored deep resentment towards him. If given the chance, they would not hesitate to see him cooked and served. However, those laborers would never permit such a fate to befall him. All this time, it seemed he had merely been engaged in the pursuit of wealth, power, and fleeting pleasures, and through this muddled existence, he had amassed a modest fortune. They say that evil begets evil. Having lived as a rogue, one would expect retribution, yet instead, his circumstances had improved. The intricacies of cause and effect in this world are indeed perplexing and elusive. Rodriguez? The rotund figure leapt in astonishment. A deep, resonant laughter typical of the necromancer echoed in Rogue's mind. Since you have glimpsed the very essence of the world's workings, how can you not perceive the simplicity of this illusion? The reason is quite straightforward. You have been blinded by your own senses, by your own heart. Rogue has yet to recover from his panic. Haven't we already merged? How is it that you conjured this apparition once more? Although the skeleton's expression was inscrutable, Rogue sensed a light-hearted smile from Rodriguez. My child, in this separation, I have merely taken the imprint of the soul, thus your power remains unaffected. Every great necromancer is a master of soul manipulation. Indeed, this is perhaps the most compelling reason the divine beings pursue necromancers with such fervor. My time is limited. Dear child, yet there are certain truths I must impart to you. Allow me to inquire, what is power? The path to becoming formidable in this world lies in the realms of magic and martial prowess. Magic is divided into 8 grand systems, while martial techniques are manifold and intricately diverse. Now, let me pose a question. In a life and death struggle between a grand sorcerer and a sword saint, who would ultimately prevail? Rogue pondered for a considerable time before speaking. If it were a duel between the two, the sword saint might emerge victorious. However, if each were to lead an army, it is undoubtedly the mage that would prevail. The crux of this victory, in truth, lies in time. Rodriguez nodded and, with a flourish of his wand, conjured a petite chessboard that materialized between the two. He smiled and said, "Come, let us engage in a game of chess before we proceed." Though Rogue was somewhat perplexed, he complied with the instructions and commenced the game. The two necromancers, young and old, swiftly made a dozen moves. As Rodriguez played chess, he remarked, "In terms of sheer power, the magic of a sorcerer far surpasses the martial skills of a swordsman. However, in a one-on-one combat scenario, the sorcerer is almost certain to be defeated, and the reason lies in an additional factor, time. This time stems from the control over one's own power. Although the swordsman's strength may be lesser, he possesses absolute mastery over it. The sorcerer channels the magical energies of the world to strike at his foes, wielding the potential to shake the very heavens, yet the gathering of magical energy necessitates time. Thus, every magician, before engaging in battle, must prepare in order to seize the time required to unleash their formidable spells. The two players exhibited vastly differing skills in chess. The old mage explained while deftly maneuvering his pieces. In a matter of moments, he captured 2 of Rogue's pawns, breaching his formation. Humanity often mistakenly equates possession of power with true strength, much like the assumption that a level 5 magician must inherently be superior to a level 4 magician. For instance, my rook on this chessboard undoubtedly holds a greater advantage over your bishop. With that, the skeletal hand raised, and the rook soared from its position, capturing Rogue's white bishop and establishing dominance on the board, thus firmly constraining Rogue's entire formation. As Rogue pondered deeply, the serene voice of the ancient necromancer continued unabated. Some astute individuals, upon reaching a certain level of power, realize that sheer strength does not encompass all. Understanding, controlling, and utilizing that power is equally vital. Thus, they begin to delve into this realm. Take, for instance, the swordsmanship of David Roguilio, which does not rely solely on brute force but rather on exquisite control, allowing the adept to triumph through finesse and outmaneuver the stronger opponent. Consider also the elusive mists, who, despite possessing little physical strength, can effortlessly cleave through hardwood as tough as stone, relying on a profound comprehension of the material itself and the supreme technique of power application. How swiftly one grasps these concepts. In truth, the principles of magic are akin. The most victorious spells are not necessarily the mightiest, but rather the most appropriate. In this regard, you possess an innate instinct. As their conversation unfolded, Rogg's chess pieces lay scattered, reduced to 3 pawns, 1 knight, and 1 rook against the ancient necromancer's 5 pawns, 1 rook, and a knight and chariot. The formation was in tatters, and it was evident that the king would soon find himself without an escape. With a flourish of his staff, the necromancer spun the chessboard around. Now, let us switch sides and continue the game. Child, my skill in chess far surpasses yours. How is it that I now find myself unable to contend with you? Rogg pondered for a moment and remarked, I comprehend now. Absolute power is the foundation of all. The disparity in strength has reached such an extent that mere skill cannot enable the weak to triumph over the strong. David's swordsmanship may be aesthetically pleasing, yet it is ultimately ineffectual and hardly qualifies as true strength. With the effort expended on such swordplay, one might as well thrust directly with a blade. For simplicity and directness prevail. It is commendable that you grasp this concept so well. In truth, your understanding and mastery of power far surpass that of David, who, at his level, dares to claim an understanding of the essence of strength. How laughable. However, most so-called formidable beings in this world remain confined to his tier. In terms of mastery over power, even Afarak may not possess a deeper comprehension. If your powers were to be constrained to the same level, they would be unable to contend with you. Yet, the absolute disparity in strength between you is so vast that skill alone cannot bridge the gap. It is akin to a fully armed mouse, invincible in its realm, even capable of battling a cat, but utterly powerless against a mighty tiger. No amount of superior armament or skill can alter that fact. The ancient necromancer paused, allowing Rogg a moment to reflect, then continued. When facing minions like the Demon Realm Scouts, even the esteemed sword Saint Prosis may not surpass your prowess. However, should your opponent be Afarak, your fate would be entirely different. Thus, to become a true powerhouse, your foremost priority must be to augment your magical energy. With a heavy sigh, Rogg felt a twinge of despondency. He had hoped to avoid the arduous efforts of the past, yet it appeared he must meditate daily to enhance his magic. Still, he wondered, is there a shortcut to this? Just then, the necromancer delivered a heavy blow to the rotund figure. Albeit an illusion, the pain was nonetheless real. Such fortune is rare. The increase in magical power must be earned through one's own diligence. Every bit of effort translates to greater strength. Rogg chuckled lightly, refraining from further flights of fancy. Let us delve into the essence of this technique. Rodriguez set up a new chessboard, and the two resumed their match. However, this time, as Rodriguez played, he also imparted wisdom regarding the art of chess to Rogg. The latter, possessing a keen intellect, grasped the subtleties quickly. Although he was still decisively defeated after several moves, the situation had markedly improved compared to their previous encounter, where he had been utterly powerless. The essence of this technique is, indeed, rules. The voice of the necromancer resonated with an overwhelming weight, each word echoing with the might of a tempest, reverberating in Rogue's mind. A game of chess has its rules, a family adheres to its code, a nation operates under its laws. Water flows downhill, trees reach for sunlight. Deer and horses dwell where the grass is lush, and migratory birds follow the seasons. Even the heavens experience rain, dew, and frost, with the distinct changes of the 4 seasons. This earth is adorned with mountains, rivers, and lakes, imbued with the essence of the dragon veins. All things in the universe, from the sun and moon to the stars, operate according to these rules. The myriad powerful individuals in the world derive their prowess from strength and skill, which in turn beget greater strength. There exists a threefold realm of perception: observing a tree as a tree, a flower as a flower, observing a tree not as a tree, a flower not as a flower, and observing a flower still as a flower, a tree still as a tree. In truth, returning to simplicity and authenticity, all streams converge at the source, yet one remains at the threshold. Having once held the esteemed title of the foremost archmage, and you being my chosen one, though, at that time, I had little other choice, you must not bring shame upon me. The path to enhancing magical power is a long and arduous journey. Urgency cannot hasten it. However, if your vision and understanding remain confined to merely observing a flower as a flower or a tree as a tree, it is rather disheartening. The two players found themselves in a stalemate. My child, what you witnessed that day transcends all rules. It embodies the fundamental principles governing this world. It is merely that your current strength is insufficient for complete comprehension. You may see now, yet not perceive. One day, you will perceive the emptiness of all things. Yet still, you will have seen. In the blink of an eye, the chess game took a dramatic turn, and Rodriguez found himself in dire straits. My child, when the day comes that you stand before one who has mastered all rules and wields unparalleled skill and power, how will you emerge victorious? Rog was momentarily taken aback, unable to lower the hand that was poised to deliver the final blow to Rodriguez. After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally placed his piece, checkmating Rodriguez and eager to see how he would navigate this predicament. Rodriguez smiled enigmatically, and the chessboard suddenly shifted. The king made a grand diagonal move, retreating to the safety of its own corner. Simultaneously, all the pawns advanced to their promotion, leaving Roger in a precarious position. What? You dare to play dirty? Roger stammered, his anger rendering him almost speechless. Child, take a closer look. Am I truly being unscrupulous? Rog meticulously harnessed his mental prowess to explore the entire chessboard, when suddenly he exclaimed, Ah? How have the rules changed? Ha! The rules I have established, I can certainly alter. No matter how well you comprehend the rules, should your existence pose a threat to mine, I shall devise a new set of regulations to constrain you, bind you, and ultimately strangle you. This, indeed, is the essence of true power, the ability to dictate the rules. Rog pondered once more, and suddenly he rose to his feet, waving his hand as all the chess pieces vanished into thin air. I shall not play any longer, the rotund figure remarked with a sly smile. Ha ha. The necromancer laughed heartily, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Though I could not escape the judgment of light, with you and the ephemeral winds of the world. This realm's perfect tapestry has been marred, and my life's efforts are not in vain. Amidst his raucous laughter, the necromancer glowed from within, his form swiftly dissolving into countless specks of light that dispersed into the ether, leaving no trace behind. In truth, I could still play this round, Rog murmured, as yet another chessboard materialized before him. Here, on Rog's side, there stands a king surrounded by 10 loyal subjects, while on the side of the ancient necromancer, there exists but a solitary king, rendered immobile and desolate. Before departing, Rodriguez finally beheld the scene before him, a flicker of solace crossing his eyes. The once vibrant building, filled with lively chatter, now appeared strikingly desolate. After a long pause, a solitary droplet descended, stirring up a few specks of dust. Emptiness, an overwhelming void. Rog did not know how to fill this void, nor did he wish to do so. The fire in the hearth gradually dwindled, and a chill slowly permeated the small building. On the chair opposite him, not long ago, sat Rodriguez, the greatest necromancer, who had held the esteemed title of the foremost sorcerer on the continent for over a century. Yet now, all that once was magnificent has faded like water through fingers, leaving only that ordinary chair silently standing there. What that stands out among the forest is sure to be felled by the wind. This grand archmage still had 9 others. Why did the light of judgment single out Rodriguez alone? Rodriguez's desolate voice echoed in the depths of his heart. Every grand necromancer is a master of soul manipulation, and this is likely the paramount reason why the divine beings pursue necromancers with such fervor. Indeed, this must be the underlying cause. Souls, it seems, belong to the realm of the divine, thus the gods wield the light of judgment to eradicate all blasphemers. Correspondingly, the Church of Light employs the stake to deal with all heretics. Yet, O lofty Father God, you proclaim yourself the Father of all beings. As a figure of love and tranquility, under the radiant glow of your holiness, all creatures partake in your glory. No one dares to loudly extol your name. Instead, they wholeheartedly listen to your teachings, obey your directives, and spread your gospel to every corner of existence. Those who believe in your name shall find redemption from their suffering. The hungry shall be filled, the cold shall be warmed. Amidst such bountiful blessings, how can even a hint of heresy be tolerated? Once the mightiest necromancer, he now leaves not a trace of his soul. In mere decades, as those who remember him are swept away by time, it is likely that future generations will remain oblivious to the existence of such a figure. Yet the chair he once occupied remains ignorant and unyielding, perhaps enduring for another century or more. Why does the obstinate persist while the gifted perish prematurely? What reasoning lies behind this? Now that the soul gem is in his possession, Rodriguez could easily evade the light of judgment and live in peace for several centuries. Why then must he choose the path of defiance against the divine? Why sacrifice nearly endless life to introduce a modicum of unpredictability into this world? The cold moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Rock's face. Without the warmth of the hearth, the small abode had long grown as frigid as a tomb. Rock sat quietly by the window. Beside him lay a chessboard, its pieces still poised at the beginning of the game. He pondered deeply, yet was unaware that tears streamed down his face. Reflecting on his 23 years of life, he felt an inexplicable void. Among moral scholars, he was deemed a figure of malevolence. Within the aristocracy, his actions were merely mediocre. He had committed acts of murder, arson, violence, betrayal, and even engaged in benevolence. Yet what lay behind these actions? Whether in virtue or vice, there must be an objective. Where was his? Had it truly been the case that his 23 years of existence were a mere blank slate devoid of meaning? As dark clouds swirled, the silent winds of another realm seeped through. Rog gazed at the ethereal landscape, suddenly overcome with tears. The immense skeletal wings of the wind and moon enveloped him gently, creating a warm sanctuary, akin to the last refuge in this world. A ray of sunlight graced Rog's face, heralding the arrival of a new day. He moved his numbed limbs slightly, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Mimicking a gorilla, he pounded his chest, gradually rekindling his spirit. He then leaped energetically once more, only to come to an abrupt halt, a smile slowly unfurling across his face. Etched into the floor were the words, "To live," inscribed in the ornate Gothic script commonly used among the nobility and the church. Indeed, to live. As long as one breathes, there remains hope, as long as one exists. Tomorrow is eternally shrouded in the unknown. What significance matters, what ideology concerns, the priority is simply to survive, and to thrive at that. With the knot of despair loosened, Rog felt revitalized, as if he had cast aside an overwhelmingly heavy burden. Yet, he pondered when the wind and moon had learned to write so eloquently. Recognizing that his own calligraphy paled in comparison to the flourish of the wind and moon, akin to the disparity between a magical apprentice and a grand sorcerer. Crouching down, he traced the etched lines with his finger, feeling the gentle prick of the wood against his fingertips. The street began to buzz with life. The occasional clatter of a carriage rushing by. After a brief grooming, Rog prepared to venture outside. He opened the door, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing him to shiver. The street was abuzz with festivity. On the side of Bingshi Avenue reserved for the affluent, grand mansions adorned with vibrant ribbons, balloons, and sculptures illuminated by magical light transformed these estates into a colorful spectacle. Conversely, on the opposite side lay modest houses like Rog's, suited for the upper middle class. Appearing rather shabby in comparison, Bingshi Avenue was remarkably wide, with a central green space featuring neatly trimmed evergreens, interspersed with snow cedars planted every few meters, creating an unintentional divide between the two sides. Though the residents of Bingshi Avenue could barely be considered part of the upper echelons of society in Lyre City, this intermittent green barrier imparted a palpable sense of distance from the middle class. Despite the security being merely psychological, it nonetheless caused the property values on either side of Bingshi Avenue to diverge increasingly. Did the flowering trees of his childhood still grow abundantly? Were the townsfolk still as simple and easily swayed? And what of Sula, the maid at home, his first love? Was she still around? The ne'er-do-wells had initially contemplated a leisurely retreat into the mountains, but upon hearing of Rog's impoverished homeland, where the populace barely numbered in the thousands, their enthusiasm waned. Moreover, with the hammer of the war god emerging during a pivotal time, they could not afford to be absent. Thus, they remained in Lyre City, honing their skills in slaughter and mastering the art of killing. On their journey back home, Rog and his companions undoubtedly stood out. The 10 or so riders, robust and imposing, donned vibrant armor, closely trailing behind Rog. One knight prominently raised the banner of the dragon and the enchantress. This banner, a creation personally designed by Franco and approved by Misty Illusion, depicted a celestial tapestry of dragon flames, with an exquisite sorceress gracefully suspended amidst the inferno, her devilish figure enveloped in a flowing black robe. Her arms were crossed over her chest, gazing skyward, while her golden hair danced in the air. Though her visage was obscured from this angle, the exquisite lines of her neck were sufficient to ignite boundless imagination. The beauty that remains unseen is the most enchanting. Misty Illusion remarked. Behind the enchantress, amidst the flames, lay a pair of enormous eyes, those of a dragon. Rog's silver full-body armor possesses remarkable intricacies. Enhanced by 3 layers of magical fortification, its physical defensive capabilities are truly exceptional. Over the years spent in the company of nefarious aristocrats, Faze has been inspired continuously. His alchemical skills advancing by leaps and bounds, sufficiently warranting the title of master. This meticulously crafted armor is nothing short of outstanding. Firstly, the golden ivy pattern adorning the collar appears merely decorative but is, in fact, a magic circle forged from pure gold, with the arcane symbols etched on its reverse side, hidden from view. The purpose of this enchantment is to generate a force field around the wearer, akin to a fortifying magical armor spell. Secondly, during the armor's creation, a full pound of black iron was seamlessly integrated within the gold, skillfully dispersed throughout each plate. The resulting armor is remarkably resilient. Once, a dragon and a knight wielding a formidable axe struck it with all their might, leaving only a faint mark and a slight bend. The red feather that Rog cunningly acquired was later identified by the discerning eye of Elysis as belonging to the fiery phoenix. However, due to the incompatibility of Elysis's black flames with the magical fire of the feather, it remained unclaimed. After painstakingly studying numerous tomes, Faze finally unlocked the feather's incendiary potential, sealing it within the armor. Consequently, the entire suit transformed into a vibrant crimson, with flames perpetually flickering around it, creating an aura reminiscent of a forge, making it perilous for any living creature to approach. To counteract this, Faze infused a rare abyssal ice tear stone into the magical silver, layering it over the armor's exterior. This stone, possessing pure water energy, effectively dissipated the overwhelming heat emanating from the armor, rendering it akin to standard silver armor. As for the advantages of this suit, Rog has first-hand experience. He personally wielded an axe, delivering a powerful strike against one of the armor's plates. Even the black iron could not withstand his brute force, creating a substantial gash. Yet, just as he was on the verge of breaching the plate, a burst of fiery energy erupted, deflecting the axe and leaving the armor intact. Remarkably, after an hour, the plate restored itself. Following a few strikes from Faze, it appeared as good as new. Moreover, this armor boasts an elegantly archaic design. Rog insisted that Misty carve his name into the corner of the armor plates, thus transforming it into a creation of Misty. Rog's cunning plan is that should he ever find himself in dire straits, he could remove and sell the plate inscribed with Misty's name, ensuring at least a decade of luxurious living. Each material used in this armor is exceedingly rare, far beyond what mere gold could procure. In necromancy, there exists a technique to encapsulate souls within objects or undead beings. Strictly speaking, Fengyue is a product of such spells. However, as Fengyue's power grew, it gradually developed an independent consciousness, unlike other undead that remain utterly subservient to the wizard. While the essence of divine origins is irreplaceable, one must ponder the abundance of formidable souls in existence. In the future, should opportunities arise, one could gradually exploit this potential. The axe of Rog is indeed a remarkable artifact. Its handle is designed to be detachable, allowing it to function as either a long-handled battle axe or a short axe with a short spear. The entire weapon is forged from the finest deep blue dark steel, a material notably harder and more resilient than ordinary refined steel, infused with a trace of ice elemental magical energy that imparts a calming effect. While deep blue dark steel may not possess the rarity of dark iron, it is still quite elusive. Fortunately, some raw or was extracted from the mines of Celestis, enabling the creation of this formidable axe. The enhancement with dark iron and magical properties is essential, yet with the resources of the hammer of the war god, only a thin layer of dark iron can be applied to the exterior. The axe head is a modest crescent shape, devoid of embellishments or carvings. Given its nature as a short-handled axe, the blade is not particularly large. However, the weapon's weight is extraordinarily heavy, 3 times that of the armor-piercing spear sold by the hammer of the war god. Only someone as strong as Rog, a creature whose might surpasses that of half-orc brutes, could wield it. Even so, Rog must summon the strength of a mighty bull to lift it with apparent ease. Although Rog's magical prowess currently aligns with that of an 8th-level mage, his mastery of magic control is exquisite, allowing him to utilize the strength of the bull up to 7 times a day. Coupled with the 4 bull strength enhancements stored in his magical ring, it is not overly challenging for the hefty figure to maintain this magical state for a full 24 hours. The true marvel of the axe lies in the exquisite black crystal embedded within the blade, allegedly sourced from the deepest recesses of the demon realm. This crystal possesses the power to bind the souls of all vengeful spirits. This is particularly fitting for Rog, as a necromancer, where an abundance of souls, especially powerful ones, is always advantageous. Thus, this axe is aptly named Soulbinder. The only unfortunate aspect is Rog's horse. To be fair, although this steed possesses remarkable grace, it cannot be deemed a legendary thoroughbred, yet it is still a rare find. Regrettably, the combined weight of Rog and his axe amounts to that of 4 individuals. Burdening the horse severely, after a short distance, it requires frequent rests. The other miscreants bear little grievance regarding the effort expended to forge 2 semi-artifact grade pieces of equipment for Rog. Primarily, the hammer of the war god was originally Rog's labor of love, and in battle, the power of a mage far surpasses that of a warrior. With these 2 pieces of equipment, along with the inexplicable wind and moon, Rog can be considered nearly invincible in close combat, provided he does not face formidable adversaries like David Rocheleau, who are above level 15. Of course, this applies to one-on-one encounters. As for situations of overwhelming odds, such scenarios are unlikely to occur among these miscreants. A mage, even one as novice as Rog at level 8, can be a nightmare for enemies when allowed to cast spells at will. Imagine a barrage of weakening, fear, or disease spells unleashed. Even the most fortunate and capable opponents would find such an onslaught exceedingly vexing. Before Rog departed, Fess had already declared that he would no longer forge equipment for him, and that from now on, he must rely on his own abilities. If he desired something, he must take it upon himself to create it. As a disciple of a master alchemist, it was utterly inconceivable that he could not even craft the simplest of magical rings. Rog only offered a foolish grin. His brute strength was considerable. Although he had grasped some secrets of mental energy manipulation, his control over physical power remained far from adequate. Regardless of the material composition of the magical ring, when struck by the hefty fellow, it would be reduced to the size of a coin. After a half-day's journey, the group gradually ventured into the mountainous region. A foreboding forest slowly emerged before them, with the main road cutting through its depths. At that moment, there were no merchant caravans ahead, nor travelers behind. Only this solitary band of knights. Through his mental prowess, the stout man discerned countless hostile mental energies lurking within the woods. However, those energies were rather feeble, weaker even than the most common zombies encountered in other realms, aligning perfectly with his intent to prey upon the weak. Unfortunately, the quarry possessed a keen sense of danger. The ambushers, hidden among the foliage, fixated intently on the glittering gold coins and jewels, yet remained motionless on the ground, biding their time for the right moment to spring their trap. The bandit leader displayed a modicum of cunning, having set numerous traps within the forest. Should a robbery go awry, he could retreat into the woods. If the enemy pursued, they would likely suffer considerable losses in surprise. This strategy had proven effective time and again, yet upon spotting Rog, the leader inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, resolutely refusing to emerge from the forest. Rog waited for a considerable time, yet the bandits did not emerge, which incited him to unleash a torrent of curses towards the forest. Subsequently, he grasped his battle axe and struck at a towering ancient tree by the roadside. After several blows, the surface gleamed smooth, and he then reversed his axe, inscribing a bold proclamation upon the tree: "No bandit traps exist here." Once the inscription was complete, he departed, grumbling profusely. Half an hour later, a caravan, escorted by over 50 fully armed mercenaries, arrived at this location. As they entered the woods, a mercenary who appeared to be the leader rode forward to examine the notice closely, pondering for a moment. He ordered 2 scouting cavalrymen to advance and survey the path, while the remaining mercenaries readied their bows and unsheathed their blades, proceeding cautiously behind. The bandits, witnessing such a formidable display, dared not act recklessly. After a while, a small group of merchants arrived at the site, startled by the notice. Rog's handwriting, though earnest, bore the unmistakable mark of a mountain dweller who had only recently acquired literacy. The merchants promptly resolved to take a detour. "Boss," a bandit whispered to the leader, "if we continue to lie low like this, the brothers will not endure much longer. Why not send 2 men to erase the inscription?" "Fools! After following me for so long, you have learned nothing." The leader retorted, "That fat knight may be waiting for us to make a move. Our lives are at stake. And you wish to rob? Go tell the brothers that those who wish to survive must remain silent and motionless until nightfall. They may relieve themselves where they lie." We must now rely on the traps surrounding us. Upon finishing his words, the leader pressed his ear to the ground, intently listening to the sounds of the surroundings. This sudden realization struck him profoundly, and darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, a spark of quick wit saved him, and he dropped to his knees, weeping on the ground. This display of sorrow left Rog momentarily speechless, prompting him to inquire, "What troubles you? Do you have a venerable elder above and a wife and children below?" The leader trembled all over, nearly revealing his thoughts. As the words rose to his lips, he swallowed them back. His cries continued unabated, and his mind raced. "I am but a wretch persecuted by treacherous ministers. My family met with disaster, and thus I am compelled to resort to plundering in this forsaken place." Rogue let out a disdainful snort, signaling his disbelief. The man, in a flurry of urgency, exclaimed, "I have been orphaned since childhood, first living under the mercy of others, then wandering homeless." The rotund figure forcefully extracted the axe from the tree. "Since my youth, I have been tormented by my enemies." The mighty axe was raised high. "I have a fierce wife, unable to endure humiliation." In a flash, the axe gleamed. "I graduated from the Imperial Military Academy." The axe came to a precise halt against the chief's neck. The chief's face contorted. Sweat pouring down, he hastily declared, "I graduated from the Darrow Empire Military Academy. Oh, I dare not conceal the truth, my lord. I am merely half a year away from graduation. Before graduation, during a military strategy exercise, due to my humble origins, I was compelled to lose to a young nobleman. Later, filled with resentment, I drank a bit too much and encountered a lovely maiden. I, in a moment of folly, struck her unconscious and dragged her to a secluded spot, forcing myself upon her. Only afterward did I realize she was the beloved of that nobleman's son. I fled under the cover of night, pursued relentlessly by assassins from that noble family, escaping all the way to this place. With nowhere to turn, I gathered a band of brothers to take to the mountains." The chief spoke hastily, yet his body remained rigid. Just moments ago, that axe had embedded itself into the wood with unparalleled sharpness. How could he dare to make a move? Rog carefully scrutinized the leader before him, noting his age to be around 27 or 28, of average height, and possessing a fair countenance. It was evident that he had the acumen to discern Rog's hidden ambush, indicating a degree of competence. Even more remarkably, the band of brigands exhibited a commendable discipline, suggesting that this leader was quite adept at commanding his men. With a hearty laugh, Rog exclaimed, "By your grandmother, you dare to use such nonsensical drunken ramblings to intimidate me. If you had no ulterior motives in your heart, no amount of alcohol could lead you astray." "Yes, indeed, my lord. It is as you say. In truth, I have long known who that woman is. However, my cowardice prevented me from acting, and without drink, I could not gather the courage. Nevertheless, let us make a pact. From now on, you shall serve under me." "What is your name?" The leader, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, "My name is Roberski. I am most thankful for your patronage, my lord. To accompany such a wise leader as yourself is a stroke of immense fortune for me." As the afternoon sun cast its slanting rays, the group of knights resumed their journey. Yet this time, amidst the brightly clad ranks, there was an incongruous figure garbed as a bandit, who closely trailed Rog, absorbing his lessons. In the future, when flattering others, it must be done with precision. Aimless flattery serves no purpose. I possess enough self-awareness to recognize this. Yet your unfounded praises leave me uncomfortable. Now, recount to me in detail the events that transpired after your drinking escapade." Yes. That day, emboldened by drink, I lay in ambush along the path frequented by that young lady beneath the ancient trees and the setting sun. The silhouettes of the knights elongated, gradually fading into the distance. Soon, they beheld a quaint town on the horizon, though modest in size, with a population of perhaps 3,000. Its strategic location near a major thoroughfare boasted several inns and taverns. The townspeople appeared relatively affluent, and a significant merchant caravan had just taken residence, with a retinue of no fewer than 200 mercenaries serving as guards. Observing the distinctive colors and banners, an experienced knight informed Rog that this was the merchant convoy of the renowned 100 Battles mercenaries from the Principality of Ron. Before Rog could give orders, his subordinate knights had already selected the largest inn, securing 2 tables within. The establishment was already bustling with mercenaries and prominent figures from the caravan. As Rog and his companions entered, the patrons glanced up momentarily. Upon recognizing the garb of a legitimate knightly order, they chose to avoid confrontation. In these realms of mercenaries and traders traversing various nations, one often encounters desperate souls, and Rog preferred to steer clear of unnecessary conflict. After years of conducting business, he was more inclined to explore the potential for mutual prosperity within this caravan. As Rog settled into his seat, two piercing gazes fell upon him. A woman abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Heavens have eyes! At last, I have encountered you, this despicable swine." The figure, with her golden locks tied back and an air of wild beauty, appeared to be in her late 20s, tall and statuesque. She donned the standard khaki half-armor of the mercenaries, a massive two-handed sword at her side, none other than Kivy. Rog regarded her, compared to 3 years prior. She had shed her innocence, embodying a newfound maturity and resilience, infused with an inexplicable essence. Her complexion bore a slight tan, likely a testament to her life as a mercenary, braving the elements. Seeing Rog remain unperturbed, even gazing intently at her, Kivy's fury surged. Had it not been for this rotund scoundrel's vile treachery 3 years ago, his insidious machinations and poison, she would never have found herself in his clutches. Nor would her brother have met an untimely demise. With a sharp sound, Kivy unsheathed her great sword, poised to engage in combat. The knights, dragons, and beauties present immediately sensed the brewing conflict. They seized their weapons, toppling 2 tables to form a barrier, brandishing crossbows aimed at the mercenaries and merchants. Kivy shouted, "This fat pig. He is the one who caused my brother's death and is responsible for the downfall of the Sword and Blood Rose mercenary group. Is that so?" A middle-aged mercenary, filled with affection, embraced Kivy, yet his piercing gaze remained fixated on Rog. "My lord knight, I believe you owe me an explanation regarding this matter." Upon hearing this, Dor interjected, "My subordinates are as vital as my own life, and I would protect my wife, Cindy, with my very existence, ensuring her happiness. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall challenge you to a duel as a warrior." "Surely, a knight would not refuse a just challenge, would he?" "Dream on," came the retort. "We adults have pressing matters. Our status is paramount. You, an unremarkable mercenary, think you can demand a duel or expect explanations? Why not seek a duel with Minister Roshirio of the Alliance? He is also a knight. Or perhaps challenge the Sword Saint, Prosis? Are you afraid of defeat and thus shy away from combat? It seems your desire for a duel stems from your confidence in defeating Lord Rog. This is not a duel, it is murder. What warrior's identity? Bah." The newly arrived Roberski spoke with sharp wit, transcending mere flattery. His words came forth in a rush, logical and compelling, leaving Dor feeling utterly ashamed. After a moment of contemplation, Dor replied, "This gentleman raises a valid point. It was my oversight. Nevertheless, I cannot allow Kivy to suffer any indignity. Here is my proposal. If I am in the wrong, I shall permit Lord Rog to decide his course of action, if he is at fault. I ask that he honor my request for a duel. As for the time, place, and manner, those shall be determined by Lord Rog." "Ah, this is Miss Kivy." "No, now I must address you as Miss Cindy. How foolish of me. I ought to call you Lady Dor," Rog said with a cheerful smile. Upon encountering Rog's smile, a chilling sensation surged within Chiwe's heart. However, upon hearing him refer to her as Cindy, she felt somewhat relieved, though her concern led her to cast a furtive glance at Dor. This shift in her expression did not escape Rog's notice. "Madame Dor, I trust your brother did not meet his demise at my hands? It appears he perished at the hands of the Rhine City's defense forces. As for the reasons, must I elucidate further?" Rog's tone grew increasingly severe. The leaders of the merchant caravan, upon hearing this, immediately furrowed their brows. One elderly gentleman reproached Dor, "Mr. Dor, your esteemed mercenary company was commissioned to ensure our safe passage to the southern ports of the Rhine Alliance, not to incite conflict, especially not with the forces of the royal capital. I trust there are no dubious affiliations concerning your lady? You must be aware that our Clark Trading Company has always maintained a stellar reputation and would never delegate tasks to mercenaries with any unsavory records. I believe you owe me an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to lodge a complaint with your company as leader or propose that the Ducal Trading Company sever ties with your mercenary group. The trading company has always been the primary patron of the mercenary group. Should the Ron Duchy S Trading Company decide to cut off relations with the 100 Battles Mercenary Company, it would inevitably lead to its dissolution." Dor, having been raised by the company's founder, held a bond akin to that of father and son. This mercenary group represented the culmination of the old leader's lifelong dedication, and Dor could not bear to see it perish on his watch. Yet, how could he simply stand by while his adversary faced no repercussions? Dor found himself in a profound quandary, while Rog stood by, a serene smile gracing his lips. Rogue's interest in the relationship between Chiwei and Dor grew increasingly intense. His pair of twinkling eyes scrutinized them, capturing every subtle expression that passed between them. Dor donned a half-suit of armor in a rich ochre hue, its defensive capabilities rivaling those of full warrior and paladin armors. Each plate gleamed with meticulous polish. Beneath the armor lay a sky-blue tunic, crafted from exquisite silk. The broad, high collar revealed a pristine white shirt, impeccably pressed. Dor wielded a massive two-handed sword. Its handguard made of redwood encased in bronze, the grip meticulously wrapped in hemp cord, and its hilt adorned with a ruby gem. Rogue's mental acuity subtly probed the blade. Aside from its magically enhanced hardness, it bore no other remarkable features. Dor furrowed his brow. Caught in a tumultuous internal battle under the dual pressures of the guild leader and Chiwei, his gloved hands continually grasped and released the sword's hilt. His face twitching in frustration, alternating between clenched teeth and deep sighs, his resolve flickering like a candle flame. Observing Dor's leather gloves, Rogue suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. A drop of oil launched from the dish before Dor, landing with a splat upon his armor. Dor's expression transformed abruptly, as if he had just consumed a decomposed rodent. He recoiled 2 steps, producing a pristine white handkerchief to meticulously dab at the oil stain, scrubbing it fervently until no trace remained, before disdainfully discarding the now-soiled cloth. Rogue smiled. If one were to evaluate smiles, the smile of a corpulent man undoubtedly ranks among the finest. If a maiden's smile can illuminate the world and an elder's smile can soothe the soul, then the smile of a stout man embodies understanding, simplicity, and the warmth of a long-lost friend's laughter. When he smiles, his eyes squint with joy. Thus, in moments of mirth, none notice the silver strands that dance in his eyes, so delicate that even without squinting, they go unnoticed. Chi-Chi gazed adoringly at Dole's resolute visage, privy to the immense toil and sacrifice he had endured to attain his current stature. The old leader, just and impartial, held Dole, his adopted son, to far stricter standards than others. Only when Dole's achievements warranted a promotion to captain thrice did the old leader appoint him as the mercenary captain. It was only she who understood that Dole practiced fervently in solitude each night, honing his swordsmanship, rising earlier than anyone else to cultivate his fighting spirit. She alone recognized Dole's deeply buried ambitions and unwavering passion for his endeavors, as well as the sacrifices he made for her. 3 years prior, when she was pursued by the Allied forces, with companions fallen and nowhere to turn, it was Dole who sheltered her. Throughout those years, how many times did Dole shield her with his sword, his shield, and even his blood? On the night of their wedding a year ago, Dole, who abstained from alcohol, became inebriated for the first time, weeping in her embrace and revealing the countless burdens he had harbored for 35 years. With such a husband, what more could one desire? Yet, Chi-Chi felt an overwhelming guilt towards Dole. The perfectionist in him had a flaw: obsessive cleanliness. When he proposed, she, already deeply in love, dared not confess the events of 3 years past. Human nature harbors selfish tendencies, and having endured so much pain, Chi-Chi was reluctant to relinquish the hard-won happiness that had finally come her way. Alas! Chi-Chi sighed inwardly, her mind drifting back to the sight of Dole's bloodied wrist. They had encountered a formidable beast during a mission, which forced them into the vast desert of Tashkent. After 2 days without water or aid, Chi-Chi finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Dole carried her throughout, biting into his wrist to sustain her life with his blood. The next day, they chanced upon a passing caravan and were rescued. It was then that Chi-Chi's once dead heart was revived. Oh God, why must I endure such suffering? Why must my happiness be so fleeting? Chi-Chi wept within. Yet her face donned a mask of serenity as she grasped Dole's hand and softly spoke. Dole, I. A chill ran down her spine, an intuitive sense warning her of Rogue's gaze upon them. Rogue chuckled and remarked, how peculiar. The rotund man gazed at Chiwei, who trembled slightly, and continued. You see, I misspoke again. It should be the Dole family. Indeed, there were some misunderstandings between us back in the day, and I deeply regret the death of your brother. Alas, had your brother possessed a bit more patience and listened to our explanations, he would not have mistakenly attacked the city defense officers. None of us anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Sigh. The rotund man let out a long sigh. Appearing melancholic, Chiwei, filled with seething anger, was no longer the naive young girl of yesteryear. She was acutely aware that they had fallen into Rogue's trap. Yet, expressing her wrath was not an option at present, so she merely glared at Rogue, panting heavily. Back then, Rogue and his companions were merely insignificant minor nobles. Yet they had already wielded enough influence to deploy the police forces against her. In just 3 years, This very Rog had risen to the rank of captain in the knightly order. His seemingly composed demeanor was commendable, yet he exuded no aura of a true master, suggesting he had ascended through cunning or flattery, which posed little threat. However, after 20 years in the mercenary life, Dole's seasoned gaze perceived the anomaly. The Rog brought only 10 knights in one. Wait, the more he looked, the more that individual resembled a mountain bandit. Putting that aside, even with a significantly inferior number, the 10 knights displayed no fear. The crossbows they wielded possessed immense power, and at such close range, it was likely that only he could evade the onslaught. Once battle commenced, their side would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. He surveyed his surroundings slowly. His subordinates were all poised for action, swords drawn, ready to charge at his command. Chi Wei, beautiful and generous, was unparalleled in martial prowess, earning respect within the mercenary group. The mercenaries, predominantly valiant and reckless, were seasoned fighters, and upon spotting their enemy, they were already eager for the fray. Among those targeted by the crossbow bolts, some appeared fearful but maintained a facade of composure. Observing the dragon and beauty knights, some bore expressions of excitement, with a few even licking their lips, clearly resembling bloodthirsty butchers. Their equipment was exceptionally fine, although not enchanted. The quality surpassed even that of his own gear as the captain of the mercenary band. It was evident they were the elite of the elite among the ace knights. The banner they carried exuded an imposing presence, yet he could not recall which knightly order it belonged to. While a battle might not erupt immediately, the dragon and beauty knights remained vigilant. Roberski exchanged glances with Dole and murmured a few words to the knights beside him. The crossbows of the knights all pivoted, half aimed at the visibly young and inexperienced mercenaries, while the other half targeted the leaders of the trade caravan. The expressions of the elders from the Clark Trading Company shifted dramatically, yet one elder remained as composed as ever. Observing this, Rog admonished his subordinates, saying, "This dispute is between me and the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps. How dare you involve the elders of the Clark Trading Company? Is this not common sense? Lower your crossbows at once." Several knights immediately acquiesced, yet they did not lower their crossbows. Instead, they merely redirected their aim, with all 5 crossbows now trained upon Chi Wei. The elders of the Clark Merchant Guild visibly relaxed, discreetly wiping the sweat from their brows, their gazes towards Rog filled with gratitude. The elderly sage offered Rog a faint smile. Suddenly, Dor let out a deep sigh and commanded, "Everyone, lower your weapons." Though the mercenaries were perplexed, a command is a command, and they complied, sheathing their swords and lowering their blades. Roberski extolled, "Those who understand the times are the true heroes." Just then, a grunt escaped him as Roger lifted him and hurled him heavily to the ground. Roberski realized he had once again misjudged the situation. Forcing a smile while internally reflecting on his error, Dor removed the emblem of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps from his chest and calmly addressed an older mercenary behind him. "From this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the 7th Brigade of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps, responsible for safely escorting the esteemed guests of the Clark Trading Company to their destination." Chi-Chi, in a state of panic, clutched Dor's arm tightly and cried, "Dor, what? What are you doing? Please don't do anything foolish." After a pause, she glanced at Roger, whose self-assured smile only deepened her dread, and she held on to Dor's arm with all her might. "Dor, I mistook him for someone else. He is not one of those from back then. It was merely a misunderstanding. I beg you, let us leave." Dor smiled gently, caressing Chi-Chi's hair, and said, "Chi-Chi, you are a child who speaks in her sleep. Therefore, I have known everything all along. Each time I watched you wake from a nightmare this past year, my heart shattered anew. I practiced my swordsmanship obsessively for this very moment. You fear I would abandon you upon learning of your plight, but my dear, marrying you means I have gained the entire world. How could I ever forsake it?" Dor raised his gaze to Roger, his aura of fighting spirit gradually intensifying, and calmly declared, "The events of the past are known to us both, devoid of enmity. As the captain of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps, I should prioritize the entrusted interests of our guests. However, I am no longer a mercenary, but simply a husband who deeply loves his wife. In life, one must act and refrain from acting. Lord Roger, I hope you possess at least the dignity of a knight and accept my final request." Taking a deep breath, a soft crimson aura enveloped him. "I, Dor, hereby challenge Lord Roger and all his subordinates." Another figure stepped forward. "I, Chi-Chi, also challenge Lord Roger and all his subordinates. Life brings no joy in death, yet I shall press on amidst the multitude." Gently raising his battle axe, Roger laughed. "You truly wish to challenge me and my subordinates?" He emphasized the word subordinates. Door stood firm, as steadfast as a mountain, and replied, "Indeed. However, I have a small request, regardless of the outcome of this battle. I hope Lord Roger will not make things difficult for my subordinates." Turning to Chi-Chi, who wore an expression of unwavering resolve, Roger sighed and said, "To take on many with one is not an unreasonable request. But Chi-Chi, have you forgotten to remind Mr. Door that I am a wizard?" The hotel erupted with a collective gasp. The prospect of a warrior battling a wizard protected by a small squad of knights was akin to a death wish. The hotel owner, witnessing the impending duel in his establishment, turned pale, yet dared not intervene. At that moment, it was astonishing to discover that one among them was indeed a sorcerer. Goodness! With a mere fireball, everything within this establishment would be rendered utterly ruined. His eyes rolled back, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Door's complexion was ashen, yet Rog appeared devoid of any semblance of a magician. Clad in resplendent silver armor suitable only for the mightiest of knights, and wielding a formidable battle axe. If this could be deemed a sorcerer, then surely even orcs might qualify as magi. Chi-Wei's throat felt parched as memories flooded back, her voice tinged with bitterness. He truly is a sorcerer. Damn it, let us unite and vanquish these wretches. The mercenaries rallied, their swords and daggers raised once more, poised to charge. A particularly formidable giant, wielding a heavy warhammer, stood at the forefront, pointing accusatorily at Rog, exclaiming, "You bloated swine, why do you not take your own life? Do you intend to wait for my hand to strike?" Rog chuckled softly and remarked, "Why is it that today everyone is clamoring for my demise as the captain of the Alliance Knights? It seems as though I am nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Robersky, what is the law of the Rhine Alliance state regarding those who intend to harm an officer of the Alliance?" As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave. Robersky was once an outstanding student at the military academy of the Darrow Empire, possessing considerable acumen. After his transition to a mountain bandit within the Rhine Alliance, his primary endeavor was to meticulously study the laws of the Alliance, discerning precisely whom one could not harm and what actions were permissible. Thus, he engaged in his plundering with minimal infractions, while local law enforcement proved incapable of quelling his activities, which were deemed too trivial to warrant the mobilization of regular troops. His banditry flourished until he encountered Rog, leading to his eventual capture, a misfortune that could hardly be attributed to the battlefield. Upon hearing Rog's inquiries, this sycophant could hardly refrain from eagerly approaching. "Your Excellency Rog, to assault an officer of the Alliance, as you are a lieutenant colonel. Certainly an officer is one of the 12 capital offenses outlined in the Alliance's legal code. Those who conspire to attack the Alliance forces, with irrefutable evidence, face the same fate as the leader and the attacking officer, death. Accomplices may endure 5 to 15 years of hard labor." Thus, Rog scrutinized the imposing figure at the forefront, contemplating that even should he slay him, there would be no repercussions. The moment his gaze fell upon the man, the latter flinched as if pierced by a needle, suffering greatly. "Indeed, my lord. The proprietor of this establishment, the attendants, the townsfolk, and the patrons are all witnesses. This individual indeed intended to incite a mob against the officer of the Alliance." Dahl, sensing the precariousness of the situation, bellowed, "Silence. All of you, withdraw. This matter today is not for any seasoned mercenary to meddle in." Yet the man persisted obstinately, "You fat pig, come over here. Watch as I smash your shell to pieces with a single blow." Rog erupted into a wild laugh, exclaiming, "You, a mere mercenary, dare to be so audacious? What of the frosted silver fox mercenary corps? The snow fox fell by my hand. If I do not vanquish you today, do you think I fear your kind?" With that, a radiant white halo emanated from beneath his feet, enveloping him in a powerful aura. The mighty bull's strength had been unleashed. The battle axe, soul binding, was wielded for the first time, aimed at the towering man before him. Though the swing was not swift, it produced an eerie, howling sound, reminiscent of demons from the depths of hell straining to emerge and feast upon flesh and blood. Dahl, taken aback, shouted, "Show mercy." The surging energy illuminated half the tavern. He rushed forward, intent on saving his comrade. The large man, gripped by fear, retorted, "Watch as I shatter your pitiful axe." He swung his massive hammer, which appeared to be more than twice the size of soul binding, making his threat seem far from idle. As the hammer met the axe, with a sharp crack, soul binding effortlessly cleaved the hammerhead in two, sending the man reeling as if struck by lightning, blood spewing from his mouth. Rog, grinning wickedly, summoned more power into his wrist, and soul binding arced downwards once more. At that moment, Dahl arrived, raising his sword, energy surging across its blade, a vivid crimson like flames. A colossal scythe emerged, twisting in the air, its handle flashing like thunder, aimed directly at Dahl's face. Dahl's hair stood on end, for he had never felt so close to death. In a split second, he bellowed with all his might, unleashing his full potential, and managed to block the hellish blade just inches from his throat. With a resounding explosion, a burst of violet electricity erupted from the scythe's handle, hurling Dahl backward. Crashing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing as the tiny sparks danced around him. It was then that Feng Wei stepped forth from another realm. Rogden appeared remarkably imposing at that moment. The figure of Feng Wei towered above him by at least half a head, with a physique that glimmered like polished jade in a deep black hue. The skeletal wings on his back had grown significantly larger since Rogden's last encounter, fully unfurling to nearly the height of a man. These wings were draped in a layer of black membrane, and in his hand, he wielded a colossal scythe, crackling with violet electricity. An invisible force field radiated from Feng Yue's feet, instilling an immediate sense of dread in those affected, who cried out in terror, "Demon! Demon!" scrambling desperately to distance themselves from him. The 100-strong mercenaries, who had initially planned to rush forward, found themselves cleared away, leaving a 20-meter void around Feng Yue. In stark contrast, the Dragon and Beauty Knights exhibited far greater fortitude. Having accompanied Rogden for some time, they were familiar with Feng Wei, and although he appeared different each time, they were somewhat prepared. Moreover, they were individuals of unwavering resolve and audacity, possessing a resilience to this palpable aura of fear that far exceeded that of ordinary folk. Though their faces betrayed their unease, they stood their ground. However, with each encounter with Feng Yue, the knights became increasingly convinced that their lord Rogden had indeed sold his soul to the devil, a notion further corroborated by Rogden's past actions. Yet, whether gods or demons, as long as they stood on their side, it sufficed for them. Only Robersky, inherently timid, was quaking in fear, barely managing to suppress his tears, observing his disgraceful demeanor. Some knights, attuned to Rogden's sentiments, seized him and pressed a dagger against his waist. One misstep, and the blade would pierce his flesh. This was indeed a peculiar method of fortitude training. Robersky, paralyzed by fear, dared not move an inch and ultimately fainted. The inn fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. Feng Wei scanned the surroundings, yet could not find a challenger bold enough to confront him. His gaze finally settled on Rogden, the flames in his eyes intensifying as he fixated unrelentingly upon the portly figure. Rogue was instantly drenched in sweat. After Feng Wei departed, Rogue cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen." This gentle utterance resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the crowd, plunging the hotel into a cacophony of wails and chaos. At this moment, the arena bore witness to two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, amidst a gruesome array of blood and entrails. Rogue stood solitary in the center, and if one were to claim he was not a demon clad in human skin, few would believe it. At this juncture, all were convinced that Rogue was an immensely powerful summoner. As for why a mage would don full armor, it was likely beyond the comprehension of those lacking sufficient mastery. Whether, in years to come, newly initiated mages would adopt the custom of engaging in close combat, while clad in full armor, remained an enigma to all present. Rogue, feeling immensely embarrassed, once again spoke in his softest voice, "Ladies. Oh, demons. Lord, have mercy on your servant." Rogmer paused for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Damn you all. Stand straight. Not a single one of you is allowed to move. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to deal with you all." Instantly, the entire crowd stood erect, motionless, heeding his command. Rog inwardly cursed, realizing that the technique of dispersing fear was the sworn enemy of his own spells. Having failed to prepare even a single scroll, he found himself utterly helpless in this moment. It became evident that henceforth, he must act with careful consideration, ensuring that all matters are thoroughly prepared. He could no longer afford to act solely based on personal whims. Furthermore, he remained acutely vigilant, understanding that in the future, he must not recklessly engage in lethal actions. The rapid evolution of Feng Wei indicated that there must be significant gains in another realm. Now, it could take lies without revealing its face. Yet the aftermath of such deeds would still fall squarely upon his shoulders. At this moment, he could hardly fathom that Feng Yue was, in fact, the little skeleton who had feigned death 3 years prior. Roger, the formidable warrior, approached the two with a cold, silent sneer. Door, struggling to wipe the grime from his face, gently pushed aside Qi Wei and, with great effort, managed to stand. In a hushed tone, he spoke, "Master Roger, your powers are revered, and I acknowledge my arrogance in challenging you. Having faced defeat, I implore you to proceed. To confront one's demise with such valor. How few can truly comprehend this noble spirit. Even if some could grasp this notion, it would certainly not be Roger. He would never engage in such folly. Understanding well the futility of the endeavor, and thus held no admiration, let alone respect, for Dor. If Dor sought death, Roger would grant him that wish, to prevent any future complications. As these thoughts swirled in Roger's mind, his grip on the battle axe tightened instinctively. Chiwei leaped in front of Dor, crying out in desperation. If you must kill, then take my life first. Roger's icy gaze bore down on Chiwei, causing her to tremble. She wanted to rush forward to fight, yet fear held her back. A glimmer flickered in Rog's eyes as he noticed a sudden movement in Kivi's breastplate. However, this was merely a half-plate mail, not something that could be easily lifted. Rog chuckled softly and remarked, "The standard armor of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps is quite impressive, indeed." Kivi was taken aback, and as memories flooded back, a flush crept across her face. Rog's voice grew increasingly stern. "When we first encountered you in the tavern, my brother, despite his minor indiscretions, was it not you who struck first? Huh. At that time, we were scarcely versed in the arts of magic and combat, while you were seasoned mercenaries, outnumbering us and under the guise of teaching a lesson." Chiwei bit her lip, yearning to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Reflecting upon that moment, it seemed that a few mediocre mercenaries had taken advantage of a handful of inexperienced youths, and though the other party was indeed at fault, she too felt that her position was not entirely justifiable. Rog's words were delivered with righteous fervor, yet they were not entirely truthful. To engage in combat with fewer forces against a larger enemy is a strategy best avoided when possible. However, given the current circumstances, if one could indeed triumph over a greater foe, there is no reason to refrain from doing so, even gaining some justification in the process. Lady Chiwei, you have lost. Is it reasonable to seek revenge and take lives afterward? Had fortune not favored me that day, I might have already become a soul lost to your sword, Lady Chiwei. Pray tell, on what grounds do you seek vengeance against me? To confront the few with the many and subsequently desire retribution, culminating in reckless actions that resulted in the deaths of numerous soldiers from the city's defense forces, to merely utter that they deserved it seems hardly an exaggeration. Dahl possesses an undeniable authority within this brigade, which is why the mercenaries regarded his challenge to Rog as a near-suicidal endeavor, prompting them to disregard the codes of their profession to offer assistance. However, to inadvertently kill members of a great nation's city defense forces poses a grave issue for any mercenary group. Moreover, it was not merely one individual who perished, but several soldiers, which transcends the realm of mere misfortune. Even the typically arrogant battleground mercenary group, in the face of such incidents, would surrender the perpetrator to avert disaster. From a young age, Chiwei had not received a superior education. She was exceptionally gifted in martial arts, youthful and beautiful, attracting numerous suitors of noble lineage or remarkable talent. Her brother was the captain of the mercenary group, and even in her times of misfortune, there were individuals like Dahl who were instantly captivated by her. Thus, having been accustomed to a life of ease, her temperament had grown rather spoiled. After her transformation, she dedicated herself to rigorous training, yearning to one day exact a meticulous revenge upon these scoundrels. Yet she never reflected on how she had fallen to such depths. Dahl remained silent, refraining from contesting Rog's assertions. Chiwei, her tears streaming down her cheeks, gazed up at Rog and, with gritted teeth, cried out, "You infernal beast! Were it not for you, my brother would still be alive. I would not have endured such suffering. All of this is your doing. It is all your fault." Rog stood as immovable as a mountain. Chiwei, feeling both shame and anger, collapsed in tears. Dur sighed and, with great effort, helped Chiwei to her feet. Addressing Rog, "I never anticipated that your martial skills would be so astonishing. Your previous words hold truth. Having faced defeat, we must honor our commitments. Please proceed." He glanced at Chiwei, his heart heavy with sorrow, and gently remarked, "Chiwei, you have always been strong-willed, excelling in martial arts and possessing great beauty, which has led you to seek dominance in every situation. Yet, there are always those stronger than oneself, and the world is vast. If you persist solely in your pursuit of victory, you shall inevitably encounter setbacks. In future circumstances, consider first whether you are at fault. If you were in their position, how would you react? From this moment onward, I can no longer protect you, so you must take care of yourself. These 3 years spent with you have been the happiest of my life. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of vengeance. Dor's voice dwindled until only Chi-Wei could hear him clearly. Suddenly, he shouted, "Flee!" Grasping Chi-Wei, he hurled her out of the window, where she landed precisely atop a warhorse. With a whoosh, a broken sword flew forth, severing the horse's reins. Startled, the steed bolted into the distance. Chi-Wei, atop the horse, found her mind blank, as if ensnared in a dream. Dor's sudden exertion exacerbated his injuries, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He spread his arms to block Rogue's path of pursuit. Dor, already sustained by sheer will, could no longer endure the abrupt calamity, collapsing unconscious to the ground. The merchant, having narrowly escaped disaster, was inundated with fine wines and exquisite dishes, leaving the caravan and the battle-hardened mercenaries momentarily forgotten. The knights and lovely ladies reveled, drinking and dining, while showering flattery upon Rogue, who sat smiling enigmatically, his demeanor inscrutable. As the crisis abated, Roberski naturally regained consciousness. Once this individual regained his wits, the quality of flattery at the table shifted dramatically, revealing absurdities that even the flatterers themselves could scarcely believe. The elder leading the merchant group approached this gathering, raising a cup in salute to Rogue, stating, "I am Benjamin of the Clark Trading Company. Your Excellency, your formidable prowess is matched only by your benevolence, which earns my utmost admiration." Rogue hurriedly rose to his feet, urging Benjamin to take a seat, his face adorned with a perfect smile. "Oh, dear sir, please do not say that. While I am indeed a knight, I also engage in a modest business. I have always held great admiration for the venerable members of the Merchant Guild. Come, sit down. I am Rogue Rivers, currently the captain of the Dragon and Beauty Knight Brigade of the 3rd Knight Order of the Duchy of Bavaria." Benjamin, not one to decline, promptly took his seat and remarked, "I truly did not expect that your Excellency possesses such formidable skills and is also so astute. May I inquire what business you are engaged in?" A jovial grin spread across the rotund face of Rogue, who blushed slightly at the unexpected praise. "Such compliments are indeed an overestimation of my abilities. With your vast experience, I am certain there are few matters you are not acquainted with. Might I inquire about the nature of these rare minerals?" Benjamin chuckled softly and replied, "There is no need for such humility, Your Excellency. In my travels across numerous countries, I have rarely encountered someone of your caliber. Since you are engaged in the trade of magical equipment, I happen to have access to some sources of enchanted silver within our guild, which should prove beneficial to you. As for pricing, let us agree on 80 Rhine gold coins for every 2 ounces of magical silver. The Clark Guild can supply you with 2 pounds of magical silver each month." Rogue was taken aback and exclaimed, "The price of magic silver in the Rhine Alliance is a staggering 120 gold coins, and it is in high demand. How could I possibly accept 2 pounds of it?" Benjamin chuckled, "Ah, Lord Rogue, it is indeed fate that brings us together in this moment. Consider this merely a token of our meeting. There will be ample opportunities for collaboration with the Hammer of the War God in the future, and I shall rely on your esteemed self then." For an instant, the smile on Rogue's face froze. The dragon and the beautiful knights sensed the shift in atmosphere, with many instinctively resting their hands on their swords. However, that moment of tension passed quickly, and Rogue's smile returned, radiant as ever. "Indeed, Lord Benjamin, you are remarkable. May I inquire how you came to learn of the Hammer of the War God, considering it has only been established for 3 days and you must still be en route?" Benjamin responded leisurely. "Those of us in the mining and jewelry trade are always vigilant regarding magical equipment merchants. The devastating defeat of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox mercenary corps sent ripples throughout the Duchy of Ron. Losing to Offerrock was one thing, but the elite Silver Fox Brigade was vanquished by an obscure group called Dragon and Beautiful, compelling the discerning to uncover the truth. At that time you, Lord Rogue, had already begun to showcase your talents, your wisdom leaving a profound impression." After a moment of contemplation, Rogue replied, "I dare not accept rewards without merit. I wonder what the Hammer of the War God can offer your esteemed merchant association? Creation." After a brief pause, Rogue smiled subtly and said, "Mr. Benjamin, you are indeed extraordinary. It seems you have taken an interest in my battle axe." "Precisely. The armor and axe of Lord Rogue are exceptional. In my extensive travels, I have encountered few masters capable of crafting magical equipment of such caliber, and the Hammer of the War God is among them. My humble merchant association possesses some advantages in gathering various rare materials. Our collaboration should yield mutual benefits." He emphasized the word materials deliberately. Rogue gently lifted the battle axe, caressing its sleek contours, adorned solely by a solitary black crystal. He responded softly, "Materials? Very well, very well. In this hurried day, when shall Mr. Benjamin returned from the south? Perhaps in about a month, came the reply. Meanwhile, the guests were reveling in merriment, and on the other side, Dor had awakened, struggling to approach Rog's table to express his gratitude. I am deeply indebted to you, Lord Rog, for sparing my life. I also extend my heartfelt thanks for your mercy towards my wife, Chiwei. I acknowledge my lack of honor, and I apologize for any embarrassment I may have caused you. From now on, I shall leave my fate in your hands. Dor's demeanor bore a hint of shame. After all, allowing Chiwei to escape had already betrayed his earlier vows and was utterly incongruent with his samurai identity. Rog chuckled, saying, "Dispose of you? What purpose would that serve? And how could I possibly do so? Would I have you pledge your allegiance to me henceforth? I dare say you would rather take your own life than acquiesce." Dahl's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, yet he remained silent, tacitly agreeing. He nodded in acknowledgement, though he cast a reluctant glance at Rog's armor and axe. Rog laughed heartily, remarking, "In terms of equipment, I hold a significant advantage. However, in the contest of victory and defeat, who does not strive to exert their utmost strength? Even the battle mercenaries provide their soldiers with armor. In the face of life and death, what fairness can there be?" Dahl, a man of integrity and honor, was not one to disregard practicality. A seasoned strategist on the battlefield, he naturally concurred with Rog's perspective. "Mr. Rog," he said, casting a glance at Dahl, "since you have been defeated, I have 2 requests that I trust you will honor." "Please, go ahead," Dahl replied. "Firstly, you and Chiwei must refrain from any hostile actions against me or my faction from this point forward. Secondly, within 3 years, you shall assist me in training 200 elite soldiers, with all expenses covered by me. As for the standards of excellence, I have faith in your discernment. What say you?" Dahl pondered momentarily before responding, "Your generosity is greatly appreciated, Mr. Rock. I am no longer a mere battle mercenary, and these 2 requests pose no issue. However, I must counsel Chiwei carefully regarding the matter. Could you provide further details on the soldiers?" Rog lowered his voice and said, 60 miles northwest. There lies a forest inhabited by a band of mountain thieves. Mention my name, and they will heed your commands. I shall send someone shortly to guide you. After you have gathered these brigands, proceed further northwest to the borderlands, where you will find the fortress of Celis. It is part of my domain. There, you shall train these men diligently and also oversee the defense of that area. Once your training is complete, you will be free. Should you wish to seek revenge afterward, you may do as you please." Dahl sighed deeply and replied, "Dahl has previously broken his word, yet you, Lord Rog, have spared my life. Though my skills are lacking, I still possess a sense of shame. Let us not speak of vengeance any longer." "Ah, that is well. The Rhine Alliance will soon become a place of turmoil, and the Ron Principality shall not escape its fate. Dahl, once you complete this task for me, it would be wise for you and Chiwei to seek out a quiet place to live peacefully for several years. When the storm is past, you may re-emerge into the world. In these chaotic times, the lines between right and wrong are not easily discerned. One may act with good intentions, yet suffer dire consequences. Tell me, is this person good or evil? You possess considerable talent and are a good person, but you are not suited for survival in these troubled times." Of course, he was unaware that Fengwei was merely Rog's pet. Yet, as events unfold, it remains uncertain who truly serves whom. After bidding Dahl farewell, Benjamin introduced Rog to several key figures from the Clark Trading Company, creating a convivial atmosphere. Although one mercenary had perished at Rog's hands, the others felt gratitude for his sparing Dahl's life. Rog also presented 100 gold coins as a form of compensation for the fallen, acknowledging the loss. In truth, the large man had instigated the altercation, breaching the mercenary code. A death in battle, after all, was merely a private duel, and no compensation was customary. Rog's gesture, while it might not earn him the gratitude of the deceased companions, certainly mitigated some hostility. As a few cups of old wine were consumed, the mercenaries' minds began to cloud. Before long, they found common ground with the knights, and the atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Roberski, hailing from a bandit background, became the subject of jest. Yet his reputation as a top scholar from the military academies of the Three Empires was no mere fabrication. With eloquence and wit, he held his ground in verbal sparring. Eventually, the mercenaries, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, suggested a contest of arms. Roberski did not demur. He stepped forward, and utilizing his strength as a level 7 warrior alongside various cunning tactics, he swiftly defeated several level 6, 7, and 8 mercenaries. As the moon reached its zenith, the banquet in the hotel dispersed. The Clark Trading Company graciously offered Rog a luxurious suite for his use. The room was elegantly furnished, revealing the hotel owner's subtle talent for understanding the refined tastes of noble patrons. Rog invited Roberski to join him for a conversation, and Roberski, taken aback by the honor, followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, Roberski hastily lit all the candles, his movement swift and almost assassin-like. Rog arranged a lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly removed his armor, placing it on the table. Upon witnessing Roberski illuminating the room with a resplendent glow, I could not help but smile faintly. With a mere flick of his hand, he released an icy breath, extinguishing the majority of the candles, leaving only 3 flickering candles to cast dancing shadows across the chamber. The atmosphere within was profoundly oppressive. Roberski dared not breathe, his mind incessantly pondering Rog's intentions. Tentatively, he inquired, "Might you be troubled by that female warrior?" Rog, pausing his restless pacing, stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the cold, luminous moon. "Pray tell, should I pursue her and end her life? There is still time, is there not?" Roberski was acutely aware of the significance of his performance, or rather, the opportunity for a trial had arrived. After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally spoke. "My lord, when cutting grass, one must eradicate the roots." This statement held truth. Yet in the current circumstances, I believe it to be rather inappropriate. Roberski hesitated for a moment, refraining from continuing. "My lord, Chiwei is but a mere woman, truly insignificant. The present situation is fraught with complexity, and the signs of turmoil are becoming increasingly evident. The 200 elite soldiers trained by Dare are vital to your grand ambitions. There exists no wall impervious to the wind. Should Chiwei be slain, it is possible that Dare would learn of it. Weighing both sides, it is evident that the 200 elite soldiers hold far greater importance. It is not worth risking everything for a frail woman. My lord, in times of chaos, strength determines all." Roberski, observing Rog's indecision, grew a bit bolder and proposed, "My lord, in my humble opinion, when a woman harbors hatred for someone, she exhibits an utter disregard for reason and is relentless in her pursuit. Thus, while it may seem unjust to eliminate Kivi, we cannot afford to overlook her. When dealing with men, one employs a balance of benevolence and authority. However, with women, one must either seize upon their vulnerabilities or win their hearts. Of course, my lord, you are an adept in the art of dealing with women, and I shall refrain from embarrassing myself further. Yet, considering your myriad responsibilities, you may lack the time and energy to conquer such an ordinary woman. Hence, I propose we focus on exploiting her weaknesses. By controlling Kivi, we would simultaneously hold sway over Dor. This is sound reasoning, and I encourage you to elaborate." Upon receiving Rog's approval, Roberski's spirits soared, and he continued, "My lord, it appears Dor possesses a certain fastidiousness and harbors deep affection for Kivi, who reciprocates his feelings. We could leverage this connection to our advantage, capturing her and demanding her submission, threatening to inform Dor. I assure you, she will have no choice but to comply." Rog fixed his gaze upon Roberski, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. After a hearty laugh, he declared, "Heh, you still dare to challenge me. Curse your grandmother. When I was wreaking havoc, you were merely a student in the academy. Should you attempt to ensnare me in such a trap again? Do you truly believe that taking your life would be a challenge?" Roberski fell to his knees with a thud, fervently bowing his head, and cried out, "How could a humble servant like me ever conceive of a scheme to harm you, my lord? You are the very foundation of my future." Rog sighed and remarked, "You are typically astute and hail from the esteemed military academy of the Derodi Empire. Before formulating a strategy, one should strive to comprehend the intelligence as thoroughly as possible. How could you fail to grasp such a fundamental principle? The plan you proposed is fraught with flaws, and you neglected to inquire about essential matters beforehand. What are your intentions, I wonder?" Roberski lay prostrate on the ground, too fearful to lift his gaze. From the corner of his eye, he furtively observed the war axe swaying before him, its obsidian blade unfathomably dark, yet it fixated upon him like a predatory eye. Ambitions of hegemony? One must possess self-awareness. In this chaotic era, I merely seek to amass a modest fortune, hoping to seize a few advantages amidst the turmoil. Hegemony? What is there to contend for? What means do I possess to engage in such strife? Furthermore, my malevolence towards others is always driven by ulterior motives, aimed at garnering some gain. Yet, your incessant schemes to harm others, what purpose do they serve? Inflicting harm without cause, damaging others without benefit to oneself, will only invite disaster. This is the very reason I ascended to the rank of captain of the knightly order at the age of 23, while you languish as a mere brigand. Humph. It was but a moment's hesitation that made me ponder whether to strike you down at once. Roberski, as if plunged into an icy abyss, drenched in perspiration, suddenly drew forth a short sword gleaming with a faint blue light from within his bosom. At this moment, Rog stood with his back turned to him, the soul binding resting heavily against the wall. The weighty weapon immediately sank halfway into the wall. The rotund figure had shed his armor, now clad solely in a nightgown. His back merely 2 meters from Roberski. With a single leap, Roberski could plunge his dagger into Rog. He harbored great confidence in the poison that coated the blade. A mere scratch would undoubtedly seal Rog's fate. Roberski fixed his gaze upon Roger, trembling uncontrollably, his heart in tumultuous conflict. The bluish glow emanating from the short sword cast a sinister pallor upon his face. At last, Roberski let out a deep sigh, and with a resonant clatter, the short sword fell to the floor. Rog turned around, a broad smile illuminating his face, and inquired, "Have you come to a realization?" "Indeed, my lord. From a young age, I have been endowed with exceptional talent, yet I have consistently faced numerous adversities. Upon entering the Imperial Military Academy, I felt that my true abilities were on par with anyone else's, so why did I remain unnoticed? My thoughts have been consumed with the desire to stand out. It was only when I found myself at a dead end, resorting to banditry, that I failed to comprehend where I had erred. I merely lamented the perceived injustice of fate. It is only today that I have come to understand that it was not the heavens that deprived me of opportunities, but rather my own actions that pushed them away. I, being narrow-minded, arrogant in my talents, overly cunning yet indecisive, foolishly awaited a fortuitous moment to fall into my lap. In times of missed opportunities, I merely blamed destiny and others. Alas, I could serve as a mere strategist, but to aspire for greatness on my own is utterly impossible. Had I slain you earlier, I would not know how many years might pass before encountering another worthy of my allegiance. Excellent, you have grasped this truth, and it justifies my trust in you. Though you may be a somewhat simplistic strategist, you possess genuine talent. Ha ha ha. Life does not necessitate achieving monumental feats or standing above the masses, even as a small figure meandering through life. Finding connections and enjoying the journey can be a source of joy. You will come to understand this in due time. Now come, let us discuss how we should address the matter of Qi. Roberski pondered the strategy with great care. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Fenghua had been standing behind him all along. Women are peculiar creatures. One cannot treat them with excessive kindness, for they may ride upon your head. Conversely, to disregard them would engender a hatred more profound than death itself. Roberski meticulously selected his words and continued, "Qi is, at her core, still a woman. My intentions regarding her are twofold, to prevent her from causing us trouble and to utilize her to control Dower. Thus, we cannot eliminate her, as that would only cast suspicion upon our master. Our options are coercion or seduction. However, in either scenario, we must first place her in a predicament. Even the strongest woman has moments of vulnerability. Secondly, we must engage her heart, employing both soft and hard tactics. Perhaps our master could offer discreet assistance while expressing admiration. She may just relent." Roberski was about to continue his long-winded discourse when Rog interrupted him. "Hold on. If I were to follow your method, I would never have to engage in any other pursuits." Rog pondered for a moment and inquired, "How shall we address the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps?" Roberski was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he inquired, "The 100 Battles Mercenaries? Aren't they held in high regard by you, my lord?" "Ah, I see now. You intend to assemble a contingent to obstruct the path ahead, to engage in acts of violence and plunder? Indeed, your astuteness is remarkable. The Clark Trading Company has journeyed from afar, and their coffers must be substantial. I believe it should proceed in such a manner." As he delved into the intricacies of ambushes, robberies, and acts of violence, he revealed that this was indeed his forte. He spoke with clarity about the most suitable locations for ambush, strategies to draw the enemy away, methods of enticement, flanking maneuvers, and the optimal routes for escape, all while deftly planning to frame a particular band of thieves for the misdeeds. Rog found himself both amused and perplexed, contemplating that this individual was indeed a talent for military operations, albeit somewhat verbose. It seemed he would have to gradually guide him towards improvement in the future. "Are you familiar with the administrative system of the Rhine Confederation?" Rog inquired once more. "In my previous life as a bandit, I diligently studied the statutes and administrative framework of the Rhine Confederation, so I possess a fair understanding," the man replied. Rog turned his attention immediately, inquiring, "What is your purpose in studying this?" Roberski, filled with confusion yet resolutely committed to memory, was about to depart when, with a whoosh, an object soared towards him from behind. He instinctively ducked, evading the projectile, and reached out to grasp it in midair, discovering it to be a purse. Understanding the unspoken message, he hurriedly made his exit. Observing Roberski's swift departure, Roger fell into a contemplative silence. Encountering Chiwai once more astounded him with the world's diminutive nature. 3 years had elapsed, and Chiwai had transitioned from innocence to maturity, her figure more captivating than ever. Recalling that extraordinarily splendid night 3 years prior, a wave of warmth surged within him. Damn it, that scoundrel Dare was extraordinarily fortunate. Just look at that vixen's voluptuous form, undoubtedly. Dare had been diligently toiling away these past 3 years. His thoughts meandered chaotically before he found them tedious. He retrieved a somewhat yellowed tome titled Chronicles of the Powerful and began to peruse its pages. The moon gradually descended in the western sky. After lightly tapping the door 3 times, Roberski entered, speaking in hushed tones to Roger. "My lord, all matters have been attended to. Here's the copy of the report submitted by the old sheriff for your review." Rog took the report and began to scrutinize its contents. In addition to the key points mentioned by Rog, the document was embellished with numerous details. Notably, the sheriff emerged heroically, valiantly confronting the assailants and eliminating one of the primary perpetrators of the attack. The leader of the mercenaries was injured and is currently on the run with his wife. Upon further investigation, it was confirmed that the other members of the mercenary group were unaware of the situation. Additionally, due to a request from the allied Ron Duchy's convoy for protection, they were granted passage. Rog expressed his satisfaction with the report and inquired, "Did you compose this?" "Indeed, my lord," came the reply. Roberski further questioned, "My lord, your strategy is exceedingly profound and enigmatic. I find myself at a loss to comprehend it. I humbly beseech you for further guidance." "Huh. You have spent over a year as a bandit, and yet seem oblivious to the grand currents of the world. The allied nation of Ron. Humph. It is likely that the Rhine Alliance's first target will indeed be that very principality. Presently, the Snow Fox Mercenary Corps has entered the Alliance's territory, only to be utterly vanquished by Afarok. If the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps were to brazenly challenge the Alliance's authority within its own borders, where would that leave the Bourbon dynasty's reputation? My lord, your foresight is truly admirable. I am in deep admiration. However, I still fail to grasp the relevance of this conflict between the two nations to our own affairs." Rog exhibited remarkable patience as he articulated, "Consider this. What business does my war god Hammer engage in? Arms trade." Roberski nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming with fervor, "My lord, this is indeed a highly lucrative venture. Since the Clark Consortium is inclined towards collaboration, we might as well smuggle some weapons and armor, thereby reaping substantial profits." He paused, chuckling to himself. I was momentarily short-sighted. I have faith in the Rhine Alliance for this conflict, so our focus should be on supplying the Allied forces. By fostering connections with the upper echelons, we could partake in the division of the Ron Duchy post-victory. My goodness, I vow to unwaveringly follow you, my lord." With a swift motion, Rog lightly tapped Roberski on the head with his battle axe, grinning as he remarked, "How trustworthy are your oaths? I wonder, am I not aware? When war ignites, the prices of weaponry and raw materials will inevitably soar. Fortunately, within my territory lies a superior iron mine, stocked with ample or due to inaccessible roads. While other weapon merchants will be left wanting, we shall be able to supply the army without interruption, thereby elevating our stature. Moreover, Dor appears to hold a commendable reputation among the 100 Battles mercenaries. With him stationed in Sellisburg, the mercenary group would likely hesitate to assault my lands, would they not?" He flicked the report with his finger, stating, "Do not underestimate this document. Though the sheriff may be minor, it conveys the official stance. Dor and Chiwei are certain to be sought after by the Alliance. Furthermore, the Alliance will demand the Ron Duchy to surrender Dor. At that juncture, what can either the 100 Battles mercenaries or the Ron Duchy offer? This presents an excellent pretext for war, does it not? Once Dor has trained these 200 elite soldiers, he will realize the vastness of the world and find himself with nowhere to go. Remaining under my command would be the wiser choice. As for Chiwei, being pursued by both nations, staying close to Dor is undoubtedly her most prudent option." Roberski inquired, "Surely, knowing the plight of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps, Dor would rise to the occasion and quell the strife?" "Absolutely not. To fabricate a charge, one need not search for words. Dor is no fool. He recognizes that even if he intervenes, the inevitable conflicts will still arise. This pretext is lacking, and there are also the Snow Fox mercenaries to consider. As for why those foxes would lead an army into the alliance, that remains a mystery for another time. Let us return to Dor. With the presence of Chiwai beside him, she would undoubtedly prevent Dor from stepping out to meet his demise. At this point, Robersky felt profound admiration for Roger, showering him with flattery. However, Roger remained indifferent. The reason I have shared so much with you today is that your strategic mind is indeed commendable. Yet, having read extensively without the opportunity to apply your knowledge renders you somewhat rigid. True strategy requires the fusion of your military texts with the nuances of human affairs. Therefore, broaden your perspective and cultivate an open heart. By understanding the grand trends of the world, we can act in accordance with them and seize the opportunities that arise. Rog opened the book The Chronicles of Power and pointed to a page, reading aloud. Look, the esteemed scholar Horstein once stated, in water that is too clear, there are no fish. How profound is that? Consider this. If a pool of water were pristine, would not all the fish be easily visible? They would have long since been caught clean, leaving nothing for us to claim. Thus, the notion of fishing in murky waters implies that when the waters are muddled and chance prevails, our opportunity arises. Ultimately, the waters will inevitably become turbid. My actions merely stir them a bit. Whether this proves effective remains uncertain. Yet, victory brings joy, and defeat brings its own form of delight. Robersky was utterly astonished this time. A seemingly trivial report from the young sheriff, propelled by certain individuals both intentionally and unintentionally, yielded an unexpected outcome, though the reporter wielded little influence. The events detailed in the report were of significant import. A large mercenary group from a neighboring nation was harboring a wanted criminal from their own country. Regardless of their motives, this conspiracy was undoubtedly intricate. Indeed, this conspiracy was no trifling matter. The corpulent head of the regional garrison, having perused the report throughout the night, slammed his fist on the table and declared his conclusion with fervor. Beside him, his secretary presented another document, murmuring, "Sir, given the gravity of this conspiracy, it is imperative that we scrutinize the reported details meticulously. This commendable achievement should duly acknowledge the contributions of the Provincial Police Commissioner and the Minister of Justice. Although your role may seem secondary, it will undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for your future career." The secretary then added, "Moreover, sir, this matter is of exceptional importance, and I propose we dispatch someone to that town tomorrow to investigate the veracity of these claims." 3 days later, the report reached the desks of the Provincial Police Commissioner and the Minister of Justice, its content having undergone alterations. It now spoke of the mercenaries' plot to incite rebellion within the alliance, seeking support from the wanted criminal Chiwei, who would serve as an inside informant, masquerading under the guise of commercial travelers to clandestinely enter the territory. Fortunately, the foresight of the police commissioner and the Minister of Justice had allowed them to perceive this conspiracy early on, laying a comprehensive trap in advance. The regional garrison commander led the charge valiantly, slaying over a dozen mercenaries and wounding their leader. However, due to the disparity in forces, the masterminds, Dower and Chiwei, managed to escape, and a vigorous pursuit was currently underway. The town sheriff assisted from the sidelines, also earning recognition for his contributions. The report was thorough and meticulously substantiated, requiring little alteration from the two officials, save for the addition of a 0 to the number of mercenaries slain before being submitted. 15 days later, after rigorous scrutiny by the Ministry of Police and the Ministry of Justice, the report finally reached the desks of the two ministers. 20 days afterward, it found its way to the desk of Duke Russell. The Duke furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to reach a decision for a considerable time. Not far outside the town, a small road diverged southward from the main thoroughfare. Following this path for 10 miles would lead one to the territory of the Rivers family. Along the sides of the road, lush sycamore trees flourished, appearing somewhat desolate in the winter chill. This land was predominantly barren red soil, aside from a few fruit-bearing trees. The yield of other crops was rather meager. Midday in winter was typically a prime time for the residents of the territory to venture into the large town for provisions. Yet the road was inexplicably deserted. Rogue furrowed his brow and urged his steed onward with haste. After traversing a few miles, he spotted a commotion ahead, where a group of people had gathered around several knights clad in resplendent armor. Were these not his own dragons and beauty's knights? Had a riot erupted in his territory? The mere thought of riot compelled Rogue to grasp his battle axe tightly and spur his horse forward. The knights following him, witnessing this, discarded their helmets, weapons at the ready, and charged ahead. For encircled dragons and the Knight Brigade safeguarded the cargo truck at the center, their axes and spears pointed resolutely towards the heavens. In their left hands, they brandished crossbows, aimed menacingly at the throng that surrounded them. Among the multitude were roughly 20 soldiers clad in armor, alongside 4 or 5 individuals who bore the semblance of knights, as well as a figure resembling a minor official. The term knights is used cautiously, for even to the untrained eye, the dilapidated state of their equipment was evident. Though their breastplates glimmered, the leather armor was merely reinforced with thin strips of iron, hardly befitting true knights. A strong enough blow could easily pierce it with a mere wooden stick. Then, like the rumble of thunder, the sound of hooves echoed as Rog and his companions surged forth, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. The charge of the proper knights carried a momentum that starkly contrasted with that of the ragtag assembly before them. Even from a distance, the soldiers began to panic. And upon recognizing the similarity in attire with the besieged knights, they retreated in sheer terror, coalescing into an inexplicable formation in an open area. Rog chuckled with a hint of arrogance, circling his steed before proclaiming with great fervor, "I am Rog, the sole heir of the Rivers family. You lowly rabble, what have you done to Baron Rivers? Dismount and surrender at once. Do you truly wish for me to resort to flaying you alive? Am I a fool?" In a fit of anger, Rog exclaimed, "My father has but a handful of sons, and I am well aware of the population and tax revenue of this small territory. Can we sustain such a multitude of knights and warriors? How dare you call yourselves knights and warriors with such a disgraceful standard? Any ruffian can mount a horse and claim knighthood? Look at these ruffians behind me. How long did they train to achieve knighthood?" At that moment, a knight known as Dragon and Beauty, previously besieged, approached quietly and said, "My lord, it appears they are indeed tax collectors. They allege that our cargo has not paid the requisite 65% import duty and claim it is contraband, intending to seize it all. When I attempted to block their efforts, they summoned these men to apprehend us. I fear this is your father's domain. They dare not be overly harsh. Nor do they wish to cause any fatalities. Safeguarding our goods seems to be our only recourse." Upon hearing the phrase "do not strike too fiercely," Rog glanced across and indeed beheld several individuals with bruised faces and battered bodies, yet remarkably unbroken bones, which truly suggested a restraint in their blows. As for the extent of their internal injuries, it was not immediately discernible. Rog, with a stern expression, inquired, "Who determined this 65% import tax? How long has it been in effect?" In the distance, the sound of hooves approached, and a knight clad in silver armor, riding a white steed, galloped forth like the wind, shouting from afar, "Who dares to cause disruption within the territory of the Rivers family?" Rog's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger. As the sole heir of the Rivers family, it was utterly intolerable for him to be questioned repeatedly on his own territory. What has become of this world? Rog had never excelled in appearance, physique, or magic. During his time at the Magic Academy, he had suffered numerous defeats in his romantic endeavors. Thus, he harbored a profound disdain for the charming knights. After all, the truly formidable mages were considerably older, posing little direct threat to Rog. At this moment, George, with his impressive demeanor and audacious arrogance, had unwittingly crossed Rog's threshold of tolerance. George charged forward, undeterred, maintaining his knightly combat stance with his lance pointed ahead, closing in at 30 meters. Inwardly cursing, Rog deemed George an imbecile, along with the old Baron Rivers, for having assembled such a band of inept guardians for their territory, an endeavor doomed to fail from the outset. Naturally, Rog had no intention of letting George off the hook so easily. After assessing George's level, he unleashed a powerful mental shock. George, reveling in his gallant sprint, had intended to decelerate at 10 meters, culminating his charge with a dramatic rearing of his steed, showcasing the true prowess of a knight to his subordinates. However, in the midst of his self-indulgence, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his helmet, dazzling stars erupting before his eyes. He was unceremoniously thrown from his mount, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his nostrils through the helmet slits. The lance spun through the air, before plunging directly towards his chest, inciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Just as it seemed that Sir George was about to meet an inexplicable demise, the lance veered unexpectedly, embedding itself into the ground beside him. With a fierce swing of his battle axe, Rog sternly commanded his subordinates, "Disarm this rabble at once. Damn it. If anyone dares to resist, just pretend I am not here. Am I to be concerned about these mere house slaves? The guards of the Rivers family. Witnessing their expected allies suddenly incapacitated and gravely injured, were further intimidated as Rog proclaimed himself the sole heir of the river's lineage. Though these men were accustomed to wielding power over the weak, they were, in truth, cowards at heart. Faced with the ferocious knights known as the Dragon and the Beauty, they no longer dared to defy him. Rog suddenly recalled a matter as he watched George struggle to rise from the ground. With a gentle exertion of his mental energy, he lifted the visor of George's helmet. Rog chuckled heartily and remarked, "It is indeed my cousin George. I thought you were serving as a squire in the Knights of the royal capital. What brings you to this humble place to serve as a guard knight?" He instructed a knight to assist the disoriented George onto a horse and selected a seemingly fierce-looking guard knight to accompany him as they set off toward home. As they journeyed, Rog casually inquired, "How have you fared over the past year?" The knight replied, "Thanks to Lord Travis and Lord George, we have been well looked after." "And how is my Uncle Brown? Is he adjusting well to life here?" The knight responded effortlessly, "Lord Brown quite enjoys this place." Rog turned to him, a smile gracing his lips, and said, "Damn it, what are you hiding from me? It seems you are well aware of my identity." Upon hearing this, the knight's demeanor shifted from one of reverence to arrogance. He scoffed and remarked, "My Lord Rog, we have long been loyal followers of Lord Brown. Although Sir George may have inadvertently suffered a fall this time, I trust you are aware that his brother, Lord Blank, possesses even greater martial prowess. I would advise you to ensure that your subordinates exercise caution." Rog was consumed by fury, yet his countenance bore an increasingly cheerful smile. Behind him, Roberski overheard their exchange and resolutely decided that should a conflict arise, he would be the first to charge forth. What a splendid opportunity it would be to unleash a vigorous thrashing upon these provincial brutes, all while demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Such chances do not present themselves lightly. Although Roberski was timid, he could not help but notice that the caliber of these guards fell short compared to the bandits he once commanded. This realization led him to feel a twinge of regret. Had he foreseen this, serving as a bodyguard for a noble would surely have afforded him a more comfortable existence. "Brother," Rog promptly altered his address. The knight huffed in acknowledgement, seemingly pleased. "My younger brother has gained a bit of weight. This axe is rather heavy. Could you assist me in carrying it?" With that, he extended the soul-binding weapon towards the knight. The knight casually reached out to accept the weapon, exclaiming, "Lord Rog, being a knight requires rigorous and prolonged training to be deemed worthy. For instance, oh dear." Rogue has released his grip. The weighty soul-binding plummeted abruptly, the immense pressure rendering the knight's left elbow dislocated. The descent of soul-binding showed no signs of abating, crashing heavily upon the horse's back. What noble steed could possibly thrive in such a meager locale? The horse let out a mournful cry, its legs buckling beneath it, collapsing onto the ground and pinning the knight beneath. Soul-binding showed no mercy, subsequently crashing down upon the knight's thigh, producing a sharp, cracking sound as the knight's femur was crushed. In that moment, the knight could only emit a pained cry, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Roberski's face was as pale as a ghost. He hastily dismounted and hurried a few steps to seize the soul-binding, although he was not particularly strong. The weight of over 300 pounds was not insurmountable for a 7th-level warrior. Nevertheless, lifting the soul-binding caused his face to turn crimson and his neck to strain. He exerted himself to raise the weapon above his head, but Rog effortlessly grasped it and casually hung it at the back of the horse. Only then did Roberski exhale a sigh of relief. The battle axe appeared quite delicate and exquisite. How could it possess such immense weight? Reflecting on how Rog wielded it with apparent ease, as if it bore no weight at all, Roberski's heart sank further. At that moment, Rog cast a profound glance in his direction, and Roberski felt as though that gaze pierced into his very soul. Trembling with fear, he collapsed onto the ground. Rog chuckled softly, turning to spur his horse forward. Roberski hastily mounted his steed and followed suit. The two paid no heed to the knight who lay unconscious on the ground as they rode away with determination. Continuing onward, they soon arrived at the only town within the river's family estate, which was nestled just beyond a gentle hill. The river's residence, a stately white Georgian structure, has stood for over 3 centuries. Its charming white-paneled windows, grand entrance hall, and meticulously manicured lawn had always been Rog's fondest memories from childhood. The two riders entered the town at a leisurely pace. The once vibrant town in Roger's memory has long since vanished. Rog paused silently before a 2-story red brick building. The structure had fallen into disrepair. The oak door was firmly shut, its red paint flaking away in patches. Beside the door stood a copper metal bracket, now corroded and flecked with green from the ravages of time and weather. as the cold wind blew through. Several copper rings that still hung there emitted a faint clanging sound, while the sign that should have been suspended from them had long since vanished. Rog dismounted his horse and gently caressed the oak door, murmuring to Robski, "This was once the only tavern in the town. I fell in love with this place when I was 5, and it remained my favorite haunt until I left home at 15. Astute as he was, Robski understood that this was not the moment for conversation, and instead, he accompanied Rog with a deep sigh. Rogue raised his hand, poised to knock on the door, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the other side of the town, accompanied by the piercing screams of young girls. Without hesitation, Rogue mounted his horse and galloped towards the source of the disturbance, with Roberski closely in tow. The customary smile that adorned Rog's face had vanished without a trace. He halted his steed 15 meters away and gestured towards Roberski. Roberski, having anticipated this moment of loyalty, swiftly unsheathed his sword and spurred his horse forward, bellowing, "Cease at once. You must first inquire with our Lord Rog before attempting to seize anyone." The guards, taken aback by Roberski's unadorned attire, having not yet donned the standard dragon and beauty knightly regalia, hesitated. However, with Rog resplendent in his armor and mounted on a magnificent steed, they exercised caution, refraining from immediate aggression. Roberski, though vocally demanding a halt, did not relent in his actions. With swift precision, he struck twice, causing the swords of 2 armored knights to clatter to the ground as they were disarmed. Seizing the moment, he directed his blade towards the throat of the knight who had grasped the young maiden, prompting the man to tumble from his steed in terror. With a gentle tap of his sword on the horse's hindquarters, the animal, bearing the girl, trotted swiftly towards Rog. The maiden, in her late teens, possessed a cascade of golden hair that flowed like a shimmering waterfall over her shoulders, her tattered garments unable to conceal her youthful vitality. Her skin radiated a crystalline glow, and her delicate nose quivered with each breath, while her azure eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a helpless lamb caught in a tempest. Rog carefully scrutinized the young girl and suddenly exclaimed, "You are Lilith." The girl, through her misty tears, struggled for a long while to recognize him, yet failed to do so. Rog nonchalantly severed the ropes binding her, chuckling, "I am your brother, Rog. Have you truly forgotten?" "Ah," the girl cried out, evidently recalling. Yet she gazed at Rog with a puzzled expression. "Why are you dressed like this, resembling a good man?" Even Rog, with his thick skin, couldn't help but flush slightly. When he left home, Lilith was merely 10 years old, and from her childhood, Rog had frequently teased her by tugging at her braids and lifting her skirts. At that moment, Roberski was fiercely attacking the leading knight, while the remaining guard knights lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in defeat. Rog's keen eyes had already discerned that these individuals had not sustained fatal injuries. They were merely feigning death. Speaking of feigning death, this was a common tactic employed by the Dragons and Beauty's Knight Order. However, while the Dragons and Beauty's Knights feigned death to facilitate a surprise attack, these knights were simply attempting to evade disaster. Though both instances involved pretense of death, the distinction in skill level was undeniable. The leading knight still had some fight left in him, managing to withstand several strikes without falling. Rogue grew impatient, raising his hand to inscribe a magical symbol in the air. The symbol shimmered momentarily before a bolt of lightning surged forth, striking the knight with precision, although this was merely a basic low-tier lightning spell. Rogue's increasing mastery over mental energy rendered its execution remarkably accurate, landing squarely upon the knight's head. The knight had once donned a leather helmet, embellished with glimmering rivets for the sake of grandeur. At this moment, a wisp of black smoke began to emanate from beneath the helm. As the knight sat upright upon his steed, having succumbed to unconsciousness, Rogers recalled the elderly man lying on the ground and dismounted to assist him, only to discover that it was none other than the familiar former mayor. The old man recognized Rogers as well, his trembling form momentarily rendered speechless. 5 years had elapsed, yet the elder appeared to have aged a decade. Together with Lilith, Rogers helped the old man into the house, offering him a few sips of water, which allowed him to gradually regain his composure and recount the unfolding events. It transpired that a year and a half prior, the brother of the late Rivers, Brown, had unexpectedly arrived with his 2 sons, Blank and George. Brown, having once been knighted, barely crossed the threshold into the nobility. For reasons unknown, the elderly Rivers had become subservient to his brother, entrusting him with the entire authority over the estate's management a year ago. Subsequently, under the pretext of ensuring safety, Brown and his sons had brought along over 30 retainers. The financial burden of sustaining these knights and warriors caused the Rivers family's expenses to soar. Brown first declared an increase in the estate's income tax rate, followed by the imposition of a safety tax. Subsequently, an array of various taxes emerged incessantly, culminating in a situation where nearly every household was taxed to an astonishing degree, yet still fell short of satiating the avarice of Brown and his sons. The townsfolk had petitioned the elderly Rivers for relief, but he had turned a blind eye, relegating all matters to Brown. The consequence was that several leading citizens were publicly whipped and then hanged in the square as a grim spectacle, and had it not been for the threat of fatalities, Brown likely would have kept them suspended indefinitely. As the elder spoke of these distressing matters, Lilith could not contain her sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably, while veins pulsed visibly on Roger's forehead in anger. Observing the old man's waning strength, Rogers instructed Lilith to tend to her grandfather without concern for anything else. Noting that the old man's home was devoid of basic necessities, he then directed Rovsky to retain the provisions of cured meat and bread meant for sustenance before stepping outside. Robersky trailed behind Roger, noticing the deep furrow in his brow, and could not help but remark, "My lord, the situation within your territory is not unique. The entire southeastern region of the Alliance is nearly in the same plight. The common folk are merely experiencing varying degrees of hunger. Otherwise, I would not have been able to gather 200 brothers in such a short span of time." "Oh." Roger's eyebrows twitched. "Pray, elaborate on this matter." "My lord, according to the laws of the Alliance, the inheritance of noble titles is rather straightforward. When a duke passes away, not only does the dukedom pass on, but it is often accompanied by several hereditary earldoms, and so forth. Consequently, the number of nobles requiring land continues to rise. The Alliance has enjoyed decades of stability, with little unrest in the southern regions, leading to an increase in the nobility. The nobles are prone to comparison among themselves, unwilling to lower their standards of living. Thus, the additional expenses must be shouldered by the common folk, as there is no other recourse. However, as the number of nobles has increased, the populace has not expanded correspondingly, resulting in the gradual impoverishment of the commoners, which is not mere happenstance. My lord, your territory has not seen starvation among its people, which is already a considerable achievement." Rogmer pondered for a considerable time before speaking. The prosperity of the territory is indeed the source of wealth. If the inhabitants lack provisions for even a single night, what purpose does it serve to impose exorbitant tax rates? For instance, while the import tax might yield a substantial sum in the initial days, who would dare to engage in commerce thereafter? If the last remaining cow is slaughtered, what sustenance will these nobles have in the future? Will they not face starvation as well? Moreover, if the subjects are stripped of their means of survival, will they not inevitably rise in rebellion? Robersky lamented, "Forgive my frankness, but among the nobility, individuals with such foresight as yours are, I fear, exceedingly rare within the entire Alliance. In the eyes of the aristocrats, the common folk likely hold a status not dissimilar to that of cattle. As long as the fine wine flows uninterrupted, the majority of nobles scarcely concern themselves with the well-being of the populace. Who among them would fret over the possibility of a rebellion by mere livestock? Alas, once the lions have consumed all the deer on the plains, they shall ultimately starve. I recall this wisdom being documented in many books. Is not reading a fashionable pursuit among the nobility? Yet, it seems few comprehend such notions. To speak candidly, the literature they peruse consists primarily of popular poetry, and their discussions revolve around the arts. It is indeed the first time I have encountered someone of your stature who delves into the chronicles of power, standing before the milky white entrance." Rog felt a torrent of emotions swell within him. Old Rufus had already received word and had come out to greet him. 5 years had passed, and Rufus's hair had turned completely white. Behind his single crystal lens, his eyes had begun to cloud, though he had to lean on a cane. Rufus still held himself erect, his formal attire impeccably maintained without a wrinkle. Beside him stood a tall, slender elder clad in a brand-new suit, bearing a resemblance to Rufus. Despite the years that had elapsed, Rog immediately recognized this man as Uncle Brown. Rog took 2 eager steps forward, only to be frozen in place by the frigid expression of old Rivers. Brown approached with warmth, guiding Rog into the room. A sudden clatter of hooves came to a halt at the entrance, followed by a thunderous shout. "Who has harmed my brother and my men? Bring forth Lord Blank." Rog maintained his smile, yet his hand trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of coffee, and he caught a glimmer of delight in Brown's eyes. The door to the small parlor was rudely kicked open, revealing a tall, fair-skinned figure clad in knightly attire, followed closely by a towering man nearly 2 meters in height. It appeared that this knightly individual was indeed Lord Blank. Behind Rog, the 2 knights of dragons and beauties regarded the 2 men with indifference. However, should Blanc charge forward, He would likely find an arrow from a crossbow lodged in his throat in an instant. Rog swiftly assessed Blanc, estimating him to be a level 5 knight. Although most of his own dragons and beauties knights fell below that threshold, the outcome of a confrontation could prove quite different. Brown scolded, "Blanc, how dare you be so rude? This is your cousin Rog. We are all family." The phrase family lodged itself in Rog's chest, lingering uncomfortably. With some time still before dinner, Rog sought an excuse to conclude the unpleasant conversation and rode to the home of the Old Town mayor. As dusk approached, Rog, clad in simple attire, sat by the hearth, methodically splitting firewood with a rusty axe while engaging in casual conversation with Lilith and the old mayor. Since Brown had arrived at the Rivers family's domain, the original servants had either perished or scattered. The maid who had helped Rog transition into manhood had hanged herself in the woods outside the town just a month after the arrival of the Brown father and son. Rog reminisced with the old mayor about amusing tales from his childhood, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Almost unnoticed, a soft sound echoed, and a small splash of water erupted upon the floor. Lilith, inadvertently noticing the splash, felt an invisible weight suddenly press upon her chest, and after a moment, she began to weep uncontrollably. She recalled the days when Rog had roamed the territory recklessly, causing harm to others. In contrast to those times, the present felt like a paradise. Roberski quietly slipped in, presenting 2 sheets of paper before discreetly retreating, feigning ignorance of the exchange. These papers contained all the information Rog needed: the town's population, estimated wealth, tax base, and potential tax revenue, among other details. After perusing the documents, Rog casually discarded them into the fireplace. At the Rivers family dinner, the Brown father and son suddenly adopted a much more courteous demeanor towards Rog. Likely influenced by their encounter with the unfortunate knight who had suffered a mishap, George, upon seeing Rog, appeared timid, while only Blanc maintained a semblance of arrogance. Despite having contributed to the lavish spread laid before them, Rog felt a profound discomfort. Thus, he broached the topic of taxation, only to provoke an unexpected outburst from old Rivers, who raged against the cunning subjects that had deceived him for 2 decades. Hiding their wealth and tarnishing his reputation as a baron, Rog endeavored to explain that the townsfolk were already devoid of food for the night, and if this continued, starvation would ensue. Yet, old Rivers dismissed his concerns, questioning what a young man like Rog could possibly understand. Faced with Rivers' obstinacy, Rog inquired about the necessity of maintaining over 30 guards. Blanc interjected, claiming that the nearby bandits were rampant, necessitating precaution. This time, Rog did not hold back. Within 100 miles, there were only large towns or allied camps. What kind of foolhardy bandit would dare strike here? After a moment of contemplation, Blanc argued that they must also guard against foreign marauders. Rog, nearly overwhelmed with indignation, pointed out that the nearest border was over 300 miles away. What foreign brigand could possibly venture this far? As Rog dismantled Blanc's arguments, Brown interjected with a forced laugh, asserting, "I am also part of the Rivers family. Surely I care for my own brother?" With a resounding slap on the table, old Rivers thundered, "What bandits? These ungrateful townsfolk are the real bandits. Were it not for these guards, this house might well have been torn apart." Rog's voice rose in indignation. "What would the townsfolk do to dismantle our home without these fools? Has this house ever been razed when we had not a single guard to defend it?" Old Rivers, his face ashen with fury, bellowed, "This household is under my dominion. This territory and its inhabitants belong to me, Rivers, and my word is law. Should you wish to speak here, wait for my demise." Infuriated further by Brown's remarks, old Rivers pointed an accusatory finger at Rog, exclaiming, "I know you wish to drive me to my grave. You seek to lay claim to these properties. Get out. Leave at once." Rog never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. He felt a chilling sensation gradually descend from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. He turned to glance at his mother, only to find her gazing elsewhere, seemingly indifferent, her expression devoid of warmth. Rog stood by the dining table, gradually rising to his feet, observing the expressions of those gathered in the dining hall before turning and slowly making his way out the door. Each step felt interminable, even as he exited. Neither old Rivers nor his own mother called out to him. The dining hall door slammed shut with a resounding thud, prompting a guard stationed within to emit a derisive snicker. Before the laughter could fade, his eyes rolled back, 2 thin lines of blood gushed from his nostrils, and he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. In that moment, time seemed to freeze within the dining hall. That night, Rog sought refuge at the home of the old mayor, plagued by insomnia. Throughout the night, several brawls erupted in the town, leaving a few dragons and beauties knights injured. while 20 guards were destined to remain bedridden for a month. At dawn, Blank's curses reverberated throughout the small town. Clad in full armor, he charged into the town with several subordinates, only to be struck by a crossbow bolt from Robuski that killed his white horse instantly. Blank, in utter disarray and drenched in cold sweat, understood the message behind Robuski's arrow. Having struck the horse's head, it was equally aimed at his own. From that day forth, the guards would scurry away at the sight of the dragons and beauties knights, who, in turn, would not overreact, merely gesturing with a few middle fingers at their departing figures. Leaving matters at that, the townsfolk enjoyed a rare few days of tranquility. That night, Lilith tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Her heart fluttered with unease. She rose, donned her clothing, and descended the stairs, only to find the armchair in the living room empty. An inexplicable anxiety enveloped her, prompting her to hastily put on her outer garment. As she stepped outside, a shiver ran down her spine, yet she resolutely ventured forth. Lilith was uncertain where to seek Rog, or even why she felt compelled to find him. She simply sensed a faint voice guiding her steps. She wandered through the winter night in the small town. Shadows around her seemed to harbor countless lurking creatures, and it felt as if something was trailing her, its gaze fixed intently upon her back. Increasingly frightened, she could no longer contain herself and began to run, her breath forming clouds of white mist that gradually dissipated behind her. She felt an inviting warmth and safety ahead, and she sprinted faster, only to trip over her own skirt and fall to the ground. Rising, she noticed the fabric of her sleeve had torn at the elbow, but she paid no mind to the blood that trickled from her wound as she pressed on. Turning a corner, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. Before her stood an ancient tree, once cherished by Rog in his youth, and beneath it, a familiar figure was wandering. The stout silhouette was neither tall nor gallant. Yet at that moment, it represented the sole sanctuary in the world, the only warmth. Lilith dashed forward, like a moth drawn to a flame. In that instant, Rog was her only destination. The moth, having finally found solace in the warmth of the fire on that frigid night, may perish in that fleeting moment. Yet it had tasted happiness, however brief. Rog quietly cradled the young girl in his arms, observing as she endeavored to find a comfortable position, only to burst into tears, her snot and tears smearing against Rog's chest. Rog chuckled softly, gently caressing Lilith's hair. The young girl lifted her gaze, her crystalline face adorned with a few glistening tears. Beneath the cool moonlight, her skin, as smooth as fine jade, seemed to be enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow. Suddenly, a wave of tenderness surged within Rog's heart, prompting him to sigh and lean down to kiss the girl's lips. Lilith's entire body stiffened for an instant before melting away like water, plunging into a dizzying oblivion that made her forget everything. The kiss was both innocent and fragrant. She was utterly unaware of how to respond, instinctively drawing from the intoxicating source with fervent eagerness. This tender yet fervent kiss ignited a flame within Rog, compelling him to press his embrace even tighter against the girl's form. Lilith gasped and writhed, her soft curves pressing against Rog's chest, the layers of fabric between them seemingly growing thinner. A fierce blaze erupted beneath the ancient tree, burning with wild intensity. Rog gently loosened the ribbons at the back of the maiden's gown, withdrawing one hand with difficulty. Beneath her garments, he traversed numerous obstacles, gliding along her silken skin until finally ascending to the summit, where he barely managed to grasp the warm softness of her bosom. As his palm brushed against her delicate peak, the maiden suddenly gasped, her frenzied eyes clearing momentarily before two rosy flames ignited upon her cheeks. Lilith clutched desperately at the fabric of Rog's shirt, burying her face deep into the hollow of his shoulder. Pressing her body tightly against his, using her own chest to pin his hand in place, preventing further movement. A smirk curled upon Rog's lips as his fingers subtly tightened. Meeting once more. A barely audible whimper escaped her, yet the maiden offered no further resistance, only clinging to him more fiercely. With a wicked grin, he used his free hand to forcibly tilt her chin upward, compelling her to meet his gaze, while the hand that held her captive suddenly intensified its motions. Lilith writhed desperately, attempting to bury her face into his chest, but to no avail. Rog felt the helpless struggle of the maiden within his grasp, observing the rosy hue that adorned her cheeks, witnessing the transformation of her clear gaze into a state of dazed enchantment. With a gentle smile, he ceased his movements and tenderly cradled Lilith in his embrace. The two remained quietly entwined for an extended period, until Rog lifted Lilith effortlessly and vanished into the night. On the following day, Robuski and several knights of dragons and beauties mysteriously disappeared, yet the majority of the guarding knights lay idly in their beds, too fearful to seize the opportunity for retribution. Rog and Lilith have grown considerably closer. In moments of solitude, they would suddenly embrace and share fervent kisses. At night, Rog would unexpectedly appear in Lilith's chamber, while the gray wolf would stealthily approach the foot of the bed, swiftly burrowing beneath the covers. Before the little lamb could react, it found itself firmly pinned under the wolf's paw. Thus, the gray wolf, salivating, began to savor its conquest, while the lamb struggled, inadvertently heightening the wolf's excitement. As the night deepened, Mrs. Rivers observed the rhythmic sound of old Mr. Rivers snoring and quietly rose to don her garments. She sat before her vanity, gazing at her reflection. In recent days, the incessant presence of Rog had thrown the Rivers household into disarray, and she bore the weight of 2 heavy bags beneath her eyes. Mrs. Rivers strained her eyes, attempting to smooth the wrinkles at their corners. A chill breeze swept through, causing her to shiver. Reluctantly, she tightened her cloak and ventured to ascertain which window had been carelessly left ajar. Such negligent servants truly deserved a stern reprimand. My lady mother. This matter does not concern the servants. Rog had silently taken his place behind Mrs. Rivers. She gasped in surprise, casting a frantic glance towards the bed. Do not worry. He will remain asleep, undisturbed by us. After all, your son is, at the very least, a wizard, is he not? Rog smiled reassuringly. My lady mother. Please do not be so agitated. I have come to inquire about the identity of my father. Mrs. Rivers staggered back, collapsing onto the vanity stool. Why you? How did you know? She gasped, struggling to regain her composure before slowly recounting the story. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Mr. Rivers' brother, Brown, learned of this matter and promptly arrived with his 2 sons. From that moment on, old Mr. Rivers became utterly obedient to his brother, even preparing to bestow the title and lands upon Blanqui and George, for they were indeed the true heirs of the Rivers lineage. Then who is my father? Rog inquired in a low voice. After a moment of silence, he added, You are my mother. Why must you treat me so? Rog smiled and said, I can hardly believe you are my biological mother. Here is some money for you to keep, just in case. Rest assured, now that everything is clear, I shall soon vanish from the Rivers family. Farewell, Baroness Rivers. Lilith, languidly turning in bed, tightened her embrace around the pillow, feeling somewhat perturbed. What was amiss today? It was well past midnight, yet the werewolf had yet to appear. Resolute, she sat up, only to be startled by the sight of the wolf, who had quietly taken a seat at the foot of her bed. In her heart, Rog was enigmatic, endearing, and immensely powerful. Even the formidable Lord Brown and his 2 sons dared not provoke him. Each night, when he arrived, he did so without a sound, materializing unexpectedly. This was hardly surprising. Was he not a magician, after all? And aren't magicians omnipotent? Yet, why did he appear so sorrowful this night? Lilith's intuition was always keen. She sat up and gently wrapped her arms around Rog from behind. She was unaware of the reasons behind his demeanor. There were so many things about Rog that eluded her understanding. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet, she did not wish to know. She simply wanted Rog to understand that in his moments of distress or unhappiness, she would be his refuge, even if dawn heralded the departure of the ship. When a moth flings itself into the flame, who concerns themselves with eternity? I am not Lord Rivers' son, and my biological mother has no intention of sheltering his son. Rog's voice resonated through the night. Lilith gently rubbed her cheek against the back of Rog's neck, indifferent to his lineage. If he were not of noble birth, perhaps their disparity in status would be less pronounced. If Baroness Rivers knew I had been knighted, do you think she would still treat me this way? Rog leaned back against Lilith, speaking with a wistful tone. Lilith was unaware of how Lady Rivers had treated Rog, yet the revelation of his knighthood startled her. Brother Rog, I do not care whether you are a noble knight or an ordinary man. In my heart, there will forever be only one brother Rog, Lilith declared softly. No matter if you feel weary, troubled, or melancholic, I shall always wish to accompany you. Rog abruptly turned, gripping the young girl's shoulders tightly. His face contorted as he whispered, I am not a good person. I no longer have parents, nor a home. Being with me will lead to nothing. Have you ever contemplated these thoughts? Tears streamed down Lilith's cheeks, only to be hastily wiped away. Moments later, she adorned a gentle smile, leaning softly into Rog's embrace. With a sudden rip, the front of her white nightgown was torn away by Rog. Startled, Lilith gasped, instinctively shielding her modesty with her hands. Rog seized the torn fabric and tore it forcefully, reducing the nightgown to 2 ragged pieces before carelessly discarding it upon the floor. Blushing deeply, the girl curled up in the corner of the bed, entirely exposed and helplessly covering her chest. Could it be that he truly intends to proceed? She bit her lower lip, hesitant to raise her gaze, her heart a tumultuous blend of fear and shyness. While she was lost in panic, Rog had already pinned her beneath him, the intimacy of their skin causing her to tremble involuntarily. A sudden, searing pain engulfed her. Lilith turned her head, biting into the pillow, her fingers gripping the bed sheets tightly, occasionally muffling low moans of distress. In the silence of the night, the sound of spring rain fell upon a small building. In this otherworldly realm, a few zombies wandered at the foot of the mountain, futilely searching for sustenance to quell their insatiable hunger. Suddenly, as if responding to an unseen command, they all turned in unison towards the plains. From their hiding places, more zombies emerged, their hollow eyes fixated on the same distant point. Beyond the plains lay an endless expanse of gray mist. This tangible fog was pushed aside by an invisible force as Fengyue emerged from the haze, scythe in hand. A throng of zombies encircled her, however, as lowly undead beings. They instinctively recoiled in fear from the far superior Fengyue, retreating like a receding tide. Only a few zombie lords led a cadre of 20 or so zombie warriors to block her path. Yet, as Fengyue drew closer, several of the warriors could no longer withstand their trepidation and began to withdraw. The zombie lords advanced slowly, one of them distinct from the others. Not clad in deep black, but in a light brown hue, with sinewy muscles coiled in a display of formidable presence. It approached Fengyue, its mouth moving in silent communication. Fengyue stood firm, engaging in a wordless exchange with the two powerful undead beings. Rogue was enveloped in the gentleness of Lilith, violently ravaging the lush body beneath him, as if seeking to expel the heaviness that had weighed upon him for days. Within him, a tumultuous tide surged, crashing against the dam of his restraint. Occasionally, a towering wave would even breach the long embankment. Suddenly, the silent winds cried out, and with a powerful thrust, the wings unfurled behind him, exuding an aura that compelled the undead warriors to retreat, while the weaker ones began to flee in panic. The leading zombie lord appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet before it could dwell on its surprise, the scythe wielded by the wind had already sliced through the air, aimed diagonally at its neck. Though most zombie lords moved sluggishly, this one was different. It swiftly raised its arms to shield its throat. With a dull thud, the scythe merely left a shallow mark upon its remarkably tough limbs. In that instant of contact, a burst of violet electrical energy erupted, yet astonishingly, the zombie lord remained unscathed. Typically, zombie lords possess a degree of magical resistance, particularly against various forms of lightning magic, while exhibiting no resistance to fire-based spells. This rare zombie lord, however, demonstrated an exceptional level of magical immunity, rendering it invulnerable to the electrical assault that accompanied the scythe. Nonetheless, no matter how formidable a zombie lord may be, it is still a zombie, incapable of rivaling the speed of the wind. With wings that flared and folded, wind darted across the ground and soared through the air, tracing enigmatic arcs. It circled around the leading zombie lord, occasionally leaping from the ground to soar just over its head, only to be seemingly grasped by an invisible hand, swiftly landing behind it to sever the arm of an unsuspecting zombie lord. Observing Wind's movements was an unsettling experience, evoking an indescribable discomfort. Wind materialized before the leading zombie lord, coming to a standstill. All surrounding zombies had been thoroughly dispatched. Rog finally ascended to the pinnacle of ecstasy, letting out a low growl akin to that of a beast as he clung tightly to the maddeningly pristine form of Lilith, striving to penetrate her depths. With each tremor, his taut body and frayed nerves gradually relaxed. Fengyue suddenly gripped the handle of her scythe with her left hand, while her right transformed into a claw. Its bones no longer mere bones, but rather enveloped in a layer of black, glistening with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of a demon's hand. With a piercing shriek, she plunged her right hand, like a dagger into rotting wood, deep into the chest of the zombie lord. The zombie lord attempted to evade, yet found himself ensnared upon the blade's tip, rendered immobile as he could only watch helplessly as Fengyue's hand delved into his chest. Grasping his heart, she caressed it gently before tightening her grip, crushing it with a resounding pop. The storm had finally passed. Although Lilith was youthful and vibrant, she now felt utterly fatigued. On the brink of slumber, Rog lay quietly upon the bed, relishing the ease that followed indulgence. In the aftermath of their fierce battle, amidst a sea of corpses, Fengyue stood alone, resolute. After a moment, she turned to depart, and the gray mist seemed to recoil in fear of her presence, parting automatically. As she stepped into the mist, it slowly closed behind her once more. Rog sat up from the bed and slowly donned his clothes. Lilith turned over, facing inward, seemingly still asleep. Rog gently caressed her hair, allowing it to entwine around his fingers for a long while, as if he were finally summoning the resolve to rise and stand on the floor. Lilith's back gently heaved, and Rog gazed at the elegant curve of her silhouette, letting out a soft sigh. Though the young woman harbored deep affection for him, in Rog's heart, she was merely a way station on his journey. Lisha, I shall depart from here early tomorrow morning. You should not remain here any longer. Unrest is imminent in the Rivers family's domain. Take your grandfather. Sigh. Just take him to Lyre City. I have left some money for you. Be cautious on your journey. Rogue hesitated for a moment longer, and Lilith could no longer contain her tears. Just go, hurry and leave. Why must you wait until I cry? Depart now. With a sigh, Rogue stepped out. At the break of dawn, he, accompanied by his loyal knights, embarked on the journey homeward. He galloped his steed up a small hill by the roadside, silently gazing at the quaint village and the River's estate shrouded in morning mist. Winter mornings are the coldest moments of the day. The biting wind, laden with damp fog, mercilessly penetrated the knights' collars. Some dragon and beauty knights were already muttering curses against the wretched, dreary weather. Robersky took a step forward and inquired, "My lord, shall we proceed in this manner? Would you like me to?" As he spoke, he made a downward waving gesture. Rob pondered for a moment before growling. Of course, this cannot be left unresolved. Leave a few men behind, and tonight, ensure that Brown's 2 sons are rendered impotent. Be sure to execute it with precision. The River's bloodline? Furthermore, should Lilith decide to leave the town, have 2 individuals accompany them for protection, preventing any petty thieves from taking advantage. Once his orders were given, Rog gazed quietly at the slumbering town. After a brief pause, he took out a tattered piece of white nightgown, faintly imbued with the delicate fragrance of a young girl. He smiled bitterly, letting the fabric slip from his fingers, whereupon the wind carried it down the hillside to become ensnared upon a branch. Shortly thereafter, a delicate white hand retrieved the gown from the branch, and from a dilapidated cart on the road, an aged voice called out, "Lilith, why have we stopped so suddenly?" "It's nothing, grandfather. Oh, the wind is so strong. My eyes are stinging. Once we reach Riel City, everything will be all right. We have never been to such a grand city before." As Rog journeyed under the cover of night towards Riel City, Eater was meticulously preparing himself. This year, deep blue was the color of choice among the nobility, and he had ordered a bespoke deep blue cloak. Beneath it lay a finely crafted dark green chainmail, with golden trim that showcased the wealth and youth of its owner. Coupled with the emblem of a mage at the cloak's corners, Eater's dual mastery of magic and martial prowess became evident. Eater adjusted his attire with care, dabbing a hint of perfume behind his ears. This Catalan poem fragrance was reputed to stir the coldest of hearts, thus it was exceedingly precious. Eater had spent 30 gold coins to acquire a small vial, which he reserved for only the most significant occasions. However, tonight was different. Isabella had finally consented to dine with him, igniting a joyful flutter within Eater's heart, accustomed as it was to the company of flowers. Since Mist had been summoned to the war goddess Hammer, Isabella no longer needed to tidy Eater's quarters, which caused him considerable distress as he dared not offend the notoriously temperamental Mist. Thus, he could only seize the opportunity to pester her during her regular visits to the church thrice a week. Now that success seemed within reach, he had to prepare thoroughly. Noting that there was still time to spare, Eater meticulously groomed his appearance before the mirror. The reflection revealed a tall and handsome figure, exuding a touch of ruggedness. A faint scar grazed his left cheek, adding an air of gallant charm, while his slightly fuller lips lent an additional measure of masculinity. Eater was quite pleased with his appearance, though he was frustrated by how slowly time dragged on, the sun stubbornly refusing to descend from the sky. He paced around his room, occasionally striking poses before the mirror to confirm his tall and handsome visage. At long last, as dusk fell, Eater rushed towards the door, calling out for the servants to prepare his horse, and with a clatter of hooves, he galloped away. An inconspicuous courier carriage came to a halt before an opulent hotel, where the doorman, evidently well-trained, approached with unwavering enthusiasm. His graceful movements as he opened the carriage door were complemented by a respectful bow that did not lack in sincerity. A person of modest stature, draped in a black hooded cloak, alighted from a carriage, casting a few discerning glances at the hotel and its attendants, and remarked with a satisfied smile, "This Helen Hotel has always exuded such a comforting ambience. It has been 6 months since my last visit." 2 more individuals disembarked from the vehicle. The foremost boasted a head of short, light golden hair, with deep, tranquil blue-gray eyes, while the second possessed strikingly straight, rare black hair cascading to his shoulders. His visage so handsome that it bordered on the ethereal, with eyes that, at first glance, appeared as dark as the night sky, yet upon closer inspection revealed a profound hue of blue. These two were none other than Kate and Franco. Following the attainment of divine martial prowess, Kate's entire demeanor had transformed, emanating an air of sacred solemnity in her every gesture. Bishop Hart, since arriving in Lille, had found his brothers lacking in surplus wealth. Now that the hammer of the war god business was thriving, they finally dared to invite Bishop Hart for a conversation. Without Helen, it would be inconceivable for a humble establishment to match the stature of Bishop Hart, Franco remarked intimately. The cloaked figure was indeed Gernard Hart, the bishop, once a bestower of honors upon many a noble scion and a recipient of holy water, under the guidance of an attendant. The trio ascended to the 5th floor and settled into a quiet little room. Though slightly cramped, this chamber faced Lille's most bustling thoroughfare, and from its window, one could behold a vibrant panorama of lights and revelry. The room was adorned in a vintage style, with tables, chairs, and cutlery embellished with intricate and lavish designs. Fortunately, the furnishings were sparse, comprising merely a table and 4 chairs, along with a coat rack, thus avoiding a sense of overcrowding. On the walls hung a piece from the later, more eccentric years of a master painter, though it was merely a replica. To an aficionado like Franco, this imitation captured the essence of the master and was undoubtedly of considerable worth. However, to Kate and Bishop Gernard, it appeared as a haphazard arrangement of color blocks devoid of meaning. Beneath the carpet of the small room lay a diminutive magical circle, capable of entirely preventing the conversations within from reaching beyond its confines. This was the true value of the chamber, for maintaining a magical circle incurs substantial costs, even for such a rudimentary enchantment. Consequently, the average affluent individual would shy away from dining or indulging in coffee within such quarters. The meal was quite simple. Following the appetizers, there were several seafood dishes, comprising merely a single fish, yet it was undeniably fresh. Lille is considerably distant from the sea, and given that it was winter, these oceanic delicacies must have been swiftly transported by unrelenting steeds from the coast to retain such vibrant flavor. Were they frozen, the taste would have suffered immensely. The wine was an exquisite vintage, aged over 70 years. Yet what truly astonished the trio was the revelation that the serving maid was a half-elf slave. Elves seldom mingled with humans, rendering half-elves exceedingly rare. Typically, half-elves are strikingly handsome males or breathtakingly beautiful females, sought after as prized possessions by the elite. The presence of a half-elf maiden as a server was a delightful surprise to the 3 seated at the table. Just as they were pondering this unexpected turn of events, a knock sounded at the door, and a figure entered. He was not tall, but rather portly to the extent that he could easily accommodate 2 Francos within his girth. He was as tall and robust as Kate, easily fitting into a half. The genuine and joyous smile on the rotund man's face rivaled that of Roger S. as he entered and greeted Kate and Franco with an intimacy that could not be surpassed. These two must indeed be Sir Kate and Sir Franco, exuding an extraordinary charm and elegance. I am Jingu, currently managing Helen for my esteemed employer. As for this gentleman, though I do not know him, it is evident he has long occupied a high position, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, standing before you. Even I feel as though I could bask in a touch of divine glory. Could he possibly be a master of light magic? Gernard Hart is merely an 8th-level priest, capable of wielding light magic only up to the 4th tier, hardly qualifying as a master. Yet, this unfamiliar rotund man, Jingu, upon their first encounter, discerned that he was indeed employing light magic, which filled him with immense joy. Could it be that his magical prowess had recently surged, unbeknownst to him? Bishop Gernard Hart instantly felt a surge of goodwill towards Jingu, while Kate and Franco remained skeptical. Noticing their dubious expressions, Jingu promptly elucidated, "My employer is Lord Stanich. Just 2 days ago, upon receiving goods ordered from the hammer of the god of war, my master was overjoyed. He specifically instructed me to invite several esteemed individuals from the hammer of the god of war to Helen for leisure, and furthermore, that any future visits by the gentleman to Helen would be met with a 50% discount. I had yet to extend the personal invitation when, to my surprise, the 2 of you had already arrived at my humble establishment. Haha, I had described your appearances in detail to each of my servants, so as soon as you arrived, they promptly informed me. This dispelled their doubts. Kate then inquired with a smile, "Where's your Lord Stanich?" Jingu replied, "My master has an appointment with Marquis Abbiati today, apparently heading to Night Elves. Franco and Kate exchanged knowing glances, chuckling mysteriously, leaving Jingu utterly bewildered. After Jingu departed, the three dismissed the half-elf maid and began to eat while discussing matters. Bishop Gernard Hart, with a heavy hand, playfully pinched the half-elf's backside, eliciting a cry of surprise from her, and only then was he satisfied to let her go. It turned out that this esteemed bishop was 51 years old. Having followed Cardinal Burke for over 20 years, consistently serving as Burke's most trusted confidant. Within the Bavarian Duchy diocese, he held a position just below that of the cardinal. Cardinal Burke, now 57, had become a cardinal 7 years ago, taking charge of the Bavarian Duchy diocese. In his youth, Burke was once the second youngest cardinal, renowned for his profound mastery of light magic, boasting a level 16 proficiency that was second only to the Pope within the Church. However, over the past 7 years, Burke's ranking among the cardinals had fallen from 8th to 11th, and the Pope had expressed significant dissatisfaction with Burke's inability to extend the divine light of the Church of Light throughout the entire Rhine Alliance. The battle at the Temple of Oedipus had also brought Burke great joy. A young saintess, Vina, whose origins were unknown, had achieved a level 16 proficiency in light magic at such a tender age, given time. It was not impossible for the Church of Light to see a female pope emerge. However, after the death of Cardinal Bruin, the Pope surprisingly appointed a relatively unknown bishop, nearly 36 years of age, to fill the position of cardinal. During the ceremony bestowing the cardinal's robes, this individual astonishingly displayed a divine power reaching up to level 17. Once again leaving Burke in shock. Burke had initially presumed that the Pope possessed only level 16 power, and at the venerable age of 90. He expected that his command over light magic would have diminished, although he himself had not progressed over the years. He thought it would be a simple matter to outshine the aging and increasingly confused Pope. However, with this new figure's emergence, Burke's calculations were utterly dashed, leading him to engage in greed and debauchery, abandoning all restraint. In his despair, Burke redirected his ire towards the esteemed Bishop Hart, vehemently reproaching him for his boasting and flattery, claiming that his divine power was meager and his efforts ineffectual. Hart, feeling unjustly accused, pondered how he could have dared to flatter Burke daily if the cardinal had not encouraged such behavior. Had he not always ensured Burke's comfort through his compliments? As for the alleged inadequacy of his divine power, Burke had been aware of this 2 decades prior. Why was he only expressing it now? Naturally, Hart confined his grievances to his thoughts, continuing to shower Burke with praise until he had once again managed to soothe the cardinal before departing. From that point onward, Burke began to ardently promote newcomers. The 2 bishops now serving alongside Hart were both under 40, yet remarkably astute and capable, each wielding the power of level 12 light mages. Any significant matters were gradually entrusted to these 2, leaving Hart relegated to the sidelines. Bishop Nard Hart, indeed limited in talent, took an exhausting 2 hours to convey even the simplest of matters. By the time Kate and Franco managed to untangle the threads of the discussion, Hart was already inebriated, slumped over the table, and unable to rise. Kate assisted Hart to his feet and made her way upstairs. Franco followed closely behind, whispering, "Compared to the other 2 bishops, this Hart has clearly lost favor. Our efforts to gain his trust have been considerable. Is it truly worthwhile?" While Hart's burden was significant, it did not weigh heavily on Kate. She shook her head and lowered her voice, replying, "My father has repeatedly told me that those in high positions, no matter how foolish they may appear, possess unique merits. We have indeed encountered the other 2 bishops, who are undeniably capable and promising, yet they exude an arrogance that makes me uneasy. Even if we were to offer them a fortune in gold, they may not regard us with the respect we desire. Should we ever seek their assistance, they might reveal a different countenance altogether." Franco, enlightened, nodded in agreement. "You have a point. In retrospect, Hart's approach is indeed much more measured. Although he too is drawn to wealth and pleasure, he does not make excessive demands. Perhaps I have been too opportunistic." The other 2 bishops, rising rapidly, would undoubtedly look down upon us. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Kate, at the servant's gesture, pushed open the door to an opulent chamber and gently placed Bishop Hart upon the sofa. She then remarked, "Indeed, we currently have little need for the Church's assistance. In terms of forming connections, I find Bishop Hart to be the more trustworthy choice." Franco summoned the half-elf maiden, instructing her to ensure that Bishop Hart was well attended to before departing alongside Kate. The half-elf girl removed the inebriated Bishop Hart's garments and proceeded to the bathroom to draw a warm bath. No sooner had she left than Hart turned over and sat up, casting a satisfied glance towards the door through which Kate and Franco had exited. He nodded with a smile and then reclined back, ready to indulge in the gentle comforts of the night. As the night deepened, it marked the peak of activity for the Dark Elves. The entrance boasted an exclusive parking area that exuded opulence, filled with an array of luxurious carriages as dusk fell. Those of modest means or lesser status felt a tinge of embarrassment to pass through this grand spectacle without adornments for their vehicles. At this moment, however, two unadorned carriages stood proudly at the entrance of the Dark Elves, from which emerged a portly gentleman and a slender figure. They exchanged smiles and linked arms, entering together, the wealthy Stanich and the Marquis Abiady. Stanich and Marquis Abiady had shared a long-standing acquaintance, marked by both camaraderie and rivalry. Stanich boasted immense wealth with substantial annual income, while Marquis Abiady, with his ancient lineage and vast territories, had amassed a treasure trove of invaluable heirlooms over centuries, ensuring he was never at a disadvantage. The two rented the most opulent suite within the Dark Elves' establishment to discuss the harvest of the Marquis's lands for the year. This suite, rather than merely being a room, resembled a small mansion, with a hall spacious enough to host a party for 30 to 50 guests, accompanied by 3 bedrooms, each with its own private bath. Every detail, from the grand crystal chandelier to the delicate porcelain fruit dishes, spoke of luxury unattainable by the average household. Due to their years of collaboration, the two swiftly finalized this year's contract with just a few exchanged words, paving the way for the evening's main event. A graceful maid entered the hall, leading a procession of enchanting women for their selection. The Dark Elves indeed presented a remarkable spectacle. Among the women were 2 half-elves and a genuine Dark Elf. The Dark Elf bore magical symbols etched on her exposed shoulders, evidently designed to suppress her powers and prevent her escape. The other human girls varied in demeanor, some innocent, others alluring, some elegant, and a few pitifully delicate, each embodying their respective archetype of beauty. After a moment of mutual deference, Stanich ultimately took the lead in making his selection. The stout gentleman pointed decisively at the Dark Elf. Abiady raised an eyebrow, sensing that Stanich's intentions were less than innocent. The female Dark Elf was not only a natural sorceress, but also an exceptional warrior. Although the means by which she had been subdued remained a mystery, her innate physical prowess and reflexes were still intact. To conquer such a creature in the bedroom would require far more than mere brute strength. In the past, Stanich had proven to be ineffectual, barely able to muster the energy for a cup of hot tea, so what emboldened him now to choose such a formidable enchantress? Had he truly found renewed vigor, or perhaps discovered some elixir of vitality? The Marquis, with a cunning mind, harbored suspicions internally while maintaining an impassive facade. He indicated a delicate young maiden, seemingly around the age of 16 or 17. Stanich was equally taken aback. This young lady was notorious among the elusive night elves for her untamable nature. Though she appeared innocent, she was, in truth, remarkably bold. Should a man falter in his endeavors, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of vitriol, spreading her complaints far and wide. Ironically, this very trait made her a coveted prize among the noble elite and wealthy, leading to a continuous stream of suitors vying for her favor. As he gently rotated a magnificent ring upon his thumb, Stanich felt an immediate sense of calm. The ring, exquisitely crafted and ostentatiously designed, boasted a colossal fire opal that dazzled the eye. This design had been personally commissioned by Rog, perfectly resonating with the desires of the corpulent gentleman. With a hearty laugh, Stanich took the Dark Elf by the hand and led her into the chamber. As the rotund figure disappeared into the bedroom, Marquis Abiady found himself unconsciously rubbing a ring on his middle finger with his thumb, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This ring, fashioned from two-tone gold, was adorned with a row of tiny fire diamonds that formed the initials of the Marquis's name. Unassuming yet elegant, its beauty lay in its graceful lines and simplistic design, a concept devised by Franco. A boundless springtime aura permeated the room. The doors to both bedrooms were intentionally left ajar, and a symphony of passionate cries and moans echoed, intertwining with one another. Half an hour slipped by like water through fingers, silent and unnoticed. A servant quietly cracked open the hall door, eavesdropping on the electrifying tumult within. With a look of envy and disbelief, he gently closed the door behind him. Amidst the flickering magical flames, Stanich felt as though the entire room was gently swaying. He was breathless, beads of sweat cascading down his body. The Dark Elf beneath him lay languidly upon the bed, her skin as dark and smooth as satin, glistening with droplets of perspiration. At this moment, She was too exhausted to reciprocate Stanich's fervent movements, merely surrendering to his fervor. Stanich, too, was at a loss for words. Despite the magical ring known as the Hammer of the War God and the Fountain of Youth sustaining him, he was not invulnerable. Though his exterior was iron, his core remained fragile. After enduring for so long, he wondered how that old codger remained so vigorous. Surely, something was amiss. Eventually, Stanich could no longer hold out, letting out a mighty roar as he succumbed. Once he paused to catch his breath and listened, he realized that the sounds from the other side had ceased entirely, filling him with unexpected joy. The dark elf beneath him weakly remarked, "Over there, it ended 5 minutes ago." "My lord, are you truly human?" Stanich erupted into a raucous laugh, his hefty frame springing lightly to the ground, causing a cacophony of clattering dishes throughout the room. He hastily donned his garments and eagerly rushed into the hall, where he found Marquis Abiyati sitting upon the sofa, his face ashen and gasping for air. Beside him, the young beauty appeared boneless, languidly leaning against the Marquis, her eyes half open, devoid of any spark. For years, Stanich had been firmly dominated in bed by the Marquis Abiyati. But now, having achieved his vengeance, he reveled in unparalleled joy. A glance at the enchanted hourglass on the wall revealed it was fixed at 1 hour and 5 minutes, prompting him to smile radiantly. Although the Marquis was both furious and vexed, he still managed to bring this little sprite to submit completely, which he considered a significant achievement. The two scrutinized each other, baffled by the other's sudden display of valor, and inadvertently noticed the rings adorning their fingers. The vibrant crimson of the fire diamonds caused their hearts to skip a beat. However, being seasoned schemers, neither dared to voice this realization. Such matters spread swiftly in aristocratic circles. The following afternoon, nearly every notable noble family hosted tea gatherings centered around the tale of Stanich and the Marquis, who had seemingly blossomed anew and heroically conquered the two diminutive dark elves. Countless ladies who had heard the tale hurriedly made their way to visit friends and family, eager to embellish the astonishing news. The homes of Stanich and the Marquis became bustling with visitors, as numerous so-called friends, both past and present, sought an audience. More nobles left their calling cards at the gate, hoping to receive invitations for tea or dinner at an opportune time. If possible, they wished for the two to grace their family gatherings with their presence. Those of insufficient rank to receive invitations sought ways to inquire about the relatives of the two men, hoping to glean snippets of information. As night fell amidst the whispers of gossip, the two little dark elves, who had unwittingly become the evening's supporting characters, announced a week of rest during which they would not entertain any visitors. This declaration was akin to tossing a torch into a dry forest in autumn, igniting the flames of rumor fervently. Stanich and Abiyati found themselves joyously troubled. They had never anticipated that a single night of rivalry would lead to such an outcome. While it was manageable with acquaintances, dealing with certain long-standing friends proved to be a different challenge altogether. Unable to withstand the relentless torment day and night, they eventually confided their secret to a few close companions on the third day. The market price of fire diamonds suddenly soared, and so did that of fine gold. Visitors to the Hammer of the War God increased dramatically, creating a ceaseless stream of patrons. Various carriages clogged the entrance to the Hammer, and in the struggle for a spot, drivers often found themselves in heated disputes. Over the ensuing days, all the noble rogues were left utterly exhausted. Those brave enough to place orders were either exceptionally wealthy or of high rank, and none were individuals to offend lightly. Yet, avoiding offense proved to be no simple task. Each order was difficult to decline. Initially, they cited a lack of materials as an excuse, but soon, patrons began arriving with ample supplies of fire diamonds and fine gold. Since accepting the orders became inevitable, the timing of deliveries, who would receive theirs first, became a complex matter. These esteemed guests were all high-minded and proud, and none were willing to yield to the others. Determining the hierarchy among the Deputy Minister of Finance, the Captain of the Ducal Guard, or the Commissioner of Law and Politics is a daunting task, particularly for someone who is not a seasoned veteran of the bureaucracy. The distinction lies not merely in the elevation of their positions but is also contingent upon the Duke's favor towards each individual, their personal abilities and moral character, the prominence of their beloved friends and family, as well as the esteemed status of their relatives. Even the beauty of a certain individual's sister or daughter, who is yet to be promised to another, becomes a significant consideration. Among the guests are those who harbor deep-seated grievances against one another, stemming from ancestral disputes, such as one's grandfather having preemptively purchased a fine horse reserved by another's grandfather. or the sale of ancestral jewels by one's father during times of financial hardship to the other family, which they now seek to reclaim but refuse to return. The reasons for enmity are myriad, some even tracing back over 8 centuries. Initially, Rog and his companions held no interest in these ancient grievances. However, in the matter of contesting the ring, neither side was willing to yield an inch. To persuade Rog and his cohort, both factions repeatedly accused each other of treachery, asserting that their familial legacies and misdeeds had been inherited from their forebears, with blood running as dark as the devil's own. The ring, they insisted, must not be sold to the opposing party, lest they fall victim to deception. To bolster their arguments, they presented countless examples. Over the course of several days, the noble rogues became privy to a plethora of astonishing scandals lurking behind the facades of numerous illustrious families, thereby broadening their horizons. As the competition intensified, the price inevitably soared. Securing the Fountain of Youth ring emerged not solely as a testament to one's wealth, but gradually transformed into a symbol of status and prestige. Ultimately, these grand nobles, possessing considerable influence, were aware that the mastermind behind the hammer of the war god was Afarak, making it imprudent to demand it outright. However, their attempts to negotiate proved exhausting. FaZe labored tirelessly, requiring a full 15 days to forge a single Fountain of Youth ring. The third ring encased a level 4 magical enhancement of the regeneration spell, rendering its effectiveness superior, yet also increasing its complexity. After working diligently for 17 days, he still needed 2 more days to complete it. FaZe, lacking the ability to wield the advanced magic himself, struggled to grasp its intricate nuances, thus possessing little knowledge on how to apply spells of level 5 or higher within magical equipment. There is no shortcut to cultivating magical prowess, and FaZe, who is not known for his diligence, often finds himself distracted during meditation. The prospect of attaining level 12 to utilize level 6 magic seems a distant dream. Consequently, the high-level magical equipment that FaZe produces tends to be rather commonplace, lacking in distinctive features. The number of magicians is already sparse, and alchemists must possess an innate brilliance among magicians, making them even rarer. The path of magic is vast and unbounded, with the growth of magical power requiring prolonged dedication. Most magicians hover around the 10th level throughout their lives. As an alchemist, one must also grapple with the challenge of balancing time and energy between the realms of magic and alchemical craft. Most alchemists find themselves torn between 2 pursuits, ultimately excelling at neither. Consequently, the items they forge often lack uniqueness, resulting in a uniformity that diminishes the allure of magical equipment and renders high-quality pieces exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, even these commonplace magical artifacts command a significant price due to their scarcity. After all, a superior piece of equipment could very well save one's life in future battles, prompting adventurers to willingly invest all their resources in acquiring a suitable item. Upon reaching the milestone of level 10 in magical prowess, FaZe fervently dedicated himself to the study of alchemy. Despite his limited magical capacity, he proved to be an exceptional and rare talent in the field, possessing an innate sensitivity to magical forces. Thus, he mastered all low-tier spells with remarkable finesse, coupled with an in-depth understanding of magical runes that allowed him to innovate and create peculiar new items. One such creation, the Eternal Fountain Ring, was born from his modifications to an etched magical array, seamlessly blending the powers of regeneration and the strength of the bull. Its effects concentrated at the root of happiness, rendering it a prized possession for men. Such results could never be achieved by merely casting regeneration and bull's strength separately. Of course, given FaZe's somewhat enigmatic personality, it is likely that his initial motives for researching the Eternal Fountain were not entirely altruistic. One fateful night, a group of noble ruffians gathered in FaZe's laboratory. On the uppermost floor of his establishment lay a modest tea room and study, cluttered with an array of magical tomes, scrolls, and scattered notes. Oddly shaped beakers, measuring cylinders, and vials were carelessly placed amidst the piles of books and atop the shelves. A spacious writing desk bore the weight of 2 towering stacks of thick volumes, interspersed with sheets of manuscripts adorned with sketches of equipment and dense magical symbols. Above, the ceiling was etched with a magical array, at the center of which a vibrant white magical flame danced and flickered, casting a brilliant light throughout the room. This flame possessed unique properties, according to FaZe. Objects illuminated by the ordinary yellow magical flame exhibited slight color changes, while those under the scrutiny of his specially studied white flame retained their true hues. In the realm of magical experimentation, Even minor discrepancies in material coloration could lead to significant deviations in the control of heat, potentially resulting in the failure of an entire piece of equipment. Amidst the chaos, this remarkably disordered study was the only space in Faye's building designated for receiving guests. Faye directed two dwarves to clear a section in the center of the room, laying down thick cushions and a small table for the noble ruffians to settle. Aware that no consumables were to be found in Faye's domain, they had brought their own coffee and snacks. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of coffee sipping and biscuit crunching, while Faye seized this rare opportunity to rest and partake in a bite to eat. Clearing his throat, Kate was the first to break the silence. Sitting here idly serves no purpose. Let us first assess the situation at hand. Franco retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and scrutinized it closely before speaking slowly. Today, there are 22 patrons wishing to procure this fountain of youth, including 5 esteemed guests who must place orders, such as the Minister of Finance of the Duchy and the uncle of the Grand Duchess, coupled with previous orders from esteemed clients. We must produce at least 21 magical rings. According to Faye's current pace, this will require a year. Faye was taken aback, standing up and exclaiming vehemently, "What? You expect me to toil on this wretched contraption for an entire year? Absolutely not. I would rather die than comply. Even if it meant abstaining from women for a year, I would resolutely refuse." Rod looked at Fess with a sympathetic expression, then dropped a bombshell. The troubling news had evidently reached the capital. An envoy from the Deputy Minister of Police of the Rhine Alliance had traveled day and night from the capital and arrived at the shop this afternoon, expressing a desire to order 3 magical rings. While this matter could be temporarily set aside, it would likely require our attention in the future. If the royalty of the 3 great empires were to place an order, we could not refuse. I even suspect that the church would become one of our major clients. Fess, oh Fess, to have discovered the fountain of eternal youth is to ensnare yourself. Fess stood frozen for a moment, his face pale, and with a pained cry, he fell backward, staring up at the heavens. Luns rushed forward to catch him, laughing with malicious glee. Kate remarked ominously, "Fess, these rings cannot be forged by others, so you must be cautious not to be captured. When that happens, your cries will go unanswered, and the earth will heed you no more." Suddenly, a small bronze bell hanging in the room began to shake violently, and 3 flashes of lightning streaked across the sky outside, followed by a piercing scream. A figure clad in black, resembling a thief, was struck simultaneously by 3 bolts of lightning from the trees, rooftops, and corners of the house. He convulsed in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, triggering a shockwave trap. The force propelled him into the air, tumbling several times before he landed again. Unable to move, 3 shadowy figures leaped into the courtyard from outside the walls, rushing towards the body of the first black-clad man. Unfortunately, at that very moment, a wall of fire suddenly ignited across the entire courtyard, leaving the airborne figures unable to alter their course. Like moths drawn to a flame, they plunged into the inferno. Their varied screams merged into a singular, anguished wail that echoed through the night, causing all who lurked in the darkness to shudder. As the 3 emerged from the firewall, their bodies charred and reeking of burnt flesh, calamity struck again. With a cacophony, several skeletons emerged from the ground in the courtyard, 2 guarding the back door of Fess's small building, while the others rushed forward to pummel the 3 scorched thieves mercilessly. Filling the air with cries of pain and despair, a massive sword spider suddenly burst forth from its shadowy lair, its elevated front claws glinting ominously as it surveyed the courtyard with an air of authority before retreating into the shadows on the opposite side. The silhouettes atop the walls and treetops trembled and stealthily withdrew. However, there are always those bold enough to take risks. As the firewall in the courtyard flickered out and the skeletons were still occupied with punishing the intruders, a shadowy figure darted over the wall like lightning. Clearly a thief with formidable stealth skills. Yet the skeletons, with their innate sensitivity to living presences, turned their gaze towards the direction of the approaching figure. Swift as the wind, the newcomer reversed his grip on his short sword, slicing through the necks of 2 skeletons that blocked his path. Without glancing at the 2 skulls soaring into the air, he lunged towards the back door of the small building. The 2 guarding skeletons, each wielding a rusted knife, took their stances, ready to engage this intruder in a deadly confrontation. The undead are devoid of fear. Even when aware of their inferiority, they engage in battle nonetheless. The man, on the verge of clashing with the skeletal guardian, deftly pivoted, launching himself towards the 3rd-floor window. This unexpected maneuver caught the guardian creatures off guard. The sword spider, which had just charged forward, missed its target and stumbled, entangling itself with the guarding skeletons. The massive and heavy form of the sword spider instantly crushed several ribs of two skeletons beneath its weight, as the man reveled in his triumph. A sudden tightness gripped his calf, causing his ascending body to freeze midair. Upon closer inspection, he discerned two bony wings unfurling behind the skeleton, hovering in the air, their eye sockets aglow with flames, as if mocking him. Before he could utter a scream, an enormous scythe descended upon him with brutal force. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The unprecedented size of the scythe gradually magnified in his vision, his breath caught in his throat, as terror washed over him like a deluge, rendering his muscles rigid and his ability to resist powerless. As the blade approached, a fierce wind whipped through his hair, and just before the blade made contact, he succumbed to overwhelming dread, letting out a cry and collapsing into unconsciousness. This act of surrender, ironically, saved his life. Feng Wei had clearly not anticipated his sudden downfall, causing the scythe to slice through empty air. Momentarily stunned, she carelessly tossed him among the skeletons, adding a foreign accent to the already cacophonous screams in the courtyard. Feng Wei retracted her bony wings and blended back into the throng of skeletons. The individuals in the small building listened intently to the commotion from the backyard until only the cries of the thieves remained. Lund calculated, stating that 3 traps had yet to be triggered, estimating they could hold out until dawn. 5 groups had arrived today, and he speculated that no more than 1 group would come. Tomorrow morning, between 6 and 8 o'clock, they would need to reset the traps. The stock of traps was running low, and he intended to procure more from the guild. He chuckled, remarking on the alluring vendor, her figure particularly enticing, and could not resist licking his lips. Faye shouted, "Mist, you old wretch. Why are you hitting people?" He dashed forward, picking up the metal sphere with care. After examining it thoroughly and finding no deformation or dents, he felt somewhat satisfied, glaring at Mist with fury. "You old wretch. It took me 2 days to inscribe the magic formation, and you just tossed it carelessly. What happens if it gets damaged? 1/3 of that is made of fine gold. You can't afford to lose a bit of it." Mist chuckled, dismissing Faye's raving. Lund, who had been holding his breath in shock, immediately cried out in pain upon hearing Rog's inquiry. Kate, with a commanding voice, admonished Lund. "Enough of this nonsense. Get up. This is no time for frivolity." Kate, being older and distinguished in martial prowess among the miscreants, exhibited a level of composure and responsibility. Since mastering the sacred fighting spirit, his presence had grown increasingly formidable, contrasting sharply with Rog's amiable demeanor, and his words carried substantial weight among the group. At his command, Lund ceased his pretense of illness, sitting up submissively and eventually summarizing the situation after a considerable pause. Upon encountering the enchanting little sprite, Lund was utterly captivated. Indeed, the young woman possessed a fiery allure, her figure strikingly voluptuous, igniting a fervent desire within Lund that he found difficult to contain. As he engaged in the act of selection, inspection, and haggling, Lund could not resist the temptation to caress her form. Yet, the young lady was exceedingly elusive. Each time his hand ventured along her thigh or under her arm, she would deftly twist away, allowing his fingers to graze the sensitive areas without ever making full contact. Occasionally, she would intentionally apply a gentle pressure against Lund's lower body, sending a rush of heat coursing through him, rendering him somewhat dazed. In an effort to win her favor, Lund boasted grandly about the wealth and influence of the war god's hammer, elaborating on its recent acclaim and his own significant role within the organization. The more she listened, the more her gaze reflected admiration, and her movements became less pronounced. She even permitted him a firm grasp, further clouding Lund's senses as he pressed closer. In a state of blissful confusion, and raised his offer for her wares. It was only upon examining the goods that he regained some clarity, realizing that, according to her pricing, he lacked sufficient funds for 3 advanced traps. As Lund contemplated further negotiations, she challenged him, stating, "With the immense resources of the war god's hammer, how could you possibly quibble over such a trivial price? This is already at a discounted rate, and you have consented. Surely you are not merely a fraud attempting to deceive me?" Meanwhile, the small building remained unguarded, with 2 hours left until dawn. This time, Afarak would only send a round-table night during the day, retreating at night under the guise of allowing others to hone their skills. The scoundrels had been thoroughly exhausted during the day. How could they possibly practice by night? Thus, they devised numerous treacherous traps in the backyard, meticulously crafted to ensnare habitual thieves, with each night presenting a new strategy, ranging from feigned weakness to unexpected surprises, culminating in tonight's intimidation. As for the front entrance, it was perpetually wide open, ablaze with light. Several thieves had previously dashed through the main door, only to vanish as if plunged into water, the scene rippling before them. Astute thieves recognized this as an illusion, but what lay beyond the illusion? Those with keen eyes glimpsed a pair of enormous crimson eyes in the momentary distortion. And after the thieves disappeared into the phantasm, muffled, thunderous belches occasionally echoed forth. There was no time for the group to admonish Luns. They quickly donned their gear. And Luns, equally prepared, sought to redeem himself. Suddenly, a cacophony akin to rusty blades scraping against an iron pot erupted from the courtyard, causing their hearts to leap as they realized the sword spider had been dispatched. Following this, the sound of cracking bones reverberated as the skeletal figures were shattered. 3 dark figures swiftly traversed the courtyard, confirming the absence of further ambushes. 2 lunged towards the windows on the 3rd floor, while the 3rd aimed for a window on the 2nd floor. Just as one thief burst through a 3rd-floor window, he was met with the fierce onslaught of a figure clad in black. He was taken aback, swiftly brandishing his short sword to strike, while the figure across from him also lunged with a blade. Astonishingly, the adversary altered the direction of his strike multiple times in midair, yet ultimately, their sword tips met. The clash of their swords resonated with a sharp sound, and the figure before him was instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Alarm surged within him as he discerned the pieces of a mere illusion, realizing too late that he had been deceived. At that moment, a battle axe came slicing through the air silently from the side. He could no longer evade, watching helplessly as the axe swept past his waist without hindrance. He felt an unexpected lightness, as if the world around him were unnaturally swaying, until the light in his eyes was extinguished entirely. The soul-binding weapon bore no trace of blood, yet the black crystal atop it began to glimmer faintly, as emerald light danced from the corpse and was absorbed one by one into the crystal. After the last scintilla of green light was drawn in, the black crystal flashed with verdant brilliance, casting an eerie glow throughout the room before it dimmed once more, returning to its original state. Another thief lightly leapt into a different chamber, feigning in advance, yet swayed from side to side momentarily. Had anyone chosen to ambush him at that instant, they would have misjudged his intent. However, the room suddenly erupted with blinding light, leaving him momentarily dazed. Cade unleashed all of his sacred aura, transforming himself into a being of pure light. Typically, the outward radiance of aura is a result of excessive energy release which one cannot contain, making Cade's pure luminescence a rare spectacle. Only this milky white sacred energy could shine with such intensity. As the thief was momentarily blinded, he felt a thrust aimed at his left arm. Remaining calm, he rolled to the right. At that moment, the sound of mechanisms clicked incessantly as Franco and Renz, each wielding 2 crossbows, unleashed a total of 9 bolts that impaled the thief like a hedgehog. Meanwhile, a thief poised to ascend to the 2nd floor had barely left the ground when a skeleton leapt silently from a heap of bones, rising alongside him. Before the thief even realized, the skeleton's finger had plunged into his cervical spine. The art of feigning death was indeed a masterful skill of the whimsical. Just as the commotion in the small building subsided, a powerful wave of magical energy surged forth. A shadowy figure shot up from the building like lightning, then made a sharp turn, drifting gracefully away into the distance. This individual possessed remarkable martial and stealth skills. Had it not been for the overwhelming magical aura emanating from their grasp, they would have been difficult to detect. Chaos erupted within the building, as frantic voices shouted, "Where did he suddenly vanish to? What do we do now? The eternal spring of youth. The pouch of exquisite fire diamonds is also gone. Quickly, capture him. He can't have gone far." Like startled birds, figures leapt around the small building, hastily pursuing the landing spot of the earlier figure. The noble ruffians within had finally managed a few hours of restful sleep. As dawn broke, Renz hurriedly departed, seeking a way to atone for his misdeeds. The others completed their morning routines, donned professional smiles, and headed to the hammer of the war god to begin a new day of torment. None paid heed to the theft of the previous night. The loss of a fire diamond in exchange for future tranquility was deemed worthwhile. After all, no one has truly encountered the fountain of youth. Nor does anyone know that each fountain appears uniquely. It is only natural to mistakenly steal the wrong one. A few individuals arrived at the war god's hammer and were immediately struck by the sight of Offerock's carriage parked at the entrance, prompting curiosity as to why he had unexpectedly come so early in the morning. Inside a small reception room on the third floor of the War God's Hammer, Opharok and Elisis had already been seated for a while. A lovely maid, still somewhat drowsy, had just brewed coffee and brought it in, accompanied by a plate of pastries. Upon seeing the three noble rascals and Faze enter and take their seats, Opharok cleared his throat lightly and said, "Well, Elisis, perhaps you should choose some items that please you?" With a disdainful huff, Elisis rose and coldly remarked, "Surely, what you intend to discuss is not of good nature. All men in this world are the same." The noble rascals felt a pang of discomfort. The items Elisis favored were undoubtedly the finest of the fine, and she never paid a dime. Although the greatest loss fell upon Opharok, the Golden Lion was quite discerning in this matter. Either they would share the losses proportionally based on their contributions, or they would have to demand payment from her themselves. Those who had dealt with Elisis knew well that she had no concept of money. Asking her for funds would yield no results, and attempting to seize her collection of magical artifacts might be more feasible than confronting a dragon. Once Elisis departed, Opharok appeared unexpectedly embarrassed, burying himself in his coffee. After consuming 3 cups, with the pot now empty and unable to pour anything further, he straightened up, gazing out the window. Clearing his throat several times, he began, I have heard recently that Faze has crafted a rather splendid ring." The revelation dawned upon everyone. This was indeed the reason for their gathering. However, given Opharok's considerable prowess and youth, it was puzzling why he would need such a thing. Their thoughts quickly veered into unsettling territory. Could it be that he was merely a facade of strength? Some even thought, it seems Elisis truly is formidable, able to subdue even the Golden Lion. In due time, will he not be reduced to mere prey? Noticing the increasingly peculiar expressions on their faces, Opharok let out a cold snort, emanating an air of menace that chilled the room. The group hastily collected their scattered thoughts, sitting up straight in attentiveness. Only then did Opharok speak again, albeit with a slight stutter. "Regarding the ring, my esteemed father has taken a keen interest and wishes to see one. I wonder if any new ones have been crafted?" No one could have anticipated that the Duke of Bavaria would also be captivated by the Fountain of Youth. And amidst their surprise, they could not suppress a sense of amusement. Faze quickly responded, "There is indeed a new one. It will be successfully crafted by tomorrow, and its effects should far surpass those of the previous 2. Opharok nodded, stating, "That is excellent. My father has agreed to grant the War God's Hammer the rights to supply military weapons, specifically designating the Lionheart Knights and my Golden Lion Knights to procure equipment from the War God's Hammer, due to the potential conflict with the Duchy of Ron. My father is preparing to allocate funds from the Duchy's treasury to construct a road connecting to Salisbury." The joy within the room was palpable, as the value of this promise far exceeded that of a mere fountain of eternal youth. After the initial excitement, Rog tentatively inquired, "Lord Opharok, there must be further demands behind this, correct?" Opharok nodded and replied, "Within 6 months, my Golden Lion Knights must expand by 100 members, while the Lionheart Knights require an increase of 1,000. The equipment for these individuals will be procured from the Hammer of the War God. Thus our immediate priority is to ensure the timely production of these supplies. Considering a 3-month intensive training period, we have only 9 months remaining. Moreover, at least 5 sets of captain's gear must be crafted personally by Faze." Faze immediately expressed his dismay, exclaiming, "Creating a single fountain of eternal youth ring takes 15 days. I can scarcely keep up with its orders, let alone craft anything else." His concerns were valid, and Opharok, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "Let us declare that it will take 2 months to produce 1 fountain of eternal youth. At that time, we will gather bids from various parties, awarding it to the highest bidder. Faze, you will produce 2 rings every 2 months, with the surplus one discreetly supplied to the royal families of the great empires. This will facilitate future business dealings. As for the nobility, I shall handle that. However, it is imperative that the orders for the Duchy's Knights be fulfilled within 9 months. Employ whatever means necessary, be it theft or subterfuge, as long as it is executed cleanly. If absolutely required, my Golden Lion Knights can discreetly assign a small squad to assist you." Opharok surveyed the room, noting the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, and sighed. "We are not strangers. The Duchy finds itself in a precarious position, facing numerous challenges. The various armories within the Rhine Alliance are currently unwilling to supply the Duchy with military equipment. In contrast, David's 2nd Knight Brigade, the Howling Wolf Knights, plans to expand by 3,000 within 3 months, with their equipment already secured. He is directly executing the orders of his father. Marshal Rashirio, the Minister of Military Affairs, and my father finds himself powerless against him. By using the pretext of impending war with the Duchy of Rouen, I am publicly expanding our forces, and I believe Louis IX has no means to counter this. However, the immediate issue lies with the equipment, which I must entrust to you. In 3 months, the Temple Knights dispatched by the Church will arrive in the duchy, significantly stabilizing the situation. He paused before continuing. The Allied army is unlike the duchy. It has not engaged in battle for several years, resulting in inadequate training and subpar equipment. Once we successfully expand, train, and prepare for war, it will take at least a year to be fully ready. My father has been loyal throughout his life and would never betray the alliance. Nonetheless, I do not wish to be bound hand and foot. Hence, I seek to bolster our forces slightly for self-preservation. However, I anticipate that the opposing side will not remain idle. As the art of war suggests, when faced with a formidable enemy, one must sever their claws and wings before engaging in battle. As for my own claws and wings, well, aside from the Golden Lion Knights, that would be you. Having spoken, Afarak turned with a smile. You must exercise caution in the 3 months prior to the arrival of the Knights Templar. Strength and strategy are the foundations of survival. It is likely that I will be unable to attend to your needs. The others fell silent, acutely aware that the tide of circumstances was beyond their control, having already been tethered to the war chariot of the principality. At this juncture, attempting to extricate themselves would be futile. Moreover, while the Rhine alliance appeared to have the upper hand, the principality was under divine protection and enjoyed the support of a formidable ecclesiastical power. The Duchess was of the legitimate bloodline of the 3 great empires, suggesting that victory was more probable. However, despite this assertion, the odds were primarily the concern of the Duke of Bavaria and Afarak, for the likes of them, mere pawns in this grand game. The immediate priority was to navigate the narrow margins between the competing factions for the coming months. Habitually sipping his coffee, he found his cup empty, only then recalling that he had consumed an entire pot. He shook his head with a wry smile, feeling a touch of exasperation at his father's preoccupation with the elixir of youth. It seemed the Duke had aged, his once great strategies diminished. Afarak looked around at his companions, nodding in acknowledgement. You all have improved significantly. Where is Luns? I hear he is lagging behind. As for Eat, his dual training in martial and magical arts is but a jest. He still has time to focus on martial skills. Magic does not suit him. That is all I wish to convey. By the way, your Dragon and Beauty Knights can now expand to 500 members. The Principality will allocate 30,000 gold coins for military expenses, at a rate of 100 gold coins per individual. Use it wisely. After Afarak departed, the small room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Gradually, the bustle resumed downstairs, heralding the start of another busy day. Following the secret release of the Hammer of the War God and the subsequent non-public bidding for the Elixir of Youth a month later, business began to return to a semblance of normality. Yet, the few noble ruffians found themselves busier than ever. First and foremost, the safety of Fess had to be assured. Day and night, 10 knights from the Dragon and Beauty Order remained stationed in that small building. As for the tiny backyard, it was a veritable labyrinth of traps, long notorious in the underground world as the Tomb of Thieves, fearing Afarak's influence. The Principality's Thieves Guild had long imposed restrictions on its members against targeting the Hammer of the War God. As for the thieves from abroad drawn by its reputation, most were of limited capability, and entering would be tantamount to courting death. The true high-level thieves had little interest in pilfering such raw materials. Moreover, these were merely semi-finished goods, and stealing them would yield little utility, as the items crafted by Fess were not easily replicated by other alchemists. Thus, the most valuable asset was Fess himself. This understanding had dawned on the noble ruffians long ago. At that time, they had racked their brains to ensure Fess was armed to the teeth. In addition to standard magical adornments, they had commissioned skilled tailors to design cloaks with numerous hidden compartments filled with an assortment of magical scrolls. As a precaution, even a lightning spell scroll was sewn into his undergarments. Originally, Faze was rather unremarkable, and the arrangements made were of little use. So he merely set aside a couple of scrolls for the sake of appearances. However, the tides of fortune have shifted, compelling Faze to fill the hidden compartments with an array of magical scrolls, leaving little concern for comfort. As for Misty Illusion, it was simply designated to reside within the Hammer of the War God, a place consistently guarded by a round-table knight, discouraging any ill intentions from the common folk. Establishing a military supply business from the ground up presents considerable challenges. The ironworks in Sellisburg remain unfinished, and repairing the roads is no small feat. It will take at least 3 months before light cargo carts can navigate them. Nevertheless, given the abundance of raw materials, the decision was made to construct a weapons workshop in Salisbury as well, where only finished swords, armor, and other products would need to be transported, lightweight compared to iron ore or steel ingots. By then, the roads should be adequately repaired, making transportation manageable. Thus, the original workforce of over 100 laborers proved entirely insufficient. Rog had already dispatched Roberski to procure an additional 400 robust laborers. Food has also become a significant concern. With the sparse population and poor road conditions within the territory of Salisbury, there is little surplus grain, and accommodating such an influx of people has turned daily sustenance into a formidable challenge. In a state of urgency, Rog sent a message to Dor, mandating that each of the 200 mountain bandits must carry 60 pounds of assorted food supplies to Salisbury as part of their training regimen. While this may not provide a substantial solution, it at least alleviates the immediate crisis. As for the future training of the bandits, hunting will certainly be a central focus. The expansion of the Dragon and Beauty division is not overly problematic. If this batch of bandits is properly trained, they should number around 400, with any shortfall to be gradually addressed later. Lunds promised to recruit a cadre of assassins, thieves, and scouts from the Thieves' Guild, swearing solemnly under the watchful eyes of those eager for bloodshed that he would not falter in his duties, thus securing approval. As for the remaining positions that need to be filled, the current flurry of activity leaves little room for further considerations. Roberski introduced, "This is Mr. Cato, the most prominent slave trader in the Northern Alliance. These 3 gentlemen are my employers, Mr. Kate, Mr. Franco, and Mr. Rog." Rog and the others exchanged glances, and Kate boldly stated, "Adult dwarven craftsmen, their forging skills must be comparable to those of a skilled human blacksmith. We require a total of 100, at 500 gold coins each. What do you think?" Cato was immediately moved. Typically, such a dwarven craftsman would cost just over 100 gold coins. Yet Kate had more than tripled the price. How could he not be intrigued? He swallowed hard, sighed, and replied, "Of course. I would love to engage in such a lucrative deal. However, the available stock among all the slave merchants in the Rhine Alliance may not even amount to 10, not counting the 9 dwarves you have already purchased." He continued, "To be honest, I am merely the manager of this business. I will report to my boss as soon as possible. You should have a solution." At that moment, the door swung open, and a hearty voice boomed with laughter. "What good solution could I possibly have?" As he spoke, a large, corpulent figure squeezed through the doorway. Kate and Franco immediately recognized him as Jingo, the manager of Helen. Cato promptly stood up, bowing respectfully, "Boss." Jingo cast a sidelong glance at him, his smile unwavering. Yet his gaze grew stern. "Haha, you've been doing quite well lately, bringing guests to Helen. You start by boasting to me. If I fail to deliver, how will I explain myself to the guests? Fortunately, these esteemed visitors share a special relationship with me. Otherwise, humph." The final huff startled Cato, causing him to tremble. Only when Jingo waved his hand did Cato, as if pardoned by royalty, scurry away in a fluster. Jingo donned a sincere smile once more, laboriously squeezing himself into the largest chair, heaving a heavy sigh. "The servants are quite ignorant and have neglected our esteemed guests. I just received the news and rushed over immediately. Come, let us drink. If my master Stanich knew I treated guests poorly, he would surely render my ample flesh into oil. Ha 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 ha." He then turned to Kate. "You must be Mr. Rock. A pleasure to finally meet you. My master speaks of you daily, and indeed, you are a remarkable young man." The others exchanged uncertain glances, and Jingo, noticing this, lowered his voice. "My master considers the gentleman of the war goddess Hammer, especially Mr. Rog, as confidants. I do not regard you as outsiders." He continued, "Lord Stanich is wealthier than nations. Relying solely on this meager grain trade cannot sustain such fortune. A horse that does not graze at night will not grow fat." The 3 men immediately understood, nodding in agreement, and thus broached the topic of the dwarven slaves once more. Jingo appeared somewhat troubled, stating, "What Cato mentioned earlier is indeed the truth. It is likely that there will not be many dwarven slave craftsmen available in the next 6 months." However, the 3 men assumed he was merely attempting to raise the price, and Kate interjected, "I am aware that dwarven craftsmen are scarce. How about this? You state a price directly, and we will see if we can accept it, shall we?" A flicker of understanding crossed Rog's mind as he inquired, "What, pray tell, is the source of the difficulty?" Franco cleared his throat and replied, What if we were to augment your forces by providing the strength of 400 knights? After a lengthy contemplation, Jinga finally raised his gaze and said, in that case, we could embark in a month and a half, resolving the matter with this tribe within 2 weeks. At that juncture, you may select 100 dwarfs, and the remainder shall be mine. Leave the reconnaissance, intelligence, and supply matters to me. The three exchanged glances, gradually nodding in agreement. Within the dwarven clan, the number of women and children was scarcely half, and among a tribe of 1,000, the number of highly skilled craftsmen did not exceed 150, while the remaining slaves were only worth something if they were robust warriors. However, during the process of capturing slaves, a significant portion of these warriors often perished. Thus, Jingji's arrangement indeed favored the three considerably. Rog, filled with curiosity, inquired, "My lord Jinga, isn't this somewhat unfair to you?" Jinga burst into hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he playfully leaned closer, whispering with an air of mystery, "To my esteemed Master Stanich, money pales in comparison to the value of a true friend. To be candid, my master holds Mr. Rog's remarkable talents in high regard, and it has been subtly suggested that he intends to bestow his only daughter upon you." In Rog's mind, the visage and corpulent form of Stanich emerged, conjuring thoughts of his daughter, which sent a shiver down his spine. He hurriedly said, "I must express my utmost gratitude for Lord Stanich's kind intentions. I am but a humble individual, unremarkable in appearance, and unworthy of the esteemed company of Lord Stanich's daughter. Hiki, Lord Jinga, I implore you to graciously decline on my behalf." The three of them pondered for a moment, ultimately solidifying their resolve. Rog stated, "The combat prowess of 200 knights is not a formidable challenge. Rest assured, there will be an abundance rather than a deficit when the time comes." As he spoke, Rog squinted, fixing his gaze upon Jinga. "Yet, how can we ascertain the veracity of your claims?" Within his narrow eyes, glimmers of silver flickered occasionally. Since Rog had honed his mental prowess, whenever he summoned his psychic energy, his eyes would gradually transform into a silvery hue, and at full capacity, they would gleam entirely silver. Fortunately, his eyes were naturally small, perpetually adorned with a smile, resulting in a squint that revealed only the narrowest slit. The faint silver glimmers escaping his gaze were not easily discernible. Jinga replied, "It is entirely natural for Lord Rog to harbor such concerns. However, during these sensitive times, my master's willingness to collaborate with the hammer of the god of war speaks volumes. If there are lingering uncertainties, my master is prepared to meet with you gentlemen here in 2 days to finalize the arrangements. What say you?" Rog immediately declared, "Very well, let it be done." Kate sighed and added, "Moreover, his willingness to step forward signifies his unwavering support for the principality. It also serves to demonstrate his strength and indifference to our attempts to undermine him. Franco, you ought to devote less time to artistic pursuits and more to strategic swordsmanship. If you two become distracted by frivolities, we shall find ourselves in dire straits." Franco's face flushed crimson, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh. Rog fell silent for a moment before continuing. "This Jingu is not of ordinary origin. He hails from the demon clan. Moreover, he possesses formidable strength." Kate and Franco were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is there truly a demon clan? How do you know this? Are you certain you did not mistake it?" Rogue nodded thoughtfully, gazing out at the leaden winter sky beyond the car window. He mused to himself, "Ah, the demon clan. This game seems to be growing increasingly intriguing. The strength of 400 elite knights is neither trivial nor insignificant. The 200 bandits currently in training are certainly unreliable. Although Dor possesses commendable martial skills, his integrity and kindness render him unsuitable for the task of capturing slaves. Meanwhile, Chiwei has already joined forces with Dor, and her deep-seated enmity towards Rogue excludes her from consideration. However, the noble ruffians have keenly remembered the words of Afarak, who stated that theft and robbery are permissible, and they are preparing to devise schemes against him. Surprisingly, Afarak was exceedingly forthcoming regarding this matter, agreeing to dispatch 50 Golden Lion Knights to Rogue, who would rendezvous with the Knights of Dragons and Beauties before their departure. Yet, Afarak was quite clear. These 50 knights possess combat prowess equivalent to that of 400 regular knights. However, I do not wish to lose a single one of them. Should they assess the situation as hopeless, they will withdraw autonomously. You must consider this carefully. I see no issue with your collaboration with Stanich. Proceed with confidence. But, I must emphasize, I am completely unaware of your intended actions." Rog understood in his heart that this was a warning not to recklessly exploit the formidable strength of the Golden Lion Knights. However, even with a decisive numerical advantage. A frontal assault did not align with his character or philosophy. Indeed, philosophy. After perusing several tomes, such as the worldview of the necromancer, Rog found himself intrigued by philosophical musings. Certainly, when one distanced themselves from necromancy, the allure of pure philosophical texts, untainted by wealth, power, and beauty, remained significant. A mere dozen pages of grand logic had a hypnotic effect, lulling him into a deep slumber for the night. A brisk wind swept by, prompting Rog to tighten his collar and ponder. In this foreign realm, would the ethereal beauty of the moonlit night also feel the chill? His thoughts then drifted to the intricate procedures required to procure funding from the Ministry of Military Affairs, causing him to sigh and retreat into the carriage, beckoning the driver to hasten towards the ministry. ETT, in recent days, was reveling in success, making considerable advances in his pursuit of Isabella. To him, progress meant conquering yet another coveted territory upon the young maiden's form. After much contemplation, ETT mused that Isabella might indeed make a splendid wife. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed an undeniable charm. With his grandfather, the illustrious Mist Phantom, being a master of the arts and a lucrative asset to the war god's hammer, her background was certainly commendable. ETT possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that his dual mastery of magic and martial arts had earned him a certain reputation among ruffians and scoundrels, allowing him to bask in the limelight. However, when faced with true adversaries, no, not merely formidable foes, but even those few mischievous companions, he realized he was no longer their equal. Thus, if he could win Isabella's heart, he would be thoroughly content. Yet, whenever he recalled Rog, brandishing his hefty battle axe and spear with an air of nonchalance, a chill crept into ETT's heart, accompanied by a tinge of resentment. Once, he had been the foremost among his peers in martial prowess and magic, and even Kate had been confident in besting him. Yet, in the span of 3 years, how had he diminished so? Yet, ETT found himself unable to relinquish the indulgent life of nightly revelry and sweet embraces. The flourishing of the war god's hammer had afforded him a life of opulence he had long dreamed of, yet he had contributed little to its success. His companions were generous, never begrudging him his share during profit distributions, ensuring he received no less than any other. However, this very generosity gnawed at him, leaving him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Now, during their discussions and assignments, he was invariably relegated to the easiest and least perilous tasks. He understood that his friends meant well, but he was a man. He harbored ambitions and a competitive spirit. How had the gap between them, who once embarked on this journey together, widened so dramatically? ETT was acutely aware of the reason. While he languished in the embrace of beauty, his companions were diligently honing their martial skills or meditating, day in and day out. For Kate and Rog, the pursuit of beauty was a mere occasional indulgence. The rest of their time was perpetually consumed by relentless toil. As for himself, having been through the countless trials of women, it is nothing short of a miracle that his magical prowess remains unyielded. One cannot help but ponder how many days have elapsed since he last practiced his magical arts or meditated. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, realizing that the passage of time had rendered him somewhat forgetful. How many times had he resolved and sworn to transform into a relentless zealot like Ketroj starting tomorrow? Alas, tomorrow is eternally just tomorrow. Gradually, Kate has grown reluctant, or perhaps fearful, of encountering those toxic friends. Witnessing their steadily advancing strength and their composed demeanor fills him with an indescribable sensation, an amalgam of frustration for his own lack of ambition, regret for not striving as they had, and a tinge of jealousy. What does that saying from the vast grasslands convey? If the eagle does not soar in the sky for 3 days, it will become a plump quail. If the steed does not gallop across the plains for 3 days, it will not outrun the foolish cattle and sheep. 8. What troubles you? Why the sudden sigh? 8 bowed his head, gently lifted Isabella's chin, and kissed her deeply. He skillfully teased the tip of her tongue, leading her to gradually lose herself in the kiss. 8 smiled with satisfaction, thinking that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before Isabella would be his. Surely, his position in the hammer of the war god would be significantly more secure then. He withdrew one hand to caress the fullness of the young maiden's bosom, preparing to slip it beneath her collar. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing 8 and Isabella to tumble from their seats, crashing heavily against the front wall of the carriage. A scream from the driver pierced the air, abruptly cut short, clearly silenced by a severed throat. Sensing danger, 8 swiftly rose, grasping his ever-present great sword. Fortunately, He had always felt the need to showcase his dual mastery of magic and martial prowess, ensuring that the sword remained by his side. In this critical moment, it proved invaluable. With urgency pressing upon him, there was no time to recite incantations. However, the leaders of the Hammer of the War God had a tradition of employing their first spells without chanting, believing that overwhelming their formidable opponents with gold was the creed of the affluent. Thus, the wealthy ruffians typically initiated battles with scrolls. 8 was no exception. He unfurled a small white scroll and hastily uttered a few syllables, igniting the scroll as the spell Mighty Bull's strength began to manifest its effects. At that moment, the carriage door was yanked open, a blinding light flooding into the compartment. Had those inside instinctively looked towards the entrance, they would have been momentarily blinded by the brilliance. 8, not one to show mercy, bellowed fiercely, sword in hand, and struck downwards with another blow. The assailant, still recovering from the shock, revealed a look of despair in his eyes and grit his teeth, attempting to parry with his sword. Suddenly, a curved dagger lunged forth from the side, intercepting 8's massive blade. The clash of steel ignited a shower of sparks, the dagger slowly yielding, yet ultimately halting just a foot above the man's head. Astonished, Ike gazed upon the figure wielding the sword, a lean, middle-aged swordsman clad in dark brown chainmail, exuding a faint golden aura. With a resounding shout, the swordsman unleashed a tremendous force, causing Ike's massive sword to soar upwards. Instantly, a chill enveloped the unprotected areas of his arms, shoulders, and legs, rendering him utterly powerless. Collapsing to the ground, blood streamed from his wounds. At that moment, I lamented his choice to don the ostentatious yet impractical chainmail for the sake of appearance. Had he been clad in the exquisite half-armor crafted by War God's hammer, the swordsman's strikes would surely have been ineffectual. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The swordsman approached, delivering a harsh kick to Ite's side, igniting a surge of pain throughout his injuries, prompting involuntary groans to escape his lips. The swordsman coldly remarked, "What a worthless fool. Is this fellow some sort of dual practitioner of magic and martial arts? To send me to deal with such trash, the boss is truly overreacting." From within the carriage came the sounds of a struggle, intermingled with Isabella's cries and the ripping of fabric. The swordsman's countenance darkened as he bellowed, "One-eyed buck, get out here. This girl is the one specifically requested by the boss. Do you dare to lay a hand on her? Are you seeking death?" As the door swung open, a lewd warrior emerged, dragging the disheveled Isabella. Chuckling, "I merely touched her a bit, had no intention of violating the boss's woman. But this girl is quite voluptuous." Crack. The swordsman delivered a resounding slap to One-Eyed Buck, shouting, "You dare to retort while I speak." Startled, Buck quickly fell silent. Under the swordsman's command, the remaining individuals swiftly cleared the scene, escorting Ite and Isabella back onto the original carriage, while the swordsman personally guarded them within. The others brought along 2 additional carriages, flanking Ite's as they sped into the night. The following morning, Rog and Misty gathered on the 3rd floor of War God's hammer, their expressions grim. On the table lay Ite's dark green breastplate and a pair of tattered white silk stockings. Misty's face turned ashen, heaving like a bellows, his gaze fixated on the stockings. These personal items had been delivered early that morning by a beggar. The nobles had subjected the beggar to some rough treatment, yet found him utterly ignorant, only able to reveal that a masked figure in black had instructed him to deliver the goods. Accompanying the garments was a letter. At that moment, Rog was reading the letter, to Kate, Lord Rog, and Master Misty. "Due to my sincere invitation, your companionite and Master Misty's granddaughter Isabella are currently guests at my humble abode. It is regrettable that there was a misunderstanding during the invitation, leading to some disrespect towards you esteemed guests. I particularly apologize for the rudeness displayed towards Miss Isabella, and the offending party has been duly punished. You need not worry further. In 3 days' time, the night of the full moon will arrive, a splendid occasion for moon gazing and tea tasting. I look forward to sharing the moonlight with you all, along with an opportunity to experience your establishment's exquisite elixir of youth and Master Phase's prowess. I hope you will grace us with your presence. The specific location will be disclosed in due course. Moreover, matters of elegance are best enjoyed in solitude. I urge you to contemplate this carefully. Within 3 days, esteemed friends and Miss Isabella will be graciously entertained, but beyond that, I cannot guarantee the same level of courtesy." The dragon. The gathering had nearly forgotten the so-called dragon leader, preoccupied as they were with various affairs, allowing the safety of Ite and Isabella to slip from their minds. Unexpectedly, the dragon seized the opportunity. The adversary specifically demanded the presence of Phase, evidently aware that he embodies the essence of the war god's hammer. Though it remains unclear whether this information was extracted from Eat or Isabella. Wu Huan suddenly slammed the table in fury, exclaiming, "That insufferable brat only knows how to boast. When it truly matters, he is utterly useless. If my granddaughter suffers even the slightest harm, I shall personally dismember that wretched lizard leader and that fool Eat." Kate attempted to soothe him, saying, "Master, please remain calm. If we are to speak honestly, none of us stand a chance against the dragon. Thus, we cannot place the blame solely on Eat. Moreover, the adversary has ulterior motives and is unlikely to take any immediate hostile actions against them." Unfavorable actions? Wu Huan leapt onto his chair, shouting, "They have even sent undergarments, and you dare say there are no unfavorable actions? Must they deliver an entire set of lingerie to qualify as such?" In this scenario, the enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed. The adversary held significant hostages, possessed formidable martial skills, and it remained uncertain whether additional sorcerers were concealed nearby. The imbalance of numbers was particularly disconcerting to the group. After prolonged deliberation, they could not ascertain why the dragon leader, in his leisure, chose to confront these noble scoundrels. Devoid of viable strategies, they resolved to have Rins investigate all matters concerning the dragon, while simultaneously notifying Afarak. After all, the war god's hammer was his domain, and he would likely not abandon this lucrative opportunity. The appointed time soon arrived. On the third day's twilight, another beggar delivered a message, indicating that the meeting would take place in the small square of the impoverished district in the southern part of the city at midnight. The noble ruffians, along with Faze, donned their full armor for the encounter, while the timid Roberski was coerced into joining. Despite his new, exquisite equipment, his pallid complexion betrayed his discomfort with the exchange. Afarak and Elisis concealed themselves in the shadows, poised to offer assistance. Their skill in remaining undetected ensured that the likes of the dragon's subordinates would not uncover their presence. The winter nights in Lyre City were exceedingly frigid. The Turo Square, situated within the slums, was marked by a pockmarked ground, where puddles of filthy water had frozen over. Surrounding them were dilapidated, lowly structures, devoid of any light. Only the pale, chilling moonlight of Modi's cast an ethereal glow, amplifying the coldness in the air. Rog and his companions waited in the square for a full hour before a resounding laugh echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of a figure. Not particularly tall, yet exuding an aura of immense authority, it was none other than the notorious Flying Dragon. "Welcome to the Dragon's Den." His voice soared high above, and in an instant, a chorus of voices joined in. A battalion of burly men clad in gray, wielding swords and torches, stormed into the square, their synchronized footsteps creating an overwhelming, invisible pressure. The noble ruffians' faces paled. It was evident that this flying dragon had trained a band of thugs to operate with the precision of a military unit, marking him as no ordinary adversary. In the blink of an eye, the noble brutes found themselves encircled by over 100 imposing figures in the square. Robert's legs weakened, and Rog swiftly prodded him sharply with the handle of his soul-binding axe, prompting him to stand tall once more. The flying dragon, brimming with confidence, commanded, "Bring the captives forth." A massive cart rumbled into the square, atop which 2 wooden poles stood, and there were Eat and Isabella, bound to them. Behind each of them loomed a man draped in a black cloth, brandishing a glistening guillotine axe. Kate stepped forward, declaring, "Flying Dragon, have we not conducted our business in Lyre City without crossing you, either in the past or present? Why do you continually seek to trouble us? Do you truly believe us to be so easily intimidated? You may not even be aware of who the true owner of the hammer of the god of war is." The Flying Dragon took a step forward, defiantly proclaiming, "When I, the Flying Dragon, roamed the streets of Lyre City, you lads were not yet born. Do you think I need your guidance? On the surface, Lyre City may be managed by that yellow-haired pup and the old dog, but the true lord of the underworld is none other than me, the Flying Dragon. Conducting business on my turf equates to offending me. You had your chance last time, and now you regret it, don't you? Ha! Enough talk. Hand over the fountain of youth and phase, and I shall return these fledglings to you, after which you may vacate the Duchy of Bavaria." Kate, filled with rage, moved to confront him, but Rog restrained him. Coldly, Rog addressed the Flying Dragon. "Do you truly underestimate Afarak, or do you only dare to hide in your lair and boast?" Taken aback, the Flying Dragon knew well the formidable reputation of Afarak. It was implausible that he was unafraid. However, having already boasted in front of so many, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he mustered his bravado. "Even if that yellow-haired pup stands here now, I, the the flying dragon, can ensure he cannot leave. Rog smiled faintly and remarked, "That is quite satisfactory. How could these two individuals in the carriage possibly compare to face? Since Sir Phylong has taken an interest in them, let him keep them. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Phylong, both astonished and enraged, shouted, "Do you not care for the lives of your companions? How can you stand by and watch them be harmed?" He bellowed, "Halt. Do you think you can simply walk away?" Franco stepped forward, brandishing a bow that emitted a faint green luminescence. With a low cry, he swiftly knocked 2 arrows, launching them like lightning towards the throats of Ite and Isabella. The young girl widened her eyes in terror, helplessly watching the arrows hurtle towards her. She had believed a savior had finally arrived, only to find herself pursued by death. Phylong, taken aback, hastily waved his hands, and 2 iron bracers flew forth, deflecting the arrows. Before he could regain his composure, Franco released another volley of 4 arrows, 2 aimed at the throat and 2 at the heart, striking with merciless precision. The 2 burly men atop the carriage stepped forward, brandishing a steel light shield to protect Ide and Isabella. With a series of clangs, the arrows struck the shield and fell harmlessly to the ground. Phylong, a mix of fury and astonishment, bellowed, "How could you unleash such lethal force upon your own? You truly are despicable." Kate let out a hearty laugh and declared, "How could we be the ones to harm? The true instigator of violence is none other than you, Sir Phylong." A small black orb quietly floated above the square before suddenly exploding. A fierce wind swept through the area, sending the gathered crowd reeling, extinguishing all torches in an instant. Accompanying the gust was a dense black fog that enveloped the square, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Phalong's authoritative voice rang out, "Everyone, remain calm. Protect those 2 fledglings. Mages, disperse the fog." 3 luminous spheres flickered to life among the crowd as 3 mages commenced their spells. Indeed, Phylong had many capable subordinates. It was no wonder his confidence was so immense. Suddenly, a burst of vibrant hues erupted from within the encircled throng as noble ruffians brandished scrolls, their casting speed far surpassing that of the incanting mages. The brilliance flashed and faded, only to be followed by a cacophony of wails from Phalong's followers. At long last, the 3 mages completed their incantations, and a gentle breeze dispersed the fog, allowing 2 glowing orbs, one red and one yellow, to rise slowly, illuminating the small square as bright as day.